Chapter 1. The Lyle Reborn. Izayinjai, you little traitor. I helped you achieve your imperial throne with a divine elixir, and you betrayed me. Elmo shall die. In the rundown shack of the Ewan family in Casper City, a bandaged teenager suddenly sat up, startled. The pain from his body made him pause. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? How could he still feel this pain? Lowering his gaze to inspect himself, the boy's astonishment gradually turned into delight. This feeling, could it be? I'm not dead. Vaughn had been ambushed by 4 divine emperors after accidentally obtaining a drop of ancient dragon god blood. What pained him most was that one of the attackers was Izayinjai, a junior whom he had personally promoted, the divine emperor Izayinjai. Vaughn should have died from self-destructing the ancient dragon god blood. How could he still be alive? The power of the ancient dragon god blood is immense. Its explosion should obliterate both body and soul. Yet, I survived. Vaughn clenched his fists lightly, feeling the tangible control over his body. Slowly, he accepted that he had indeed been miraculously reborn. Just then, a wave of dizziness washed over him. As memories flooded back, he quickly understood his new identity. His name was Kingston, the second son of the Ewan family patriarch. Vaughn had a younger sister, and their mother was the official wife of the patriarch. Due to her inability to bear children for a long time, she was overshadowed by the patriarch's concubine, who had already borne a child. Consequently, his mother's status within the Ewan family steadily declined. To make matters worse, this official son had extremely poor martial aptitude, performing like a complete novice on the martial path. While ordinary people could enter the initial stages of martial cultivation within 2 or 3 years, at 16, Kingston hadn't even crossed the threshold of martial arts. Due to his innate talent and slander from the concubine, Kingston and his mother lost their standing within the Ewan family entirely. They were driven out of their main residence and forced to live in the servant quarters, a place even servants and laborers wouldn't inhabit. When he was very young, his mother fell ill from exhaustion and passed away. Since then, he and his younger sister lived hand-to-mouth under the harsh treatment of the Ewan family, enduring extreme hardship to scrape together just a cold meal. This severe injury was laughably due to him being accused of stealing medicinal pills, despite having no idea where the alchemy room was. More infuriatingly, the overseer found a spirit awakening pill in his monthly ration, which he had no right to enjoy. The allocation of monthly medicinal pills was done strictly by the General Affairs Department, and Kingston had no say in it. Vaughn had no clue what was in his rations. This incident was clearly a setup, but no one in the Ewan family would listen to his explanations. When his father heard about it, without any regard for fairness, he snarled, "Take him away and beat him." With those words, Kingston was brutally beaten, leaving his entire body covered in bruises and welts. Poor child, born with Von Navenly calamity constitution, and surrounded by such cruel family members. Not only did they fail to recognize the danger of this constitution and offer timely help, but he also endured undeserved torment. Kingston felt his physical condition and immediately understood the reasons. Vaughn sighed inwardly. Those born with the Von Navenly calamity constitution have 9 innate blockages in their bodies. If these cannot be broken through, the path of martial cultivation will be blocked, and life expectancy is exceedingly short. Normally, people with this constitution can live up to 20 years. Unfortunately, this child was weak and suffered abuse, leading to an early death at 16. Vaughn sensed that the original occupant of this body had already died before his rebirth, or perhaps he was reborn the moment the original occupant died. Teodenly, a glow appeared in his dantian. A warm current emerged from his dantian, coursing through his meridians and spreading throughout his body. Wherever it passed, the blocked channels opened up, and previously obstructed energy flowed smoothly. The Void Cauldron. Old friend, you've indeed come back with me. Kingston felt a surge of joy as he sensed the changes in his dantian. As a Dan Emperor, his painstakingly cultivated treasure, the Void Cauldron, floated serenely within his dantian. This cauldron was a divine emperor's life-bound treasure, ranking at the pinnacle of divine artifacts. It could refine celestial bodies and universal elements, and with it, he had created many beneficial divine elixirs. Even in the divine realm, the Void Cauldron was considered a supreme treasure. With this, he could eventually regain his strength and return to his position as a divine emperor, avenging the betrayal by the 4 divine emperors. The warm current in his dantian was a mere trace of the Void Cauldron's power. Although incomparably weaker than its peak state, it was enough to clear all blockages in his body, transforming him into someone capable of cultivating normally. Certainly, the Void Cauldron's power went beyond this. Having refined countless divine treasures, the cauldron emitted an aura filled with mysterious energies. This warmth not only repaired Kingston's meridians, but also continuously strengthened his body. Utensils and bones snapped and crackled audibly as they rapidly strengthened. In just a few breaths, his formerly emaciated chest condensed into solid muscles, and his injuries healed miraculously. The power from the Void Cauldron seemed to awaken dormant forces within the body, causing them to burst forth exponentially. Visible shockwaves rippled around the muscles affected by the surging power. Strength multiplied tenfold, even hundredfold. As Kingston reveled in the newfound power, the flow from the dantian abruptly halted, as if the energy source had run dry. The remaining power of the Void Cauldron has vanished. It seems it cannot activate until more power is restored. Sighing quietly, Kingston was about to get out of bed when something caught his attention. Vaughn stared intently at the empty circular interior of the Void Cauldron, shocked. This aura, is it the ancient dragon godblood? It has been absorbed by the Void Cauldron. If I can refine its essence, perhaps I can attain power surpassing a divine emperor. The ancient dragon godblood, originating from the ancient divine realm, was a mysterious treasure coveted by divine emperors. Now, this treasure had been absorbed by the Void Cauldron. Once fully refined, it could grant him incomparable power. Izayinjai, you never imagined I'd survive. With this divine artifact aiding me, the day I return to the divine realm and crush you will come. Not only did he survive the fatal explosion, but the ancient dragon god blood and his life-bound treasure had come with him. Kingston's lips curled into a faint smile. He could already envision avenging himself against his enemies. Crack. Teadenly, the sound of a whip cracking outside interrupted his revelry. Filthy slave. That golden silk ice silk flowing fairy dress is a priceless treasure, and you ruined it. Do you want to die? Overseer, please keep it down. My brother is badly injured and needs rest. I'll accept my punishment, but please don't wake him. Conditioning yourself? Do you really think you're the lady of the Yuan family? Worthless brat. Watch me beat you to death. Amidst the angry shouts and pitiful pleas, Kingston's expression darkened. Vaughn rushed to the door and flung it open, just in time to see a vicious servant raise his whip to strike the pleading girl kneeling on the ground. The girl was dressed in coarse clothes patched with numerous patches, with 2 braids hanging like twisted ropes on her shoulders. Vaughn's large, watery eyes were filled with tears. By now, she had already endured 2 harsh lashes but remained stubbornly blocking the path ahead. Despite the brutal whipping, she refused to budge an inch, only kneeling and pleading incessantly. Kingston remembered that this girl's name was Alicia, his own flesh and blood younger sister who had relied on him for survival. In Kingston's memories, he knew how much Alicia cared for her useless Esteban brother. Everyone else despised him for being unable to cultivate martial arts and bullied him mercilessly, but Alicia had always stood by his side, never leaving. Every time Kingston was beaten until he was covered in bruises, it was Alicia who personally attended to him, applying medicine and bandaging his wounds. Without Alicia's careful care, Kingston would have long been dead, and this body wouldn't have become the vessel for his rebirth. This body does not owe favors easily. Though this girl is weak, she has protected and nurtured this vessel. I should acknowledge her efforts just as well and reward her accordingly. With that thought, Kingston stepped out. Chapter 2. Beating the villainous servants. Well, the little brat can still move? Looks like I was too lenient with you yesterday. Seeing Kingston actually dared to challenge him, the manager holding a long whip sneered disdainfully. Vaughn was merely one of the lowest-level managers in the Yuan family, yet he viewed Kingston, the son of the head of the household, as insignificant as an ant. With a flick of his wrist, the whip, like a venomous snake, lashed straight toward Kingston. The whip, about 2 meters long, was wielded by a body-tempering third-stage martial artist, dancing agilely and striking ruthlessly at Kingston's cheek. On Lingxiao continent, the martial arts realms were divided into body tempering, meridian opening, spirit sensitivity, spirit martial, mystic martial, Vaughnaven martial, martial venerable, martial sovereign, and martial emperor, a total of 9 major realms, each with 9 minor stages. Though body tempering martial artists were the lowest tier, they were incomparably stronger than ordinary people who could not practice martial arts. By precedent, Kingston should have been struck flying by the whip. However, things were different today. Kingston did not dodge or avoid the incoming whip. Instead, his left hand, as if it had eyes, grabbed forward swiftly and accurately caught the whip. There was a loud snap as the whip wrapped around his palm, striking his knuckles forcefully. A bloody mark instantly appeared on Kingston's hand. Brother, Elmo hurt. Alicia gasped in pain and anguish when she saw Kingston's bleeding hand. But Kingston seemed unfazed by the pain, gripping the end of the whip tightly despite the agony. Vaughn pulled hard, bringing the servant whipping him towards himself. Before the servant could react in shock, he felt his body suddenly becoming weightless, his feet leaving the ground uncontrollably as he flew towards Kingston. How could the physique enhanced by the Void Cauldron be compared to that of a body-tempering stage lackey? That guy has such strength. Vaughn even dragged Jamie into the air. It's impossible. How can he have so much strength without martial cultivation? Is it true desperation can unlock hidden potential? Jamie's 2 subordinates were stunned at this sight. As they spoke in shock, there were 2 resounding booms. Jamie had already been punched away by Kingston. The large and muscular figure crumbled like a baby in front of Kingston, crashing into the wall behind him. Crack. Ah. Struggling to get up, Jamie let out another agonizing scream as the sharp sound of a whip lashing his back made him cry out again. A bloody, deep gash nearly split his back in 2, stretching from his right shoulder to his left hip. A single strike of the whip had left him torn and bleeding. The burning pain was like salt poured over fresh wounds, making every inch of his skin shudder. Crack, crack, crack. As if paying back tenfold for the harm inflicted on Alicia, Kingston lashed out without a word, striking harder and harder on Jamie. In just a few breaths, there was no intact skin left on Jamie's back. Exposed, torn flesh caused his cries of pain to become hoarse. Manager Zhao. Elmo bastard, you're still hitting him. Stop it. After Jamie was beaten to near collapse, his 2 subordinates finally snapped out of their shock and rushed to grab the whip from Kingston's hands in confusion. Step back. Kingston gave them a cold look, then flicked his wrist. The whip changed direction midair, lashing toward the 2 servants trying to save their master. 2 loud cracks echoed in quick succession. The 2 servants' faces now bore a bloody Y-shaped scar, and almost simultaneously, they were both sent flying. Brother, enough. Stop eating him. Realizing the gravity of Kingston's actions, Alicia, her face tear-streaked, ran over to embrace Kingston's raised arm. Please, brother, let him go, she pleaded. Kingston saw the deep worry in her eyes. She feared that attacking these servants would only invite more severe retribution from Rhiannon. Their status in the Yuan family was lower than that of dogs. They could not stand against her power. Kingston, barely surviving after being framed and injured, could not afford to endure further machinations from Rhiannon. Understanding her concern, Kingston slowly lowered his right hand. Turning away, he snarled at the group of servants. This time I'll spare you. Get lost. Yes, thank you. Among Barrett, thank you. Among Mississippi. The 2 servants ignored their injuries, bowing respectfully while half carrying the nearly unconscious Jamie, fleeing the scene hastily. Sister, come here. Let me see your hand. Once the servants were gone, Kingston turned back to look at Alicia's right arm hidden behind her back. It's nothing, brother. I just fell accidentally, Alicia said nervously, pulling her arm closer under the dirty sleeve to cover the red whip marks. Afraid Kingston would seek revenge, she hurriedly fabricated an excuse. Seeing Kingston's dark expression, she tried to change the subject, examining him worriedly. Brother, you should take care of yourself. No more injuries. Wait, your injuries are almost healed. She noticed that his wounds had scabbed over, surprised at the effectiveness of the herbal medicine they used. Regardless, seeing his injury healing was a reason to be happy, and she didn't think much further. Glancing cautiously at the door to ensure no one was around, she lowered her voice. Brother, look what treasure I got for you. Kingston paused, unsure what kind of treasure they could obtain given their situation. Alicia grinned sheepishly, carefully unwrapping a tightly wrapped hemp cloth from her chest. Finally, she revealed a small boiled egg nestled within. The egg was tiny, smaller than a regular one. Despite its ordinariness, Alicia cherished it immensely, handing it over to Kingston with evident happiness. It's your 16th birthday today, brother. Eat it quickly before anyone sees. Kingston stared silently at the small egg. As the young lord and lady of the Yuan family, on his 16th birthday, he was confined to the shed, secretly eating a smaller than average boiled egg. Alicia's nervous demeanor suggested that this precious treat was something they rarely enjoyed. Having it on his birthday was a luxury they seldom experienced. Alicia, though younger, often protected Kingston. Whenever he was bullied, she always stood up first to defend him, facing countless beatings as a result. Yet, she never complained, viewing her Esteban brother as the closest person to her heart. Despite her own hardships, she selflessly provided Kingston with whatever she could manage, always giving him the best within her capabilities. Holding the unremarkable egg, Kingston felt a complex mix of emotions. Initially, he planned to leave this place immediately after regaining consciousness, as it held no future for him. However, the thought of abandoning his sister, who endured so much for him, filled him with reluctance. Reflecting on his past life, where he was the supreme deity respected but feared or approached with ulterior motives, nobody truly cared for him. Even those he supported wholeheartedly betrayed him. Conversely, in this rebirth, he found genuine warmth and kindness from this seemingly insignificant pair of siblings. Vaughn couldn't bear to leave her behind. Kingston remained silent for a long time, gazing at the extremely ordinary egg. A wave of emotion suddenly washed over him. Since I ascended to the imperial throne, after millions of years, I have long forgotten what kinship is. This child, being merely a mortal, can still stir a trace of warmth in my heart. Never mind. With my divine power, no matter what identity I take, I can return to the supreme position in the godly realm. Reborn into this life, experiencing human warmth and indifference again. Perhaps this is the trial I should undergo. With this thought, Kingston dispelled his intention to leave. Vaughn reached out to take the still warm boiled egg. The egg split into two halves in his hand, and he handed the larger piece to Alicia. Meowa, you eat too. Alicia froze, her eyes fixed on the steaming egg in front of her, surreptitiously swallowing her saliva. But quickly, she forced a smile and shook her head. I've already eaten. Brother, you eat it quickly. Kingston said nothing, his expression resolute as he held the egg right before the little girl's face. Seeing this, Alicia knew she couldn't refuse and could only nod, taking half of the egg and turning away to eat it quietly. Meowa, from now on, no one will dare to bully you anymore. Brother, what do you mean? Alicia's body quivered slightly. When she turned back, Kingston had already turned and walked toward the shed, his disappearing figure through the doorway exuding a steadfastness that brought comfort. Kingston remained silent for a long time, staring at the utterly common egg, a sudden wave of sentimentality overwhelming him. Since I ascended to the imperial throne, after millions of years, I have long forgotten what kinship feels like. Yet, this child, being merely a mortal, can still evoke a touch of warmth in my heart. Never mind. With my divine powers, regardless of what identity I assume, I can reclaim my supreme position in the divine realm, reborn into this life, experiencing human warmth and coldness once more. Perhaps this is the trial I should endure. Lost in these thoughts, Kingston decided against leaving. Vaughn reached out to take the still warm boiled egg. The egg split into two in his hand, and he offered the larger half to Alicia. Meowa, you should eat too. Alicia froze, her eyes fixated on the steaming egg, secretly swallowing her saliva. But soon, she forced a smile and shook her head. I've already eaten, brother. Elmo, eat it quickly. Without a word, Kingston's expression remained firm as he placed the egg right before the little girl's face. Realizing she couldn't refuse, Alicia nodded and took half of the egg, turning away to eat it quietly. Meowa, from now on, no one will dare to bully you anymore. Brother, what are you saying? Alicia's body trembled lightly. When she turned back, Kingston had already walked toward the shed, his disappearing figure through the doorway radiating a resolve that was reassuring. Chapter 3. The Tao of Lyle Technique. Returning to the shack, Kingston sat cross-legged on the filthy, worn-out bed, lost in thought. Vaughn knew that in this world where the strong prey on the weak, lacking power meant only being bullied. Even if he was once a divine emperor who could destroy millions of lives with a flick of his hand, now he was just a piece of trash with Von Navenly Calamity Constitution restricting his cultivation. Although the Void Cauldron had helped clear the blocked meridians, he still had not broken through the Calamity barrier within his body due to his constitution, making his path of martial practice incredibly arduous. Thanks to the Divine Cauldron's fortification of his physical body and meridians, his strength was already much greater than the average body tempering realm practitioner. But he was very clear that against true martial arts experts, he was still nothing but fodder. Strength. I must urgently improve my strength. Kingston knew that given his current identity, even if he wanted to stay hidden and develop slowly, others might not give him that chance. Those Yuan family bastards who looked down on him based on their whims certainly wouldn't let up any opportunity to target him. Seeking revenge on the 4 divine emperors was also important, but they were far beyond what he could currently challenge. Compared to that, the immediate crisis before him was more pressing. The 9 calamity barriers of the Von Navenly Calamity Constitution are difficult to break through. With my current constitution, I am far from able to cultivate heavenly divine techniques. However, alchemy techniques have less dependence on one's physical condition. As long as I can channel primordial energy, the Tao of Lyle technique I practiced in the past should be usable. Kingston, while pondering, began to gather the faint primordial energy in his dantian, preparing to try running the Tao of Lyle technique. This technique didn't possess formidable offensive capabilities. Its primary purpose was to balance primordial energy for refining pills, and secondly to improve one's health until achieving immunity to all poisons and longevity. Its greatest use was communicating with the Void Cauldron. In his previous life, after becoming a divine emperor, benefits like longevity and immunity to poisons were negligible. Now reborn as a mortal, although the benefits of immunity to toxins weren't immediately apparent, just the effect of longevity alone would nearly make his lifespan infinite. Of course, this would only be achievable upon reaching the great perfection stage of the Tao of Lyle technique. Even so, the benefits of these 2 points alone made it surpass the highest level cultivation methods of this world. Using this as his main cultivation method was definitely right. Without power, one lacks confidence. Even if I have extraordinary pill refining skills, no one would believe me or listen to me now. An ordinary Lingdong realm practitioner could potentially threaten my safety. As for refining pills, Kingston, who was thinking about how to cultivate, suddenly lit up with inspiration. Vaughn felt around his waist and soon took out a dull brown porcelain bottle. These were the monthly medicinal pills provided by the Yuan family. The Yuan family didn't consider Kingston human, yet they were giving him such treatment? They were certainly not that kind-hearted. Giant strength pill? Does this qualify as a pill? Kingston tipped out one pill onto his palm. To call this thing a pill was an insult to the name. Even dung beetles' fecal balls looked more like pills than this. Not only was its shape irregular, roundish yet somewhat square, but its surface quality was terrible. Moreover, it was blackened inside and out like soot, emitting a burnt stench. Clearly a worthless failure. Looking at it alone was enough to make anyone feel sick. The Yuan family had never intended to cultivate Kingston. Naturally, they wouldn't provide him with aiding cultivation pills. Issuing giant strength pills was merely to squeeze more labor out of him, forcing him to work harder. These defective pills, which needed disposal, suited someone considered scrap material like Kingston perfectly. By disposing of them here, they maximized the residual medicinal effects while simultaneously punishing Kingston. Though these defective pills could utilize 1/10 of their original medicinal power, they caused severe side effects. Mild cases led to chronic issues like constricted meridians or organ pain. Severe cases caused brain damage, dementia, or even death. To the Yuan family, Kingston was barely considered human. Everyone, except his sister, wished for his early demise. Staring coldly at the defective pill, Kingston sneered, "Defective pill? Little do they know that turning waste into treasure is precisely what I excel at. Though these pills are irredeemable, I, the Tao of Lyle, can transform decay into wonders." Tao of Lyle technique. Having tried channeling primordial energy, Kingston confirmed his body could smoothly circulate power. Vaughn poured out a dozen defective giant strength pills onto his palm. Following his memory, he began to channel the Tao of Lyle technique, a technique refined over millions of years. Tayadinly, the primordial energies within 100 zhang radius seemed drawn by an invisible force toward Kingston's shack. Above Kingston's palm, the defective pills levitated, suspended mid-air. Waste impurities within the pills were enveloped by primordial energy, gradually separating strand by strand, replaced by pure primordial energy. The Tao of Lyle technique was the pinnacle of alchemical mastery, capable of controlling heir principles, altering the 4 seasons, seizing natural miracles, and crafting miraculous elixirs. Even without the Void Cauldron's assistance, this technique was too profound, enabling control over primordial energy as long as one could sense it. Ordinary alchemists required cauldrons, fires, and other aids. Kingston did not. Heir and yang combined formed charcoal. Von Earth spread became the furnace. This was the most basic skill of the Tao of Lyle technique. Purifying low-grade pills like giant strength pills didn't warrant the use of a pill furnace or divine fire. Even barehanded, he could refine the perfect pill. Admittedly, his current strength affected his alchemy. It took him 10 breaths and exhausted much of his primordial energy, leaving beads of sweat on his forehead. Yet, the originally pitch-black pills had undergone 3 transformations. First, they regained a smooth, round shape and emitted a lustrous black pearl-like sheen. Second, colorful misty patterns encircled the pills, indicating superior grade. Third, the aroma coalesced into 2 coiling green dragons circling the pill in a dual dragons struggling for a pearl spectacle. Creating even one illusory dragon was challenging for the best alchemists of the lower realms, each treated as divinely skilled. Kingston, showing off slightly, created 2 green dragon illusions, proving his refined giant strength pills surpassed the best in this world. Taiyak alchemy skills made him unparalleled under heaven. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise came from outside as if the door was kicked open, followed by scrambling footsteps. A man's voice barked harshly, "Kingston, Alicia, Elmo 2 wretched slaves, daring to attack Raylan's people? What nerve? Come along, you're summoned by Mitzi and Barrett." Hashtag Chapter 4, The Family Von Ad Requests. When Yuaner Meower saw so many of the Yuaner family guards arrive, her heart leapt into her throat. Rhiannon had always been sharp-tongued and malicious, often finding ways to torment her and her brother even when they did nothing wrong. Now that bird had struck one of her men, how could she possibly let it go easily? The inevitable had finally come. "Overseer Yuaner Hong, my brother only injured someone because he was defending me. It's all my fault. I'm willing to apologize to the Mitzi in person. My brother is still recovering from his injuries. Please let him rest a bit longer." Yuaner Meower knew that this trip would undoubtedly involve torture and beating, but she didn't want her brother to suffer. She was willing to take all the blame for herself. "Lowly slave, remember your place. Elmore nothing more than a dog of the Yuaner family. You have no right to speak here." Yuaner Hong was different from the previous Van. Vaughn was a confidant of the Rhiannon and one of the top experts of the Yuaner family, having achieved the 5th rank of the mobility realm. Vaughn was a towering figure with solid muscles and a small curved saber hanging at his waist. Vaughn personally came to escort Bert and his sister, clearly intending to use force to prevent them from escaping. Bert carefully put away the great strength pill, ensuring not a trace of its medicinal aroma lingered in the room. Then, he calmly pushed open the door and walked out. "Brother, your injuries haven't healed yet. Elmo don't need to come out. I can handle things with the Mitzi alone." Yuaner Meower knew her pleading wouldn't sway Yuaner Hong, but she desperately emphasized her brother's condition, hoping it might evoke some mercy from him. But Yuaner Hong paid no attention to Bert's injuries. Instead, he sneered and looked at Bert with disdain. "Hemph, I thought you were something special, managing to defeat a 3rd-rank body-tempering warrior. Now it looks like you're still the same useless piece of shit." Defeating Van must have been sheer luck. After observing Bert closely, Yuaner Hong found him still appearing incapable of martial cultivation. With an expression of disdain, he mocked him, "Forget it. Today I have no time to deal with you, this waste of space. Let's go to the assembly hall." Elmore's punishment will be decided by Mitzi and the Patriarch. To him, Bert defeating a third-rank body-tempering warrior was just a lucky fluke, not worth making a fuss over. Brother. Seeing no way out, Ewan and Meower looked at Bert fearfully. She knew they would face severe punishment again and was already trembling with fear. Meower, it's fine. Just stay quiet, and I'll handle everything. Bert gently held Ewan and Meower's cold hand and smiled serenely. Approaching death yet unaware, truly a waste of space. Ewan Hung scoffed, ordered his men to watch over Bert and his sister, and quickly headed toward the Ewan family assembly hall. Look, Bert, that idiot is causing trouble again. Wonder how many lashes he'll get today. Vaughn, those lowlifes deserve nothing better. Beating them to death would be too merciful. They should be starved until dead, if you ask me. On the way, all the servants pointed and laughed, spewing hateful curses without restraint. Though the Ewan siblings had no feud with these people, some enjoyed bullying the weak while others sought to curry favor with the Rhiannon. Anyone disliked by the Rhiannon naturally became a target for their abuse. Bert paid no mind to the insults, walking past with indifference as if they were barking stray dogs. Soon, they arrived at the assembly hall. Inside, richly decorated, sat the family head Ewan Tianxiao and the Rhiannon, Cassidy. They had been chatting merrily moments before. Seeing the arrival of Bert and his sister, their faces turned icy cold, revealing utter disgust. The two parties stared at each other silently for a moment before Cassidy slammed her hand on the table, furious. Worthless slaves. Do you know no respect? Seeing the family head and still not kneeling? Cassidy, though around 40, looked much younger due to her well-preserved skin. Vaughn's delicate features and voluptuous figure, accentuated by expensive attire, made her appear barely 25. Ewan Tianxiao wore a dark robe, his expression indifferent as he watched Bert and his sister being scolded, showing no sign of concern or protection. Vaughn completely disregarded that today was Bert's 16th birthday, not even mentioning it insincerely. To him, Bert's birthday was less important than whether his dog had eaten. Seeing his father's reaction, Bert understood that his father didn't care about them at all. Greetings, Mitzi. Years of oppression had conditioned Ewan Meower to kneel first to the Rhiannon, even when both she and the Patriarch were present. Meower, no need to kneel. Before Ewan Meower could kneel, Bert coldly stopped her. This was the first time in 16 years that Bert dared to defy the Rhiannon. Everyone inside and outside the room was stunned by his bold words. How could this not invite disaster? Ewan Tianxiao frowned in silence, while Cassidy fumed, pointing at Bert and screaming, "What insolence! Elmo dare defy me now? Get down on your knees." At Cassidy's command, Ewan Hung signaled to one of his subordinates. A fifth-rank body-tempering subordinate immediately understood and viciously kicked Bert's leg. Kneel. Bert was forced to bend his right knee slightly but didn't fall to the ground. Instead, he exerted strength, pushing back forcefully. His bent right leg snapped straight, sending the man stumbling backward. Elmo. Bang. The man didn't expect to be shoved by an alleged martial cultivation failure. Just as he was about to curse loudly, he felt intense pain in his abdomen, causing his body to arch off the ground. Bert stood up straight, then sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick with his left leg, striking the man's stomach with explosive force. The man flew into the air. Without giving him a chance to react, Bert grabbed the man's head with his right hand and slammed it into the marble floor. Crack. The hard marble cracked under the impact, blood splattering out in a web-like pattern. In a single move, a fifth-rank body-tempering warrior lay defeated at Bert's hands. Everyone watched in disbelief, unable to believe their eyes. No one knew better than the Ewan family how abysmal Bert's martial talent was. Yet, he had just taken down a fifth-rank body-tempering warrior in seconds. How was this possible? Bert wiped the blood off his hands indifferently, turning to look at Cassidy, whose face had turned pale with fury. Worthless slave. How dare you glare at my mother? Are you tired of living? Beside Cassidy, a young man in brocade clothes twitched his face and snatched a teacup, hurling it at Bert with a shout. Chapter 5. The Cruelty of Family. That guy was Cassidy's son, the eldest young master of the Ewan family, Ewan Rengia. Vaughn was different from Kingston. In the Ewan family, he was celebrated by everyone as a genius. At 18 years old, he had already achieved the 9th level of the Meridian opening realm and was likely to break through to the 1st level of the Spirit Kinetic realm within the year. Vaughn was considered one of the outstanding members of the younger generation in the Ewan family. Leaving aside whether he was a true genius or not, his character was indeed so despicable that it made people nauseous. As a cherished heir of the Ewan family, this fellow didn't show any consideration for his younger brother and sister. Vaughn fully inherited the nature of his mother, bullying the weak. Not only did he often allow his subordinates to bully Kingston and his sister, but he would also take personal action to torment them. Once during the new year, he ordered the removal of Kingston and his sister's New Year's Eve dinner, instead sending them a bucket of spoiled washwater and forcing them to eat it. Ewan Tianxiao and Cassidy not only turned a blind eye but even praised Ewan Rengia for managing his subordinates well, saying that teaching disobedient servants should be severe. In the Ewan family, Ewan Rengia was like a living Yama, making life miserable for anyone who displeased him. Therefore, everyone at the Ewan family headquarters dared not cross him. But today, Kingston did not yield. With a sidelong glance at the flying teacup, he immediately recognized the martial artist's energy contained within it. That bastard Ewan Rengia actually attacked for real from the start. If Kingston was still unable to practice martial arts and got hit by this teacup, he would likely end up with several broken bones at the very least. The Ewan family genius is just this good? Kingston sneered, locking his right fist on the trajectory of the teacup, then snapped his fingers. With a bang, the teacup shattered into pieces. Hot tea mixed with fragments flew back like meteors, retaliating towards Ewan Rengia. How could this happen? Ewan Rengia hadn't expected Kingston to counterattack, freezing in shock. Accustomed to luxury, he had never experienced brutal combat. Seeing his attack rebounded, he foolishly stood there screaming. After a blood-curdling scream, dozens of shards were deeply embedded in his ugly shoe-shaped face, blood gushing down. Mother! Vaughn dared to ruin my appearance. I want him dead. Dead. Was this what they called the beloved prodigy of the Ewan family? Ewan Rengia cried and screamed, running to his mother to lodge a complaint over a small defeat at the hands of Kingston. Cassidy was also heartbroken, glaring fiercely at Ewan Tianxiao and shouting in a sharp, piercing voice, Ewan Tianxiao, Elmore's son has been beaten like this by a lowly slave. Are you going to do something about it? This worthless wretch can't cultivate martial arts, yet he managed to sneak attack Junjie. Clearly, this bastard deliberately concealed it, intending to harm the legitimate bloodline of the Yuan family. I've said it before, that a moral slut must have found a lover outside. These two siblings aren't the Barrett's children at all. Elmo wouldn't believe me before, but now you do, don't you? Cassidy not only wanted to kill Kingston but also smeared his deceased mother with the label of being immoral. Vaughning this, Yuan Miaowie burst into tears, crying out, Elmo lying. My mother never did anything so dirty. Don't slander her. Unfortunately, she held no influence in the Yuan family. Before she finished speaking, Cassidy interrupted her. Stop arguing. Elmo dog siblings are just here to destroy the Yuan family. Turning to Yuan Tianxiao, she sobbed, Barrett, look how much blood Junjie is losing. If not for his deep cultivation, he would have been killed just now. Think about it. If both Junjie and he come from your lineage, why is there such a huge difference in their talent? Could your bloodline produce such trash? Only heaven knows if this beast is really your offspring. Cassidy didn't allow any defense, escalating her slanderous accusations with clear intent to destroy Kingston and his sister. Kingston frowned slightly, interrupting her icy tone. Enough! Instead of spouting nonsense, why don't you just attack me directly and show me what you've got? Reprobate. How do you talk back? Who taught you these skills if not some random man? Come clean. Yuan Tianxiao's expression changed several times, revealing murderous intent in his cold eyes. Vaughn clearly believed Cassidy's lies and didn't plan to investigate, hastily blaming Kingston's deceased mother. Seeing Kingston unmoved, he sternly ordered Yuan Hong, quickly drag these bastards away and beat them to death. As the supreme authority of the Yuan family, his word was like an imperial edict. Anyone he condemned would die. Vaughning this, Yuan Miaowie felt her heart constrict with anger and despair, almost collapsing to the ground. Tears streamed down her face. Vaughn her father believed her stepmother and not them, deeply chilling her heart. Follow orders. Yuan Hong didn't care if Kingston and his sister were innocent. Vaughn was loyal to the second lady and had long wanted to get rid of them, but he dared not act without explicit permission from the master. Today, he feared the order might be revoked, so he struck immediately. Waves of energy rippled around his fists as he unleashed the mid-grade yellow rank martial skill, Wave Crushing Rock Fist. Martial skills were ranked in 4 grades, Vaughnaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. Though yellow rank was the lowest, cultivators of martial skills were far superior to ordinary non-cultivators. When mastered, even yellow rank techniques could cleave mountains and split seas, making the user seem like a terrestrial deity to commoners. Yuan Hong's Wave Crushing Rock Fist was already highly refined. A single punch could shatter 1,000-pound rocks. Against Kingston, who couldn't cultivate martial arts, it would be instantly fatal. Seeing that Yuan Tianxiao showed no intention of stopping the relentless attack, Kingston's gaze hardened, staring intently at Yuan Tianxiao's face. His own flesh and blood was being falsely accused, yet his father did not seek the truth but immediately ordered their execution. The contrast between Yuan Tianxiao's and Yuan Miaowie's treatment was stark. It seemed that in the Yuan family, only Miaowie treated him as kin. Kingston suddenly raised his hand, uncapping the vial containing the force pill. Vaughn tipped his head back, swallowing the potent pill he had refined to its utmost potency. Note: the names Yuan Renjie, Cassidy, Yuan Tianxiao, Yuan Miaowie, and Yuan Hong have been transliterated using pinyin to maintain authenticity. Chapter 6, Severing All Ties. Ji pill? Ha, what use is there in swallowing more of these worthless pills? Prepare to die. Yuan Hong sneered after recognizing Kingston's movements. Over the years, he had been the leading dog bullying Kingston and his sister. Vaughn was all too aware of the quality of the pills allocated by the family to Kingston. Trash that even a dog wouldn't eat. Even if there was any residual medicinal power left in these junk pills, it would be futile for someone as weak as Kingston, incapable of offering him much enhancement, let alone stand up against Yuan Hong. Brother, be careful. Amidst the cacophony, Alizure gradually regained consciousness. Opening her eyes, she saw Yuan Hong about to strike. Vaughn, her heart pounded with anxiety as she struggled to rise and help Kingston block the blow. But before she could move, she was held back tightly by the martial artists around her, rendering her immobile. Time seemed to slow down as the wave-like shock from the punch neared Kingston's back. At the last possible moment, Kingston spun around, throwing a swift right hook forward. Crack! The collision between their fists resulted in a shriek from Yuan Hong, whose bones cracked under the impact. His deformed fist, propelled backward by the force, struck hard against his own chest. Meanwhile, Kingston stood steadfast like Mount Tai, not even flinching an inch. The superlative quality Gi Li pill granted Kingston strength that almost multiplied 100-fold. This single blow matched the prowess of even a spiritual warrior realm expert. Thud! Yuan Hong's chest caved inward from the self-inflicted punch, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered internal organs. You're just a jumping jester, muttered Kingston, lunging forward like a shadow. Vaughn clamped his left arm around Yuan Hong's neck and drew the small saber from his opponent's waist, pressing the blade firmly against his throat. I was just following orders, my lord. Please spare me. Spare me. Feeling the slight sting on his throat, Yuan Hong trembled, his voice quavering in plea. Kingston felt no pity. With a fierce yank, he mercilessly slit Yuan Hong's throat, sending a spray of blood flying several meters, splattering onto Cassidy and Yuan Renjie. Blood-soaked, Cassidy and her son shrank back in terror, their luxurious life forgotten as they screamed and dodged the onslaught. Chairs toppled over in disarray as chaos reigned. Wicked child. How dare you commit murder before me? Elmo, insolent spawn. You must not be my son Yuan Tianxiao's offspring. Today, I will slay you with my own hands. Yuan Tianxiao's hair bristled with fury at Kingston's bold defiance. Doubts about Kingston's identity swelled rapidly within him. Slamming his hand on the table, he rose, emanating a powerful spiritual warrior aura like an expanding balloon, forming a spherical shield around him. Raging currents of energy surged through the hall, making everyone struggle to keep their eyes open. Hold your tongue. Empowered by the ultra-premium Gi Li pill, Kingston faced the spiritual warrior aura head-on without retreating. Tyak, an unfeeling father, filled him with disgust. With a flick of his right arm, he hurled the bloodied saber toward Yuan Tianxiao. Enhanced by the Gi Li pill, the saber flew like an arrow, piercing the air with a sonic whiz. Tear! It effortlessly sliced through Yuan Tianxiao's protective aura, barely missing his head and embedding itself into the wall behind him. A paper lantern couldn't have been more easily torn apart. Yuan Tianxiao gasped as his nearly severed head sent a cold chill down his spine, his unleashed energy dissipating instantly. Staring into the expressionless face of his son, his eyes wide like bells, he felt as though he were meeting this person for the first time. Vaughn was already shocked when Yuan Hong, at the fluidic realm, fell to Kingston. As a spiritual warrior himself, surpassing the fluidic realm by leaps and bounds, Yuan Tianxiao's confidence waned. Yet his aura had been so easily breached by Kingston, a power beyond his imagination. Recalling the image of Kingston throwing the saber at him without hesitation, Yuan Tianxiao felt a shiver run down his spine. If the blade had moved another inch closer, his head might already be gone. Could he have misjudged Kingston? Was Kingston not a waste but a prodigy? In the tense standoff, Yuan Tianxiao's mood oscillated wildly, while his expression remained grim. Elmore's demeanor suggests you are far from convinced. With an indifferent smile, Kingston looked at Yuan Tianxiao, his chest heaving with rage, then gestured with his finger. Come, I'll give you one more chance. After this move, I will kill you. Kingston knew people like Yuan Tianxiao didn't back down unless pushed into a corner. Since the head of the Yuan family had decided to eliminate them, only a fight to the death remained. Seeing Yuan Tianxiao's aura easily breached and Kingston unafraid to challenge him, Yuan Tianxiao hesitated, unwilling to make a rash move until he understood Kingston fully. Yet, to save face, he roared, Elmo dare disrespect your father. Elmo won't leave here alive today. Seeing Yuan Tianxiao merely talk tough without acting, Kingston lost patience, stepping forward. Do you wish to forgo this offer? Fine, then I'll end your life now. Brother, stop. Teadenly, Alizure, tears streaming down her face, called out to Kingston, shaking her head repeatedly. Brother, let's go. Though stunned by Kingston's formidable appearance, Alizure knew well the numerous experts within the Yuan family. Alone, Kingston could hardly withstand an ambush. Considering this, Kingston turned to look at Alizure, asking, after everything he did, don't you want revenge? Alizure didn't reply, only sobbing softly and whispering, Brother, let's leave. Let's go somewhere the Yuan family can't find us, okay? The ruthless execution order from Yuan Tianxiao shattered her last hope. After enduring years under their father's disregard, the beat-to-death decree was the final straw. Now, she only wished for her brother's safety, to flee together with him. Kingston felt nothing for the Yuan family, especially towards those who intended harm. In the past, he would never have spared them. However, seeing Alizure's tearful plea, he understood her concerns. Reflecting for a moment, he glanced at Yuan Tianxiao and the surrounding Yuan clan members. Vaughn spoke each word with gravity. For my sister's sake, I will spare you today. From this day forward, my sister and I sever all ties with the Yuan family. If you pursue us further, don't blame me for being merciless. With that, Kingston's hands moved outward, delivering a powerful shake. Two massive support beams in the hall were shattered mid-air, leaving the structure trembling precariously. Dust cascaded from the ceiling as the entire hall shook, threatening to collapse at any moment. Walking calmly to Alizure, Kingston cast a glance that dispersed the guards surrounding her. Gently supporting her, he whispered, Meower, let's go. We'll go wherever you wish. Silently, they turned and walked away, not looking back as they left the Yuan family behind. Chapter 7. Treasure Pavilion. On the bustling streets of Casper City, brother and sister Kingston walked hand in hand, their steps light and cheerful. Having left the Yuan family, they were no longer slaves worse than pigs or dogs. Though they now had no fixed abode, Alicia's mood was far happier than it had been during her years of servitude to the Yuan family. Holding Alicia's hand, Kingston discreetly probed her body condition with his Yuan Isaiah. Teadenly, Kingston's expression changed as he muttered to himself, a bright moon ice jade constitution. Why are both siblings endowed with such peculiar physiques? One has a Von Navenly executional constitution, the other a bright moon ice jade constitution, both exceedingly rare celestial constitutions. Vaughn silently lamented how blind the Yuan family had been. If they had devoted all their resources to the two siblings, in time the Yuan family would undoubtedly have gained two supreme experts. Unfit to publicize this matter, Kingston held his sister's hand and tentatively asked, Meowa, if you're born with exceptional martial talent and can become an unparalleled expert, would you be willing to learn martial arts? No. Alicia shook her head without hesitation. Fighting and killing isn't good. I don't like it. If I could choose, I'd want to become a great chef. Kingston was taken aback. Why? Vaughn, if I become a chef, I can cook lots of delicious meals for my brother every day. We won't ever go hungry again. With big, watery eyes, Alicia looked at Kingston and giggled foolishly. Just then, her stomach growled loudly. Alright, wanting to be a chef also means filling your belly first. Let's get some food, said Kingston with a chuckle. Upon learning that Alicia didn't wish to practice martial arts, Kingston did not insist. The place he intended to visit wasn't solely for feeding his sister. He needed to consider their future survival too. Revenge in the divine realm seemed distant. He had to deal with the immediate threats. Given how deeply he shamed the Yuan family, Cold Azayahanyan wouldn't let it rest easily. Although Yuan Tianxiao was nominally the family patriarch, he was merely Cold Azayahanyan's puppet. Lacking initiative, he blindly followed her orders. Once the Yuan family regained its senses, they would surely send their best hands to chase them down. They had already crossed the line, and any encounter would mean a fight to the death. With his Von Navenly executional constitution and yet to break through the 9 internal barriers, Kingston couldn't advance in martial arts just by relying on pills. While pills might help against 1 or 2 experts, several Lingwu realm experts like Yuan Tianxiao would put them in danger. In his memory, the majority of alchemy resources in Tianyue Kingdom were controlled by the Alchemist Guild, whose status rivaled the royal family. It was rumored that the guild possessed celestial flames vital for alchemists, which would greatly aid his sleeping Void Cauldron. Joining the Alchemist Guild appeared to be the best fit for him, but unfortunately, they didn't set up branches in small towns like Casper City. Jogging his options, Kingston knew he needed strength before joining the guild. Thus, he decided to head to Treasure Pavilion, a large merchant house with ample resources, where he could acquire what he urgently needed. In the heart of Casper City's busiest street stood the Treasure Pavilion with its glistening sign adorned with night pearls the size of heads, illuminating the whole street even at night. Brother, why are we here? Alicia clutched Kingston's hand nervously as she eyed the grand facade of Treasure Pavilion. I promised to take you to eat something, right? Follow me. Kingston pulled her calmly into the pavilion. The doorman greeted customers with a plastered smile until he saw the modestly dressed siblings approach, then blocked them disdainfully. Sir, please step inside. Vaughn, little beggar, can't you see this isn't a place for you? Scram! He shouted rudely. Stopping, Kingston cast a cold glance. Move aside. Startled, the doorman sized up Kingston from head to toe. Tayadinly, recognition lit his face. Oh, I remember you now. Elmo the second young master of the Ewan family, right? His smile quickly vanished, replaced by contempt. Vaughn pushed Kingston hard. Thought you were just a blind beggar. More like scum lower than a beggar. Get lost before I break your leg. Seeing the crowd staring at them in disgust, Alicia tugged at Kingston's arm, whispering, let's go, brother. I'm not really hungry. Knowing Kingston's intentions but realizing they lacked the financial means, she felt uneasy. However, Kingston stood firm, staring coldly at the doorman, unmoving. Amused, Kingston thought about the past few million years when no one dared treat him this way. Without engaging further, he kicked the doorman hard, sending him flying back with unspent power from a top-grade strength pill. Tables and chairs crashed as the doorman hit the ground. Chaos erupted in Treasure Pavilion, with screams and curses filling the air. Unperturbed, Kingston calmly entered, dragging the frightened Alicia. Facing armed warriors with sticks, Kingston sat down casually, summoning a paralyzed servant girl. Get your supervisor over here. The doorman, clutching his chest, seethed and ordered the guards. A dog dares act tough here? Beat him up. The guardians, all skilled martial artists at least third-stage spirit movement level, surrounded the siblings and raised their weapons. Closing her eyes tightly, Alicia tried not to scream out of fear and shame. Hold. A corpulent middle-aged man in wide sleeves emerged, followed by more warriors. Frowning, he halted the attack and asked Kingston sternly, who are you? Causing trouble here? The doorman hurried over, bowing eagerly to report. Sir Adolf, this is Kingston, a Ewan family dog. They despise him, and now he's causing trouble here. This worthless dog disgraces our pavilion. Please, sir, punish him severely. Listening quietly, Kingston responded coolly once the doorman finished. How does your precious pavilion welcome guests? Elmo let a dog guard the door. What if it bites someone? The men behind the supervisor grew furious, raising their weapons again but stopped by the supervisor's gesture. Ty, did you hear that? Is this how humans talk? This guy couldn't even break through to the first level of body tempering at 16. Vaughn's nothing but a basket of trash, and he dares to criticize Treasure Pavilion. Who does he think he is? The servant boy, after saying this, deliberately rubbed his injury, moaning in pain and loudly complaining about his suffering. Ty glanced over Kingston, and seeing his humble attire, felt equally displeased. However, considering the crowd watching, he didn't want anyone to think Treasure Pavilion bullied people with power, so he held back from reacting immediately. Vaughn just glared at Kingston with a grim expression and said coldly, Sir, I don't know what kind of transaction you're here for, but our Treasure Pavilion has clear rules. If you wish to enter and conduct business, you must first prove that you have sufficient capital. After speaking, he added, emphasizing, our pavilion sells only rare treasures. Not everyone qualifies to inspect them. Kingston understood the implication. If he couldn't provide proof of his financial standing, they had ample reason to deal with him harshly. But before coming here, he already had a plan in mind. Reaching into his robe, he casually tossed the bottle containing the strength pill onto the table. Chapter 8. The Controversy of the Elixirs. Elixirs? Upon seeing what Kingston had taken out, Ty's expression immediately became much more serious. Alchemists held an extremely prestigious position in the Tianhui Kingdom. Even the Treasure Pavilion, with its considerable influence, could only afford to keep 2 alchemists at its headquarters, and these 2 weren't even of a particularly high grade. Anyone who could casually take out elixirs for sale was either an alchemist himself, or at least associated with one. After all, commoners usually had no chance to access such valuable martial resources as elixirs. Seeing Kingston's calm demeanor, Ty felt somewhat surprised. Vaughn thought to himself that if Kingston were just a waste, his expression would be too confident. Wondering internally, he quickly walked over to Kingston and picked up the vial Kingston had tossed onto the table. Vaughn cautiously released his spiritual senses to probe it, confirming there were no traps before opening the lid. A breathtaking aroma wafted over, and both Ty and the knowledgeable people around him sucked in a sharp breath, exclaiming, Superior grade elixir. These people continued craning their necks forward, crowding towards the front, their eyes fixed on the vial in Ty's hand, looking like they were beholding some world-renowned treasure. Seeing this reaction, Kingston wasn't pleased but alarmed, muttering to himself, not good. It wasn't arrogance on Kingston's part. He knew very well how strong his alchemy skills were. Vaughn was someone whose alchemical prowess was unmatched even in the divine realm. Even now, despite losing his divine emperor powers in the lower realms, his alchemy still overwhelmingly surpassed all alchemists. Vaughn knew that if he brought out super high-grade elixirs like the double dragon striving for pearl, it would certainly attract the covetousness of powerful figures and might bring him lethal danger. Chevyman nature was the weakest link, most incapable of resisting temptation. Even when he was a divine emperor, he once faced an assassination by 4 divine emperors because of a drop of ancient dragon god blood. Now, he didn't even qualify as a body-tempering realm martial artist. If he were to bring out a super high-grade elixir with his current weak power, it would likely result in his immediate demise. Therefore, in the moment he brought out the item, he secretly used the Creation Dan Emperor art to lower the quality of the elixir slightly. The Creation Dan Emperor art, which could treat heaven and earth as a furnace, this time only affected a small area, using the vial as a cauldron to refine the elixir inside anew. However, this time, it wasn't to enhance the quality but to downgrade it. The originally super high-grade elixir, which could exhibit the miraculous spectacle of double dragon striving for pearl, had been quietly refined by Kingston into a high-grade elixir that only retained its fragrance. Vaughn thought this level of quality wouldn't stand out so much in the Azylan Empire and should not attract too much attention. However, even after lowering the quality, everyone's reaction remained intense, and the Treasure Pavilion manager kept calling it a superior grade elixir, seemingly inexperienced. Kingston realized then that the elixirs he brought out were still too high grade. Dare I ask, sir, how many of this quality do you have? Our Treasure Pavilion will buy them all. Indeed, the quality of the giant strength pill that Kingston refined was too high. Ty, usually astute, temporarily forgot to control his emotions and excitedly inquired. Normally, he would hide his intentions to buy, to suppress the purchase price, but in front of a superior grade elixir, he couldn't care less. Even if the price needed to be raised tenfold, he would buy the batch of elixirs without hesitation. Vaughn, Elmore Treasure Pavilion is really unethical. Elmo want the whole bottle of elixirs? Do you think we're dead? Little brother, I'll offer 3 times the price, just for 1 elixir. 5 times. I'll offer 5 times the price. If you think it's not enough, I can add more. Vaughning this, the onlookers were instantly dissatisfied. Many didn't know the effect of the elixirs, but hearing the words superior grade elixir alone was enough to ignite their desire to buy. There was no other reason. Superior grade elixirs were exceedingly rare. Even a large marketplace like the Treasure Pavilion rarely had a single one for sale. Buying them back, even if they were not consumed, for studying by their own alchemists would be of immense value. If they could discover some secrets that improved their alchemy skills, it would mean incomparable wealth for a family. Haha, a bunch of blind fools. Just a bottle of stolen goods, and you're fighting over it? At this moment, a disdainful sneer came from outside the Treasure Pavilion, interrupting the crowd's fervent bidding. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man fanning himself, flanked by over a dozen servants walking briskly toward them. Bear it, Giles. You say these are stolen goods? What's happening? Ty recognized the newcomer as the young master of the Luo family, one of the 3 major families in Casper City. His tone immediately softened. It seems you don't know yet. Giles, in his early 20s, with an incorrigible air, swayed his way to the front, pointing at Kingston. Just now, the Ewan family publicly declared the expulsion of this trash. Vaughn's no longer a Ewan family dog. This bastard stole family elixirs a few days ago, got caught red-handed, and received a severe beating. Unbelievably, there were still hidden stolen goods that he brought here to sell. If anyone buys his elixirs, they'd not only lose money but also offend the Ewan family alchemist. Can you afford the consequences? Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Turns out these elixirs were stolen goods. Tyak items could only be bought secretly in the black market. Who dared to buy and sell them openly under broad daylight? If they purchased this, offending the alchemist who made the elixir, would they dare continue living in Casper City? People began shaking their heads and cursing Kingston, their enthusiasm dying down. Elmo lie. My brother is not a thief. Ewan Davina couldn't bear seeing Kingston being framed and angrily shouted at Giles. Giles sneered, paying no attention to the little girl. People around her didn't believe her defense either. Not stolen? How could a lowly, first-level body-tempering realm trash possess superior-grade elixirs? Everyone was intimidated by Giles's words, except Ty, who didn't rush to judgment. Vaughn pondered seriously, furrowing his brow and asked, please forgive me for speaking frankly, but I've never heard of the Ewan family keeping any famous alchemists. Are these elixirs truly made by a Ewan family alchemist? Giles and Ewan Rengia often teamed up for mischief, acting as inseparable friends. Of course, he would support the Ewan family. Ty had spent quite some time in Casper City and was not impressed with the Ewan family's alchemy standards. Moreover, given what he knew about the Ewan family, they likely lacked the financial capability to retain a high-grade alchemist. Seeing his disbelief, Giles rudely pointed at the bottle in Ty's hand. There's the Ewan family's mark on the vial. Can this be fake? Vaughn then turned his nose up at Kingston, sneering coldly. Or do you believe this waste can produce a superior grade elixir? Ty fell silent upon finding the Ewan family's mark on the vial. Sir, may I ask where did you obtain these elixirs? Did you steal them, or did you personally refine them? Ty chose his words carefully, not wanting to offend the mysterious alchemist who made the elixir. Since he didn't know where the elixirs truly came from, it was best to avoid offending anyone until the situation was clear. Kingston detected the probing intent behind the words. But how could he reveal his true strength? Kingston calmly scanned the crowd and said, these elixirs were made by my master, but he wishes others not to know his name, so he entrusted me to sell these elixirs. Is there any problem with that? Haha, who would take such a waste as a disciple? Vaughning this, Marcos burst into laughter, pointing at Kingston and yelling, what's stolen is stolen. You scum worse than pigs and dogs, still defiant even when death is imminent. Get him. Bring him back to the Ewan family patriarch for punishment. The sycophants surrounding Marcos surged forward like a swarm of bees to apprehend Kingston, but Kingston remained unperturbed, sitting motionless in his place. Teadenly, a powerful spiritual energy spread out around him like a gale. Where did this strange wind come from? Did you cause this? This spiritual power. It's no less formidable than the Grey Robe alchemists. Oh heavens, could he really have been taken as an apprentice by a Barrett alchemist? Seeing this, every person present was thrown into shock. Exceedingly powerful spiritual power was a prerequisite for becoming an alchemist, a precious trait that was incredibly rare even across the entire Tianyu kingdom. How could it possibly manifest in a waste? Feeling the overwhelming spiritual power engulfing them, everyone cried out in disbelief. Note: maintaining the original paragraph structure and line breaks, the text flows naturally in English while preserving the original tone and style. Chapter 9. Honored as a distinguished guest. In the Tianyu kingdom, even the lowest-ranking Grey Robe alchemists were revered and respected. The Ewan family and Luo family of Casper City could not afford to sponsor a single Grey Robe alchemist. Kingston's previous incarnation was a divine emperor in the celestial realm, with mental power far beyond ordinary estimates. Even after reincarnating, his mental power still surpassed that of anyone in the mortal realm. Just by showcasing a fraction of his mental power, he already rivaled a Grey Robe alchemist. Even without official recognition from the Alchemist Guild, his potential in alchemy was not to be underestimated. Moreover, he had the backing of a mysterious alchemist who could refine supreme-grade elixirs. Kingston was no longer the easily bullied slave of the Ewan family. Instead, he had transformed into a future alchemist deserving reverence and veneration. Those who had been swayed by Marcos's deceit were now visibly pale with fear. They had accused Kingston of stealing elixirs based on one-sided testimony. What if the mysterious alchemist behind Kingston blamed them? Could they bear such a consequence? The manager Adolf of Jinbao Pavilion didn't look too grim, but he was worried about the possible damage caused by his earlier distrust towards Kingston. Vaughn hurriedly thought of ways to mend his mistake. On the other hand, Marcos, with his stiffened face, continued to stubbornly argue. Trembling, he pointed at Kingston and loudly proclaimed, "So what if you have mental power? Can it prove you didn't steal? If you dare, call your master here and let him refine another furnace exactly the same way, then I'll believe you didn't steal." Kingston shook his head helplessly and suddenly stood up. "What are you going to do?" screamed Marcos in terror, but before he finished, a loud slap echoed through the hall. Everyone saw a dark figure speedily flying toward the door and tumbling out a long distance away. "Bear it. Elmo lowly slave, you're asking for death." Only after Marcos was slapped away did his lackeys regain their senses, angrily shouting at Kingston. Thump, thump, thump. The sounds of fists meeting flesh rang out in the hall. In just 2 breaths, Marcos and his minions were flung out of Jinbao Pavilion. They lay together in the street, clutching their faces and screaming like pigs being slaughtered. Vaughn, isn't that the eldest son of the Luo family, lying in the street enjoying the sun? So much for the arrogant second generation. Karma has caught up. Vaughn usually behaves so arrogantly. This time he picked the wrong fight. Serves him right. Onlookers gathered, laughing and mocking the beaten Marcos. His face, marked by the slap, burned even hotter with humiliation. Marcos desperately wanted to confront Kingston, but thinking of his terrifying mental power, he didn't have the guts to offend an alchemist. After staring at each other silently for a while, Marcos finally shouted angrily towards Jinbao Pavilion. Elmo dared to humiliate me. This insult I will never forget. Elmo, wait for me. Vaughn ranted a few more times, then ran off with his servants, fearing Kingston might chase and beat him again in the street. Within moments, they disappeared down the road. Marcos's group fled amidst ridicule, and Kingston had no interest in pursuing them. Vaughn turned to Tai and asked coldly, what does Jinbao Pavilion think? Everyone present had seen how Kingston handled Marcos's accusations. To avoid ending up like Marcos, Tai knew how to respond. Indeed, Tai inwardly cursed Marcos for his stupidity. How could they summon an alchemist who could refine supreme-grade elixirs at will? Tai arrogance. If those words reached the alchemist's ears, he might become enraged and demolish Jinbao Pavilion. After some rapid deliberation, Tai bowed deeply and smiled apologetically. Earlier, I failed to recognize your true worth. Please forgive me. Shall we discuss matters further in private? The young servant who had previously offended Kingston knelt frantically, begging for forgiveness. Seeing their contrite behavior, Kingston simply nodded and indicated for them to lead the way. Yuan Miaoxin was already sweating nervously, overjoyed yet curious about her brother's newfound alchemy skills. She clutched his hand tightly and followed him into the private room. Onlookers left in the hall regretted siding with Marcos, wishing they hadn't missed the chance to buy supreme-grade elixirs. Now they could only watch helplessly as Jinbao Pavilion took all the rewards and secrets of the mysterious alchemist. Once inside the private room, Tai signaled a maid to bring refreshments and then entered, introducing himself with a bow. My name is Adolf Yuan Jin, manager of this place. I apologize for my rudeness earlier. Let's get straight to business, said Kingston indifferently, sitting in the guest seat. Several maids entered with trays of tea and pastries, which Tai offered as a gesture of hospitality and to please Kingston and his sister. Please rest for a moment while I appraise the elixir, he said, noting Yuan Miaoxin's hunger. Despite her position in the Yuan family, she remained well-mannered. Though hungry, she didn't rush to grab the pastries, but stood respectfully behind her brother. Seeing her thoughtful behavior, Kingston smiled softly and offered her the pastries. I can't eat all these. Volp yourself. Yuan Miaoxin hesitated, concerned about the cost. These must be very expensive. Brother, you eat. I'm not hungry. No problem. No matter the price, it'll come out of the elixir sale. Eat freely. Realizing these treats were earned by her brother, she carefully picked up a piece and nibbled delicately, mindful of propriety. Tai observed this scene and noted that winning over Kingston might involve appealing to his protective nature toward his sister. After giving them some privacy to enjoy the refreshments, he pretended to contemplate the appraisal. Translation notes. Maintain the paragraph structure and line breaks. Use correct pinyin for character names. Ensured the tone and style remained intact. Kept the storyline coherent with previous content. Provided natural and fluent English with no grammatical errors. Once he saw that Kingston and his sister had enjoyed the refreshments sufficiently, Tai approached politely and clasped his hands towards Kingston. Elmong Master, the quality of this bottle of elixirs is indeed top tier among the best. Even at the headquarters of Jinbao Pavilion, it's rare to find elixirs of such caliber. However, though the quality is high, it's unfortunate that these aren't the type that aids cultivation. They're merely strength-enhancing elixirs, which are less versatile. Therefore, the price? Tai chose his words carefully, not wanting to offend the mysterious alchemist behind Kingston, but also trying to negotiate a lower price for the elixirs. His statement wasn't false. For martial artists, the most broadly applicable elixirs were those that assisted cultivation. If Kingston had presented a top-tier elixir beneficial for cultivation, Tai would have seized it without hesitation, even if it cost an astronomical sum. However, no matter how supreme, a strength-enhancing elixir like the giant strength pill was never as valuable as one aiding cultivation. Enough, let's cut to the chase. Just give me your offer, Kingston said indifferently. Matters of market value were trivial to him. After all, the supreme quality of these elixirs ensured their worth wouldn't be insignificant compared to ordinary cultivation elixirs. These elixirs, our pavilion will purchase them for 2,000 spirit stones each. What do you think, young master? Even as Tai spoke, he felt uncertain. Theoretically, top-tier elixirs were practically priceless. Normally, no amount of money could buy them. Yet, given that these were giant strength pills with limited application, 2,000 spirit stones per pill was far from adequate for such supreme-grade elixirs. Still, this offer already represented a significant premium, and any higher might result in losses. Upon hearing this, Kingston's expression remained unreadable. Vaughn simply stood up quietly. Chapter 10. Purchasing materials. Tai was taken aback by Kingston's actions. Vaughn feared that Kingston was unsatisfied with his offer and hurriedly added, Elmong Barrett, please calm down. I know this isn't your expected price, so let's make it 2,500, 3,000. 3,000 per pill. Additionally, I can recommend you to our headquarters as a VIP. In the future, when your master sells treasures at our auction house, we will arrange for immediate handling. The auction house will also be open to VIPs without prior reservation. And there's more. Tai was terrified of losing Kingston as a VIP or missing the opportunity to connect with the mysterious alchemist behind him, so he hastily offered a string of benefits. To his surprise, Kingston stood up silently, showing no signs of dissatisfaction. Vaughn simply said calmly to the continuously raising Tai, I'll go upstairs and choose some materials. With that, Kingston walked out slowly while Tai stood there stunned. Seeing this, Yuan Miao hurriedly put down her pastry and followed Kingston out. Kingston could barely accept this price, considering that Casper City was only a small town, and asking for too much might deter potential buyers. Moreover, even the Yuan family, one of the major clans in Casper City, could produce no more than 100 spirit stones a month from their mines. Selling one pill for 3,000 spirit stones wasn't excessive given Casper City's market rates. Watching Kingston leave, Tai felt like a deflated balloon, relaxing visibly. Vaughn shook his head in self-mockery, muttering, "No wonder he is the disciple of a great alchemist. Others wouldn't even bother with these minor benefits, yet I kept adding more, point by point." Vaughn didn't even listen to them. "Look at me, his master can refine top-grade elixirs. How could he be a shallow-minded person? These few perks probably aren't even enough to fill his teeth. Hope he didn't get a bad impression of me." Vaughn had worried about Kingston rejecting his offer, but unbeknownst to him, Kingston had already agreed to the trade when the manager mentioned 2,000 spirit stones per pill. His own nervousness had led him to add extra benefits unnecessarily. Annoyed at his lack of vision, Ty stomped his foot and followed Kingston upstairs. Tired enough, Kingston headed toward the second floor of Treasure Pavilion. When he had released his spiritual energy earlier, he sensed that the materials on the second floor were far superior in quality compared to those on the first. Ascending the stairs, he found the second floor indeed more luxurious. The items displayed in the counters were fewer but of higher grade. Seeing the patched-up Kingston siblings approaching the second floor, an unaware maid pinched her nose, ready to scold them. But Ty, following closely behind, was already terrified, shouting loudly, "Servants, bring tea for our esteemed guests." Fearing his subordinates might cause trouble, his voice spread across the entire second floor before he even appeared. The maid turned around and saw Ty anxiously sweating behind Kingston. They were all startled, realizing that Kingston, who looked like a beggar, was actually a VIP. Understanding this, they dared not be disrespectful anymore. Some hurriedly served aromatic tea, while others attentively fanned Kingston. Relieved, Ty rushed to Kingston's side, rubbing his hands apologetically. "What precious items does our esteemed guest need? If they're not here, I can have someone fetch them from the warehouse." Kingston did not rush to answer, leisurely walking past each counter, his relaxed brows gradually furrowing. "Do these things constitute the best treasures of your pavilion?" Kingston asked, slightly disappointed with Treasure Pavilion's collection. However, he didn't elaborate further, merely listing several materials slowly: purple-winged burrowing scorpion, 6 directions intestine-breaking flower, white-tailed centipede, night-dew cold-toed liquid, bone-rotting vine. In his previous life, such materials wouldn't have been worthy of his attention. Now, however, they were invaluable for enhancing cultivation, a testament to his current low power level after rebirth. The materials Kingston requested weren't exceedingly rare, and there were existing stocks available. Yet, Ty grew increasingly uneasy as he listened, cautiously asking, "Elmong Barrett, these materials are highly toxic. Just a bit could kill 100 people. Are you planning something?" Vaughn had heard about the grievances between Kingston and the Ewan family, how Kingston endured over a decade of humiliation and torment there. Now with the assistance of a powerful mentor, Kingston could become an accomplished alchemist. Could he be planning to take revenge on the Ewan family? These toxins could wipe out 10 Ewan families. "Why? Do you think my master's assignments should concern you?" Kingston's face revealed slight displeasure, looking coldly at Ty. "It's my fault, Elmong Barrett. I'll send someone to retrieve the materials right away." Ty shivered, knowing well that alchemists were not people to trifle with, especially those of high status who often had numerous powerful protectors. The Ewan family had no connection with him, making it unwise to offend an alchemist for their sake. Under his arrangements, the required materials were quickly fetched from the warehouse and respectfully handed to Kingston. These materials cost. Ty had already calculated the total, knowing these items couldn't cover the cost of Kingston's pills. Just as he was about to announce the price, Kingston calmly said, "Let's settle the accounts later. I need to borrow a refining room." With that, Kingston strode toward a nearby corridor where several rented alchemy rooms were built, equipped with all necessary tools for wandering alchemists or apprentices. Though Kingston didn't plan to refine anything, he needed their excellent isolation properties for immediate cultivation. The Ewan family wouldn't easily forgive their feud. Cultivating elsewhere risked interruption or attack by the Ewan family. Treasure Pavilion was a formidable force. Even if the Ewan family came here, they wouldn't dare start trouble within its premises. "Little sister Meow, go back to the lounge and wait for me. Order whatever you like from the manager." Kingston smiled gently, patting her head. "No way, I'll wait here," Ewan Meow stubbornly replied, not wanting to stay far from her only remaining relative. Seeing her resolute expression, Kingston smiled warmly and instructed Ty, "Bring some food and a few sets of new clothes." "Certainly, certainly." Ty nodded vigorously as Kingston entered the refining room. Closing the door, Kingston ignored the refining equipment and sat cross-legged in the spacious room. Vaughn laid out the newly acquired toxic materials around him, preparing to cultivate using them. Chapter 11. Failure to break through. This time, Kingston had a well-thought-out plan for his seclusion. The life-bound treasure Void Cauldron, which was reborn with him, had now fallen into a deep slumber and could not be awakened. Vaughn had tried to communicate with the Void Cauldron, but it did not respond at all. Based on his speculations, to activate the Void Cauldron, he would need at least 1 or 2 types of Von Earth odd flames. As for the drop of ancient dragon deity blood within the Void Cauldron, which even a divine emperor coveted, it might only be refined after the cauldron was activated. Furthermore, his martial arts improvement was restrained by the Von Calamity absolute body, and he could only enhance his strength by breaking through the 9 calamity barriers within his body. What Kingston needed to do now was to attempt breaking through these calamity barriers. Looking at the materials he had purchased, Kingston revealed a hint of helplessness in his expression. "These materials are too low grade. They can barely be used to refine 3rd-grade spirit pills. I hope they can help me break through the first calamity barrier." Pill quality was divided into 9 grades, from the lowest 1st grade to the highest 9th grade. Pill grades were further categorized into 3 levels: spirit pills, mystic pills, and imperial pills. Spirit pills affected 4 martial arts realms: body tempering, meridian opening, spirit mobilization, and spirit martial realm. Any pills effective in these 4 realms were called spirit pills. Mystic pills were used in the mystic martial realm and celestial martial realm. As for the highest level respected martial realm, imperial martial realm, and divine martial realm, the pills used were called imperial pills. Even with advanced alchemy skills, Kingston would still be limited by the materials available. Using these materials, the highest quality he could achieve was 3rd-grade spirit pills. Even while being in the Treasure Pavilion's alchemy room, with isolation restrictions set up in the room, Kingston was still cautious. With a thought, he released his mental power to create a mental force barrier around the room. Although he couldn't currently employ powerful mental techniques, this barrier would at least alert him if someone attempted to spy on him secretly. Next, he picked up a purple-winged burrowing scorpion from the pile of materials beside him. Vaughn neither threw it into the alchemy furnace, nor used any fire-starting tool to extract its essence. Instead, he he silently operated the creation alchemy imperious, transforming his mental power into an invisible hand that gathered the purest fire essence from the world. Ordinary alchemists usually used charcoal fires or lava flames when refining pills. Although such methods could produce pills, the impurities in the flames would affect the final product to some extent. Kingston's creation alchemy imperious allowed him to use the purest fire essence from the world, which was far superior in quality compared to charcoal fires or lava flames. For refining a low-grade pill like a third-grade spirit pill, Kingston didn't even need to borrow assistance from Von Evenly odd flames or cauldrons. He could still produce the highest quality pills. Within a couple of breaths, a deep red flame danced in Kingston's palm. The temperature inside the room skyrocketed, the intense heat turning his face a rosy red. Slowly, he cast the purple-winged burrowing scorpion into the flames, where its rigid body began to shrink and curl under the burning pure fire essence. A cloud of blackish-purple poison gas escaped the flames with sizzling sounds and dispersed into the air. This poisonous mist contained highly toxic elements that could paralyze nerves and lead to death through asphyxiation upon inhalation. Facing the poisonous substance directly, Kingston remained calm and composed. Thanks to the creation alchemy imperious's ability to resist all poisons, he treated the terrifying poison mist as nothing. Under his meticulous extraction, the originally palm-sized purple-winged burrowing scorpion had condensed into a thumb-sized drop of purple liquid. The liquid was crystal clear, resembling a dazzling amethyst. In just a few short breaths, he successfully purified the material, but Kingston did not stop there. Next, he added the 6 Directions gut-wrench flour to the fire, continuing to refine it methodically. Before long, over a dozen materials had been transformed into colorful droplets of liquid. For many alchemists, this was merely the first step in the pill refinement process. Next, they would put the liquid into the furnace and begin condensing it into pills. However, Kingston's approach differed greatly. Vaughn swallowed all the medicinal liquids directly. With the creation alchemy imperious operating, the medicinal liquids converged and condensed inside his body, rapidly forming the shape of a pill. A refreshing medicinal aroma permeated from his body, creating a radiant glow within 3 feet of his vicinity. The medicinal liquids flowed through his internal organs, continuously merging and reacting. Different medicinal properties balanced each other out, enhancing the potency of the pill exponentially. An excellent grade pill had been refined. Within less than 2 breaths, the medicinal liquid had condensed into a pill, and the power contained within the pill, hundredfold that of the original liquid, erupted within his body. This force raced through his meridians like untamed horses. Under normal circumstances, just one of these pills would have boosted his strength by 2 major realms without issue. However, due to the Von Evenly Calamity absolute body, the 9 calamity barriers wouldn't let him easily advance. As soon as the medicinal force exploded to break through his martial realm boundary, the first calamity barrier appeared to intercept it. In the blink of an eye, pitch-black energy had spread throughout almost every part of his body. His marrow, flesh, veins, and skin were all filled with dark, fog-like calamity chi. They seemed to lurk everywhere, waiting for any provocation before appearing out of nowhere. The dark calamity chi devoured the medicinal force like insatiable monsters. Any force wrapped by calamity chi would instantly dissipate. During the consumption of the medicinal force, Kingston felt an overwhelming sense of being chewed and torn apart by countless mouths, stimulating his nerves painfully. The pain of countless ants biting his flesh pushed his will to its limits. Yet Kingston only twitched his face, bearing the pain without uttering a sound. Observing his body condition with mental insight, he wasn't surprised by the astonishing devouring ability of the calamity chi, but was rather troubled by its widespread influence. The calamity chi reaching the bone marrow indicates that the Von Evenly calamity absolute body is about to erupt. The original owner of this body succumbed early due to the influence of the Von Evenly calamity absolute body. Me, who borrowed this body for reincarnation, seems not to have eliminated the risk of calamity chi eruption. Judging by the extent of this calamity chi's influence, it will fully erupt within a month. If I don't break through the first calamity barrier in time, my death is inevitable. Once seated at the pinnacle of divine emperors, the talents of this lower realm were like trifles to him. Kingston never imagined that he would be threatened by the physical constitution of this lower realm. As he pondered, the medicinal power released by the third-grade spirit pill had been entirely consumed by the calamity chi. The force intended to break through the martial arts bottleneck seemed as if it had never appeared. After gorging itself, the calamity chi showed no intention of seizing his body and gradually dissipated like retreating tide. With the disappearance of calamity chi, everything inside his body quickly returned to normal. The devouring ability of calamity chi was too terrifying. A force capable of boosting 2 major realms was completely devoured in an instant. The dissipation of the medicinal force marked the failure of Kingston's attempt to break through the calamity body during his seclusion. The Von Evenly calamity absolute body. It seems I underestimated the special constitutions of this lower realm. Kingston exhaled faintly. Contrary to appearing dejected, he spoke introspectively. It appears I need higher grade pills to break through the first calamity barrier. If I could obtain a demonic core? With that, he got up and walked out the door. Chapter 12. The whereabouts of the demon core. Not long after entering seclusion, Kingston calmly walked out of the alchemy room. Barrett, you have completed your seclusion? Steward Adolf looked at Kingston in surprise. How could Kingston have come out of seclusion so soon after just entering? This short period of time wouldn't even be enough to inventory all the materials, let alone refine pills. However, he knew that it was best not to pry into the privacy of an alchemist. Vaughn quickly changed the subject and handed over a storage bag. This is the spirit stone payment for the purchased medicinal pills. After deducting the cost of the materials bought by Barrett, there are still 30,000 left. Additionally, here is our pavilion's diamond VIP card. Please accept it. Every alchemist was someone that various factions vied for, and this was especially true for Kingston, whose master could refine supreme grade pills. Tayaka person was the most sought-after treasure. Steward Adolf hurriedly relayed this matter to headquarters. Vaughn headquarters immediately approved his request and directly listed Kingston as one of the most esteemed diamond VIPs of the treasure pavilion. Kingston received the storage bag without showing any emotion and quietly scanned it with his spiritual energy. After confirming that the quantity of spirit stones was correct, he casually tucked the storage bag into his robes. Brother, you're out? At this moment, Sonia also stood up and came forward. Only now did Kingston notice several sets of brand new clothes placed on the adjacent chair. However, without his approval, Sonia didn't dare try them on without permission. Meower, put on the new clothes. We should go back. Kingston picked up a dark blue martial robe and casually draped it over his old clothes. Then, pointing to the alchemy room behind him, he indicated for Sonya to go in and change. With the new attire, Kingston appeared more spirited. His aura as a martial artist shone under the tight-fitting dark blue robe, highlighting the demeanor of a seasoned expert. Wow, brother. You look so formidable. Sonya had long been envious of those new clothes. Seeing her brother's newly refreshed appearance, she couldn't help but clap her hands in admiration. Immediately after, she grabbed the light yellow pleated skirt, grinning from ear to ear as she ran into the alchemy room. Is Barrett leaving? Upon hearing Kingston was about to depart, Steward Adolf asked anxiously. Vaughn had hoped to get closer to Kingston but hadn't even exchanged a few words before Kingston decided to leave, ruining his plans. Vaughn had inquired discreetly about Kingston's background and learned that his relationship with the Ewan family was poor, meaning he might not stay in the city much longer. If Kingston left, where would he find another alchemist with such powerful backing? Ty, what do you mean? Haven't we already completed our transaction? Where I go next, does it need your approval? Kingston watched him with amusement, causing Steward Adolf's scalp to tingle uncomfortably. Vaughn awkwardly explained, No, that's not what I meant. I was wondering if Barrett might want to buy something else. The goods in our treasure pavilion come from all over the world. As long as you can think of it, we can procure it. For example, martial techniques. We currently have a powerful yellow rank upper grade martial technique. If Barrett isn't satisfied, I can apply to headquarters to have an inferior dark rank martial technique sent over right away. We also have weapons crafted by famous artisans. As for precious armors and defensive gear, Vaughn has a catalog. Please tell me if anything catches your eye. Steward Adolf pulled out a thick book and offered it to Kingston with pleading eyes. If you happen to have demon cores, then perhaps we can continue discussing this. But I've seen that your store doesn't seem to sell demon cores. Kingston's face was cold, seemingly displeased by the lack of valuable items in the treasure pavilion. Demon core? Is your master planning to refine high-grade pills? Steward Adolf paused, realizing that higher-grade pills indeed required rare materials like demon cores. Successfully handling this might bring him closer to the mysterious alchemist. His heart raced with joy as he hastened to reply, Yes, our treasure pavilion has all kinds of materials. High-grade demon cores are only possessed by higher-tier demon beasts, which we don't have. But I can apply to headquarters immediately. It will only take 10 days or half a month, and the demon core Barrett needs will definitely be delivered. While his enthusiasm was evident, Kingston's patience was already wearing thin upon hearing 10 days or half a month. The demonic aura within him would erupt within a month. With his life hanging in the balance, how could he entrust his fate to outsiders? Impossible. My master cannot afford any delay. Without hesitation, Kingston shook his head sternly. Are there any nearby places where I can obtain a demon core? I'll search myself. Since waiting for materials to arrive wasn't an option, Kingston had to find the demon core himself. With the core in hand, he could immediately refine pills and train, saving a considerable amount of time. There are some material-producing areas nearby, but as for demon cores, they can likely only be found in the Shevan Dread Demon's mountain range. Unfortunately, it's home to powerful demon beasts, and countless martial artists who venture into the mountains in search of treasures end up losing their lives every year. Steward Adolf rubbed his chin pensively, apparently not recommending Kingston to go. Is it the Shevan Dread Demon's mountain range? Thank you for the information. Kingston gave a respectful bow, but paid little heed to the other man's warning. Knowing where to obtain the materials, he would face any danger unafraid. Are you really going, Barrett? Please reconsider, Steward Adolf said nervously, worried that his advice might lead Kingston to harm. If the master were angered, he would have no way to explain. Brother, how do I look? Just then, Sonya slowly pushed open the door of the alchemy room. Wearing a simple yet elegant light yellow pleated skirt, she shyly stepped out. Sonya had delicate features and large, expressive eyes that shimmered with a lively charm. Though years of slave-like treatment had made her skin slightly rough, it couldn't conceal her gentle, bird-like disposition. Kingston smiled and waved her over. Vaughn studied her carefully, noting the blush on her face. Elmo looked beautiful. Meower is naturally lovely and looks good in anything. Steward Adolf nodded in agreement, lavishly praising Sonya beside him. I ask for your assistance regarding the demon core. If I don't succeed, I'll come back again. Additionally, during my absence, I request your care for my sister's safety. Having seen Steward Adolf hastily agree, Kingston took Sonya's hand and bid farewell. Steward Adolf escorted them to the gate, watching until they disappeared around the corner, a conflicted expression on his face. Should we send someone to investigate him further? A black-robed guard whispered hesitantly from behind. By knowing more about the mysterious alchemist backing Kingston, they could gain an advantage in the competition for his favor. Not permissible. Steward Adolf turned abruptly, glaring at everyone behind him. A master who can refine supreme-grade pills is an immensely respected figure. If he suspects ill intentions, not only will we lose the chance to win his favor, but we may infuriate him to wipe us out. I order everyone to treat the mysterious alchemist and his disciple with utmost respect. No monitoring or probing. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. Everyone was startled, understanding that this must be an order from headquarters. They hastily agreed. Vaughn needs a demon core for his master. If I handle this well, it will be a great achievement. Feeling excited, Steward Adolf promptly turned and reported to headquarters. Chapter 13. Beating up the Maximilian. On the street, Kingston held Yuan Miaoya's small hand, walking aimlessly. Brother, where are we going now? Yuan Miaoya raised her head, gazing toward the direction of what was once their home. She quickly shook her head and shifted her gaze back to Kingston's face. Are we leaving here? Kingston gently squeezed Yuan Miaoya's small hand and smiled. Didn't you want to be a chef? I'll buy you a shop, and we can be our own bosses. Elmo can cook whatever you want. Yuan Miaoya blinked, clearly tempted. She thought Kingston was joking, but he actually stopped in front of a shopping street. Several shops here were vacant and available for rent. Kingston scanned the area, picking one not too small. Brother, this shop is too big. The rent must be very expensive. Let me give up on being a chef. Knowing how hard her brother worked for money, Yuan Miaoya felt a pang in her heart as she looked at the fancy decor of the shop, making her hesitate. Shopkeeper, how much is the rent for this shop? Kingston called over the shop assistant, pointing at the large storefront. Oh, look, the family outcasts actually want to open a shop now. Has our Yuan family agreed to that in Casper City? Before the assistant could answer, a sharp and mocking voice interrupted from the side. Kingston and Yuan Miaoya turned around, and her face instantly paled. She clung tightly to Kingston's hand, whispering anxiously, "It's Maximilian Yuan Tianfeng." It was no wonder Yuan Miaoya was so scared. Yuan Tianfeng was a 9th level Lingdong realm expert, and he had over 20 fierce bodyguards following him. The shadows of their past hardships resurfaced once again. Would they never escape the nightmares of their past as long as they stayed in Casper City? Yuan Tianfeng's icy gaze swept over Kingston and Yuan Miaoya in their new clothes. Vaughn sneered coldly. "Do you think changing your clothes changes your identity? One day a lowly slave, always a lowly slave. You belong in a doghouse. Edge it to open a shop? Maybe in another life." Swish. Yuan Tianfeng unfurled a notice in his hand, showing it to the onlookers. Vaughn shouted loudly and arrogantly, "The bastards Kingston and Yuan Miaoya, vile and contemptuous. They have no respect for the family. They have been cast out by the Yuan family and shall never again have any ties with us. Anyone who harbors them will be considered an enemy of the Yuan family." With that, he turned to the shop assistant, elongating his voice into a challenge. "Now, do you still plan to rent the shop to him? It turns out you're Maximilian from the Yuan family. I am truly blind and ignorant. Please accept my apologies, Maximilian." Vontering it was the Yuan family Esteban. The assistant trembled in fear and immediately kowtowed to Yuan Tianfeng. Then he pointed at Kingston, crying out loudly, "Maximilian, you must understand. He did indeed come to rent the shop, but I didn't agree. By heaven and earth, if I lie even a little, may I be struck by lightning right now." Seeing the assistant's hasty effort to distance himself, Yuan Tianfeng couldn't help but laugh loud and hearty. Vaughn looked down on Kingston with his nose in the air, boasting proudly, "Dog slave, see that? That's the power and might of the Yuan family. In Casper City, only one word from the Yuan family shakes the whole city." Boom. While Yuan Tianfeng was still bragging about the Yuan family's influence, Kingston's fist flew towards him without hesitation. "Elmo dare? Are you rebelling?" Yuan Tianfeng was shocked, not expecting Kingston to strike him publicly. In a panic, he could only raise his right arm defensively. However, Kingston's punch was so powerful that Yuan Tianfeng was knocked backward with a loud bang. His retreat was chaotic, stumbling and finally falling to the ground on all fours like a turtle flipped on its back. Although Kingston was only at the first level of the body tempering stage, his body had been strengthened by the residual power of the Void Cauldron during his reincarnation. Vaughn couldn't be compared to ordinary body tempering martial artists. Even without the giant strength pill, his strength far surpassed those at the Lingdong stage. With his 9th level Lingdong realm physique, Yuan Tianfeng could barely withstand Kingston's punch, feeling excruciating pain as cracks appeared on his bones. This single punch nearly shattered his arm, such was the sheer terror of its force. Struggling to rise using his left arm, Yuan Tianfeng's trembling body failed him when a chill wind assaulted his face. "Stop! I'm the Yuan family Esteban." Before he could finish his terrified roar, he received a heavy kick to the face, flying out like a cannonball. Blood spurted from his nose like a fountain, and his entire face collapsed deeply inward. A bloody trail stretched across the street until he slammed into a stone pillar at the intersection, landing in a pool of blood. Silent and unmoving, Yuan Tianfeng lay still. No memory at all. Kingston retracted his gaze from the bloody figure and stared coldly at the trembling Yuan family guards. Their previously fierce faces were now slick with sweat, and the tremors in their jaws were impossible to hide. An elite Yuan family Esteban and 9th level Lingdong realm expert couldn't withstand Kingston's blows. How could these mediocre guards stand a chance? No one believed what they just witnessed. If Kingston's rampage at the Yuan family estate was fueled by pills, he hadn't taken any now. Glancing at the stunned guards, Kingston didn't want to waste more time on these insignificant pests. Vaughn needed to dissipate the impending murderous aura, so he simply said coldly, "Get lost." To the Yuan family guards, this wasn't an insult but rather a heavenly reprieve. They hurriedly bowed to Kingston and rushed away as if avoiding a ghost, scrambling over each other to flee. Many fell in the chaos, yet none slowed down, crawling frantically to escape. The scene was both embarrassing and comical, causing pedestrians to laugh derisively. "My lord, Elmong Barrett, I didn't mean to, please spare me, spare me." The Yuan family members could run, but the shop assistant had nowhere to go. Vaughn was already dazed with fear, kneeling and kowtowing repeatedly for mercy. 10,000 spirit stones should cover the yearly rent, right? Kingston ignored him, slowly pulling spirit stones from his storage bag. After a rattling sound, a pile of glowing spirit stones soon filled a corner of the shop. "Enough, enough. Thank you, Elmong Barrett, thank you." The assistant, completely awestruck by Kingston's generosity, nodded dumbfounded. Spirit stones were usually used to pay for precious items, not common rents. In Von Evenly Moon Kingdom, one spirit stone could exchange for 1 pound of gold, and in a small place like Casper City, no one would casually offer 10,000 spirit stones for rent. Without waiting for further praise, Kingston led Yuan Miaoya towards the shop's backyard. Before leaving, he calmly added, "If the payment is sufficient, please close the shop door for me. We won't be operating today." Chapter 14, Shevendred Demon Mountain Range. "Brother, you're not going to abandon me, are you?" The next morning, Alicia pouted with teary eyes as she clung to Kingston's arm, as if letting go would mean losing him forever. "Vaughn, silly girl, how could brother leave you behind?" Kingston tenderly ruffled Alicia's little head and smiled. "Don't worry, your big brother will be back in a few days. Stay at home and don't step outside for any reason." Yesterday, Kingston had already bought enough food and snacks to last Alicia a month. Vaughnating into the Shevendred Demon Mountain Range to search for demon cores was perilous and unpredictable. Given his current strength, he could only ensure his own safety and wouldn't have the luxury to protect his sister who had no martial foundation. So, he decided to leave her at home. However, as a precaution, he used the remaining materials to refine a Sanju Du York pill for Alicia to consume. This pill would certainly not harm her. Instead, after consumption, it would produce a faint poisonous mist from her body for an entire month, covering a 10-meter radius. Anyone who dared to intrude would be affected by the poison, leading to rapid physical degeneration and ultimately death. While the toxicity of this pill was greatly reduced against experts at the spirit martial realm, Kingston surmised that people like Yuan Tianxiao probably wouldn't personally deal with him at present. After all, being the head of the family, if he intervened directly, there would be no room left for compromise between the Yuan family and the possible master alchemist backing Kingston. As long as he didn't intervene, others in the Yuan family might struggle to breach the toxic fog from the Sanju Du York pill. The pill Alicia took contained detoxifying elements, rendering her unaffected. With this assurance and the promise from the Treasure Pavilion steward to look after her, Kingston felt confident leaving Alicia at home. Reluctantly holding on to Kingston, Alicia was afraid that he wouldn't return. Vaughn, her heart was conflicted, but she also understood that her brother had changed completely and might be under the guidance of a powerful mentor. If she selfishly ruined something significant because of her actions, they might again become oppressed slaves. Finally, after a while, she reluctantly released her grip and said, "Brother, you must come back safely." Kingston laughed, pinched her small nose, and then turned around, pushing open the door and heading straight for the Shevendred Demon Mountain Range. The Shevendred Demon Mountain Range wasn't far from Casper City. When Kingston left the city, he bought a fast horse, reaching the edge of the mountain range in just half a day. This mountain range extended extremely far, spanning tens of thousands of miles. The demonic beasts here, while numerous, didn't seem particularly formidable. Occasionally, a Tier 4 demonic beast comparable to the spirit martial realm appeared, but it was rare. The materials produced in the Shevendred Demon Mountain Range were not valuable, so they didn't attract strong practitioners to seek treasures. Instead, the area gathered many minor families and forces who built towns and traded martial materials. Kingston left his horse on the roadside when he reached the outskirts of the town. Entering the town and casually observing the stalls, he quickly lost interest. As expected, the materials on sale were low-grade, and none of them were suitable for breaking through the Sha barrier. To find demon cores, he would need to venture into the Shevendred Demon Mountain Range himself. Look, isn't that Kingston? That despicable slave? Elmo can't be serious. How could he leave the family and come to the Shevendred Demon Mountain Range? And he's dressed quite nobly. Wow, it really is that bastard. No doubt about it. It's that despicable brat. Who knew he'd actually use a storage bag? From an inconspicuous stall, several stall owners stared at Kingston with disbelief. These were all descendants of the Yuan family who remained in the outer areas of the Shevendred Demon Mountain Range selling goods. Vaunts, they didn't know what happened within the Yuan family these past few days. Seeing Kingston walking steadily towards the Shevendred Demon Mountain Range, their eyes gleamed with malice. They hurriedly packed up their stalls and stealthily followed him. For low-level martial artists, the Shevendred Demon Mountain Range was filled with dread. Yet, Kingston walked leisurely inside, having already released his spiritual energy to detect potential demonic beasts that could have demon cores. Though his spiritual energy was much stronger than ordinary people, it was still limited by his cultivation level and could only cover a 1,000-meter radius. If he narrowed the detection range, the distance would increase significantly. Unconsciously, he had explored for half an hour, and the surroundings became increasingly remote. Vaughny, dog-like slave, instead of obediently cleaning toilets at home, you have the time to come here for spring outing? From behind came rapid footsteps, which belonged to those street vendors. The leader, Yuan Quan, was at the second stage pulse opening realm. The other three were also Yuan family descendants, each at the first stage pulse opening realm. They had secretly followed Kingston until finding a remote spot and immediately surrounded him. Yuan Quan grabbed Kingston's neck with his right arm and tightly controlled his movements. His eyes greedily scanned Kingston's waist pouch and sneered, "What's in that storage bag? Take it out for your lord to see." The others held short knives and daggers, eyeing Kingston maliciously. "Stay still. Move and I'll stab you to death." They threatened Kingston while nervously looking around. Clearly, their intent wasn't just robbery but murder. Teyadinly, Kingston clenched his left fist and swept backward with force. The punch created a gust of wind, smashing into Yuan Quan's side face with a thunderous sound. Crack! A terrifying cracking sound echoed from Yuan Quan's neck. His head spun wildly, turning several rounds before stopping in an eerie position facing backward. Kingston acted decisively, instantly killing Yuan Quan without hesitation. This unexpected turn left everyone momentarily stunned. Murder. Dog-like slave. Elmo killed someone from the Yuan family. The Yuan family won't let you off. After their brief shock, the followers realized the gravity of the situation. They thought attacking a body-tempering realm slave would be easy and leaving a body in such a remote place would never be traced back to them. But Kingston's strength far exceeded their expectations. They failed to kill him and became targets themselves. Filled with terror, they screamed, forgetting any notion of revenge, and ran away. Boom, boom, boom. Behind them, Kingston's punches like hammers slammed into the backs of the fleeing men. Even an Esteban at the Lingdong realm would be knocked flat by Kingston's fists, making these pulse-opening disciples helpless. The immense force shook through their bodies, shattering their internal organs in an instant. 3 men fell forward, spewing blood and convulsing weakly before lying motionless. Kingston stared coldly at his bloody fist and murmured, "My power is still too weak. Dealing with demonic beasts won't be easy. I need to strengthen it further." Who would have thought, after millions of years, I'd have to revisit my old body-strengthening techniques? Chapter 15. Minor Access and Cultivation. In his past life, he was the Divine Emperor of the Divine Realm, mastering countless martial arts and secret techniques. Vaughn could casually produce tens of thousands of heaven-defying divine skills. However, his current frail body could not withstand the power of these divine arts. Shin-level martial techniques were already distant memories. It was unimaginable that one day he would have to retrain in such low-level techniques. Oru. Somewhere in the dense forest, a black-backed gray wolf lay weakly in a pool of blood, its skull shattered. Kingston slowly withdrew his fist, slashing through the demon wolf's abdomen with an edge strike. No demon core again. Forget it. Vaughn shook his head, having not expected much anyway. With a forceful hand movement, he broke the demon wolf's spine and grabbed a piece of bloody wolf bone. To cultivate the 9 Transcendence's golden body art, I need elixirs as supplements. This is the 5th demon wolf spine bone. With these materials, it should be enough to refine bone essence pills. This black-backed gray wolf was a first-stage demonic beast, with strength comparable to a 9th-layer body-tempering realm martial artist. Besides bones, the wolf skin and sinews were also highly valuable martial cultivation materials. But Kingston only took what was useful for him, ignoring the rest. Scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense, he soon found an empty cave. Inside the cave, Kingston directly threw down 5 bloody spinal bones and turned his palms upward, activating the Creation Lyle technique to begin absorbing fire spirit energy from the surrounding essence energy. The Shevendred demonic beast's range had abundant underground spiritual veins, making the quality of the local essence energy far superior to that of Casper City. The fire spirit energy Kingston absorbed was much purer than before, quickly forming a deep red flame the size of a fist on his palm. The flame enveloped the wolf bones, rapidly evaporating impurities within them. The dry wolf bones gradually became scorched and cracked under the intense heat, eventually bursting into tiny bone powder. An indescribable aroma wafted throughout the cave as Kingston refined the ingredients. Even before the pills were formed, the air was filled with a refreshing medicinal scent. Then, Kingston dripped a few drops of the night dew cold toad fluid he bought from the treasure pavilion onto the bone powder. Each drop precisely encapsulated a small thumb-sized clump of bone powder. Under Kingston's precise control, the fluid mixed perfectly with the bone powder, gradually becoming round and glossy. Buzz! After 10 breaths, several clear chimes echoed. About a dozen brightly colored, aromatic bone essence pills were now suspended 3 inches above Kingston's palm. These pills, all reaching the 6th rank spirit elixir standard, could significantly strengthen the body to withstand Shin-level martial techniques. Picking up a pill and swallowing it, the creation lyle technique immediately directed the medicinal power into his limbs and meridians. The bone essence pill's power surged like a rampaging dragon, tearing through Kingston's body at lightning speed. Wherever the power flowed, there were sounds like firecrackers exploding. Shockwaves reverberated outwards, visibly shaking the walls of the cave. Dust from the ceiling rained down, threatening imminent collapse. Amidst terrifying howls, Kingston's bones seemed to expand significantly, his body becoming noticeably more robust. Extending 2 fingers towards the opposite wall, he flicked them. Boom! A swift blast of energy shot forward, creating a deep hole in the wall. Although his Von Slaughter absolute body restricted his cultivation level, it did not limit the growth of his physical strength. His current physique could likely rival even Soul Martial Realm warriors. The surge in strength was only the first step in body tempering. Without overjoyed distraction, Kingston sat cross-legged, calming his mind to simulate the scenes of cultivating the 9 Transcendence's golden body art, using his spiritual sense. This technique was divided into 9 stages, each stage drastically enhancing his physical attributes. Even as a Shin-level technique, if cultivated to the 9th stage, the sheer physical power alone could challenge an imperial martial artist. As mental projections played out, Kingston's body occasionally vibrated, releasing bursts of energy that stirred the entire cave into a dusty whirlwind. Thousand Mountain Wave. Teatanly roaring, Kingston rose and punched forward like a massive wave crashing into the wall. With a thunderous bang, the wall crumbled into dust, leaving a 10-meter deep hollow pit. The rocks inside were instantly vaporized by the energy friction. The first stage breakthrough of the 9 Transcendence's golden body art was complete. While his physical strength skyrocketed, Kingston knew this wasn't enough. Thousand Mountain Wave, a high-grade Shin-level technique he once practiced in his weaker days, condensed power in waves within his meridians. The more layers stacked, the greater the explosive force. At 1,000 layers, even 1,000 mountains blocking the path could be reduced to rubble. Upon completing his cultivation, Kingston felt boundless strength within him. Carrying the exhilaration of his breakthrough, he roared loudly, dashing deeper into the heart of the Shevendred demonic beast's range. 3 days later, deep within the Shevendred demonic beast's range, where ordinary martial artists dared not tread, Kingston ventured without caution. Not only did he not hide his tracks but openly attacked, killing any beasts that dared obstruct his path. Bloodied carcasses littered his trail, drawing unease among the deeper dwelling beasts. A strong sense of alarm resonated among them, stirring whispers of chaos. What's happening? Why are the beasts in the mountain's depths suddenly raging and growling? Could a beast tide be imminent? Impossible. Beasts in the Shevendred demonic beasts range have limited intelligence and rarely venture beyond their territory. Look, blood and murderous intent soar into the sky. Could a powerful expert have entered the mountain depths? Let's go check. We might find something valuable. All hunters in the range sensed the disturbance simultaneously, cautiously advancing deeper. Unimaginable to them was the fact that the great expert they speculated about was merely a first-layer body tempering realm novice. You untainted ripping wind wolf, you're mine? Kingston stood surrounded by hundreds of demons. Facing the numerous gazes, he remained calm, his eyes fixed on a large wolf with emerald green pupils. Untainted beast had the highest chance of generating demon cores, making this wolf his target. It possessed considerable intelligence and power equivalent to a 6th-layer soul martial realm warrior. Recognizing Kingston's danger, it summoned numerous smaller beasts to surround him while hiding at the back, waiting for an opportunity. Translation continues based on the structure and flow of the original text. Chapter 16. Bastard. Oh. The mutated monster wolf let out a long howl, and hundreds of beast monsters moved in unison, charging madly towards Kingston. Kingston's eyes were only on the mutated monster wolf. He ignored the lesser beasts around him. SHRR. A wolf beast pounced from behind, its sharp claws landing heavily on Kingston's back. The dark martial attire tore into shreds under the wolf's claws, but the exposed back beneath the tattered clothes did not even bear a scratch. The 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique was an advanced-grade body-forging martial skill, and even mastering just the first level had made Kingston's physique as tough as metal, resistant to blades and firearms. Low-level beasts at the body tempering stage or meridian opening stage could not leave any marks on Kingston no matter how hard they tried. Thousand Mountain Waves. Ignoring the attacks of the minor demons, Kingston aimed directly at the mutant wolf. Combat chi radiated from his entire body, encasing him in a sphere of energy hard as iron. Even though a level 1 body tempering can harness limited primordial energy, Kingston's move unleashed waves of power akin to surging waves crashing on a shore. As the impact sent gusts swirling in the air, a burning smell filled the area, causing the surrounding beasts to scatter for safety. Those who didn't manage to escape were smashed away by Kingston, their bodies torn apart, blood spattering all around. Kingston's momentum was unstoppable, plowing through countless beast obstacles straight toward the mutant wolf. Roar! The mutated wolf, enraged by what it saw, clawed the ground anxiously, its body low as it emitted threatening growls at Kingston. Teatanly, the beast roared, launching a large green orb about the size of a wash basin. This orb contained numerous wind blades, which gouged the earth as they passed, turning grasslands into ravines. Indeed, this was a wind attribute beast capable of using wind-based skills. This orb strength was comparable to high-grade yellow-level skills. Kingston circulated the 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique, his skin now faintly shimmering with a pale golden light, his body's strength reaching its peak potential. Facing the wolf's attack head-on without evading, he drove forward. With a deafening explosion, The wind blade-laden orb shattered like brittle twigs under Kingston's powerful fist. Wind blades scattered in all directions after being blasted outwards, indiscriminately striking the surroundings. Lower-level beasts struck by these blades instantly had torn flesh and broken limbs, while the earth bore deep gashes from their impact. Even Kingston, having shattered the orb at close range, was struck by countless wind blades, his clothes shredded instantly. However, his smooth skin remained unmarked. The mutant wolf instinctively sensed impending doom and attempted to flee. But Kingston's punch accelerated unexpectedly, striking the wolf between its brows before it could escape. With a thunderous boom, the wolf's head turned to fragments, its massive skull shattered beyond recognition within moments. Kingston kept his fist poised in its attacking position, but a faint smile spread across his face. Opening his hand, a thumb-sized emerald green crystal lay still in his palm. A monster core. While the chance for a mutant beast to possess a core was significant, Kingston never expected to get one from his first killed mutant wolf. Contentedly storing it in his storage bag, Kingston had no interest in pursuing the leaderless fleeing beasts. Vaughn only thought of returning quickly to the treasure pavilion to buy some supplementary materials for refining pills, to hasten breaking through his first level. Anders, hold on. What happened ahead? On his return journey, a group heading deep into the forest stopped Kingston. In the crowd, a chubby man carrying a blade suddenly stared intensely at Kingston's waist, shouting in shock, "Monster core! There's a monster core aura in his storage bag." While storage bags concealed items well, they couldn't entirely hide the aura of precious items. Those trained in special sensing techniques could easily tell what was inside. A monster core? No way. How could such treasure be in the hands of a level 1 body tempering trash? Someone voiced out, but a bony guy insisted firmly, Big Brother Faye Gillis's sensing technique rivals that of alchemists. If he says this guy has a core, then he does. Others exchanged glances, laughing. Forget it. Let him hand over his storage bag. Who cares if he has one or not? Ordinary people might be innocent, but those who possess great treasures are guilty. These folks couldn't comprehend how a level 1 body tempering fool dared wander with valuable treasure in Beast Mountain, where lives were cheap. Regardless, they viewed this as sheer luck. Seeing everyone agreed, the big fat man grinned menacingly and walked towards Kingston. Hand over your storage bag, and you can leave. Eager to break through his bottleneck, Kingston paid these blind fools no heed and simply swung his fist at the fat man. Trash of a level 1 body tempering dares to retaliate? Looking for death. The fat man's eyes flashed with killing intent as his large blade sliced towards Kingston. Just as the blade reached halfway, Kingston's iron-like fist pounded onto the man's chest. With a loud thud, a red heart burst out of the man's back, smashing into a tree, exploding upon impact. The fat man's terrified eyes widened in shock and regret before collapsing dead. Big Brother Faye Gillis. Sir, please forgive us. We didn't mean anything. Go ahead. Seeing the blood hole through Faye Gillis's back, his companions were so frightened they trembled as if seeing ghosts in daylight. Too strong. A single punch pierced a meridian-opening martial artist's body. They couldn't dare provoke such a person. These small thieves changed expressions as quickly as flipping pages, planning robbery one moment, slapping themselves and begging forgiveness the next. Get lost. Kingston roared, dashing past them like a falling meteor, sending them tumbling. Not worth wasting time killing these idiots. Vaughn rushed to the edge of the mountains, bought a fast horse, and headed towards Casper City. Wasting a few days, that little girl must be worried. After I break through my bottleneck, perhaps taking her to a big city for a trip would make up for it. Returning to Casper City, Kingston thought of Mackenzie's lingering look, his lips curling into a gentle smile. Arriving in Casper City in a hurry, Kingston first returned to the shop to see his sister instead of going to the treasure pavilion. Before he even reached the street corner, he saw flames billowing from his family's shop. Shevendreds watched from afar, none moving to help. Come out, bitch. Elmo poisoned our people. How dare you? Won't come out? Fine. I'll burn you alive. Burn it. Burn the bitch first, then kill Kingston. What garbage alchemist master's disciple? I'll burn him alive now. Where is this alchemy master? Come out and kill me. Outside the shop, Yuan Renjia personally led dozens surrounding it, barrels of oil and torches placed beside him, yelling incessantly. Turned out, initially the Yuan family didn't dare retaliate, just secretly watching the shop. Upon realizing no master alchemist was linked with Kingston and his sister, they grew bold. First, they started by throwing stones and pouring feces at the shop. Seeing no reaction from Kingston and his sister, and with only a few words of advice from the treasure pavilion without any high-level expert stepping in for them, they became increasingly brazen. Knowing that Kingston had already left Casper City, they planned to capture Yuan Miaoer to threaten him. However, when several family guards stormed into the shop with great fanfare, they were immediately assaulted by the poisonous fog released by the Sanju poison barrier pill. Within moments of escaping the shop, these guards died from the poison. They hadn't anticipated that Kingston would leave such a ruthless backup plan, which made them extremely cautious. They realized they couldn't get close to Alicia to take her hostage. With this realization, Yuan Renjia decided to burn Alicia alive, leading to the current scene. Seeing this, Kingston's pupils flared with uncontrollable killing intent. Vaughn stomped heavily on the ground, rushing over like a meteor. Yuan Renjia, you're courting death. Translation notes. Maintain the original tone and style of the text. Used English for the entire passage while ensuring names are kept in pinyin as instructed. Ensure the paragraph structure and line breaks match the original text. Kept the storyline and logic coherent with the previous content. Ensure the translation is natural and fluent, free of grammatical errors. Chapter 17. Fury. Despicable dog? Perfect timing. Kill him for me. Yuan Renjia saw Kingston appear and was not only unalarmed but overjoyed, directing his subordinates to slay Kingston with great enthusiasm. This time, to eliminate Kingston and his sister, he had brought a considerable number of elite warriors. These guards were all outstanding experts among the Yuan family descendants, with most at the 3rd or 4th level of the mobility realm, and even a few at the 7th level. They were ordered to execute Kingston immediately upon sighting him, preventing him from using any pills to enhance his abilities. Even if they were sure that Kingston didn't have a mysterious alchemist backing him, they didn't dare let him exhibit his prowess again after consuming a strength pill. A 7th level Esteban named Yuan Tianlei grimaced upon hearing the order. Vaughn brandished his long sword, creating a flurry of sword shadows that rained down on Kingston. Yuan Tianlei was also one of the Yuan family Estebans. Vaughn practiced the flexible snake sword technique, a yellow-grade intermediate martial art that only Estebans could learn. His sword strikes were as slippery and unpredictable as a snake, making it hard to predict the trajectory of the blade. Facing such a versatile and unpredictable sword technique, Kingston seemed unfazed. His body transformed into a meteor, charging straight toward Yuan Tianlei. Just a brute with raw strength die. Yuan Tianlei sneered disdainfully, aiming the tip of his sword at Kingston's throat. An inch longer means an inch stronger. The reach of the long sword far exceeded Kingston's iron fist, striking his throat first. Yuan Tianlei beamed in triumph, ready to end Kingston with a single thrust. Before he could exert force, however, he sensed something wrong. His face changed from joy to shock as he yelled, "How is this possible? My sword can't penetrate." The throat is one of the weakest points of the human body. Yet Yuan Tianlei's sword, which clearly hit Kingston's throat, couldn't pierce his skin, which felt like iron and copper. Kingston's charge caused the sword to bend like a bow, pressing against his throat. With a sharp crack, the bent sword snapped in two. Elmore body, how can this be? Yuan Tianlei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Kingston approaching rapidly, completely losing his composure. Hold on. I concede this sparring match. Stop now. This shameless old villain dared to call it a sparring match, despite intending to kill Kingston and his sister? Who would spar with such a shameless man? Kingston's gaze was steely and resolute as he charged forward, slamming into Yuan Tianlei's shrinking figure. His iron fist, like a meteor, slammed into Yuan Tianlei's chest. The latter let out a shrill cry, his body torn into two pieces like a broken sword. One part remained where he stood, the other flying to the end of the street. Bastard! I've already found out you have no powerful backing, yet you still dare to kill recklessly? Kneel and confess. Yuan Renjie seemed oblivious to the situation, thinking the Yuan family still held absolute power over Kingston's life and death. Forking his waist, he loudly berated Kingston, who was charging toward him. Teadenly, an iron fist smashed into his head. That jabbering mouth met the ground forcefully, and the skull inside had shattered. Dozens of Yuan family guards stared at Kingston in disbelief. In a single move, both Yuan Renjie and Yuan Tianlei were defeated. One was dead, the other's skull shattered, leaving him in an unknown state. Seeing their young master lying in a pool of blood, the Yuan family members paused briefly before rushing toward Kingston in a mad frenzy. Kingston glanced coldly at them, his arms gathering strength, channeling 3 layers of energy before unleashing a punch. The Yuan family members surged forward like candy on a skewer, knocked sprawling by the punch. Those in the front were crushed into bloody pulp, leaving no intact corpses. What terrifying strength! Did this bastard take the strength pill beforehand? There's no way our strength pill has this power. How did I not know? Those remaining, witnessing the gory scene, turned pale, too afraid to continue attacking Kingston. Bear it, Yuan. Your sister is still in the shop. There's poison inside. We can't get in. On the side, Tai of the treasure pavilion, whose face was red from the flames, pointed at the empty buckets behind him, indicating they had tried their best to rescue her. But the Yuan family used oil-soaked fire that water couldn't easily extinguish. Tai had promised to look after Kingston's sister and rushed here upon learning of the fire, but it was beyond his control now. Without further ado, Kingston raised his right hand and began channeling the creation lyle technique to absorb the raging flames inside the shop. The creation lyle technique condensed the fire essence from the elemental energies, making it easy to control even ordinary flames. Under its influence, the rampant flames quickly condensed into a head-sized fireball in Kingston's hand. Not only did he gather the flames but refined them, increasing their potency. With a swift motion, he hurled the refined fireball at the stunned Yuan family members. It flew as though guided by eyes, engulfing them in flames. The purified flames were incredibly potent, igniting with the slightest touch, turning everyone into burning figures in mere moments. Ah, vomit me. Water, give me water. Mercy, among Barrett Yuan, please spare me. They screamed, struggled, and begged, rolling around in the flames. Soon, they turned into piles of black ash. What they intended for Kingston and his sister, they now tasted themselves. Whether they regretted it before being consumed entirely by the flames remained unknown. Kingston felt no pity. After dispersing the flames around the shop, he rushed into the burnt-out building. Meower, Big Brother is back. Everything is fine now. In the dark kitchen corner, Sonia curled up trembling, clutching a knife with shaking hands. Vaughn, her face and body were covered in soot from the burning coals. Vaughn, her hair was singed, and her yellow pleated skirt had several burn holes. Big Brother, Big Brother. Sonia hadn't cried when trapped by the flames, but seeing Kingston, she burst into tears. Dropping the knife, she clung to Kingston, sobbing tearfully, "Brother, I thought I'd never see you again. I'm so scared." It's okay, it's okay. Kingston gently patted her back. Guided by the creation lyle technique, vital energy silently entered Sonia's body, neutralizing the toxicity of the triple absolute poison barrier pill. Tai, please help me take care of my sister. I have some private matters to attend to. Teleporting Sonia outside, Kingston turned to the worried Tai. Brother, I don't want to go anywhere. I don't want to leave you. After nearly being burned alive, Sonia clung tightly to Kingston, unwilling to let go. She knew her only kin in the world was her brother, trusting no one else. Kingston took a deep breath, gently setting Sonia down, then knelt before her, saying earnestly, "If we want to protect ourselves from bullying, there are some things I must do." Looking at Kingston's determined expression, Sonia nodded in understanding, slowly retreating to Tai's side. Tai understood what Kingston planned, but as it was Yuan family business, they had no right to interfere. Vaughn hesitated, ultimately saying nothing. Kingston's face cold, grabbed the unconscious Yuan Renjie by the hair, dragging the once powerful young master like an animal through the streets, striding towards the Yuan family mansion. Chapter 18. Revenge. Ha ha ha, Serenity, you were thoughtful. With this bottle of Von Avenly Spirit Pill, Jair's breakthrough to the spirit sensing realm is just around the corner. Who knows, he might pass the pillar-holding sword sect's examination this year, and even secure the position of City Lord of Azure Cloud City for our Yuan family. My niece from my maiden family truly has sentiment. She knew to send Jair this exclusive pill of the pillar-holding sword sect, always thinking about the family's interests. Unlike a certain bastard born from a cheap servant, who dared to impersonate as a disciple of an alchemy master and ruin the Yuan family's reputation. Mitzi, your words are correct. But today with all the family elites gathered, that bastard won't survive the day. As soon as Jair returns, we'll make him take the pill immediately. We must ensure he enters the pillar-holding sword sect like niece Serenity, bringing glory to our Yuan family. In the newly renovated main hall of the Yuan family, Yuan Tianxiao and Cassidy gazed at the exquisite bottle on the table with joyful faces, indulging in dreams of the Yuan family's prosperity. The pills inside came from one of the 5 major forces in Von Avenly Moon Kingdom, the pillar-holding sword sect. This sect was renowned for swordsmanship, its status equated to that of the Alchemist Guild, making it a prestigious martial sect everyone dreamed of joining. While praising her own niece, Cassidy didn't forget to viciously criticize Kingston and his sister. Ever since she heard Kingston had an alchemy master as a mentor, she felt incredibly uncomfortable, as if thorns were pricking her eyes. Even after observing for several days and confirming that Kingston had no backing from any alchemist, she still couldn't tolerate his growth and strengthening. To her, merely expelling Kingston and his sister from the Yuan family was far from enough. They needed to be exterminated entirely to eliminate potential threats forever. Yuan Tianxiao had always followed Cassidy's words blindly. Today, having received benefits from Lung's niece, he became even more obedient. It was Yuan Tianxiao himself who approved Yuan Renjia burning Yuan Yaoxia. Neither of them took the killing of Kingston and his sister seriously, believing it a trivial matter for the Yuan family's elites. Teyaddenly, the ground trembled violently, accompanied by a thunderous roar outside. Pavilions crumbled and trees snapped as debris mixed with violent force instantly shattered the tightly shut doors into countless pieces. What's happening? Yuan Tianxiao stormed out angrily, striking the table, his inner Isaiah expanding like a balloon to form a hard shield in front of him, deflecting the flying debris. Upon reaching the doorway, his expression turned utterly shocked. The once splendid mansion lay in ruins, replaced by a cloud of dust and rubble. The front courtyard was unrecognizable, pavilions and artificial hills crushed together, indistinguishable from each other. Guards and servants either lay buried under the rubble or hung lifelessly from trees, bloodied. The gruesome scene chilled Yuan Tianxiao's heart, fear rising in his mind. Before he could confirm his suspicions, a blood-curdling scream rang out. A blood-spattered figure flew backward from the dusty haze, crashing against a beam with a bone-shattering sound. Maximilian Izayingtian. Could it be that Maximilian of the inner Isaiah realm had been blasted away? Yuan Tianxiao's eyes trembled as he watched the figure gradually emerge from the dust. When Kingston fully stepped forward, Yuan Tianxiao's face twisted in fury. Vaughn roared, "Bastard! How dare you return here and cause trouble?" Jer has been hurt by him. Behind him, Cassidy rushed over, seeing the bloody figure Kingston carried, screaming furiously, "Barrett! Quickly kill that bastard and save Jer!" Yuan Tianxiao glared at Kingston with rage, pointing accusingly at him. "Elmo, ungrateful dog! I knew you'd turn out to be an ingrate. Let go of Jer." His words were shameless. The Yuan family never treated Kingston and his sister as human beings, subjecting them to endless torment for over a decade. When sending assassins after them, he felt no remorse. Talking about killing his own children brought undisguised joy to his face, as if murdering them would bring greater glory to the Yuan family. Now, facing Kingston's retribution, he cursed and raged, pretending to have done some great kindness to the siblings. Kingston stared coldly at Yuan Tianxiao's enraged face. His accusations meant nothing to Kingston. Beyond Yuan Tianxiao's years of torture, he had never fulfilled his duty as a father. Moreover, Kingston wasn't even his son. His real son had died under the torment of Yuan Tianxiao and Cassidy. Without a word, Kingston grabbed Yuan Renjia's hair and swung him over his head several times. Then, amidst Cassidy's hysterical screams, he hurled Yuan Renjia onto the ground with immense force. A loud crack resounded as Yuan Renjia landed face down, his frail bones shattering into pieces. "Nasty brat! How dare you!" Yuan Tianxiao watched in fury as his lowest slave not only wreaked havoc in the mansion, but also broke his son's bones right before his eyes. This was an outright provocation, a serious challenge to the authority of the Yuan family patriarch. Ignoring Yuan Tianxiao's furious roar, Kingston casually beckoned him forward, saying coldly, "Elmo, get one move. Come." Seeing Yuan Renjia reduced to a lifeless dog, Cassidy collapsed to the ground, sobbing and shrieking, "Barrett, don't let that cur off easy. Disembowel him and avenge Jer. Elmo, disrespectful brat. I should have killed you and your sister long ago." Yuan Tianxiao bellowed fiercely, enveloped in murderous intent. Vaughn knew Kingston wouldn't come to apologize or submit. This fight would settle their grudges of the past dozen years. Thankfully, Kingston came alone, giving him some relief. At least, there was no mysterious alchemist backing him up, so he could kill without hesitation. Undoubtedly, the inner Isaiah realm differed from the body tempering, meridian opening, and spirit sensing realms. These 3 realms were foundational stages to entering true martial practice. In the body tempering realm, practitioners focused on physical strength. In the meridian opening realm, they strengthened their meridians, and in the spirit sensing realm, they consolidated their ability to withstand martial techniques. Once reaching the inner Isaiah realm, one was considered a true martial practitioner. The inner Isaiah here was thicker and martial techniques far more powerful than in the earlier stages. Yuan Tianxiao's murderous aura enveloped him as inner Isaiah formed a huge luminous sphere around him, swirling like a storm. Debris flew everywhere, turning the ruined courtyard into a chaotic battlefield. Kingston stood calmly with hands behind his back, his muscles vibrating, forming an invisible shield that deflected the flying stones. This bastard isn't using inner Isaiah? Just muscle power can produce such force? Terrorized, Yuan Tianxiao intensified his martial technique, conjuring a roaring lion, none other than the high-grade yellow-class martial skill reserved for the Yuan family's patriarch, Frenzied Lion Skyfist. With a deafening roar, Yuan Tianxiao charged forward, his fists demolishing everything in his path. The power of the spirit martial realm combined with a high-grade yellow-class martial technique was indeed formidable. Even if it hadn't reached the strength of 9 oxen, it had at least 5. Kingston's eyes flickered slightly as he thought this opponent still possessed some capability. If not for his cultivation of the 9 transmutations golden body art, facing this person would have been a tough fight. Vaughn might have won, but wouldn't have escaped unscathed. But times had changed. When Yuan Tianxiao missed the chance to kill him back then, he would never get another opportunity. To compare physical strength, Kingston's 9 transmutations golden body art was a supreme mystic level superior technique. Furthermore, he had already taken the essence bone pill, advancing his cultivation to the first stage, making his physique far stronger than that of an average spirit martial realm practitioner. Note: I have replaced Shin with mystic to maintain consistency in terminology and ensure it reads naturally in English. To Kingston, a mere 5 oxen strength was like an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly insignificant. Thousand Mountain Wave. Isaiah coursed through his meridians, layering and accumulating until it formed 5 layers in his right arm. In the next instant, a tyrannical chi wave rippled around Kingston's fist, causing the surrounding air to hum violently. Seeing this, Yuan Tianxiao felt a sense of unease. But he had no choice. With the situation escalating, he had to strike. Despite his reservations, he thrust his fist forward with all his might. Boom! Upon collision, the buildings around them collapsed. The explosive force sent Cassidy flying several meters, her frail body crashing into a wall, rupturing her internal organs as she spat out a torrent of blood. Yuan Tianxiao roared as the right fist that clashed with Kingston seemed to evaporate, dissolving into vapor amidst the energy impact. A gaping hole appeared in his chest, bones, flesh, and internal organs seemingly scooped out, leaving a wound as large as a head that penetrated entirely through his body. Yuan Tianxiao's body reeled backward, blood spurting from his chest. His shattered form smashed through the walls of the council hall, which, already weakened by the shockwaves, could no longer bear the impact. It collapsed immediately, turning into rubble. In contrast, Kingston's chest, struck by the fist, only indented slightly. As he exhaled slowly, the indentation vanished instantly, returning to its original state. Yuan Tianxiao's strongest attack couldn't harm him in the slightest. Elmo can't be really a... With lingering doubts, regret surfaced in Yuan Tianxiao's trembling eyes before his neck snapped, life extinguished. Fwoosh! Kingston spread his fingers, summoning a red flame in his palm, his cold gaze fixed on Cassidy beneath the rubble. After enduring such treatment from the Yuan family, Yuan Tianxiao certainly deserved his fate. But this venomous woman was equally guilty, arguably the instigator of all their suffering. Bastard! The Lung family won't let you go. Meadow won't let you go. The pillar-holding sword sect won't. Spitting blood, Cassidy saw her patriarch's defeat and knew their cause was lost. Vaughn's anger overwhelmed her heart, and her expression turned mad. She stared at Kingston with a look filled with resentment, even while spewing blood from her mouth, shrieking curses. Vaughn's frantic screams, however, turned into wails as the flame from Kingston's palm fell onto her. Soon, her cries ceased, replaced only by the crackling sound of the wildfire consuming the remains of the Yuan family estate. Having eliminated the masterminds who orchestrated his siblings' plight, Kingston silently turned and left. Behind him, one of the 3 major families of Azure Cloud City, the Yuan family, was now nothing but a sea of flames. Chapter 19. Turbulence rises again. Brother. At the treasure hall, Kingston's figure had barely appeared at the entrance when Yuan Miaoi rushed out impatiently and clung tightly to him. In her eyes, the Yuan family was filled with many experts, and she feared that once Kingston entered their family, he might never leave. After Kingston left, she grew increasingly anxious. If not for Adolf Manager holding her back forcefully, she would have rushed to the Yuan family long ago, determined to live or die with Kingston. It's okay. Nothing happened. See, I'm fine. Yuan Miaoi's tears quietly soaked his clothes, and Kingston tenderly patted her head in sympathy. Yuan Miaoi looked up at Kingston. Suddenly her vision went dark, and her body softened, collapsing toward the ground. With quick reflexes, Kingston caught her and probed her meridians with Yuan Qi. After checking thoroughly, he found no abnormalities. Brother, I'm fine. Just worried too much and got a bit dizzy. She forced a smile, shaking her head to reassure Kingston that she was okay. After confirming multiple times that there was nothing wrong with her body, Kingston relaxed and took her small hand, returning inside the treasure hall. Barrett, your personal matters are settled? Adolf Manager gazed into the distance towards the Yuan family residence, noticing the raging flames and realizing that Kingston must have acted ruthlessly. Vaughn couldn't help but be secretly alarmed. Sort of. Kingston didn't want to dwell on it, and gave a casual reply. Of course, he knew it wasn't that simple. Cold as Ayahanyan's final cry before death was full of confidence. Aosang? The Pillar Sky Sword Sect? Kingston couldn't care less about what these names represented. All he needed to do was face whatever came his way. Vaughn focused on enhancing his strength. Whoever wanted to take revenge for the Yuan family wasn't his concern. Honoring Kingston's response, Adolf Manager inwardly sighed. Those fools from the Yuan family really don't know talent when they see it. How could they mistake such a genius for a nobody? His mental power even surpasses a gray-robed alchemist. Earlier outside the shop, Kingston's method of extinguishing the fire by hand revealed a lot to Adolf Manager. At that time, Kingston showed no unusual fluctuations of Yuan Qi, indicating that his ability to absorb the flame wasn't martial technique-based, but rather controlled through mental power. Using mental power to gather and purify flames required immense skill, and Kingston manipulated the flames as easily as moving his own limbs. His mental control far surpassed ordinary alchemists. As the manager of the treasure hall, Adolf Manager had seen many alchemists at work. Compared to those alchemists' cautiousness, Kingston's control over the flames seemed masterful. If not for Kingston's low cultivation level and clear background, Adolf Manager might have thought Kingston himself was the mysterious alchemy master. Prepare several auxiliary materials for refining high-grade elixirs, with standards set for 7th-grade elixirs and above. The Shachi was due to erupt in less than a month, and Kingston returned to the treasure hall specifically to find materials. Though he already had the most precious demon core, other supplementary materials only needed to meet the grade requirements, allowing him to craft high-grade elixirs capable of breaking through the Sha barrier. 7th-grade elixir. This statement made Adolf Manager nearly drop his jaw. Alchemists were ranked from gray-robed to imperial robe. 7th-grade elixirs were high-grade elixirs even many official gray-robed alchemists couldn't refine. If Kingston could refine such elixirs, his skills would overshadow most gray-robed alchemists. How could an alchemist of this caliber remain unknown? Oh, I understand now. It must be that his talent has just been discovered by some mysterious expert, so even the Yuan family doesn't know. Making this conjecture, Adolf Manager immediately fetched the inventory list for Kingston to review personally. White moongrass, purple comb fruit, firefly flower, light containing lily. Kingston selected about 7 or 8 materials. Noticing Kingston's discerning eye for choosing rare and valuable materials that worked synergistically, Adolf Manager became more convinced that Kingston was an alchemist disciple. These materials will cost a total of 14,876 spirit stones. Let's make it 14,000 for you. Clearly intent on cultivating Kingston, Adolf Manager surprisingly waived 800 spirit stones despite the store's location. Kingston nodded and handed over the spirit stones from his storage bag. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll have someone fetch the materials immediately. Just as Adolf Manager was about to fetch the materials with a broad smile, a group of people stormed in through the door. Who is Kingston? Come with us. These men wore black robes, carried swords on their waists, and hung silver badges shaped like crescent moons. People from the city lord's mansion. Adolf manager whispered to Kingston before warmly greeting them. Officers, what brings you to our treasure hall? Cut the chatter. Where's that young philosopher named Kingston? The city lord requests his presence. The newcomers were arrogant, showing no respect to Adolf manager. These were the guards from the city lord's mansion, led by Rhett. Rhett's gaze quickly fell on Kingston. Elmarie Kingston, right? Seeing Rhett's arrogant demeanor, Kingston chuckled coldly and said coolly, so what if I am? Let the one who wants to see me come here. Upon hearing this, Rhett's face turned red with anger, pointing at Kingston and scolding him. What insolence! Who do you think you are, daring to ask the city lord to visit you? Vaughn sneered, looking down on Kingston. Fool, do you really think the city lord is inviting you? As he spoke, he threw a heavy iron chain, weighing over 200 pounds, onto the ground. In broad daylight, murder and arson. Do you think Cyan Cloud City has no laws? Put on the cuffs and come with us. Shaking his head, Kingston raised an eyebrow and asked, why should I care about your city's laws? For the Yuan family, the laws of Cyan Cloud City were like passing wind, let alone Kingston himself. The city lord commanded tens of thousands under his rule, seemingly very powerful. But to Kingston, not even a supreme ruler of Von Avenly Moon Kingdom mattered. Vile slave, are you displeased with the city lord's command? Rhett blushed in rage, his cheeks twitching as he unsheathed his sword with a resounding clash. The blade gleamed menacingly as it slashed toward Kingston's shoulder. Clank! Kingston's right hand flashed, gripping the blade's edge with ironclad precision, stopping it inches away from his body. Tyax strength. Rhett, being at the 9th tier of the Agile realm with forged body cultivation, believed his strength unmatched among peers. Yet, he was single-handedly subdued by a mere quivering body realm cultivator. Exerting all his might, Rhett struggled to retrieve his sword but failed miserably. Flustered, he grabbed the hilt with both hands and twisted furiously. The sight of an Agile realm expert struggling against a weaker opponent, especially using both hands where others used one, drew frowns from observers. Even his companions felt embarrassed and looked away. After a few moments, Rhett's stance resembled a tug of war. Feet planted firmly, he strained backward with crimson face, pulling with all his might. Meanwhile, Kingston watched disdainfully as if watching a circus act. Finally, when Rhett's strength waned and his face flushed red, Kingston exerted pressure, causing the blade to snap into 2 pieces instantly. Swoosh! Vaughn thrust forward, creating a gaping wound on Rhett's shoulder. Blood spurted violently, with half the blade piercing through Rhett's shoulder, sending him crashing outside. What terrifying strength! If that blade hit the neck, he wouldn't have lived. This young philosopher is too strong. No wonder he could single-handedly wipe out the Yuan family. Cold sweat streamed down the faces of Rhett's subordinates, unable to believe this was the strength possessed by a quivering body realm cultivator. Remarkable skills, no wonder the Yuan family fell at your hands. Just as Rhett was casually sent flying by Kingston, and his subordinates were unsure how to salvage the situation, a round of applause suddenly came from outside the treasure hall. 3 young men wearing light green robes and carrying treasure swords on their backs stepped in, gently clapping their hands. They wore eerie smiles, their faces cold as they looked over. It's a pity. It seems you didn't know that the Yuan family had the protection of our Pillar Sky Sword sect behind them. Chapter 20. Despicable. The appearance of these 3 individuals immediately enlightened Kingston. The city lord's invitation was merely a ruse. The true intention was for these 3 from the Skybearing Sword sect to avenge the Yuan family. If they could easily take care of Kingston using the law of Azure Cloud City, it would save them considerable effort. Now that the city lord's men were no match for Kingston, these 3 had no choice but to reveal their identities and personally deal with him. Skybearing Sword sect? One of the 5 major powers in Tianwei Kingdom, the Skybearing Sword sect? Although Treasure Pavilion was not weak, it was like an infant unable to walk when compared to the 5 major powers of Tianwei Kingdom. If the city lord intended harm toward Kingston, the steward Adolf might have intervened on his behalf. However, given the involvement of the Skybearing Sword sect, he couldn't speak on behalf of the Treasure Pavilion. Correct. I am Trenton, an outer sect disciple of the Skybearing Sword sect. The leader of the trio boasted proudly, with a haughty demeanor as he introduced himself. The other 2 appeared to be twin brothers, both with long faces. The only distinction between them was a black mole on one's right ear. My name is York Chevy, and this is my Esteban brother York Gillis. People call us Brother Gillis and Brother Chevy. The twins from the Skybearing Sword sect seemed eager to flaunt their identities, quickly announcing their names in succession. Greetings, Maximilians. I am Adolf Yuanjian, head steward of Treasure Pavilion. Steward Adolf had observed the insignias on their bodies and confirmed they were indeed disciples of the Skybearing Sword sect. His expression turned cautious as he hurriedly greeted them with clasped hands. Greetings? What manners do you have? Elmov been here so long without even serving tea. Is that your idea of hospitality? York Chevy scolded Steward Adolf sternly. After Adolf nervously served the tea, York Chevy still grumbled unhappily. Where are the seats? Maximilian brother Zhao can't sit on chairs others have used. Do you have no sense to serve in this position? Incompetent fool. Kingston watched the 3 braggarts before him expressionlessly, feeling speechless. They clearly possessed only first-stage martial artist abilities, yet they acted arrogantly, behaving as if they were superior. If these people were under his command, they would have been struck dead long ago. Tea was served, seats arranged. Trenton glanced sideways at Kingston with disdain, asking coldly, will you take your own life in apology, or shall we act? Upon hearing this, Steward Adolf hesitated. Vaughn wanted to intercede for Kingston, but offending the Skybearing Sword sect was beyond what he could risk. Elmo needn't worry about me. Go ahead and make your move, Kingston yawned lazily, with a hint of mocking amusement in his eyes and voice. Trenton's pupils constricted, his face turning grim. There's an old saying, a wise man knows when the times are against him. Offending the Skybearing Sword sect means certain death, no matter how far you run. If you kill yourself now, you can spare your sister's life. This is the greatest mercy our sect can show you. As Trenton's cold gaze swept over Sonia's tense face, she panicked, pulling on Kingston's sleeve. Brother, don't listen to him. I'm not afraid of dying. If you're gone, I won't live either. Kingston patted his sister's head comfortingly, smiling. Relax. No one has yet been born who can kill your brother. As long as I'm around, no one can touch a single hair on your head. Trenton took a deep breath, attempting to intimidate further. Elmo, prefer to court punishment instead of accepting kindness? It's for your own good. If Sister Adrian hears of this, tearing you and your sister limb from limb would be lenient. Do you know the relationship between Mitzi Ewan and Maximilian's sister Adrian? Did you think you could slaughter the Ewan family completely and still hope to escape? Kingston gave a faint smile, directly exposing their intentions. All this talk, aren't you afraid you can't beat me? What did you say? Trenton straightened up abruptly, like a fox whose tail had been stepped on, gritting his teeth. I was giving you a chance out of kindness, don't be ungrateful. Kingston shook his head helplessly. Even Lingwu 5th stage Yuan Tianxiao fell to me. 3 first stage Lingwu minions like you should wisely leave while you can. Yuan Tianxiao was really killed. Steward Adolf was alarmed by this revelation. How could someone at KD first stage transcend multiple levels to slay a Lingwu realm expert? Yuan Tianxiao was considered an adept within Azure Cloud City, yet Kingston defeated him so swiftly. How powerful must Kingston's mysterious alchemist mentor be to cultivate such a transcendent disciple? Alchemists truly were untouchable figures in the martial world, fearful beings defying common logic. Kingston's words cut deeply into the trio. The Ewan family's fate didn't concern them until they were tasked to deliver medicinal pills. Failing this task could result in dire consequences back at the Sky-bearing Sword sect. Not from the sect's discipline, but from a notorious inner disciple named Adrian. She was a prodigy in the sect, having recently excelled in a discipleship competition. Vaughn's exceptional talent made her a candidate for core disciple status. Tyak, a high-profile figure's displeasure, could destroy low-ranking outer disciples like them effortlessly. Though the trio concealed their thoughts, they feigned anger at Kingston, leaping up simultaneously. Elmo, insolent mongrel. If you want to die, then I'll oblige you. Trenton pointed accusingly at Kingston. Exchanging nods, the 3 swords were unsheathed almost in perfect harmony. Their swords were identical, plain-looking Isaiah Hangfeng blades, typically issued to outer disciples of the Sky-bearing Sword sect. One word: Lightflow sword. Trenton's blade erupted in blinding white light, momentarily blinding opponents. Taking advantage of this momentary blindness, the 3 attacked Kingston simultaneously. Outnumbered and outmatched, they resorted to despicable tactics. Steward Adolf clenched his teeth, furious at their shamelessness. But powerless to intervene, he cursed them silently. Unexpectedly, despite being temporarily blinded, Kingston locked onto their sword movements with pinpoint accuracy. Enhanced spiritual power allowed him to sense and react more effectively than visual sight, detecting blind spots and reacting accordingly. With bare hands, Kingston grabbed 2 sword blades. With his body fortified by the 9 rotations golden body technique to the first stage, even the inferior Isaiah Hangfeng swords couldn't pierce his skin. To slay the Yuan family patriarch shows some skill. Though his sword was captured, Trenton wore a smug grin. But you've lost. Teadenly, York Chevy's sword veered towards Sonia's forehead instead. Chapter 21. Utter humiliation. These 3 had long planned their move. 2 would hold Kingston at bay, while the 3rd would seize the opportunity to ambush the unguarded Yuan Davina. Once Kingston was thrown into disarray, they would strike to finish him off. To think you belong to prestigious schools. How despicable. Their behavior was so revolting that Tai finally couldn't help but curse loudly. However, Kingston, who had already locked onto their movements with his mental power, remained unusually calm in the face of York Chevy's despicable actions. Just before York Chevy's sword strike landed, Kingston made his move. Vaughn twisted his hands holding the dual swords forcefully, sending a twisting force along the blades crazily toward Trenton and York Gillis. In an instant, a powerful twisting force surged through their arms, tearing their sleeves into shreds. Their skin and muscles tore open under the overwhelming power, almost severing their arms. Startled, the 2 hastily released their swords to cut off the spread of the force. Yet as soon as they let go, the 2 Isaiah Hangfeng swords fell effortlessly into Kingston's hands. With just a diagonal slash, the ambushing York Chevy, caught off guard, had his sword-wielding hand cleanly severed by Kingston. York Chevy could never have dreamed that 2 senior disciples would be unable to subdue a mere tier 1 body-tempering practitioner like Kingston, whose defensive aura couldn't even withstand 1 strike. York Chevy screamed, clutching his bleeding stump, rolling on the ground in agony. The 3 united in attack, yet were instantly defeated. Trenton and York Gillis's faces flushed red with shame and anger as they glanced around. Every eye from the treasure pavilion was filled with disdain. Fighting 3 against 1 was bad enough, but to ambush an unarmed girl? Utterly dishonorable. Though the treasure pavilion did not want to clash with the Sky Pillar Sword sect, they wouldn't stand idly by when such shameless individuals created trouble on their territory. Based on your actions today, we reserve the right to report this incident to the Sky Pillar Sword sect. Leave now. Tai's expression turned stern, his demeanor no longer accommodating as he firmly expelled the trio. Defeated and utterly humiliated, the 3 had no choice but to leave. After all, though the treasure pavilion was inferior to their sect, the Sky Pillar Sword sect wouldn't ruin relations over 3 incompetent outer sect disciples. Give me back my sword, then I'll leave. With a red face, Trenton extended his hand towards Kingston, feigning a pained expression. The treasure pavilion onlookers' expressions mirrored shock and disbelief. Was this man truly without shame? Even fighting unfairly and engaging in despicable ambushes, how could he still demand the return of his confiscated weapon after such humiliation? If their master saw them disgraced like this, he'd likely fly into a rage and break their legs right there. Kingston's eyes turned cold. Twirling his sword with lightning speed, he thrust it forward like thunder. Ah! Trenton fell backward, blood streaming down his cheek. Blood. Elmo, you've ruined my face. Although not a woman, no one wished to live with a disfigured face for others to mock. Touching the hot blood on his face, Trenton panicked, wishing he could wail aloud. Senior brother, there are words on your face. Animal, brute. Rushing to support Trenton, York Gillis noticed the bloody characters carved into his face, causing a chill to run down his spine. This man was indeed fearless like a young bull, daring to humiliate Sky Pillar Sword sect disciples. Wasn't he afraid of death? Trembling, York Gillis read the word brute, which sent him into further fright. Afraid that Kingston might do the same to him, York Gillis hurriedly helped both of them up and fled outside chaotically. Seeing the situation deteriorate, people from the city lord's residence also followed suit, slinking away stealthily. Buzz. Kingston channeled energy into his sword, causing the Isaiah Hangfeng sword to emit a piercing vibration. We're wrong. We know we're wrong. Elmong Barrett, spare our lives. I'll never dare again. Elmong Barrett, brother, we apologize. It was our fault. Please forgive us and let us live. Sir, miss, please show mercy and release us. Believing Kingston intended to kill them, the fleeing group fell to their knees, begging for mercy, including the injured York Chevy. Each person kowtowed repeatedly to Kingston and Ewan Davina. Seeing their shameless behavior, Kingston felt a wave of disgust and coldly said, "Look at your pitiful selves. Killing you would only dirty my hands. Go." "Thank you, Among Barrett. Thank you. I'm leaving right now." They scrambled to their feet and vanished down the street. Tyak's shameful cowards weren't worth killing. They'd only sully his hands. Kingston shook his head lightly and opened his palm. Whoosh! A flame rose from his hand, reducing the severed arm to ashes. The Isaiah Hengfeng sword, now useless, was tossed aside like trash. Chevry, and send the materials. Delaying too long will attract more such meaningless idiots. Looking at Tai, Kingston urged softly. Tai, witnessing Kingston humiliate Sky Pillar Sword Sect disciples, was sweating profusely, his face ashen. Vaughn sighed bitterly and looked at Kingston with earnest concern. "Sir, if I may speak freely, your style is too reckless. If this continues, you'll make enemies everywhere. Perhaps it's best to temper yourself." Kingston's expression remained cold as he shook his head. "If men don't offend me, I won't offend them. Moreover, if I hadn't shown restraint, they'd be corpses." Internally sighing, Tai knew the Sky Pillar Sword Sect wouldn't let the humiliation of its disciples pass. Even sparing them wasn't enough to ensure leniency from such a high-level entity. One disrespectful glance or word was reason enough for lethal action, let alone facial carvings. "Sir, since you have talent in alchemy, why not join the Alchemist Guild for certification? Even a lowly gray robe alchemist can deter such scoundrels." The Alchemist Guild? Kingston considered it. Vaughn had plans to explore it regardless, seeking advanced materials to enhance his strength. Most martial resources in Von Avenly Moon Kingdom were controlled by the guild. "I'll consider it. Send the materials first." Waving his hand, Kingston headed straight for the alchemy room. Now, not only was the crisis of surging killing chi imminent, but the Sky Pillar Sword Sect, one of the 5 major powers, had also become involved in his family feud. More formidable opponents loomed ahead. Considering this, joining the Alchemist Guild was not an immediate priority. Note, Sa Chi is translated as killing chi to better convey its meaning in English. Chapter 22. Breaking through the Sha barrier. Before long, the Treasure Pavilion delivered all the auxiliary materials that Kingston required. Using the Treasure Pavilion's alchemy room, Kingston prepared to refine the Sha breaking pill and break through the first level of the Sha barrier in one fell swoop. Kingston placed the materials nearby, but did not rush to start refining. The pills he refined were always top grade, and the emergence of a top grade pill would inevitably cause unusual phenomena. For low grade pills, it was manageable. At most, there would be patterns and fragrances that could be easily concealed. However, the pill he was about to refine was a 9th grade spirit pill, the highest grade among spirit pills. The unusual phenomena caused by this pill would be enough to shake the entire Azure Cloud City. Standing out too much invited trouble, and Kingston did not want unnecessary problems now. Vaughn walked around the alchemy room, secretly releasing his mental energy to set up barriers on all 4 walls, forming an invisible shield that was hard to see with the naked eye. This barrier had no defensive power. Its main function was to block the unusual phenomena that would occur when the pill was completed. After setting everything up, Kingston started refining the pill. Vaughn took out a green-colored demon core from his storage bag, spread his fingers, and deep red flames instantly burst into life, engulfing the green demon core. The thumb-sized demon core contained unimaginably powerful demonic energy, and thunderous booms echoed frequently within the flame as it refined the core. The deep red flames flickered wildly with each explosion, resembling a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. After 18 booms, Kingston's expression changed slightly. Vaughn channeled Yuan Qi through his palms, making the demon core rotate rapidly. As the demon core spun rapidly, grayish impurities were continuously shed under the dual effects of the flames and rotation. The green demon core became clear and transparent, like a peeled longan fruit. The demon core radiated brilliant light, and the strong green demonic energy exuded vitality. Half an incense stick later, the commotion within the demon core finally subsided. After purification, the demon core had transformed into a crystal surrounded by green Yuan Qi, with all impurities completely refined. Wiping sweat from his face, Kingston didn't stop. Vaughn immediately added other materials such as firefly flower and light-containing lily to the purified demon core. Under the cutting effect of the green Yuan Qi, the added materials were instantly shredded, and impurities were quickly stripped away by the swirling green gas. As more materials were added, the green gas enveloped the demon core like a pill's nucleus, layered with colorful medicinal liquid inside and out. The invigorating fragrance surged like a dragon, impacting the spiritual energy barrier around the room, as if trying to break free and soar skyward. Time passed, and the fragrance inside the alchemy room had turned into substantial white mist, completely enveloping the alchemy room so that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Deep within the white mist, a shiny spirit pill floated quietly, with 2 green dragon marks circling and chasing each other around it. Another top-grade pill with double dragon marks. The 9th grade spirit pill was complete. The Sha breaking pill has a restraining effect on Sha energy. This time, breaking through the Sha barrier will definitely succeed. Kingston muttered to himself, then tilted his head to swallow the Sha breaking pill. Instantly, the medicine unleashed a furnace-like heat, burning his intestines and internal organs, making him feel intensely scorched. The potent drug force of a 9th grade pill rampaged through his body's meridians like raging dragons. Under the influence of the drug force, his body temperature continued to rise, and his bronze-colored skin gradually turned red and hot, like a glowing iron brand. As expected, the appearance of the drug force triggered a strong backlash from the Sha energy. A swarm of ant-like Sha energy once again swept through his body, emerging endlessly from his bone marrow and flesh, colliding with the powerful drug force of the Sha breaking pill. The pill Kingston refined this time had highly targeted ingredients, each chosen for their effectiveness against Sha energy. Individual herbs might not have been enough to achieve breakthrough results, but the fusion of several potent herbs through his exceptional alchemy skills produced an unexpectedly powerful effect in suppressing Sha energy. The drug force of the Sha breaking pill soon gained the upper hand over the Sha energy, pursuing and devouring it like fleeing soldiers. After clearing the Sha energy from his meridians, Kingston directed the drug force deeper into his bone marrow, removing the final remnants of the Sha barrier. Like scraping the bones to cure poison, inch by inch, he cleared the last traces of the Sha barrier. Roar! After an unknown duration, the pot of medicinal liquid was empty. Kingston suddenly stretched his arms toward the sky, letting out a long, satisfied roar. Inside his body, the sound of new sprouts breaking through soil echoed continuously, as if something was rooting and growing within him. In the center of his spine, a sesame seed-sized black light ball suddenly extended countless blood vessel-like veins in all directions. Upon close examination, these veins resembled martial veins, except they were darker in color and emitted a disquieting aura. Despite the appearance of foreign matter within his body, Kingston wasn't surprised. Instead, he looked delighted. After breaking through the first barrier of the Von Evenly Sha ultimate body, there are such benefits. Second martial vein, the Sha vein. Ordinary martial artists had only one martial vein, and only one person in the history of the Tianyue Kingdom's martial arts had ever developed the second martial vein. That person created countless legends in the martial world of Tianyue Kingdom, unmatched by subsequent generations. Having a second martial vein not only symbolized extraordinary martial talent, but also greatly accelerated cultivation speed and significantly increased the power of martial techniques. With the dual enhancement of martial veins, even ordinary yellow-grade martial skills could unleash the power of mystical or even earth-grade martial skills. Breaking through the Sha barrier of the Von Evenly Sha ultimate body was difficult, but the benefits afterward were immeasurable. The energy within Kingston's body surged unceasingly, elevating his martial realm layer by layer. His previously stagnant martial realm, tightly restricted by the first Sha barrier, rapidly ascended as if riding the wind and waves. Just after breaking through the second level of the tempering body realm, his realm instantly leaped to the third level in less than a breath. The astonishing speed of his breakthroughs continued until reaching the first level of the opening pulse realm. Both his physical strength and Dan Tian Yuan Qi improved significantly with the elevation of his realm. Two streams of Yuan Qi within his two martial veins surged like dragons, chasing each other fiercely within his body. The overwhelming power reverberated throughout the surrounding air, creating low rumbling sounds. Boom! Outside the sealed alchemy room, a massive impact sounded. The alchemy room shook violently as if experiencing an earthquake due to the immense force. Azure Cloud City Lord, this is the treasure pavilion. I hope you respect our rules. Ty's furious shout made Kingston's expression darken. Indeed, those who sought death wouldn't leave him alone. This time, they had gone even further, attacking the alchemy room while it was in use, disregarding the martial world's taboos. Chapter 23. The Might of Dual Meridians. A martial artist in seclusion most abhors being disturbed by outsiders. Once interrupted, regardless of previous relationships, from that moment on, an irrevocable enmity would be born, one that could only end in death. The same applied to alchemists in seclusion. Anyone who dared disturb them would become a mortal enemy with whom a battle to the death could ensue immediately. City Lord Casper obviously didn't care about this taboo, and had clearly made up his mind to see this confrontation through to its bitter end. Is Xiangtian's sword sect? Kingston's eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly analyzed the situation. Vaughn knew that given the Yuan family status, they weren't worth Casper City Lord avenging them personally. There must be another reason for such a grand confrontation. Outside the room, Tai stared angrily at the newcomers. The leader wore a tall hat and looked deathly pale, as if he were suffering from some terminal illness. Vaughn was none other than Casper City Lord, Liu Shan. Accompanying him were over 100 martial artists, most of whom were only pulse activation or spirit mobilization realm, but there were also 3 experts at the 4th level of spirit martial realm. At that moment, one of these spirit martial 4th level experts was brandishing an iron hammer with a sinister grin, smashing into the alchemy room door. Though the treasure pavilion's alchemy room was specially built, its defensive capabilities weren't strong enough to withstand the attack. After just a few hits, the door was already on the verge of collapse. What does it matter if it's the treasure pavilion? Even you must abide by national laws within the borders of Tianyue Kingdom. Liu Shan cast a cold glance at Tai, his voice icy. Elmore Treasure Pavilion harbors criminals. You will be charged as accomplices. If you don't move, I'll have you arrested too. Cowards, show yourselves. As Tai stood firm against Casper City Lord, the massive iron hammer once again slammed into the alchemy room door, sparks flying. With a deafening boom, the alchemy room door couldn't withstand the assault and shattered into powder instantly. At that moment, thick white smoke billowing with the aroma of elixirs flooded out, turning the corridor outside the alchemy room into a dense, impenetrable fog. This smell, it's the fragrance of a supreme-grade elixir. The man wielding the iron hammer was knocked back several steps by the power of the aromatic aura. Upon recognizing the smell surrounding him as the signature scent of an elixir, his face turned ghostly pale. The person inside isn't that lowly slave, is he? How could a supreme-grade elixir alchemist be inside? What did I just do? Disturbing an alchemist while they're refining was undoubtedly a grave offense, punishable by death many times over. The iron hammer-wielding man was petrified by the consequences of his rash actions. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, the swirling white mist was suddenly accompanied by a roaring wind. The force of the gale pressed against him, making it impossible to breathe. An expert. Not only was the person inside an alchemist, but they also possessed formidable martial prowess. The released energy was so powerful it constrained his limbs, making any form of retaliation impossible. Plea. Before he could finish his plea for mercy, a steel-hard fist came crashing down on his skull like a wave, causing a loud crack to echo in the mist-filled hallway. Blood splattered onto the faces of Casper City Lord's men. The warm blood sent chills down their spines. In the mere moments since the sound of bone cracking, the spirit martial 4th level man had been killed with one blow. Elmo, you're an alchemy master? Casper City Lord's throat moved nervously as cold sweat dripped down his face. The atmosphere grew eerily dark, robbing them of their previous arrogance. The scent of a supreme-grade elixir wafted out from the alchemy room, even stunning Tai. Could the elixirs Kingston brought for sale not have been refined by his master? Was Kingston himself the mysterious alchemist? Tai's heart raced wildly. For a well-known slave of the Yuan family to turn out to be an unfathomably skilled alchemist, this revelation, if true, was explosive. In this light, Kingston now had no backers or affiliations. If they could recruit him to the treasure pavilion, the pavilion's status and power might increase significantly. The heavy footsteps in the mist seemed to come from a harbinger of death, each step resonating in the hearts of Casper City Lord's men. A master capable of refining supreme-grade elixirs held a status so lofty that even the strongest powers would dare not challenge them. Kingston, it really is you. As Luo Ziahen Shan identified the figure emerging from the mist, his heart skipped a beat. This was indeed the notorious Yuan family slave, incapable of cultivating martial arts for 16 years and treated as nothing more than a servant. How could he possibly be an alchemy master? If it weren't for the ingrained image of Kingston as a worthless slave, Luo Ziahen Shan would never have thought he could capture and execute this person so easily to please a Xiantian sword sect. Boom! Kingston clenched his fists, sending a wave of force forward. The friction against the air produced a thunderous roar, shaking the entire space. Windows and counters trembled, vases on display shattering under the pressure before even hitting the ground. How powerful! Could this be a profound rank martial technique? Tai, along with everyone else, found their faces contorted in terror under the overwhelming might of Kingston's punch. Glancing at Kingston, his heart raced even faster. First pulse activation realm? Good heavens, he was still in the body tempering realm just an hour ago. What exactly did he do inside? To have advanced a whole major realm. What terrified Tai even more was that despite Kingston being only at the pulse activation stage, his punch packed a force far beyond the capacity of a spirit martial practitioner to withstand. The duality of Kingston's martial meridians surged continuously within him, like an endless river. Seeking an outlet, he encountered Casper City Lord disrupting his seclusion without provocation. Channeling all his pent-up strength into this single strike, the vacuum left in the air by the punch was starkly visible. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. Behind Casper City Lord, walls were reduced to gaping holes emitting burn odors. Of the dozens who had come with Luo Ziahen Shan, nearly half vanished without a trace. No blood, no severed limbs remained. Only the dull thud of heavy objects hitting the ground, leaving craters in the street. Bystanders watched in bewilderment as a dragon-shaped energy burst from the treasure pavilion, wreaking havoc before ascending into the clouds and disappearing. After the violent commotion, not even a speck of ash was left of the city lord's men. The remaining subordinates cowered in fear, frozen in place. Kingston approached them, his presence imposing. Their fighting spirit was completely quelled, even the fourth-level spirit martial practitioners unable to muster the will to resist. Too powerful. The disparity was insurmountable. Any action would result in certain death. Kneel. Facing Kingston's oppressive silence, Luo Ziahen Shan collapsed first, trembling and pleading, "Sir, spare my life. Anything you want, I'll give it to you." At this critical juncture, a city lord's dignity paled compared to the desire for survival. To save his life, Luo Ziahen Shan would willingly lick shoes if required. Kingston walked up to him, looking down at the trembling city lord with disdain. 10 mystic-grade medicinal materials, and I'll spare your life. Chevy? Mystic-grade? Luo Ziahen Shan blinked, not expecting this request. Though mystic-grade herbs were valuable, he owned countless treasures and antiques. Kingston wanted only mystic-grade herbs. Indeed, the mindset of an alchemist is truly hard to comprehend. Fortunately, the condition Kingston proposed wasn't difficult. Luo Ziahen Shan forced a smile and bowed, saying, "My lord may not know, but mystic-grade medicinal materials are considered high-level herbs, and I wouldn't have any in my possession. However, I can provide 3 million spirit stones for you to purchase the materials. 2 months. Kingston extended a finger before the man's eyes, stating unequivocally, "Elmo have 2 months to prepare 10 mystic-grade medicinal materials. I will come to collect them personally when the time comes. Remember, if even one is missing, I'll take your life." With that, Kingston waved his hand, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that sent the stunned Luo Ziahen Shan flying out the door until he vanished at the end of the street. Leaving Luo Ziahen Shan alive, Kingston certainly had his reasons. Damned Vaughn Evenly Catastrophe Body. Just as I pass the first Sha checkpoint, the second one appears. The translation is mostly accurate, but can be improved for fluency and naturalness in English. Vaughn's a refined version. Damned Vaughn Evenly Catastrophe Body. I've barely overcome the first Sha checkpoint, and now the second one appears. This version maintains the meaning while ensuring it reads more naturally in English. Despite his expression remaining impassive after retracting his fist, Kingston cursed inwardly. At this moment, within his second martial meridian, the catastrophic meridian, a subtle vein quietly entwined around his heart. A nearly indelible malevolent energy gradually moved along this vein towards his heart. For consistency and clarity in terminology, it's better to use malevolent energy instead of the Chinese term sha qi, unless it has been previously introduced and defined in the text. If sha qi is a concept integral to the story and has been explained earlier, you may keep it but ensure it reads naturally in context. At this rate, it would take no more than 2 months for the malevolent energy to reach his heart. Once his heart was shattered, he wouldn't be able to reverse the fatal outcome. The Vaughn Evenly Catastrophe Body brought both calamity and fortune. Passing the catastrophic checkpoints undoubtedly offered countless benefits, but if he couldn't break through before the death checkpoint arrived, only inevitable death awaited him. Thus, instead of killing City Lord Casper, it was better to let him help search for the materials he needed. Matters concerning his life and death, every bit of assistance increased his chances of survival. ##### Chapter 24, Ambush. To use a 9th rank spirit pill for breaking through the first Sha Gate, then at least an Shin pill will be required to break through the second Sha Gate. I hope the third branch of Treasure Pavilion doesn't disappoint me. One day after Kingston emerged from his seclusion, since the mystic herbs needed by Kingston were unavailable in Casper City's Treasure Pavilion, Tai had no choice but to suggest that Kingston go to the third branch to look for them. This branch was the closest to Casper City, though it still took several days to reach. To please Kingston, Tai even offered to drive the carriage personally, escorting Kingston and his sister to the third branch to collect the herbs. The carriage sped down the road. "Brother, you promised to teach me martial arts, right? Why don't you teach me now? I want to help brother share some of the burden." Inside the carriage, Alicia gazed out the window at the scenery flashing by, lost in thought as she asked her question. These past few days, outsiders had been taking turns causing trouble. Each time, she could only hide under Kingston's protection, sometimes even becoming a burden that hindered him. If she could also practice martial arts, she could fight alongside her brother instead of always hiding behind him. "Do you remember that? It was just a joke. Protecting my little sister is my responsibility. As long as I'm here, all you need to do is enjoy every day." Kingston smiled, pinched her round cheeks gently, and then closed his eyes to meditate, unwilling to waste a single second in cultivation. With his martial path blocked by the Sha Gates, strengthening his physique was crucial. The Yuan family was gone, but the troubles didn't end. Vaughn needed to become stronger to face the dangers ahead. Survival comes from adversity, death from complacency. lessons from his previous life were vividly remembered. Even as an emperor, he had moments of peril. How much more cautious should he be now, being only at the first level meridian opening stage? Teyadinly, Kingston's eyes snapped open, a cold glint appearing in his clear gaze. Vaughn quickly scooped up Alicia and stomped hard on the carriage floor. His body moved like a swift bird, gracefully leaping out of the carriage while grabbing Tai, who was driving. In one breath, they flew Tinzhong away. Boom! Almost the moment he jumped out, a Tinzhong sword energy descended from the sky. Like divine punishment, the sword energy shattered the carriage roof and exploded outward, turning the carriage into dust and reducing the horses to a pile of bloody mud. Fire! Before Kingston could catch his breath, a roar came from the roadside woods. Who dared to ambush our Treasure Pavilion carriage? Dare you reveal your name? Tai, still shaken, knew clearly what was happening. Although Treasure Pavilion wasn't top tier, it ranked among significant powers within the 5 major forces. Ordinary bandits wouldn't dare to raid their carriages. His furious shouts, however, did not stop the attackers. Arrows whistled through the air, covering them from head to toe with a dense net. Alicia hid in Kingston's arms, tense but silent despite her fear. Tai's face was pale, his pupils wide with terror as the arrows approached. Tai a wide-range attack aimed not to loot but to kill. Vaughn guessed they might target Kingston, but the ambushers intended no survivors, not even himself. Clang! Kingston's right hand swept through the air, creating a wind so powerful it solidified the air like metal. Now at the first level golden body, his physique and inner essence were unmatched. While others at the meridian opening stage merely opened meridians like small canals, Kingston's channels were vast rivers. Whether in quality or quantity, his essence surpassed ordinary martial artists. Moreover, with the Sha pulse, he could refine stronger Sha Isaiah than normal essence. With 2 martial pulses working together, even a mere shield of chi force could match the strength of a well-forged shield. Facing the endless rain of arrows, Kingston's fists moved rapidly, blocking every incoming arrow flawlessly. The arrows rained down like heavy showers, but Kingston's defense was impenetrable. Clashes rang out as each arrow either burst into powder or broke into pieces around his feet. Didn't expect this scum to have some skills. After the volley, dozens of figures emerged from both sides of the road. At the front stood a man in blue, holding a chilling long sword. Behind him were Tianjin Sect's Trenton, York Gillis, and York Chevy. Trenton, with his face covered in white cloth, pointed angrily at Kingston and said coldly, "Senior brother Xavier, this person killed Senior Sister Meadows' family and stole our swords, severing Junior brother York Chevy's arm. Vaughn completely disregards our sect's reputation. This man has committed grave sins and must die. Please tear him to pieces, Senior brother Xavier." Xavier's face darkened, pointing his sword at Kingston. "Elmo V offended Senior Sister Meadow. You're already dead. Today is your execution day." In his view, stealing weapons and tarnishing the sect's name paled compared to offending Cold Meadow. Tianjin's sword sect. Tai was shocked. Vaughn never imagined Tianjin's sect disciples would ambush the Treasure Pavilion. Renowned throughout Tianyue Kingdom, Tianjin's sect collaborated closely with the Treasure Pavilion. Even if there was any misunderstanding, direct ambushes without warning were unheard of. Kingston remained calm, fixing his gaze on the man and sneering. "A measly 5th-ranked spiritual marshal trying to stick your neck out? Elmo, insolent trash at the first-level meridian opening. What makes you so arrogant?" Xavier frowned, looking at Kingston with disdain. Vaughn thought this country bumpkin surely overestimated himself, insulting a spiritual martial expert when he was only at the meridian opening stage. Wasn't this asking for death? Meridian opening? Vaughn was just a first-level body tempering waste, right? Trenton and the others rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Seeing Kingston's true meridian opening aura, they exclaimed in shock, "Impossible. Vaughn was at first-level body tempering last time we saw him. How could he break through to meridian opening in just one day? Bluffing. Vaughn must have used some secret technique to boost his power artificially. A first-level body tempering trash can't progress this fast." The archers around them also looked uneasy, though they didn't know Kingston's background. Breaking through from body tempering to meridian opening in one day. What kind of formidable martial talent was this? Seeing Kingston's genuine meridian opening aura, Trenton and the others panicked, wondering if the mysterious alchemist was real. Without potent elixirs from an expert, how could such a waste advance so rapidly? Silence. What's so impressive about this level of talent? Our Tianjin sword sect has countless geniuses. There's nothing remarkable about this. Annoyed by their reactions, Xavier maintained an indifferent expression to save face, pointing at Kingston and shouting, "Little fool, you've offended Senior Sister Meadow. You must die. Elmo, get 3 moves. Give it your all to survive." Chapter 25. None shall be left. Kingston could sense the attack coming and jumped out of the carriage in advance to avoid it. This indicated that Kingston's mental strength was at least extraordinary, and his vigilance was something rarely seen in ordinary people. How could such a person possibly be a lowly servant? Xavier knew Trenton's intelligence was incorrect. However, he considered himself an outer sect expert of the Pillar Teleporting Von Aven sword sect, skilled in intricate sword techniques, and at the 5th level of the spirit martial realm, far surpassing Kingston, who was only at the vein opening stage. Anyone who offended Senior Sister Meadow would gain her favor if they eliminated him. If he didn't kill Kingston, others would eventually take credit for it. With the advantage of both realm and martial skills on his side, he had no reason to retreat just because of Kingston's displayed martial talent. "Anders, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Elmo can never be a match for Senior Brother Xavier. Surrender immediately." Trenton saw Kingston's overwhelming aura, which seemed about to crush them all. This unnerved him, fearing he might get caught in the crossfire. So he yelled to try to intimidate Kingston with the reputation of Senior Brother Xavier. Kingston's current aura was indeed formidable, forming a transparent protective barrier around him within 3 feet. Despite not reaching the spirit martial realm, his release shield was even stronger than when Yuan Tianchao first used it. His control over primal energy was stable and continuous, already surpassing that of an initial stage spirit martial realm practitioner. If Xavier were to release this kind of energy, it wouldn't be surprising. But for someone at the vein opening stage, it was astonishing. Though Kingston was at the vein opening stage, he possessed 2 martial veins, giving him much more primal energy storage than the average vein opening practitioner. His meridians, strengthened by the creation Lyle technique, were vast like a sea, and with his second martial vein activated, neither the quantity nor quality of his primal energy could be compared normally. On the surface, he appeared to be at the first level of vein opening, but his true power surpassed many spirit martial realm practitioners. Thousand Mountain Wave. Given the opponent's arrogant attitude, Kingston took the initiative without hesitation. With a powerful punch, he unleashed a barrage of fists like hail towards the pillar teleporting Vaughn sword sect members. The archers were hit first. Before they could react, their faces collapsed from the impact, and a dozen heads exploded into fragments. Whether vein opening or essence movement realms, none could withstand Kingston's fist from a distance, all dying instantly from crushed skulls. Wherever the fist force swept, screams and spurts of blood echoed continuously. The ambushers were swiftly decimated by more than half, the survivors fleeing in panic. Anders, senior brother Joe is giving you a chance to fight one-on-one, yet you dare to sneak attack. Shameless. Kingston had clearly attacked openly, but Trenton screamed curses. Before he could finish, Trenton's head rang from a dark punch shadow that collapsed his left cheek, knocking all his teeth out. Damn, taste my sword. Xavier recovered from shock, infusing his saber with crazy amounts of primal energy, releasing a bone-chilling cold moon-like aura that subdued the panicked disciples of the pillar teleporting Vaughn sword sect. This is one of the hardest techniques to master in the outer sect, the cold moon sword technique. The killing intent as moonlight covers the earth, the sword moves as cold and merciless as the moon. Barrett Joe has perfected this technique. Vaughn can even face 6th level primal martial realm opponents now. York Gillis and York Chevy looked delighted, regaining their composure and staying put to watch the fight. Cold moon kill. Xavier swung his blade, emitting a crescent moon-shaped light. The cold, clear sword light clashed with the incoming fist shadows, splitting them apart with a few sharp clangs. Good. Barrett Joe's sword technique is divine and invincible. Ha ha ha, ignorant rats showing off in front of the pillar teleporting Vaughn sword sect, truly. But Xavier stopped the laughter abruptly, recognizing the danger. This move is not simple, it's a profound level technique. Before he could finish, the dispersed fist shadows exploded with immense force, felling trees mid-trunk and sending large patches of earth flying. Inside the exploding fist force lay hidden secondary force. After the outer layer burst, internal force surged outward like rockets. Even though it was concealed inside, its power remained formidable, beyond even a spirit martial realm practitioner's defense. Scattered energy shot through the air faster than lightning, impossible to dodge. From the explosion to shooting everywhere, it took merely a breath's time. Screaming archers, laughing York Gillis and York Chevy, and Xavier calling for retreat. All froze momentarily. The scene was like entering a ghost town, utterly silent. Bang, bang, bang. After a few breaths, bones in everyone's bodies began to explode inward. Initially sporadic explosions turned into simultaneous bursts of blood flowers all over their bodies. Finally, all blood gushed uncontrollably from every part of their bodies, and their bones shattered completely, leaving only fine bone dust mixed with blood. Soon, the corpses collapsed silently, blood drained, bones shattered. Not a single live soul remained among the pillar teleporting Vaughn sword sect members. Seeking death stubbornly and failing to seek life. Fools, Kingston said coldly, shaking his head and tossing a ball of flames towards the bodies and broken carriage, erasing all traces of the battle. Then, pointing at the terrified horses in the forest, he said, "The carriage is unusable. Let's ride their mounts." Turning to the astonished Tai, he let him choose a fast horse while he rode with his sister. Before leaving, he noticed Alicia's pale face and fatigue, clutching her forehead. Checking her, finding nothing wrong, and asking her, she replied being very tired and dizzy. Without further questions, he placed her on a horse and galloped away. Despite the ambush, Kingston continued his journey as if nothing happened, displaying a terrifyingly calm demeanor that made Tai shiver, muttering, "Tyak, a terrifying person." Vaughn wondered if Kingston might silence anyone who passed by, dismissing the idea as too frightening. Picking a fast horse, he followed closely behind Kingston. As for the ambush by the pillar teleporting Vaughn sword sect, Kingston wouldn't mention it, and he wouldn't tell anyone either. With so many disciples dead, investigation would likely implicate him regardless of his involvement. Chapter 26. Selling the elixir formula. This must be the esteemed disciple of the alchemy master, Lord Ewan, right? It's an honor to meet you. As soon as they arrived at the branch of the treasure pavilion, the highest-ranking third pavilion Barrett personally led over 20 attendants out to greet them and respectfully welcomed Kingston inside. The third pavilion Barrett appeared to be in his early 30s, dressed like a frail scholar, always holding a thread-bound book without a cover. Tai immediately chimed in, "That's right. This is Lord Kingston whom I mentioned to headquarters." The third pavilion Barrett smiled warmly and clasped his hands toward Kingston, greeting Lord Kingston. "My name is Ash. I serve as the third deputy pavilion master here. The demon core you ordered last time was not prepared due to some special reasons. Please forgive us for any inconvenience." Adolph's face turned slightly awkward upon mentioning this matter. The elixir master Kingston backed hardly had a request made to the treasure pavilion which wasn't fulfilled promptly. If this left a bad impression on such an elixir master, how would they woo this person in the future? Kingston waved his hand nonchalantly and said casually, "I've already found a source for the demon cores. There's no need to trouble your honorable establishment further. This time, my teacher instructed me to purchase a batch of materials for refining profound elixirs. Could your honorable establishment handle it?" Profound elixirs. Upon hearing this, Ash's heart raced suddenly. These weren't low-grade elixirs that gray-robed or green-robed alchemists could refine. Could it be that the person backing him was a black-robed, or even a white-robed alchemy master? Composing himself, Ash asked cautiously with a slight bow, "May I inquire what grade of profound ingredients your venerable teacher requires?" If Kingston's teacher needed high-grade profound ingredients to refine 6th grade or higher profound elixirs, then his alchemy skills would rival those of the black-robed Estebans of the Alchemist Guild. As long as it's a profound ingredient, there's no limit on the grade. Kingston remained calm, but his tone caused Ash's blood to surge with excitement. Without a limit on the grade of profound ingredients, did this mean the elixir master backing him could refine any grade of profound elixir? Otherwise, why would a low-grade alchemist acquire high-grade profound ingredients for decoration? One must know that profound ingredients are precious materials used in refining profound elixirs, priceless wherever they go. Even wealthy alchemists couldn't afford high-grade profound ingredients easily. After the initial excitement, Ash's expression gradually softened. Vaughn looked at Kingston hesitantly, as if there were some underlying issues. "Do you have any concerns? Do you think my teacher can't pay?" Kingston raised an eyebrow, questioning bluntly. "No, that's not what I meant." Ash feared a misunderstanding and hurriedly explained. "While profound ingredients are valuable, to an alchemy master, they wouldn't amount to much. but these profound ingredients were already set to be sold at an auction. Handing them over now might damage the Treasure Pavilion's credibility. Upon this explanation, Kingston's expression eased up. As long as the Treasure Pavilion branch was selling profound ingredients, there wouldn't be a problem. At least he hadn't made the trip in vain. Don't worry about it. I'll just bid for them at the auction, though I hope the quantity isn't too small. Kingston waved dismissively, his confident tone suggesting he could buy as many profound ingredients as possible. This confirmed to Ash that Kingston must have someone powerful backing him. Vaughn bowed to Kingston with a smile. There will be more than 10 types of profound ingredients up for auction this time. I believe they should suffice for your teacher's needs. More than 10 types. Upon hearing this, Kingston's face showed more satisfaction. It seemed he could obtain all the materials needed to refine the shaw-breaking profound elixir at the Treasure Pavilion without additional effort. However, the value of profound ingredients far exceeded ordinary spirit herbs. Some profound ingredients were even more precious than high-grade spirit elixirs. The spirit stones he obtained from selling the Might Pill were almost depleted. Buying profound ingredients would certainly be insufficient. Do you accept elixir formulas here? After a moment's thought, Kingston asked suddenly. Based on his experience, while elixirs were expensive, the value of an elixir formula was far greater. To acquire all the profound ingredients, the cost in spirit stones would be astronomical. Selling elixirs wouldn't accumulate enough spirit stones unless he sold a lot. Selling lower-grade elixirs wouldn't fetch much, while higher-grade ones risked exposing his identity. It would be better to directly sell the elixir formula and earn a large sum of spirit stones at once. Elixir formula? Are you planning to sell one? Ash was clearly excited, standing up eagerly, his expectant eyes fixed on Kingston, fearing he might change his mind. Vaughn knew well that alchemy masters valued their formulas more than life itself. Apart from those disclosed by the Alchemist Guild, few alchemy masters were willing to publicly release their hard-earned formulas, even for sale. Most of the elixir formulas sold by the Treasure Pavilion over the years were ancient ones discovered in ancient ruins. Due to their antiquity, many of the required ingredients were extinct, making it impossible to refine complete elixirs from these formulas. Nevertheless, even an ancient formula seemingly worthless to outsiders often fetched unexpected sky-high prices at auctions. The mysterious alchemy master behind Kingston collecting profound ingredients was at least a black-robed alchemy master. If the formula Kingston intended to sell came from this person, it would undoubtedly be worth a fortune. My teacher indeed asked me to bring an elixir formula for sale. May I borrow a blank jade slip? Kingston's words made Ash even more nervous. Vaughn inwardly affirmed, indeed, it's an elixir master's formula. From his storage bag, Ash took out a 2-finger-wide jade slip and handed it to Kingston. This was the common recording tool used by martial artists, known as a jade slip. Kingston accepted it and slowly channeled his mental power. From the countless elixir formulas he collected during his career as an elixir emperor, he selected one suitable for profound elixirs and infused it into the jade slip. What is the value of this elixir formula? Please appraise it. In less than half a cup of tea time, Kingston completed infusing the formula, again astonishing Ash with his exceptional mental power. Infusing data into a jade slip was not an easy task, requiring powerful mental strength to maintain its integrity. For something as valuable as an elixir formula, merely infusing it into a jade slip was insufficient. One also needed to set mental imprints simultaneously. Once the reader's mental strength left the jade slip, they would quickly forget the content unless they erased the imprints or the owner revealed the method. This prevented those with exceptional memory from memorizing the formula during transactions, thus preventing leaks. Creating a single jade slip usually took at least an hour, but Kingston accomplished it in just half a cup of tea time, proving his mental power was overwhelmingly strong. With an excited expression, Ash eagerly read the formula. Immersed in the jade slip, Ash's expression alternated between astonishment and shock, revealing varied emotions. Vaughn Avens, this elixir is truly miraculous. After a moment, Ash leaped up from his seat, pacing back and forth excitedly. Noticing everyone's curious gazes, Ash bowed nervously to Kingston. Elmore Teacher's formula is extraordinary. Perhaps I cannot accurately assess it alone. Please wait a moment while I invite our most senior appraiser to assist me in evaluating it. Kingston nodded calmly, already guessing the formula would fetch a desirable price based on Ash's reaction. Little did he expect that after rebirth, the items he had collected for hundreds of thousands of years would prove so useful. ##### Chapter 27, Tiad and Change. Deputy Pavilion Barrett. What matter can't you handle that you need to bother this old man who is half buried in the grave? If it's not urgent, I won't let this go. Moments later, an Estebanly man with graying hair and leaning on a cane, supported carefully by 2 servants, slowly shuffled toward the group. Judging by his frail appearance, he seemed more like a breath of wind could end his life rather than someone half buried in the ground. Old Barrett Shevya, please take a look at this elixir formula. Ash couldn't wait for pleasantries and immediately handed over the jade slip to the old man. Elixir formula? Which alchemist would bring out precious formulas for sale? Probably just another worthless scrap. As soon as old Barrett Shevya's mental energy sank into the jade slip, his incessant complaints ceased. These ingredients, this ratio, brilliant. The alchemist who created this formula must be an absolute master. For nearly half the length of an incense stick, old Barrett Shevya praised it non-stop before reluctantly withdrawing his mental energy from the jade slip. Vaughn gazed at the jade slip in his hand and sighed deeply, pounding his chest. I regret not being able to learn from this person. If I had received guidance from him 30 years ago, my elixir crafting skills wouldn't have stagnated at the green robe level. Seeing his expression, Ash grew even more anxious. His mouth dry, he asked, Old Barrett Shevya, how valuable is this formula? Inestimable treasure. Old Barrett Shevya waved his hand decisively, eyes wide as bells. Vaughn then glared at Ash angrily. Which irresponsible fool actually put this treasure up for sale? Even in the 5 great powers, such a formula would be an heirloom passed down through generations. Selling it for money? That's just squandering wealth. Kingston secretly laughed. All he offered was an elixir formula that could elevate a Black Tortoise Realm practitioner 1 minor rank. Was it really such a big deal? If there was anything special about this formula, it was that a person could only take 1 black jade pill in their lifetime. After taking it, regardless of their aptitude, anyone in the Black Tortoise Realm would definitely advance 1 minor rank, from 1st to 2nd, or 8th to 9th, even if they had been stuck at a bottleneck for decades. To Kingston, who possessed countless similar formulas, this was essentially useless. Yet, in the lower realms, it became a top-tier sex prize possession. Ash glanced at Kingston cautiously. Seeing no sign of anger, he sighed. Old Baratshevya, we're running a business. Even an inestimable treasure needs to be priced, right? Old Baratshevya leaned close to Ash and whispered a price only he could hear. Vaughn it. Ash's eyebrows furrowed, his expression showing shock. Clearly, Old Baratshevya's quote stunned even him. Escort Old Baratshevya back carefully. Make sure nothing happens to him, Ash instructed the servants as he took a deep breath. As they left, they still heard laments like, reckless child. What a pity, coming from Old Baratshevya. After sending off Old Baratshevya, Ash pondered for a moment before speaking solemnly to Kingston. Elmong Barrett, our pavilion will acquire this formula. There are two options for you to consider. First, we can auction this item publicly, starting at 5 million spirit stones, with our pavilion taking a 5% handling fee. Second, we can purchase it outright for 20 million spirit stones. Which option do you prefer? Clearly, the price Ash quoted was lower than Old Baratshevya's offer. Although the formula was indeed invaluable, business is business. They wanted to cultivate a relationship with Kingston's mentor but wouldn't lose money on the deal. The price was calculated carefully, so as not to upset Kingston while ensuring fair value. Kingston showed no visible reaction to the prices. 20 million spirit stones were nothing to his past self, but now, it was a colossal fortune. Initially, selling high-grade pills earned him only 3,000 spirit stones each. Now, just a formula fetched 20 million? It seemed selling formulas was far more profitable than selling elixirs. However, given the other party's excitement, he should proceed cautiously with such high-profile transactions to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yuan Miaoi's eyes widened at the price, amazed at her brother's teacher's prowess. One formula was enough for them to live luxuriously for 10 lifetimes. 20 million? Kingston made his decision internally, but pretended to think. After a pause, he said, all right, this price is not far from what my teacher quoted. Let's go with this. Relieved, Ash hurriedly produced a purple gold VIP card and courteously handed it to Kingston. Elmong Barrett, you are already a diamond VIP. I hereby promote you to our highest level purple gold VIP. The 20 million spirit stones have been credited to your account. Elmo can exchange them at any money house within Tianyue Kingdom using this card. Earlier, Yuan Miaoi had wondered how many rooms it would take to store 20 million spirit stones. Now, seeing the entire sum fit on one card, she marveled at the wonders of the world. When does the elixir auction begin? After securing the card, Kingston asked about the event closest to his heart. With less than 2 months until the second Shapas Balfa eruption, he didn't want to wait too long. Note, Balfa is translated as eruption to maintain the context of a critical event or challenge occurring. If Shapas is a specific term in your translation that refers to a particular type of challenge or obstacle, you may wish to provide an explanatory note or glossary entry for clarity. For a more fluid and natural read, let's adjust this slightly. After securing the card, Kingston asked about the matter closest to his heart. With less than 2 months until the second Shapas eruption, he didn't want to wait any longer than necessary. Please rest assured, preparations are underway. The auction will commence in 10 days. The timeline was acceptable to Kingston. Before she could finish speaking, Yuan Miaoi stumbled backward, her breathing heavy. Kingston quickly reached out to support her, his expression changing dramatically when he touched her. How could a bright moon ice jade constitution lose control like this? This shouldn't happen with such a constitution. I was too careless. I never thought I'd be reborn in the lower realms and thus underestimated the physical condition here. #### translation notes. Preserved paragraph structure and line breaks as per original text. Character names are kept in pinyin form. Kept the original tone and style while ensuring natural and fluent English. How could this happen when there were already signs earlier? What a blunder, truly a blunder. Vaughn had previously detected that Yuan Miaoi also possessed a special constitution. However, unlike his own Von Evenly Sha absolute body, the bright moon ice jade constitution wouldn't negatively impact the host. But now, Yuan Miaoi's body had been invaded by cold energy, almost freezing her into a giant ice block. Kingston silently berated himself for his carelessness. Vaughn then swiftly picked up his frozen sister and hurried toward the treasure pavilion. Translation notes. Preserved paragraph structure and line breaks as per original text. Character names are kept in pinyin form. Maintain the original tone and style while ensuring natural and fluent English. Ensure the translation is coherent with previous content. Chapter 28. News. Barrett Yuan, what's wrong with your sister? Seeing Kingston rush back hurriedly, Dovey was greatly surprised. Just as he was about to stand up to greet him, his gaze fell on Alicia's lips, which were covered in frost. His expression turned tense immediately. Chevry, bring all the braziers here. The cold aura emanating from Alicia made the entire hall feel like an ice cave. Ash knew that Alicia needed warmth and heat right now, so he immediately instructed the servants to bring in the braziers. Do we have any fire attribute mystic medicines or beast cores? Kingston didn't have time to explain. He knew that the intense cold caused by the cold jade body wouldn't be dispelled by mere braziers. Only high-quality elixirs might save Alicia's life. So, he directly asked Ash about the materials needed for alchemy. We do have a few fire attribute spiritual herbs, but we don't have mystic medicines or beast cores. As deputy director, Ash was fully aware of the inventory at hand. Unfortunately, mystic medicines were already rare, and specific attribute mystic medicines were even rarer. The treasure pavilion had nothing substantial to offer for Alicia's predicament. Spiritual herbs will do, please fetch them all. Kingston understood that elixirs refined from spiritual herbs could only temporarily alleviate the cold, not cure it completely. But without better options, he had to stabilize his sister's condition first. Ash nodded and personally went to the storeroom to retrieve the herbs. Meanwhile, the servants quickly placed over 30 braziers in the hall, warming the room slightly, yet Alicia remained unconscious, her body still frozen despite the warmth. If not for Kingston continuously infusing her with fiery essence energy from the Tao creation pill emperor technique, she would have already succumbed to the cold. The fire attribute spiritual herbs are here. Barrett, is there anything else you need our assistance with? Ash swiftly placed 5 fire attribute spiritual herbs in front of Kingston, willing to provide all the help he could during Kingston's time of need. Vaughn helped me find the whereabouts of fire attribute mystic medicines or treasures within the Tianyue Kingdom. I don't care how much it costs, just get them as soon as possible. After saying this, Kingston carried Alicia and dashed toward the alchemy chamber. Once they were alone, he urgently ran the Tao creation pill emperor technique, refining the 5 ingredients into medicinal liquids through telekinetic fire control. Vaughn then carefully infused the liquid bit by bit into his sister's body using his essence energy. Alicia's meridians were already frozen solid. If not for Kingston constantly unblocking them with essence energy, the medicine would have instantly turned to ice upon entering her mouth. With great difficulty, Kingston guided the fire attribute medicinal liquid to Alicia's heart. Then he intensified the essence energy flow from his fingertips, treating her body as a pill furnace, and using the condensed essence energy from the Tao creation pill Emperor technique as the furnace fire. In the ice-cold body, he forcefully condensed a Fire Vein Vaughn Guard pill. The material grade is too low. This Fire Vein Vaughn Guard pill won't last more than a few days. We must find mystic-grade fire attribute materials within 10 days, otherwise. Kingston couldn't bear to think of the worst outcome. Though not her biological brother, Alicia was the kindest to him after his rebirth. Vaughn couldn't abandon her, especially since he was once a revered Lyle of the divine realm. Failing to save her would be a disgrace. Noticing the frozen smile on her face, he realized she still clutched the half-eaten sugar skewer she'd barely licked. Don't worry, I'll find a way to save you. Kingston gently stroked her icy cheek, his eyes hardening. His mental energy spread out like a spider web, enveloping Alicia's frozen body. This stimulated a sudden burst of cold, causing ice around her to expand rapidly, covering nearly half the room. A thick layer of ice sealed her and the alchemy chamber together. Given her condition, carrying her was not feasible. Even the treasure pavilion's strength couldn't guarantee absolute safety. Encasing her in ice was the best way to ensure her safety. Kingston then set up a sensing barrier within her body using mental energy. If anyone attacked the ice seal, he would know instantly. Next, he extracted ferocious murderous chi from his slaughter vein and fused it with the surrounding ice, forming hidden thunder charges within the ice layers. Anyone breaking the seal would be struck by this murderous chi, potentially lethal even to a 5th-level spirit martial expert. Having set up double protection in the alchemy chamber, Kingston went downstairs and informed Ash of the arrangements. Vaughn instructed Ash to merely ensure the alchemy chamber wasn't attacked while he was away. Ash had learned from Ty that Alicia was crucial to Kingston. Enveloping her was the key to winning Kingston's favor. Given Alicia's critical condition, now was the perfect time for the treasure pavilion to demonstrate its sincerity. Enveloping in times of need always left a lasting impression. A message has arrived from Branch 2. They found no mystic medicines, but they've discovered a holy Taiyan fruit in the vast wasteland marsh. It's expected to rank among the upper-tier mystic medicines. A servant rushed in with news. Ash's eyes lit up as he quickly located the marsh on the map. After 3 years, it appears this area is indeed where the holy Taiyan fruit should emerge, Ash mused aloud. This is the most likely location for it to appear. Elmo can prioritize searching here. Collective effort made the task easier. With their combined efforts, locating the fire attribute materials would be faster. I'll leave my sister in your care while I retrieve the treasure. Kingston bowed respectfully. Seeing his earnestness, Ash knew his actions had earned Kingston's gratitude. Barrett Ewan, the journey to the vast wasteland marsh is long. This white-headed eagle can carry you there within a day. Ash thoughtfully provided Kingston with a flying mount. Without another word, Kingston accepted the spirit beast pouch containing the flying mount and rushed out. On the open ground, he released the massive white-headed eagle, racing toward the vast wasteland marsh. Chapter 29, Raid. Above the great wasteland marsh, Kingston frowned deeply as he searched below. When Kingston was a divine emperor, a mere thought allowed him to perceive the 3 realms clearly. Now, his mental power couldn't even accurately capture things within a kilometer's radius. Until now, he hadn't felt any deficiency in his mental power, but searching for fire attribute mystic medicines was like trying to find a needle in a haystack, and only then did he realize how weak his mental power had become. Riding on the white-headed eagle, he circled high in the sky. Although this provided a wider view, the terrain below was intricate with dense forests and mountains intertwining. Even in the marsh areas, grass taller than a person grew abundantly. The location where Ash had marked the holy Taiyan fruit was covered by a floating mist, making it impossible to sense the ground from above. Realizing that searching from the air was ineffective, Kingston pulled the reins, guiding the white-headed eagle to descend. Once on the ground, he headed swiftly in the direction marked on the map without hesitation. Ahead, thick mist obscured the sky and floated lightly on the ground, reducing visibility to only about 10 meters. After passing through a dense forest shrouded in mist, Kingston's expression suddenly changed. Vaughn gently tapped the ground with both feet, moving sideways like a swimming fish. In the next second, a huge net descended from above, covering the spot where he had been standing. Chevy, can you sense our presence? Impossible. We clearly used concealment charms. How could we still be detected? From the trees came puzzled voices. 3 figures leaped down, forming a circle around Kingston. The leader curiously observed Kingston, asking with interest, Elmore mental power is not weak. Which sect do you belong to? At your realm, shouldn't you not venture so deep into the marsh alone? Where are your fellow disciples? These 3 wore green robes, with peachwood tokens hanging from their waists. The tokens were engraved with their names: Grady, Anselm, Griffin. Kingston saw faint rune lights flashing on their tokens, immediately realizing these 3 belonged to one of the 5 major forces of Tianhua Kingdom, the Mystic Symbol Mountain. It seemed that so-called famous sects were just good-sounding names. Their disciples were truly capable of killing and robbing without restraint. Their eyes held a hint of ridicule, looking at Kingston as if he were prey caught in a trap. Clearly, even after failing the ambush, they didn't intend to let him leave alive. Concerned about his sister's safety, Kingston had no patience for them. Vaughn coldly stared at the 3 and said, "No need for further probing. I have no sect or clan. Feel free to act." The leader, Anselm, was at the 6th tier of the Lingdong realm, while the other 2 were also Lingdong realm martial artists. Facing Kingston, an opening vein realm outsider, their expressions were completely relaxed. Knowing Kingston had no backing, Anselm dropped the pretense. Revealing his cruel and ferocious true nature, he sneered at Kingston. "An honest lamb like you is rare. Since you have no support, don't blame us for being ruthless." The other 2 skillfully blocked Kingston's retreat path while Anselm wielded a long sword, unleashing torrential sword energy toward Kingston. Anselm didn't hold back against the 1st tier opening vein realm Kingston. His sword techniques created a dense web of sword strikes, aiming to eliminate Kingston in one move. Kingston's gaze hardened. Vaughn leaped backward, evading the sword net. His hands shot out, fingers snapping rapidly at the 2 blocking his retreat. Having undergone the 9 revolutions golden body technique, Kingston's strength was terrifying. The air currents from his finger snaps were more formidable than Anselm's sword energy. Grady and Griffin, who were leisurely watching the fight, had no time to react before gaping holes appeared in their throats from the air currents. They collapsed in pools of blood, quickly losing their lives. Elmo dared to kill Mystic Symbol Mountain disciples. Avenge my junior brother. Anselm, never imagining an opening vein realm outsider could counterattack amidst his attack, became enraged. Vaughn swung his long sword more fiercely, sword energy raining down on Kingston. But Anselm's sword energy couldn't penetrate the foot-thick protective barrier of Chi's shield in front of Kingston, condensing Chi into a shield. Are you at the spirit martial realm? Shocked by the strength of Kingston's protective shield, Anselm exclaimed again, no, wait, this isn't primordial Chi. It's vibrating muscle-produced air currents. A body cultivator. Elmo a body cultivator. Kingston wasn't interested in explaining. Darkly, he pushed forward, doubling the force in his arms like a tiger pouncing from a mountain. Without using martial techniques, just the sheer force of his punch shattered Anselm's intersecting sword gnat. Taya pressing sword energy with fist wind. The latter rebounded and tore Anselm's body apart, leaving him bruised and bleeding. With a thunderous roar, Kingston's fist smashed into Anselm's shoulder without resistance, turning half his shoulder into a crescent-shaped wound. Intentionally avoiding vital points, Kingston didn't immediately end his life. Slowly walking closer, Kingston raised his right leg and stepped on Anselm's chest. Looking down at the gasping Anselm, he calmly asked, why are disciples from the 5 major forces here? Elmore ambush suggests you were certain someone would pass through here. Why? Cough? Wanna know secrets? Let's make a deal. Anselm, seeing Kingston needed something from him, quickly proposed, if you don't kill me, I'll tell you the secret here. I swear I won't tell anyone about you killing Mystic Symbol Mountain disciples. I swear to heaven I will keep silent. If I break this vow, may I be struck by lightning. To save his life, Anselm made desperate vows. However, Kingston remained unmoved. Vows and oaths wouldn't fool him. Not rushing to kill, Kingston's gaze swept over the 2 bodies lying some distance away. With a remote grab, he summoned the storage bags into his hand. No wonder you were here. It was for the Holy Taiyan fruit. Kingston found a map of the Great Wasteland Marsh inside, marking the location where the Holy Taiyan fruit would appear. Even if Anselm didn't reveal information, the belongings of his companions exposed their intentions clearly. Elmo could have kept your life. Now, you have no value. Coldly speaking, Kingston delivered a powerful strike to Anselm's heaving chest, crushing it. Staring at the mist-shrouded path ahead, Kingston frowned slightly. Junior disciples of the Lingdong realm already knew about the appearance of the Holy Taiyan fruit. Terribly, others in the 5 major forces must also know about this intelligence. ####Chapter 30. Arrogant Carlton. Pastoral Chevian's suspicions indeed proved correct. When he arrived at the place where the Holy Taiyan fruit had appeared, there were already hundreds of people gathered. They were either in groups of 3 or 5, or teams of dozens, all looking tense and gazing towards the 3 factions in front of them. Judging from their attire, Pastoral Chevian immediately recognized the Sky Teleporting Sword Sect and the Mystic Talisman Mountain Forces. They had the largest numbers, each with about 50 to 60 members. Between these 2 factions was a smaller group of less than 10 people, each with a medicinal cauldron emblem embroidered on their chests. The Alchemist's Guild. 3 out of the 5 major forces of Tianyue Kingdom had gathered here for one single miraculous herb. It was indeed an exaggeration. Pastoral Chevian observed each of the leaders and found that all 3 factions' heads possessed 6th-level spirit warrior strength. The leader of the Sky Teleporting Sword Sect seemed to be just a step away from breaking through to 7th-level spirit warrior. I never thought such a simple miracle herb would alarm senior brother Waylon. I've heard that senior brother has passed the green robe alchemist examination. This is indeed a cause for celebration, said the Sky Teleporting Sword Sect leader, bowing with a full smile. Senior brother Carlton is too kind. I merely got lucky. Unlike you, who possess exceptional talent not only in swordsmanship but also in cultivation prowess, reaching 7th-level spirit warrior in no time. Waylon replied calmly, nodding back in greeting. Vaughn was in his early 30s, wearing a square headcloth and plain robes. Where? Whether I can break through depends entirely on the Alchemist Guild's miraculous elixirs. Carlton responded, beaming with undisguised joy at the praise while flattery-filled bows continued toward Waylon. Indeed, alchemists are always to be courted by everyone, even those from the Sky Teleporting Sword Sect. As long as we have the materials, the elixir will be no problem. Waylon nodded indifferently, and Carlton quickly understood, loudly declaring, Senior brother, rest assured. Once the precious treasures appear, I'll take only a small amount of spirit herbs. As for the Holy Taiyan fruit, I'm willing to yield it. After saying this, Carlton turned his gaze towards the Mystic Talisman Mountain faction and shouted loudly, ancient family name, what do you say? The leader of the Mystic Talisman Mountain faction, named Dexter, glanced coldly at Carlton with disdain, saying, besides senior brother Waylon, who else here qualifies to collect the miraculous herb? Elmo, a rash brute, surely can't understand alchemy. No wonder Dexter's temper flared. During their entry into the Great Wasteland Marshes, Carlton had ambushed him, causing significant trouble. If not for his desire to save his cards before the final competition, he would have confronted Carlton already. In that case, the best miraculous herb goes to senior brother Waylon. The rest of the spirit herbs, I'll take 60%, you 40. Let's avoid any conflict. Carlton grinned, arrogantly deciding how to distribute the treasures. Dexter's eyes twitched with anger, gritting his teeth. 64 split is too unfair. How about 70-30? Edge it 70%? Elmo don't have the capability? Carlton coldly laughed, nonchalantly pulling out the falcon sword, forged from hard silver gang ore, challenging with arrogance. Save your energy for the treasure hunt. Don't forget others besides us are prepared to take the treasures. Dexter bit his lip, sneered coldly, and then turned away, refusing to acknowledge Carlton's provocations. Oh, almost forgot. Some insolent trash needs clearing here. Carlton smiled, and the falcon sword flew high into the air, glowing with spiritual light, transforming into a Tinjong silver eagle spreading its wings. With a single flap, feather-like sword chi shot like falling stars towards the crowd outside the 3 factions. The onlookers did not expect Carlton to attack suddenly, leaving little time to react under the concentrated sword chi bombardment. Instantly, screams filled the air as blood and severed limbs flew everywhere. In mere moments, over 200 people were killed by the sweeping sword chi. Treasures belong to the strongest. Elmo ants dare covet the natural treasures? After slaughtering hundreds, Carlton swung his hand, recalling the hovering falcon sword, arrogantly roaring, clear out within 3 breaths. After that, anyone still here, kill without mercy. To the 5 major forces of Tianyue Kingdom, other sect members were nothing. To Carlton, all martial resources should belong to the 5 major forces. Anyone who dared to contest would end up dead. Though there were nearly 1,000 outsiders, none dared show displeasure under Carlton's threat. Some survived crippled by sword chi, now daring not speak against it. Anger mingled with helplessness as they watched Carlton, many shaking their heads and leaving. Only a few lingered, reluctant to leave. They knew several phenomena had occurred recently, signaling the imminent appearance of the top-tier holy Taiyan fruit. Soon, the ground would be littered with accompanying spirit herbs, and staying might offer a chance at sudden wealth. Vaunts, they refused to leave empty-handed. 3 breaths over, attack? Counting 3 breaths silently, Carlton waved his sword, commanding his disciples to slay those still lingering. Proving he wasn't joking, Carlton led the charge, sword swinging and heads rolling. Forgive me, Senior Brother Yuan. We'll leave now, please spare us. One more chance, Senior Brother Yuan. Please don't. Under Carlton's ruthless blade, the bystanders, harboring hopes, finally realized the danger, panicking and scattering helter-skelter. But Carlton, determined to kill, slashed mercilessly, severing heads and turning the pleading victims into headless corpses. Vaughn licked the spattered blood from his lips and snarled, "Now you beg for mercy?" Too late. His gaze suddenly hardened, landing on a calm figure standing nearby with arms crossed, angrily shouting, "Pulse-opening trash, act composed, die." While everyone else fled in panic, this pulse-opening ant stood motionless, unimpressed by his brutal display. This person was none other than Pastoral Chevian. Upon arriving, he noticed the 3 major factions present, but saw no tranquil warrior-level experts. His concerns faded somewhat, knowing the highest level among them was only 6th-level spirit warrior. At Tianyue Kingdom's martial standards, a 6th-level spirit warrior wasn't weak. Especially disciples from elite sects like the Sky Teleporting Sword Sect, they were significantly stronger than their peers. But to Pastoral Chevian, Carlton lacked absolute dominance, his sword techniques merely adequate. Facing Carlton's enraged stab, Pastoral Chevian swatted it away casually, like shooing a fly. A dull clap sounded as the heavy palm force struck the falcon sword. The tremendous impact numbed Carlton's wrist, making the sword fly over Tinjong diagonally. Carlton stared incredulously at his empty hand, shocked, speechless. Onlookers couldn't believe their eyes, seeing a mere pulse-opening individual casually disarm a 6th-level spirit warrior. A sword is like life to a swordsman. Losing one's weapon in battle was akin to losing one's life. Even in pure combat, Carlton hadn't been defeated so thoroughly. Humiliated by surrounding burning gazes and hearing soft laughter from the mystic Talisman Mountain, Carlton flushed red and white with rage, glaring fiercely at Pastoral Chevian, unwilling to accept defeat. Teadenly, he clenched his teeth, roaring, "I held back out of pity for you. Not this time." Roaring like a raging beast, he pointed remotely with his right hand, and the falcon sword, which had flown away, transformed into a Tinjong eagle, screeching as it swooped toward Pastoral Chevian. Chapter 31, Wasteland. Carlton was publicly disgraced when his sword was knocked away in front of everyone. Determined to restore his honor, he unleashed all his power this time, using the advanced yellow-tier martial technique, Flying Eagle Sword Technique, which he had mastered perfectly. With this move, a mighty and imposing eagle-shaped pressure descended upon Kingston from the air. That little fool Adon has messed with Brother Yuan. This move, Silver Eagle Dart, is the strongest of the Flying Eagle Sword Technique. Brother Yuan rarely faces defeat among peers with this move. Why use such an overkill? It's just a Meridian Opening Realm novice. Does Brother Yuan need to take it so seriously? Vaughn, at least Adon will die having seen Brother Yuan's best skill. Disciples of the Pillar Von Aven Sword Sect could not help but murmur among themselves. Clearly, in their eyes, Carlton was already unbeatable with this technique. However, while Carlton's sword moves were powerful, Kingston's aura generated by the profound rank body tempering technique, 9 Transformations Golden Body Art, was far superior. Kingston stood calmly with folded arms as the attack approached. Vaughn gently pushed forward with his right palm, creating a force field that resembled a steel wall before him. Poof, poof, poof. The eagle-shaped energy collided with Kingston's palm force and immediately began to disintegrate under the immense pressure, crumbling piece by piece starting from its head. In less than 2 breaths, Carlton's signature sword move was scattered by Kingston's casual palm strike, revealing the real fly sword hidden within the eagle illusion. Eyes wide with shock, Carlton couldn't fathom how his most potent move was dismantled so easily. Before he could comprehend what went wrong, Kingston's right palm surged forward, striking directly towards the fly sword. "Don't destroy my sword." This sword cost him everything. Seeing Kingston ready to destroy it sent Carlton into a panic. With a roar, he grabbed the hilt and infused it with Yuan Qi, attempting to protect his weapon. However, Kingston's palm strike was too powerful, shattering the sword beyond repair with a thunderous boom. The blade turned into fragments under Kingston's forceful strike, some shards even embedding back into Carlton himself. How is this possible? Carlton stared in disbelief, unable to react as the combined force of the broken sword and palm strike crashed into his chest. His chest became a mess of blood and torn flesh, mixed with the shattered remains of his sword and clothes, an unbearable sight. The blow shattered his entire Meridian network, causing his 6th-rank spirit warrior realm to plummet as he could no longer sense any Yuan Qi within him. "Elmo, you've ruined my cultivation." Carlton spat out blood, his eyes filled with rage and despair. Vaughn pointed trembling fingers at Kingston and snarled, "Elmo bastard, the Pillar Von Aven Sword Sect won't let this go unpunished." Arg! A proud 6th-rank spirit warrior fell miserably to a mere Meridian Opening Realm novice. Just as Carlton threatened Kingston, he choked on his own blood and fainted. Brother Yuan lost? This can't be true, absolutely not. How could he lose so easily when his realm is far higher? Vaughn must have hidden his true strength. He can't be just a Meridian Opening Realm practitioner. Carlton's subordinates stood frozen, none daring to avenge him or continue the pursuit of bystanders. They watched in fear as Carlton lay unconscious on the ground. Haha, Elmo arrogant fool, you finally got your comeuppance. Among the silence, only Dexter from Mystic Emblem Mountain quickly regained his senses. With a strained smile, he clapped and walked toward Kingston. "Well done. That arrogant prick deserved it. Little brother, you're pretty good. Why don't you join me? I'll make sure you live well." Then he reached out to put his arm around Kingston's shoulder, boasting, "I promise, when the precious herbs appear, I'll give Brother Yuan's share to you." Kingston's cold demeanor made Dexter visibly uncomfortable, and he snapped, Stop being disrespectful. Being accepted by me is an honor. Who do you think you are, insolent brat? Get down on your knees. To salvage his dignity, Dexter unleashed his 6th-rank Spirit Warrior aura, which enveloped the area like a mountain flood, rushing towards Kingston. However, before his aura could reach Kingston, the ground trembled violently, and a surge of intense heat burst through the earth, scattering Dexter's aura. The phenomenon caused massive changes in the terrain. Some areas collapsed into craters, while others formed hills. Numerous exotic flowers and plants erupted from the ground, as if they had long been matured beneath it and were now surfacing. Teodenly, the surrounding miles were engulfed in the aroma of spiritual medicines. The mystical herbs are emerging, Dexter exclaimed with excitement, looking towards the center of the red light column. There stood a towering 3-zhang-tall crimson plant, radiating fiery waves. At the top, a fire-red spirit fruit hovered above a 5-colored leaf, resembling a rising sun. A supreme 2-7-dread-year Taiyan fruit. Waylon, who had been observing quietly, suddenly shouted with joy. But as he moved to claim the fruit, he saw Kingston sprinting towards it. Just you dare to covet the mystical herb. Stand aside. Enraged by Kingston's audacity, Waylon released a flame-infused palm strike towards Kingston's back. Boom. Despite the slow-moving attack, Kingston did not dodge. Instead, he stumbled, his clothes catching fire. Kingston's eyes widened in fury, and he clenched his teeth. Meow's ice seal has been attacked. What is Treasure Pavilion doing? It wasn't that he couldn't evade Waylon's attack. Someone had triggered the mental barrier he set around Alicia. ##### Chapter 32. Unshakable. Pooh. 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 ****. The protective barrier shielding his sister was under attack. Taking advantage of Kingston's momentary distraction, countless ice needles suddenly struck from behind. Dexter held a palm-sized piece of jade with flickering runes. A torrential downpour of ice spikes erupted from the tiny stone, firing off thousands of ice needles in one breath. This object was precisely the jade talisman made by the specialized technique of Xuanfu Mountain. Xuanfu Mountain's talisman-making craftsmanship was divided into 3 types: paper talismans, stone talismans, and jade talismans. Among them, the method for creating jade talismans was the most complex, and its quality was the highest. Seizing the opportunity to ambush, Dexter unleashed a volley that turned Kingston into a porcupine, his back densely filled with ice needles deeply embedded in flesh and blood. In terms of destructive power, the ice needle jade talisman proved stronger than Carlton's sword strikes, piercing through a body tempered by the 9 Revolutions golden body technique. Once the ice needles were lodged in the flesh, their tips immediately released chilling auras that froze the body and blocked meridians, hindering the flow of essence energy. This move could instantly kill weaker opponents and, even if it couldn't instantly defeat a powerful enemy, it would lock up their essence energy and create openings. Shevimph. Cocky bastard. See how you handle this. Dexter laughed arrogantly, but suddenly revealed a ruthless expression as he raised his palm and slammed it toward Kingston's back. Regret your arrogance in hell. Get lost. Something had happened to his sister, causing Kingston's mood to turn irritable. Choosing this moment to provoke him, all Dexter received was a fully charged iron fist. How is your strength? Kingston should have been rendered powerless after being locked down by Dexter's ice needles, unable to summon any essence energy. Yet, the oncoming punch contained a ferocious power that shook Dexter's heart. In Dexter's widened eyes full of shock, the incoming iron fist continuously grew larger. With a scream of agony, half of Dexter's body was shattered into bloody mist by the fist, like dandelion seeds floating aimlessly in the wind. Expressions of surprise, shock, and disbelief spread across everyone's faces. Both the disciples of the 3 major clans and opportunistic scattered cultivators were stunned by Kingston's overwhelming strength. Within a 100-meter radius of Kingston, no one dared to approach. All stood dumbfounded, staring intently at this formidable man who had defeated 2 high-level experts in succession. Even though stepping forward meant an abundance of spirit herbs on the ground, not a single person dared to make a move. His muscles quivered slightly as the ice needles embedded in his flesh shattered and fell off like ice fragments. The freezing cold might be effective against ordinary martial artists, but Kingston had 2 martial veins within him. To block his essence energy, the ice needles would need 10 times their current power. Wait a minute. Seeing Dexter easily defeated, Waylon did not dare to confront Kingston head-on. However, he was determined to obtain the Taiyan fruit. Reluctantly, he bowed to Kingston and said, I am a green-robe alchemist certified by the Alchemist Guild, Waylon. Could you do me a favor and hand over this Taiyan fruit? I have 2 bottles of spirit pills for the pulse opening realm. As a sign of my sincerity, I offer them to you. Kingston glanced at him briefly, then leaped onto a tree branch. Using the creation pill emperor technique, he swiftly plucked the flaming Taiyan fruit and put it away. Can you use such a refined harvesting technique and still call yourself an alchemist? Seeing Kingston's adept handling of the spirit fruit without damaging its essence, Waylon's face turned pale. Vaughn angrily shouted, What position do you hold in the Alchemist Guild? Do you want me to make it impossible for you to stay in the guild because you dared to steal my treasure? Waylon watched helplessly as Kingston took the Taiyan fruit, fuming in anger and yelling profanities. But Kingston ignored him, sucking several spirit herbs from the ground and mixing them into a potent elixir that significantly boosted his white vaunated eagle's speed. Vaughn then mounted the eagle and shot into the sky. Hold it! The 2-century-old Taiyan fruit was crucial to Waylon. Seeing Kingston escape with it, he finally reacted, releasing a red-plumed crane to chase after him. Vaughn threw a signal flare, and a colorful firework burst into the shape of a medicine cauldron in the sky, the summoning signal of the Alchemist's Guild. Within a 100-mile radius, anyone from the Alchemist Guild must respond to this order as if they were receiving instructions from an Esteban, without delay or disobedience. Hand it over, or you'll regret it. Thinking that Kingston would submit, Waylon used the life-saving signal given to him by his master. Unexpectedly, Kingston refined several herbs into a potent elixir right there in his hands. Feeding it to his white vaunated eagle, its flying speed doubled and darted into the mist, leaving a shocked Waylon far behind. Vaughn refined herbs with his bare hands? As a green-robe alchemist, Waylon was astonished by what he witnessed. Tyak advanced refinement techniques were beyond his reach. Is Anders truly someone from the Alchemist's Guild? Waylon's shock gradually turned into fury as he watched Kingston disappear out of reach. Clenching his teeth, he yelled into the distance, Damn thief! I swear by heaven that I will dig every inch of Tianhua Kingdom to find you and flay you alive. Vaughn the distant curses, Kingston remained unperturbed. Concerned about Yuan Yaoi's safety, he wouldn't waste time entangling with outsiders. Vaughn casually refined the spirit herbs he picked up earlier into a potential enhancing elixir for the white Vaughnated eagle, significantly reducing the return journey time. Bam! Back at Treasure Pavilion's branch, before the white Vaughnated eagle landed, Kingston leaped off its back and dashed towards the room where Yuan Yaoi was. Ash, what are you compared to Vaughnavenly Sword Sect? If you don't let me take this lowly servant, are you waiting for our Maximilian to come personally? Outside the frozen alchemy room, over 20 Vaughnavenly Sword Sect disciples aggressively pressured Deputy Pavilion Barrett Ash. The leader wore elaborate robes, far superior in craftsmanship to ordinary disciples. Although he was only at the 5th rank of Spirit Martial Realm, he strutted around arrogantly in the Treasure Pavilion branch, invoking the Vaughnavenly Sword Sect at every turn, showcasing ultimate arrogance. Archibald, Treasure Pavilion has its own rules. Even if your Estebans came, I would still not comply. Ash stood firmly at the entrance, unwavering. With a serious gaze, he sternly declared, as a prestigious sect, the Vaughnavenly Sword Sect should set an example for all. Is it not shameful to forcefully intrude like this? Haha, shaming the sect? Deputy Pavilion Barrett Chung, you worry too much. Who dares interfere with us? Archibald laughed disdainfully, scanning the area with arrogant eyes. All, whether subordinates or customers, looked away fearfully. The Vaughnavenly Sword Sect was the supreme power in Tianwei Kingdom. Whatever they did was always right. Even killing or arson was justified. Anyone daring to speak out faced dire consequences. There goes the Vaughnavenly Sword Sect again. Elmo Trash, do you wish to shorten your lives? From the stairs, Kingston moved swiftly, descending gracefully. Who dares insult our sect? Turning back angrily, Archibald met a powerful kick to the face. With a loud crash, he flew through the broken window opposite, colliding with a towering tree down the street in a flash. Chapter 33. Provoking the sect. Kingston cast a glance past Ash and the disciples of a Xyntian Sword Sect, coldly sweeping his gaze into the alchemy room. The thick layer of ice had only been superficially damaged. The entire ice seal was not fully broken. The malevolent dark thunder beneath the ice had been triggered, having killed several reckless intruders. Only pools of blood remained on the ground. Elmo have such audacity. Elmo even dared to strike Boris. Get down on your knees and apologize. Do you know who he is? Vaughn's the father of Maximilian's sister Adrian, the pride of our sect. How dare you strike him? Prepare for the obliteration of your family. It took some time for Boris's subordinates to react after he was sent flying. They immediately surrounded Kingston, berating him furiously. Bang, bang, bang. Kingston's eyes turned cold as he clenched his fists and lashed out in quick succession. Each punch struck a disciple of the Xyntian Sword Sect, leaving them with bruised faces and heads deeply embedded into the adjacent walls. After the fierce rush of wind from his punches, the previously noisy corridor fell silent. Sir Yuan, it is this humble one's fault that they were able to invade your sister's resting chamber. Seeing Kingston so enraged, Ash did not make excuses but knelt on one knee, shamefully admitting his failure and taking full responsibility without any evasion. Ignoring Ash, Kingston slowly walked past him to the window, leaped out, and landed beside the dazed Boris. The man had suffered a heavy kick directly to his face. His head buzzed like drums pounding inside it, while floating stars clouded his vision, making everything before him blurry. Swish! Kingston's palm transformed into a blade as he swung his arm powered by Yuan Qi. The sharp force of his palm slashed tore through Boris's clothing, reducing it to shreds. In an instant, the previously arrogant Boris was left completely naked, exposed under everyone's gazes. Elmo, who are you? How dare you humiliate me? Boris felt a chilling breeze across his body, which helped clear his dizziness. Looking down at himself, he screamed in embarrassment. Kingston slapped him, coldly stating, "Weren't you looking for me? Now, don't recognize me, are you? Elmo that damned slave." Struck dumb by the blow, Boris's spirit was momentarily shaken, but upon recognizing Kingston's voice, his spirits revived instantly, yelling, "Good. So, the filial killer dares to ambush me. Do you know who I am? My daughter, Adrian, is from the Xyntian Sword Sect." Before he could finish, Kingston punched him in the face, smashing all his teeth into powder and turning his proud roar into a miserable wail. Kingston picked up a branch from the ground, winding Boris's hair around it, and threw him like a javelin towards a distant tree. Thud. Naked, Boris swayed, hanging 2 zhang above the ground from a sturdy branch. Beneath him, the rough bark shattered due to Kingston's powerful throw, revealing smooth patches on the tree trunk. Kingston then tapped the smooth tree trunk repeatedly with his fingertips, inscribing 8 glaring words: Xyntian Sword Sect, full family dog shit. The humiliation of stripping and displaying the sect officer in public, coupled with the derogatory message aimed straight at the Xyntian Sword Sect, was unmistakably provocative. Ash watched this spectacle with jumping eyebrows, inwardly sighing at how impulsive and reckless Kingston still was. The mighty Xyntian Sword Sect was even more untouchable than Treasure Pavilion. This 15 or 16-year-old child, no matter his talent in alchemy, was simply no match for such powerhouses. Whoa, what arrogance! To provoke the authority of a Xyntian Sword Sect, does he not want to live? The scoundrels of a Xyntian Sword Sect deserved it. Always boasting about being the top swordsmanship sect, they've always looked down on others. It's good to teach them a lesson. Lesson? Who's teaching whom? Didn't you know a Xyntian Sword Sect has a branch here? Over 1,000 disciples in the city, including Xuanwu Realm Estebans. That kid is done for. Amidst the varied comments of passers-by, Kingston calmly leapt back through the window into the alchemy room. Vaughn paused beside Ash, fixing a stern look at him, and declared unequivocally, "Pack all the auction herbs for me. I need to take them away now." Ash knew that offending the Xyntian Sword Sect would make staying there impossible. However, announcing the auction to other factions and preparing for their arrival had already been done, and handing over the herbs now would harm the reputation of Treasure Pavilion. What? Just take them as you wish? Are you not respecting us at all? I came from afar for this auction. Who do you think you are to snatch the treasures like that? Many spectators grew upset, pointing fingers and hurling insults. All had come for the precious herbs of the auction. Honoring Kingston's grand demands irked them. Ash hesitated, glancing at Kingston with concern, saying, "Sir, I truly cannot comply. As Deputy Pavilion Master, my actions must uphold Treasure Pavilion's integrity. I will not let a Ziontian sword sect harm your sister, but I won't violate auction rules for your sake either. Kingston's expression was indifferent as he replied, 10 million. Vaughn extended a single finger and calmly said, I offer 10 million to buy all the herbs, and I need them now. Announce this. If anyone objects, let them bring their spirit stones to challenge me. Everyone who had been shouting suddenly went quiet, shock and fear evident on their faces. 10 million spirit stones for herbs? These weren't peerless elixirs, merely ingredients. Why should they be worth millions? Either Kingston was a fool or possessed connections far greater than anyone present. In either case, none wanted to tangle with him. Seeing Kingston produce the shimmering purple gold VIP card from his storage bag, Ash silently received it. The audience held their breaths. Even longtime clients only had gold VIP status. What made this young man deserving of the highest purple gold VIP status? Despite disbelief, it seemed Kingston wasn't joking. No one was willing to compete at this outrageous price, especially given the potential fallout. Fine, sir, please wait. I'll have the herbs delivered immediately. Understanding the unspoken conclusion, Ash ordered his subordinates to fetch the herbs without hesitation. Meanwhile, Kingston entered the alchemy room, closing the door behind him, preparing to refine the sacred young fruit to liberate Yuan Miaoyi from her icy confinement. Chapter 34. The Assassin. Entering the room, though it had been damaged, the ice-sealed core remained intact. The Fire Vein Vaughn Art Protection Pill in Alicia's chest still emitted a faint glow, its protective effect weak but sufficient to preserve her last flicker of life force. Kingston approached the ice seal, releasing his spiritual power to melt the icy layer. Once the ice had thawed, he retrieved the fiery Saint Young fruit from his storage bag. Truly a premium mystic herb with 200 years of medicinal age, the released heat energy warmed the previously bone-chilling room. Encased by the primordial energy gathered through the creation Lyle scripture, the fruit's spirituality was undiminished even without special containment. Kingston placed the fruit in his palm and gently spun it, causing the vibrant red Saint Young fruit to whirl like a top. Filaments of fire energy from the universe intertwined around it, gradually refining it from the outside inward. Although his refining skills showed no decline, refining mystic herbs was notably slower compared to ordinary ones. Extracting fire spirit energy from the universe seemed insufficient for refining high-grade ingredients. Kingston frowned slightly, realizing that many things taken for granted had become more troublesome after his reincarnation. As a prestigious alchemy emperor from the divine realm, was he actually facing a shortage of firepower while refining lower realm mystic herbs? It appeared he needed at least one special flame before attempting to refine the spirit break mystic pill. Otherwise, it might not succeed smoothly. Despite silently deliberating, his actions did not falter. It took half an hour to completely refine the supreme Saint Young fruit. While refining ingredients differed from concocting mystic pills, the fire spirit energy was barely sufficient for this task. Kingston caught the refined liquid on his palm and carefully lifted Alicia's head, gently feeding her the medicine. After taking the medicine, Alicia's pale face finally regained some color. Vaughn's icy body gradually warmed up. The medicinal fluid traveled through her meridians, dissolving the coldness within her body until all traces of ice were expelled deep into her bloodstream. Brother, what cough happened to me? Alicia opened her eyes, trembling, seeing her brother sweating profusely beside her. In her weak voice, punctuated by bouts of coughing out ice shards, she asked him, It's nothing serious, you're just exhausted. Rest for a while, and you'll be fine. Go to sleep. Kingston gently stroked her forehead, infusing her head with soft primordial energy, making her drowsy as she fell asleep deeply. Watching his sister slowly close her eyes, a flash of resolve crossed Kingston's gaze. The despicable bastards from Sky Shielding Sword Sect, their attack on the ice layer affected Miaoi's internal coldness. If not for the protection of the Fire Vein Vaughn Art Protection Pill, her heart vessels would have suffered severe frost damage. Now, influenced by the shockwave, her heart vessel is slightly damaged. A bit stronger impact could have had dire consequences. The Saint Young fruit can only temporarily suppress the cold. It cannot repair the broken heart vessels. I need to find other medicines, or the next cold burst will destroy her heart. Feeling the worsening condition due to external force within his sister, Kingston wished he could immediately confront and punish the hanging cold-blooded steward. Just as Kingston was focused on exploring her meridians, a flat, paper-thin black shadow slipped under the closed door, silently entering the room. Within moments, the shadow transformed into human form, standing behind Kingston. Vaughn clutched a toxic-coated black dagger, lunging towards Kingston's back. Clank! The dagger advanced 3 feet from Kingston, suddenly encountering an invisible energy barrier. The black dagger shattered instantly, its fragments embedding themselves in the ceiling. This formidable energy shield indicated Kingston had anticipated the attack, intentionally acting oblivious to lure the assassin into revealing himself. Did you sense my presence all along? The black shadow expanded like a balloon, returning to normal human size. With a mental command, countless hair-like needles shot from his black sleeves. Ding, ding, ding. Like the dagger earlier, the needles stopped mid-air 3 feet from Kingston, unable to advance further. Without moving, Kingston's meridian primordial energy surged, forcefully expelling the needles back with increased force. Aya! The black figure screamed in agony as the needles pierced his limbs, blood gushing out in streams. His meridians severed, he twitched helplessly on the ground. Edge to live? Speak. Kingston carried Alicia in his arms, pausing near the shadow, waiting for a response. Himph, don't be too smug. Immortal Hideaway won't let this go easily. If I fail, others will. Before he could finish, Kingston used spiritual power to summon elemental fire, forming a fist-sized fireball which he shoved into the assassin's mouth. With his meridians cut, the black-clad assassin writhed and shrieked in agony from the burning of his internal organs. Elmo have 1 incense sticks time to consider. Blink when you're ready to talk. Kingston didn't waste words, using spiritual fire to force a confession. Under his controlled burning, it would take about 1 incense sticks time to burn through the man's innards, during which he would endure unimaginable pain. Imagine a burning iron needle buried in flesh, impossible to grasp or pull out, searing and slowly consuming the surrounding tissue. A chilling thought alone. Unable to withstand 2 breaths, tears streamed down the assassin's face as he blinked repeatedly. Kingston gestured with his hand, weakening the flame's intensity, calmly stating, I thought you'd be tougher. Couldn't even hold 2 breaths. I've always despised cowards. Elmo have only 1 chance. Talk. Burnt flesh covered large areas after mere breaths, The assassin lay trembling in pain on the ground. Looking up at Kingston like a demon, shivering fearfully, he confessed, Sky-shielding sword sect. You disgraced an outer sect warden of theirs. They hired me to kill you. The Immortal Hideaway takes contracts for money, the largest assassin organization in Tianhua Kingdom. Besides me, 2 more assassination experts are in this city. I cannot say more, or Immortal Hideaway won't spare me, he added fearfully, pale-faced. Kingston menacingly pointed a finger at him again. I'm talking. Old man Shevendred faces Marion. Don't kill me. Enchantress Mercy. Before he could finish, the assassin's abdomen swelled rapidly, expanding grotesquely like an inflated balloon. Kingston wasted no time, swiftly carrying his sister and jumping through the broken window. A thunderous boom erupted as the alchemy room filled with a fog of blood and foul stench. Glancing towards the street corner, Kingston noticed a peculiar movement. On a crooked old tree stood a fleeting red shadow, vanishing in an instant like a ghostly apparition. Chapter 35. The pursuers return again. Barrett Ewan. What has happened? Downstairs, Ash heard the explosion and quickly rushed to where Kingston was. Seeing Kingston holding his sister safely, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, I apologize for my management skills, causing you inconvenience. I am truly ashamed. Kingston did not blame him in the slightest. Vaughn glanced at him indifferently and said, They are after me. This has nothing to do with Treasure Pavilion. My sister and I staying here may cause trouble. We will leave immediately. Ash thought Kingston was blaming him for inadequate security. Terrified, he hurriedly pleaded, Barrett Ewan, you honor us by residing here. Any failure is ours. We'll request reinforcements from headquarters. Please forgive us. It's not that Ash valued Kingston so highly without reason. Kingston indeed brought them enormous benefits. Shortly after their acquaintance, Kingston sold a valuable Xian-Dan formula worth millions of spirit stones, and more importantly, it could significantly enhance the alchemy skills of their alchemists. Tyak a person, how could they not try hard to win over? Kingston knew the other party had misunderstood him, thus he shook his head and explained solemnly, the commotion earlier was caused by hidden pavilion assassins. Staying here might implicate you all. There is only one place in Tianhua Kingdom where I can hide from Von Pillar Sword Sect while keeping my identity. Honoring this, Ash felt relieved. After pointing out the Alchemist Guild branch location, he handed back the purchased medicinal herbs and VIP crystal card. They then bid farewell. Arriving at the city center Alchemist Guild branch, many warriors gathered there. Most were purchasing elixirs. Hardly anyone came for the qualification test, likely due to the stringent requirements for becoming an alchemist. Are you here for the alchemist qualification test? The supervisor Adolf Hong saw the young Kingston with a pretty little girl on his back, his face showing doubt. Yes, may I know how the test goes? Kingston nodded, being up front. Himph, brat, trying to become an alchemist? Scram, I have no time for games. Without reason, Adolf Hong dismissed Kingston with disdain. What do you mean? Kingston narrowed his eyes coldly at him. Don't play innocent. Elmo want to brag about having participated in the test, right? Elmo worthless brats, only boasting to impress your lovers. Bastard, you're unlucky meeting me. Leave before I break your legs. Convinced he read people well, Adolf Hong sneered at Kingston, arrogantly berating him. Unbelievably, Kingston faced such peculiar behavior during a formal exam. Just as he was about to act, a voice boomed behind him. Supervisor, hold on, don't let him test. Vaughn has a grudge against our Von Pillar Sword Sect. An Esteban in Von Pillar Sword Sect attire, followed by 50 people, approached menacingly. Maximilian Andrew? Adolf Hong looked between the approaching group and Kingston, asking, did you offend someone from Von Pillar Sword Sect? Understanding dawned on Adolf Hong's face as he mocked Kingston. Elmo aren't here for testing but hiding, right? Proudly, Adolf Hong picked up a fist-sized crystal ball from the table and taunted Kingston. Too bad, I won't let you succeed. Seeing this, Maximilian Andrew felt relieved. Vaughn walked into the hall, greeted everyone, and loudly declared, brothers, I come here to apprehend this thief. Vaughn insulted our officers and disgraced our reputation. Kindly assist in bringing him back for punishment. Despite their equal status, the Von Pillar Sword Sect Esteban didn't dare act arrogantly in another guild's territory. Maximilian Andrew, don't be too polite. Vaughn's not one of us, catch him as you like, replied Adolf Hong. Maximilian Andrew, known to Adolf Hong as an outer sect Esteban of Von Pillar Sword Sect, possessed Xuanwu realm strength. Therefore, Adolf Hong wasn't inclined to argue. Vaughn curiously asked, Maximilian Andrew, who did this waste offend? Looks like he can't even beat your sect's servant. Offending the sect is punishable by torture. Offending their pride, even worse. Look at him, despicable. Kill him. Excited chatter filled the air as everyone praised Alyssa despite her absence. Seize that dog, dismember him, and display his head. Translation completed. Preserving style and paragraph structure. Let me know if any part needs adjustment or further context. Maximilian Andrew earned plenty of face amidst the murmurs of the crowd. Only then did he puff out his chest and grandly wave his hand, instructing his subordinates to apprehend Kingston. Chapter 36. Genius? Is that so rare? Almost all the people he brought were at the 3rd level of Spirit Martial Realm. Knowing that capturing Kingston would please Fraser, they rushed over to Kingston with high spirits. Genius? After hearing Maximilian Andrew's praise for Fraser, Kingston shrugged his shoulders disdainfully. Reaching out, his fingers pressed on the crystal ball in Adolf Hong's hand. What do you want to do? Without my permission, you dare to test it privately? Adolf Hong was frightened by his action, never imagining this young man was so bold as to snatch a testing crystal from the Alchemist's Guild. Vaughn had never seen such madness in all his years working here. Vaughn roared angrily, straining with all his might to break free from Kingston's hold. Unexpectedly, Kingston flicked him aside, directly throwing Adolf Hong out from behind the table, crashing into the sprinting disciples of the Sky teleporting Sword Sect. Amidst the chaos, Kingston's sensory crystal suddenly buzzed. A brilliant white light exploded within the clear and translucent crystal. The blinding light persisted even when covering one's eyes, turning everything white. Buzz! A sharp cutting sound emerged from the crystal, echoing through the guild hall and radiating 10 miles around, like a grating sound inside everyone's mind, causing intense ear pain and brain boiling. Those with weaker realms couldn't bear it, clutching their ears and screaming. Only unconscious Yuan Yaoi was protected by Kingston's mental power and remained unaffected. The sensory crystal reacting like this, his mental power, how is this possible? Seeing this situation, Adolf Hong, now lying among the crowd, turned panicked. His terrified scream exposed his despair. According to alchemist testing standards, 3 buzzes meant meeting the criteria, over 3 buzzes meant capable talent, over 5 buzzes indicated genius, and reaching 10 buzzes indicated an exceptional talent. Kingston's crystal wasn't buzzing just a few times, but continuously. Following precedent, it was impossible to determine Kingston's true talent. Vaughn had actually refused this kind of genius test. Adolf Hong's face went ashen, shivering uncontrollably, already envisioning various tortures awaiting him from the Alchemist's Guild. Feeling warmth below, he wet himself from fear. Even someone as skilled as Maximilian Andrew was stunned by the sharp sound waves. Only by channeling Black Tortoise realm power could he withstand it. After a few breaths, Kingston's sensory crystal seemed unable to bear the mental force limit and shattered into powder. The cracking sound imprinted deeply in everyone's heart, as if their tense hearts were being crushed, causing such prolonged sounds from the sensory crystal unprecedented. Kingston's mental power, shown within the Alchemist's Guild, was a rare genius-level ability. Fraser, becoming a Black Tortoise realm expert at 20, was talented but merely with chances. Kingston's mental power was truly incomparably strong, matching any black-cloaked alchemist solely by mental strength. Fraser was a genius. Was he not one too? Maximilian Andrew was thoroughly shaken by Kingston's mental prowess. Although not an alchemist, he knew how crucial mental power was for them. Kingston's importance to the Alchemist's Guild was no less than Fraser's to the Sky Teleporting Sword sect. Exceptional martial artists are easy to find, but powerful mental strength in alchemists is a millennium rarity. How could he capture such an outstanding person? Seeing their stunned expressions, Kingston couldn't help smirking. Opening his palm revealed powdered crystal, he sneered. Genius? Is that so rare? Swish. Flicking his hand forward, he threw the crystal powder straight at Maximilian Andrew's face. After brief shock, Maximilian Andrew's shocked expression gradually turned to anger. Despite being a Dan Path genius, Kingston not only injured Chief Lung, disgraced the Sky Teleporting Sword sect, but also publicly insulted him, getting bolder. Andrew, though only an Outergate Esteban, was a first-level Black Tortoise realm expert, not allowing Open Vein realm juniors to disrespect him. Filth. Not even the Von Navenly King can save you today. Maximilian Andrew, enraged, distorted in anger. Ignoring Kingston's talent, he released Black Tortoise Aura, then struck with a fierce palm aimed at Kingston's face. Black Tortoise Aura was indeed formidable. Compared to Spirit Martial Realm, it was night and day. Andrew's aura trapped Kingston tightly, making even moving fingers extremely strenuous. Open Vein Realm under Black Tortoise pressure usually couldn't escape, yet Kingston made no attempt. Vaughn just stood there, smiling faintly as the attack approached. Elmo dare put up a front before death? Die! Andrew didn't understand Kingston's motives, but showed no mercy. Thump! As the fierce palm landed, a massive blast wind erupted before Kingston, causing Andrew to stagger back several steps. The right sleeve of his striking hand shredded into fragments. Daring to use violence at the Alchemist's Guild territory, old Muddlehead, have you lost your senses? As the dust cleared, a gray-haired old man appeared before Kingston. The old man, disheveled and reeking of alcohol, wore a single straw shoe, with thick layers of mud on the other foot, pointing at Andrew while drunk, accusing him of being an old Muddlehead. His appearance was oddly humorous. Kingston did not dodge or avoid because he sensed the senior from the Alchemist's Guild was coming to help. Displaying his mental power would attract nearby experts. This branch definitely had strong defenders who, upon sensing his actions, rushed over. His judgment proved correct. His displayed mental power startled these experts enough to defend him. Deegan, Senior Vaughn. This junior greets Senior Vaughn. Despite the insults, Andrew knelt hurriedly, knocking his head in submission. Others in the hall saw the old man and, forgetting their ringing heads, rushed to kneel and greet him respectfully. Stand. The dirty old man waved them off impatiently, and they rose cautiously. Did I allow you to stand? Disrespectful old Muddlehead. You deserve a beating. Noticing Andrew standing alongside others, he looked displeased. Without warning, he slapped Andrew across the face from afar, sending him sprawling and spinning in midair. Everyone was frightened, kneeling again, looking at him in terror. Chapter 37. The Black Robe Alchemist. What? Elmo old geezer's words don't carry weight, right? I told you to rise, yet you remain kneeling. Do you need a beating? The old man frowned and roared. His anger struck fear into everyone around, who quickly stood up and waved their hands in denial. No one dared to breathe heavily, afraid of provoking the unpredictable Esteban. One couldn't blame him for being so arrogant. He had every right to be. Inside his dirty robes hung a pitch-black medicine cauldron pendant, the symbol of a black robe alchemist. Apart from the rarely seen white robe alchemists, no one in the entire Tianyue kingdom held a higher status than the black robe alchemists. The Alchemist Guild boasted only 5 black robe alchemists. This Esteban not only excelled in alchemy but was also proficient in martial arts, reaching the 3rd stage of the Black Tortoise realm. Given how few black robe alchemists there were, even this grumpy old man was sought after relentlessly. Several high-ranking figures from the major forces had close ties with him, gladly assisting him with mundane matters. With such formidable backing, who would dare upset him? Fools of the Sky Pillar Sword sect, daring to cause trouble at the Alchemist Guild. Think I won't cut off your supply of elixirs just by saying so? Without an alchemist's intervention, you morons will be gnawing on leaves and roots. Deegan wobbled toward Maximilian Andrew, disregarding his background and status. Vaughn started swearing and striking without hesitation. Maximilian Andrew dared not retaliate. He cowered on the ground and pleaded, esteemed senior. It's not that I'm disrespectful, but Anders is indeed despicable. Vaughn injured our steward and left insults for our sect. If I don't apprehend this criminal, I can't face my superiors. Deegan squinted his drunken eyes and glanced at Kingston, seemingly impressed. Slap. Teadenly, Deegan slapped Maximilian Andrew without warning. The latter spat out blood mixed with broken teeth, looking bewildered as to why he got hit. Deegan belched, stretched out a hand, and gently patted Maximilian Andrew's face, saying, Elmo want to report back? Now you can go report. Despite both being Estebans and Black Tortoise realm powerhouses within the major forces, Maximilian Andrew could barely lift his head before Deegan. Even though he was humiliated publicly, he still maintained a smile, saying plaintively, Senior Vaughn, please don't make things difficult for me. Even if he curses me, I wouldn't say much for your sake. But he cursed the Sky Pillar Sword sect. Deegan propped up his droopy, drunken eyes, raising an eyebrow. Vaughn shouted, Cursed well. Rightfully so for you dogs. Turning to Kingston, he asked loudly, Anders, did you curse his ancestors for 18 generations? Did you curse Ollie, that old B***starred? Next time you see anyone from the Sky Pillar Sword sect, curse them thoroughly, wishing their lineage would end. Ollie was none other than the great Maximilian of the Sky Pillar Sword sect. Rumors said that when young, Deegan and Ollie both fell for a beautiful woman. Ollie ultimately won her heart, infuriating Deegan, which dramatically changed his demeanor. Seeing this scene, everyone agreed the rumors about the enmity between Senior Vaughn and the Sky Pillar Sword sect weren't false. The old man yelled at Kingston again, then turned and beat up Maximilian Andrew. Though Deegan didn't use any martial techniques, the punches were heavy and bloody, soon bruising Maximilian Andrew. Elmo, want to report back? Let me give you something to report. After the beating, Deegan squinted, pointed at the door, and coldly said, Tell Ollie that I battered his disciples. Tell him to come here personally if he has a problem. Scram. A flick of his sleeve sent Maximilian Andrew and the Sky Pillar Sword sect disciples flying outside. Adolf Hong, having caused trouble for Kingston earlier, now lay alone in the center of the hall, trembling in fear. The Alchemist Guild does not shelter Sky Pillar Sword sect dogs. Disable his meridians and throw him out. Deegan scanned Adolf Hong's pale face and snorted disdainfully. For Spirit Warrior guards immediately sprang forward to drag Adolf Hong out. Soon after, cries and pleas for mercy stopped outside. Having dealt with everything, Deegan wobbled over to Kingston in his drunken ape immortal's gait. A stench of alcohol filled the air. Approaching Kingston's face almost cheek to cheek, Deegan spoke slowly, Elmo, Anders are great. I like your style. Edge it to be my disciple? His words stunned everyone present. The hall became deathly quiet. Could a black robe alchemist really ask permission from a lowly pulse opening stage, Anders? As a person of his stature, he could choose any elite from the entire Tianhua kingdom. So why seek approval from a nobody? Kingston gently adjusted Yuan Miaoyu sleeping on his back and smiled slightly. Thank you, esteemed senior. I am very willing. His response shocked the observers again. How audacious. To receive such a prestigious honor from a black robe alchemist and respond so arrogantly. Wouldn't anyone dream of such an opportunity? Some wanted to slap Kingston. Others wished to stand up and rebuke him fiercely. Little did they know that Kingston was once the alchemy god emperor. Even reincarnated, his alchemy skills remained unmatched. Agreeing to be a disciple wasn't doing Deegan a favor. Kingston had already lowered himself considerably. After Deegan helped him out and offered public acknowledgement, Kingston felt rejecting him would be too insulting. For smoother interactions at the Alchemist Guild, Kingston didn't mind giving up pride or status. Compared to questioning whether Deegan deserved to be his master, he cared more about obtaining what he needed from the guild. Haha, from today, you're my personal disciple. Follow me. Deegan laughed joyfully and led Kingston away. Walking side by side, the drunk Deegan suddenly lowered his voice. With a discerning tone, he whispered, Elmo agreed for my sake, right? I know you have a powerful mentor behind you. Chapter 38. Narrow paths lead to confrontations. Despite the sudden exposure of his disguise, Kingston maintained a calm expression. Vaughn had never intended to hide the existence of a higher master behind him from the beginning. Not only did the Alchemist Guild aim to cultivate him as a key talent, which required a thorough investigation into his background, but also his remarks at the treasure pavilion could not be concealed. Furthermore, the Alchemist Guild did not reject alchemists from other forces. Regardless of any school or sect, as long as one was an alchemist and passed the guild's examination, they could join the guild and become part of it. Whether Kingston had a master or not did not affect his eligibility to join the Alchemist Guild. Kingston nodded lightly, saying without reservation, Elmo saw through me long ago, didn't you? So why did you still accept me as your disciple? Ignoring the grandeur of his past status, he was now merely a lowly pulse-opening realm practitioner. Even though Kingston excelled in alchemy beyond all alchemists, he did not show any arrogance towards Deegan. Ha, you admit it rather straightforwardly, Deegan remarked with approval then chuckled. It doesn't matter who your master is, I don't intend to pry. The reason I accepted you as my disciple is simply because you dared to oppose the Von Aven teleporting sword sect. As my disciple, I will not order you to do anything nor actively teach you any skills. If you want something from me, just thoroughly teach the Von Aven teleporting sword sect a lesson, and afterward, I will reward you handsomely. Clearly, Deegan's feud with the Von Aven teleporting sword sect could not be easily resolved. Even for a newcomer like Kingston, he did not hesitate to personally recruit. Elmo want me to use the identity of your disciple to harshly teach the people of the Von Aven teleporting sword sect a lesson, right? Kingston understood and grinned. Though I believe in if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. My grievances with the Von Aven teleporting sword sect have already been established. Even without your request, they would not leave me alone. Pausing, Kingston nodded. I can't agree to this, but I need to act under your name in the future. Will you allow it? Deegan laughed crazily again, reverting to his tipsy demeanor, and said cheerfully, do as you please. I don't meddle in other matters. However, if you are dealing with the Von Aven teleporting sword sect, feel free to use my name. The more you defeat, the happier I'll be. Then, Deegan's eyes glinted with a hint of viciousness, and he whispered, that old coot mentioned a girl named Adrian earlier, praising her to the skies as if she were a prodigy. Beating her soundly would undeniably embarrass the Von Aven teleporting sword sect. Deegan looked at Kingston expectantly, urging him to engage Adrian quickly. After all, killing a genius was far more impactful than killing a group of lackeys. Just a yellow-haired brat. Why bother? Kingston shook his head unconcernedly, then turned to look at his sister lying behind him, speaking earnestly. My sister's condition is severe, requiring precious spirit medicines urgently. If you can protect her and relieve my worries, whatever you desire, I will do my best to fulfill. Deegan had already noticed Yuan Miaoi's presence. Without needing to probe her meridians, he used his mental energy to scan her and knew her condition. A bright moon ice jade constitution, a rare talent, but unfortunately misaligned. A rare glint of clarity shone in Deegan's drunken eyes as he shook his head slowly. This girl has a gifted constitution, but unfortunately, her body is frail, unsuitable for martial arts training. Vonner natural talent has become a death sentence. If anyone else came, the old man would advise them to prepare for the afterlife, but since you ask, thinking for a moment, he then carried Kingston away in a whirlwind, heading for a distant place. Let her stay in my cave for recuperation. I will ensure her safety, but you must teach that Adrian a severe lesson. Tyak, a promising talent wasting away mid-course would surely make Ollie furious for days. Sometimes lucid, sometimes mad, Deegan's actions always seemed spontaneous, making it hard to tell if he was truly crazy or pretending. But anything that made the Vaughn teleporting sword sect uncomfortable, this old man fully supported. To show sincerity, Deegan immediately took out a 9-turn life-prolonging pill from his storage ring for Yuan Yaoi to take. With Kingston's expertise, he recognized it as a 3rd-grade spirit pill capable of strengthening life fire and protecting heart meridians. On their first meeting, he offered a 3rd-grade spirit pill for Yuan Yaoi, demonstrating how highly he regarded Kingston. Soon, they arrived at a magnificent mountain peak. The mountain pierced through the clouds, with a path spiraling upwards surrounded by fragrant flowers and herbs, many of which were potent medicinal plants. Elmo's siblings should stay here for now. Although I have accepted you as my disciple, the Alchemist Guild's rules cannot be broken. Deegan brought Kingston to a 2-story pavilion and handed him a token to unlock the door, then added drowsily, within 5 days, pass the green robe alchemist exam with this token. Only then can I officially accept you. Otherwise, you two will struggle to stand in the guild, and other Estebans will try to expel you. With narrowed eyes, he looked at Kingston, smiling faintly. With your abilities, passing the green robe alchemist exam shouldn't be a problem, right? Kingston did not know how the green robe alchemist exam worked but felt nothing in alchemy could challenge him. Nonchalantly shrugging, Kingston took the token, saying casually, don't worry, I won't disappoint you. Deegan nodded, leaving behind the words, see how you perform, before turning into a gust of wind and disappearing into the cloud layer atop the mountain. The flames needed for refining spirit pills. I need to gather information within the guild. Kingston wasn't concerned about the green robe alchemist exam. As he walked toward the pavilion, he thought about how to obtain what he needed. Stop. Elmo there, kid, that means you. Stay put. Teadenly, a stern voice called out from behind. Senior brother Waylon, what's going on? Do you know him? This kid looks unfamiliar. Could he be new? A group approached, puzzled, toward Kingston. One person came close, fury suddenly appearing on his face, yelling as he threw a punch at Kingston. Damn bastard. I've been looking for you. Where's the sacred Taiyan fruit? Hand it over. This person was none other than Senior Brother Waylon from the Great Wasteland Bog, who had competed against Kingston for the sacred Taiyan fruit. Chapter 39. I said, be quiet. Waylon had his holy Taiyan fruit taken by Kingston in the Great Wasteland Swamp. Even after issuing a guild summoning order, Kingston managed to escape. This infuriated the experts who came to support him, seemingly blaming Waylon for his incompetence. To think that the man who had stolen his treasure would brazenly appear at the Alchemist Guild's branch was enough to reignite the anger that still smoldered in Waylon's chest. When they heard the noisy shouts, Kingston remained unfazed. A cold glance from Kingston caused Waylon to shudder. Recalling the fates of Carlton and Dexter, Waylon immediately halted his aggressive movement. Both had suffered devastating defeats within a single move, with one having all his meridians destroyed and the other half turned into ashes. Sensing the chilling intent in Kingston's eyes, Waylon instinctively recoiled several steps. The people around him looked bewildered. These individuals were summoned by Waylon to assist in killing Kingston, all being spirit martial realm experts. Though not from the 5 major factions, their strength was no less than Carlton and Dexter. Seeing Waylon retreat from an acumen opening realm nobody, they expressed disbelief. Senior Brother Waylon, this kid is the one who stole your treasure? Vaughn doesn't seem competent. Maybe he passed the Alchemist Guild's assessment? Could he have been accepted as a disciple by a Barret alchemist? Are you kidding me? An acumen opening realm nobody worthy of a Barret alchemist's attention? I say this kid is just an apprentice, far from being an alchemist disciple. As a blue-robed alchemist, Waylon held a higher status than gray-robed alchemists. The helpers he rallied were strong and arrogant. Seeing Kingston only at the acumen opening realm, they dismissed their earlier concerns, displaying disdainful expressions once more. A tall bald man walked towards Kingston with a sneer. His eyes swept over Kingston arrogantly. Anders, I must remind you, joining the Alchemist Guild requires humility. Senior Brother Waylon is a blue-robed alchemist, not someone like you to offend. How about this? To avoid bullying accusations, give back the holy Taiyan fruit and kowtow 100 times as penance. Then we might overlook this. Otherwise. With these words, he licked his lips lecherously and made a crude gesture towards Sonia's face. Bang! A black fist flew past, and while his menacing words still hung in the air, the bald man's head exploded into a bloody mist under everyone's gaze. Waylon's pupils contracted, instinctively stepping back. This overwhelming force had defeated Carlton and Dexter. Despite being merely acumen opening realm, Kingston could easily overpower spirit martial realm experts, a feat Waylon had never seen. The others instantly tensed up, finally understanding why Waylon couldn't take Anders down. They realized Kingston was hiding his true power. Elmo dare kill inside the Alchemist Guild. Do you care about the rules? Shrinking away, Waylon dared not step forward, pointing accusingly at Kingston. Ignoring the noisy yet timid crowd, Kingston turned and walked towards the 2nd floor. Stop! Are you deaf? Stop right there! Waylon shouted, but did not dare pursue. Once Kingston reached the 2nd floor, he noticed the group still standing outside, cursing, yet none dared approach within 50 meters of the building. Kingston understood. The Alchemist Guild indeed provided better protection. Disciples' residences were off limits to outsiders. After settling Sonia, Kingston slowly turned and leaped down, rejoining the crowd. Edge at a fight? Come on, stop barking. Kingston scanned them coldly, stating firmly, my sister is resting. Whoever disturbs her risks losing his life. What nonsense. Elmo thinks scaring us with one ambush will suffice? Rubbish stays rubbish, fit only to be trampled. From the crowd, a yellow-faced man stepped forward, eyeing Kingston disdainfully. Dog, stop pretending. Hand over the holy Taiyan fruit before the punishment hall takes you away. His name was Shevyang Xing, a 6th-tier spirit martial realm expert among those Waylon had gathered. Ignoring Kingston's warning, he loudly yelled. Kingston didn't bother arguing. A sudden burst of energy from his right hand sent a palm strike toward Shevyang Xing's throat. Himph, expected a sneak attack from you. Shevyang Xing smirked, raising his right fist dramatically, unleashing Meteor Crumbling Dragon Fist, ahead of time. Spirit Martial versus Acumen Opening. Using a pre-prepared martial technique, Shevyang Xing mocked Kingston, yet his own fear was evident. Regardless of preparation, Kingston's golden body art proved overwhelmingly powerful. Upon impact, Shevyang Xing's right arm shattered from wrist to shoulder, blood dripping steadily from his fingers. Ugh! A cry of pain barely escaped before his throat was clutched by a powerful hand. I said, be quiet here. Kingston choked Shevyongshing, left fist smashing into his chest, crushing ribs and severing meridians. Blood gurgled in Shevyongshing's throat, unable to break through the grip. Elmo reharming our companion. Waylon and the others roared, ready to rush forward. Kingston's icy gaze silenced them. Frozen in place, they dared not advance. What are you doing? Guild rules strictly forbid private duels. Identify yourselves. Patrol disciples rushed over, weapons drawn. It's senior brother Raphael Yin from the enforcement hall. Upon seeing them, Waylon and his group cheered. One man, previously terrified, pointed at Kingston. Brother Raphael. This lowlife killed in public inside the Alchemist Guild, flouting rules. Arrest and torture him. Before he finished, a powerful punch broke the silence. The triangular-eyed man's horrified cries ceased as Kingston watched his head disintegrate into a spray of blood. Kingston glanced at the scene calmly. Shua, be quiet. Chapter 40. A gamble. Bold. How dare you commit murder in front of me? Raphael Yin, from the enforcement hall, saw Kingston being so audacious. With a clang, he drew his sword and rushed at Kingston, livid with anger. Raphael's senior brother, hold on. Behind him, a short disciple suddenly pointed at the half-visible token on Kingston's waist and shouted. Vaughn is a man of senior alchemist Vaughn's. Like cold water splashed on his head. Raphael Yin froze for a moment, shockingly stating, Senior alchemist Vaughn? The black robe alchemist, Deegan, senior alchemist Vaughn. Vaughn glanced around the environment and looked again at the token on Kingston's waist. His mind buzzed. This really is senior alchemist Vaughn's residence. Though quite a few disciples of the Alchemist Guild were stationed at the foot of the mountain, only a few people within the entire guild possessed senior alchemist Vaughn's emblematic token. Seeing senior brother Raphael's abruptly darkened expression, the other disciples from the enforcement hall could only offer a bitter smile. Who would have thought an open pulse realm nobody was actually connected to the black robe alchemist? Senior alchemist Vaughn's temperament was well known throughout the martial world. Anyone he fancied, regardless of reason, could be taken as a disciple. If he liked someone, even a street beggar could become his disciple. Why should it be surprising that he took on an open pulse realm nobody? Are you senior alchemist Vaughn's disciple? Impossible. I've been in the Alchemist Guild for many years, and he never noticed me once. Elmo, you bastard. How could you be favored by him? Waylon's mind also buzzed loudly. Even he, a blue robe alchemist, couldn't catch senior alchemist Vaughn's attention. How could Kingston, just an open pulse realm nobody, be chosen? Vaughn might as well remain silent. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Raphael Yan's face turned pale with no idea how to proceed, instantly hatching a plan. His expression turned fierce once more as he abruptly changed his sword's direction, aiming it at the helpers Waylon had gathered. Baring his teeth in anger, Raphael Yan roared, Elmo, bunch of outsiders scum. Our guild kindly allowed you to buy pills here, but instead of gratitude, you attacked our disciples. Seize them all. Hand them over to the punishment hall. Since they couldn't ignore the private brawl and couldn't confront senior alchemist Vaughn's disciple, these outsiders became scapegoats naturally. Unjust. This is unjust. Senior brother Waylon invited us. Volping him is helping the Alchemist Guild. Elmo can't treat us like this. The ones who attacked are dead. I didn't participate. What crime did I commit? Let me go. Disciples of the punishment hall knew the matter was serious. Without a second word, they pushed everyone except Waylon to the ground. These helpers, feeling aggrieved, struggled desperately and cried out loudly. Waylon watched those he invited either die or get captured. Vaughn hung his head, not daring to utter a single word to help them. His anxious eyes had nowhere to rest, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Slap, slap. Raphael Yan angrily slapped two people shouting, roaring, quiet. Speak louder and I'll cut out your tongue. After yelling, he quickly showed a fawning expression and bowed towards Kingston, saying, Brother, this junior failed to understand earlier. If I offended you, please forgive me. These people will be immediately handed over to the punishment hall for thorough interrogation, assuring you justice. Seeing Kingston wave indifferently, Raphael Yan respectfully nodded and then coldly said to Waylon, outsiders meddling is one thing, but as a guild disciple, why did you also act recklessly? Come, let's go to the punishment hall for sentencing. The disciples of the punishment hall escorted everyone, pushing them toward the hall. Waylon, bastard, are you mute? Our brothers fought for you. Now you're cowering like a dog. Who'd think such a wretch could call himself my brother? What sort of blue robe alchemist are you, afraid of an open pulse trash? Elmo nothing better than a lapdog. Call yourself a blue robe alchemist? More like a dog robe alchemist. Do you see, brothers of the guild? This is your esteemed blue robe alchemist. A coward from head to toe. Bah, less than a dog. Those Waylon had brought refused to be punished without a fight. As onlookers gathered, they realized harsh punishment was inevitable. They decided to lash out against the one responsible. The curses and disdainful murmurs of onlookers echoed endlessly in Waylon's ears, igniting his fury. With fiery red eyes, Waylon barked, assholes, who said I'm scared? Raphael Yan's expression darkened as he pointed at Waylon and roared, what do you want? There's no place for your insolence in front of me. Shut up. But Waylon was driven mad by the surrounding scorn and forgot about the rules in the punishment hall. In a fit of rage, he bowed remotely toward the peak where Deegan lived and called out, Senior Alchemist Vaughn, the Alchemist Guild has abundant talents. To take on a disciple, it shouldn't fall on this waste. I don't wish for you to be deceived by trash. Although I'm unworthy, I wish to expose the truth of this waste for you. Saying this, he pointed remotely at Kingston and loudly declared, Dog bastard, aren't you Senior Alchemist Vaughn's disciple? Then dare to compete with me. Not hand-to-hand combat, but alchemy skills only. If you win, you may do as you please. Upon hearing this, the crowd's mockery quieted down significantly. Regardless of Waylon's character, his alchemical skills were solid and unarguable. To become a blue robe alchemist required substantial talent. Most onlookers were merely alchemy apprentices. For them, becoming a blue robe alchemist was akin to an insurmountable peak. How could they mock easily? Everyone's gaze fell on Kingston, waiting to see what kind of talent had caught Senior Alchemist Vaughn's eye. Under their expectant gazes, Kingston shook his head slowly and sneered, Compete with you? Elmore's miserable life isn't worth much. Don't waste my time. Scram. Ha 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 ha. Vaughn this, Waylon laughed aloud. Scared? Huh? Admitting you're not competent, right? Everyone saw it. Who's the coward? Who's the genuine alchemist? Who deserves to be Senior Alchemist Vaughn's disciple? Kingston's refusal boosted Waylon's confidence. Vaughn grew louder with every word. Just as Waylon's boasting reached its peak, Kingston quietly tapped his storage bag, releasing over a dozen dazzling lights filled with formidable spiritual energy. Over 10 rare herbs floated neatly in front of him, spreading a potent fragrance that refreshed everyone present. Witnessing these exquisite herbs, the domineering Waylon instantly closed his arrogant mouth, staring dumbfounded at the remarkable quality of these herbs, gradually turning numb. So many top-quality herbs. Where did he get so much money? Vaughn must have received gifts from senior alchemist Vaughn. Could there be another reason? TSK. Some people judge others through their dog's eyes. Who'd have thought he was actually rich? Just a mere blue robe alchemist truly lacks the means to compare with wealth. Displaying numerous astonishing herbs, Kingston gently tapped his treasure pavilion's purple gold VIP card, revealing a balance of 1 million gold coins, startling the crowd once again. Not only did he possess the most prestigious purple gold VIP card from the treasure pavilion, but he also had a balance of 1 million. Perhaps no one present could match Kingston's status and wealth? The astonished voices did not bring pride to Kingston. To him, this was commonplace. His gaze swept over the treasures before him and then lightly landed on Waylon's face, as he said coolly, "Edge it to compete with me? First, bring out treasures of equal value. If you don't have them, just kowtow and get lost. Elmo aren't even qualified to waste my time if it's not a wager that proves something about alchemy skills." Each word from Kingston was like a sharp thorn, piercing straight into Waylon's heart. A nobody who wasn't even a refining apprentice dared to look down on his alchemical prowess as a blue robe alchemist? When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Damn it, do you think I don't have any treasures? Waylon, enraged, gritted his teeth and pulled out a piece of dark wood from his storage bag. This wood was wrapped in a purple aura, resembling charred coal, pitch black with occasional flashes of electric current flickering across it. Von Evenly Thunderwood. Von Evenly Thunderwood that has absorbed lightning power. If the lightning power within can be harnessed, it could potentially increase the success rate of refining Xian pills by a few points. Amidst the astonished exclamations of the crowd, Waylon's face darkened as he glared fiercely at Kingston, snarling, "Yes, this is supreme Von Evenly Thunderwood imbued with lightning power. I bet it against all your wealth and your miserable life. Do you dare take the gamble?" Kingston stared intently at the piece of Von Evenly Thunderwood for quite some time before suddenly grinning widely. "Alright, let's gamble." Translation note. The paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as per the original text. Chapter 41. Victory and Defeat. A novice alchemy apprentice actually dared to challenge a blue-robed alchemist in the art of alchemy? What a joke. News of Kingston's challenge to Waylon spread quickly through the alchemist division. Many people abandoned their tasks, beaming with anticipation, as they gathered around the competition platform to watch the spectacle. Are you sure you won't reconsider betting your entire fortune and life on this prime quality, Von Evenly Thunderwood? Since it involved Senior Vaughn's disciple, the Alchemist Guild did not dare to take it lightly. A special Esteban from the disciplinary hall was assigned to supervise the match. Although the Esteban couldn't discern anything extraordinary about Kingston, out of respect for Senior Vaughn, he repeatedly confirmed the terms of the wager. A man's word is his bond. How could I go back on my word? Kingston shook his head nonchalantly, displaying an unwavering confidence. Look over there, that's the kid challenging senior brother Waylon to a deathmatch? Vaughn's just a meridian opening realm nobody. What can he possibly bring to the table? Just another peasant trying to climb too high too fast. Emph, who doesn't know that Senior Vaughn's mental state fluctuates wildly, behaving erratically, meaning his decisions are hard to predict. Vaughn probably drank too much again and randomly accepted this trash as a disciple. This kind of thing has happened before. Yet this guy truly thinks he's something special? Who cares? Tyak fools always provide entertainment. Let's wait and enjoy the show. Why bother with that loser? We're all here to watch senior brother Waylon showcase his skills. Watching a blue-robed alchemist refine elixirs isn't something we get to see every day. Soon, the arena was packed with onlookers. Besides the guild apprentices and laborers, many visiting customers also craned their necks in curiosity, eager to see the match begin. Of course, most were not there for Kingston but had heard that a blue-robed alchemist would be participating. Many wanted to seize the opportunity to witness the craft of refining miraculous elixirs up close. However, unbeknownst to them, their favorite competitor, senior brother Waylon, was inwardly anxious, filled with self-doubt. While he felt confident in his abilities and was sure he wouldn't lose to a mere alchemy apprentice, what worried him was whether he could successfully refine high-grade elixirs under the intense scrutiny. Before the match, Kingston had stated that this contest would both determine the winner and serve as a rigorous evaluation for the blue-robed alchemists. Therefore, the elixir selected was one that even blue-robed alchemists might fail at refining. High-grade 7th rank Windling Pill. Winning against someone like Kingston wouldn't boost his reputation, but failing in front of so many spectators would utterly disgrace him. Recalling his previous assessment for the blue-robed rank, where he barely succeeded after 2 failures out of 3 attempts, made him particularly nervous. Despite improving recently, he still lacked absolute confidence. For the blue-robed alchemist evaluation match, the task is to refine a 7th rank Windling Pill. 3 sets of materials, time limit 3 days. The evaluation begins. After confirming the rules, the judge struck the copper bell, officially starting the match. On the 10-foot-high platform, the guild servants had prepared identical alchemy equipment for both contestants. Cauldrons, charcoal fires, and ingredients were all ready. Kingston and Waylon moved nimbly onto the platform and began working independently. Windling Pill? Isn't this one of the most challenging types, even in official blue-robed alchemist exams? Even formal blue-robed alchemists often fail. Is this novice asking for trouble by challenging senior brother Waylon? Exactly, such a fool who only thinks highly of himself. Just because he became a disciple of a black-robed alchemist, he believes he can trample other blue-robed alchemists. Vaughn didn't lay a solid foundation step by step, only dreaming of leaping straight to blue-robed status. Does he really think his luck will always hold? Forget him, let's focus on senior brother Waylon's techniques. His flames look extraordinary, almost like a top-notch yellow-grade martial skill. That's Chun family's secret technique, Blazing Tane True Flame. Although it's a fire-based martial skill, senior brother Waylon adapted it ingeniously for alchemy, proving exceptionally effective. Truly a rare genius. Listening to the praises, Waylon felt increasingly self-satisfied. Indeed, he was a dual genius in both alchemy and martial arts. Adapting martial skills for alchemy displayed his remarkable talent. How could such an outstanding person possibly lose to a lowly apprentice? His face glowing with pride, Wayland's speed at extracting the medicinal properties accelerated. Refining 7th rank elixirs required complex procedures, needing to process 23 different ingredients alone. Having participated in the blue-robed evaluation before, Wayland was familiar with refining the Windling pill. Swiftly dropping each ingredient into the cauldron, he rapidly purified and refined them. Wow, Senior Brother Chin's refinement techniques are fluid and seamless. It's like watching art unfold, delightful indeed. Yes, this is my first time seeing such exquisite refinement. Among the Windling pill's ingredients, at least 5 are extremely complex to refine. Yet Senior Brother Chun showed no hesitation. Impressive. Haha, I wonder how many ingredients that foolish apprentice has refined? Judging by my observation, he struggles with even one plant. Better to concede and end it. Wait, what's this fragrance? Just as everyone cheered for Wayland's refinement, an intoxicating aroma wafted from the stage, unnoticed until now. While Wayland had yet to refine all his ingredients, Kingston had already completed 1/3. Was Kingston refining faster than a seasoned blue-robed alchemist? Amidst the murmurs of disbelief, someone stuttered. Vaughn isn't refining each plant separately. He threw an entire set of ingredients directly into the furnace to refine all at once. What? All at once? Who taught him to refine this way? Was he a chef before? Is he stir-frying dishes here? Does he even know how to refine elixirs? Onlookers widened their eyes, astonished at Kingston's calm demeanor. Indeed, an entire set of ingredients disappeared into the alchemy furnace without a trace. Even if not alchemy masters, the crowd knew the basic refinement methods. No one mixed all ingredients together for extraction. Each material differed in heat resistance, potency, and purification temperature. Mixing them all would result in useless residue. Despite doubts, Kingston's cauldron emitted an enchanting fragrance, disproving critics. Tayak, a perfect aroma meant flawless extraction. Thus, Kingston's method, though unconventional, far surpassed Wayland in both speed and quality. Realizing Kingston was ahead, Wayland grew increasingly frantic. It's not just speed. Kingston's refinement quality surpasses mine. How could this be? The pervasive fragrance made Wayland feel as if pushed towards an abyss by invisible hands. Vaughn refused to believe a lesser opponent could surpass him. I won't lose. Calm down. I must remain calm. Impossible to lose to this trash. Yes, stay calm. Struggling to maintain composure, Wayland's movements gradually lost their precision. SSSHH. A jet of black flame erupted from the cauldron, turning a flowing wind fruit, which required meticulous refinement, into a pile of ashes due to temperature imbalance. Vaughn slipped? Senior Brother Wayland slipped? No way. Vaughn's a certified blue-robed alchemist. Even if he made a mistake, it shouldn't be during the extraction of materials. Wayland's error sent shockwaves through the crowd of spectators. At this moment, an even more intense aroma wafted from Kingston's furnace, complicating the spectators' emotions. In that instant, they seemed to understand why Wayland had committed such a low-level mistake. Being outperformed by someone he considered insignificant in his own field of expertise must have been too much for him to handle calmly. Senior Brother Chin, don't panic. Elmo still have 2 more chances. Yes. One mistake isn't the end. The true winner is determined at the last laugh. How could a mere alchemy apprentice be stronger than Senior Brother Wayland? That guy is just putting on a show. Whatever unorthodox methods he learned can't compare to Senior Brother Chin's legitimate skills. Some sycophants in the crowd tried to bolster Wayland's spirits. However, Wayland burst into a fury, breathing heavily as he roared down at the crowd. Elmo, useless lot, shut your stinking mouths. Who asked you to teach me how to refine elixirs? His face contorted like a demon's, veins bulging on his forehead, and his expression looked as if worms were wriggling all over it, terrifyingly ugly. His roar silenced his supporters, leaving them awkward and frozen in place. Kingston's presence exerted immense pressure on him. As he sensed Kingston gradually starting to form the pill shape, Wayland completely lost his composure. Breathing heavily, he fumbled to pour out the dregs from the cauldron. In his frenzied state, his hands weakened suddenly. The tilted cauldron clattered to the ground, and the flames within burst outward, igniting all the surrounding herbs instantly. Fire! Put it out! Quick! Put it out! Faced with the blazing inferno, Wayland stood there, dazed, watching helplessly as the herbs turned to ashes before his eyes. It's over. All over. With the herbs destroyed and no hope left, Wayland crumpled to the ground. Teadenly, his pupils became hazy, and he began pounding the ground wildly like a madman. Puts it out. Why aren't you putting it out? Do you all want me to lose? I know it now. You're all colluding, hired by him. After a few shrill screams, Wayland darted toward the betting area, shouting hysterically, I didn't lose. Elmery all in cahoots. I'm not gambling anymore. Not gambling. Crossing his arms, Kingston watched Wayland's frantic sprint, shaking his head slowly. A man who can't accept defeat will never win. Vaughn extended his hand, channeling energy downward, drawing the bets into his palm effortlessly. Give it back. My treasures. Those are mine. Despite being held down by 3 disciplinary hall disciples, Wayland continued to slobber and scream at Kingston. Kingston pocketed everything and pointed at the still-burning furnace beside him. This flame can last another 3 hours without interference. By then, the pills will naturally be refined. When it's done, please send the blue-robed alchemist certification directly to my residence. With that, Kingston lightly leaped off the platform, walking away without looking back. Behind him, dead silence reigned except for the steady crackle of the furnace's flame. Chapter 42. Flame Devouring Technique. It seems I underestimated your abilities. The assessment for the Green Robe Alchemist is no challenge to you at all. To be honest, who your master is really piques my interest. Back at his residence, several spiritual herbs were neatly arranged beside Yuan Miaoi's sleeping pillow. Deegan, as if knowing Kingston would return home, sent a faint transmission that appeared in the room at just the right moment. The spirit power of a black robe alchemist far surpasses ordinary warriors, and telepathy was merely a trivial skill for Deegan. Kingston was not surprised at all, and replied casually without changing his expression. If I didn't have this capability, I doubt you would have come forward to help me, Maximilian. Had it not been for recognizing Kingston's extraordinary talent, Deegan indeed wouldn't have appeared to fend off the pursuers from the Pillar Von Avon sword sect. Vaughn, whether or not you wish to speak, I won't pry. Those few spiritual herbs will greatly assist with your sister's condition, serving as a reward for your previous slight against the Pillar Von Avon sword sect. As for how to use these materials, I won't interfere. Elmore, real teacher, will teach you alchemy techniques. There's no need for me. this nominal master, to do such troublesome things. According to our agreement, if you want something from me, bring the failure of the Pillar Von Aven sword sect as an exchange. I await your performance. With that, Deegan's spirit power slowly withdrew from the room, as if he had never been there. Pillar Von Aven sword sect? Kingston mused aloud, then shook his head with a smile, not taking it seriously. Agreeing to become Deegan's disciple and using that title to deal with the Pillar Von Aven sword sect was merely a pretense. His goal was to join the Alchemist Guild, leveraging its position as one of the 5 major forces to intimidate any troublemakers while searching for the materials he needed within. Being someone's enforcer was not of the slightest interest to him. Once part of the Alchemist Guild, whatever was available in the guild, he had confidence in obtaining it without needing to resort to causing trouble to get resources from Deegan. If the Pillar Von Aven sword sect approached him, he certainly wouldn't back down. But if they left him alone, he wasn't about to seek them out either. Silently gazing at Yuan Miaoi's peaceful face, Kingston sighed softly. His sister's condition was much simpler than his own. The threat posed by the Jade Moon Ice body was far less severe than the Von Avenly Maleficent's body. Just by refining the medicines given by Deegan into a cold resistance pill and consuming it regularly to suppress the cold aura, combined with practicing a technique that controlled the cold energy, the danger of the Jade Moon Ice body could be thoroughly eliminated. In short, Yuan Miaoi only needed to master her innate body trait to avoid issues related to the cold energy. Unlike her, even after mastering the Von Avenly Maleficent's body, he still had to break through 9 lethal stages to preserve his life. Waving his right hand, a piece of black wood flickered with lightning sparks came into view. This was the lightning wood Waylon had used as a stake. Kingston agreed to the bet not only because he knew he couldn't lose but also because of this piece of lightning wood. This wood, struck by heavenly lightning, remains unscathed yet charred, harboring considerable lightning force. If absorbed, it can be used in refining mystic pills. Kingston inspected it for a moment and nodded in satisfaction. The heavenly lightning fire within this small segment of charred wood could indeed be called peculiar flame, but it still fell short of true elemental flames. Apart from ordinary fires, the world was full of unique and peculiar flames. Spiritual fire, beast fire, pill fire, or fire, corpse fire. All special flames that could bear the title peculiar fire. Yet, what alchemists truly sought were the flames listed among the top 100 on the elemental fire rankings. The piece of lightning wood in Kingston's possession, though different from ordinary fire, was still worlds apart from the ranked peculiar fires. Everyone knew the powerful peculiar fires on the rankings, but such rare flames weren't easily obtained. The power within this lightning wood may not be strong, but with constant reinforcement through the flame-devouring technique, its might can eventually surpass the elemental fires of heaven and earth. Kingston was once the Elysian Pill Emperor in his previous life, proficient in numerous fire cultivation techniques essential for alchemy. The flame-devouring technique, though a celestial realm cultivation method, operated on the principle of accumulating sand into a tower, focusing on gradual accumulation and continuous strengthening. In his past life, Kingston had used this technique to make divine flames devour each other, ultimately fusing them into the celestial emperor fire. Now, adhering to the principle, he began from low-grade flames, gradually enhancing their power until even the lowest grade fire evolved into an inconceivable level. Spinning the lightning wood before him, he placed his palms together skyward. The aura of the Elysian Pill Emperor technique emanated from his palm, channeling the lightning power within the wood. A series of sizzling sounds filled the air. Purple lightning threads emerged from the charred wood like fine needles, pricking Kingston's skin surface. Through the lightning needles, the thunderous fire energy directly surged into Kingston's body. Instantly, his skin resembled a pot of boiling beans, shaking violently under the electric stimulation. Directly channeling lightning into the body for refinement was a method only a madman like Kingston would dare to try. Waylon, the original owner, did not dare to use such a brutal method. He collected the fire-type mystic herb, Holy Taeyan fruit, to gradually refine the lightning wood. However, relying on his robust physique strengthened by the 9 turnings golden body technique, Kingston endured the excruciating pain of the lightning surge, forcefully refining the thunderous fire energy. Even with his body strengthened by the 9 turnings golden body technique, resembling solid rock, Kingston had only achieved the first level. Under the direct impact of the lightning, a white mist soon rose from his skin. Simultaneously, a burnt smell wafted from beneath his skin, indicating that even his physique struggled to withstand the lightning's power. Kingston seemed prepared for this outcome. Vaughn did not show any anxiety but calmly altered the flow of his second martial essence, while his primary martial essence continued to run the flame-devouring technique, drawing the thunderous fire energy into his dantian. His second martial essence shifted to the pattern of the 9 turnings golden body technique, utilizing the thunderous energy to strengthen his body and attempt the second level breakthrough. Kingston's dual-channel practice of 2 techniques did not lead to chaos but rather improved his state. The burning smell gradually dissipated, and the exposed skin became more radiant. The lightning power entering the dantian gradually transformed into wisps of purple flame under the influence of the flame-devouring technique, growing larger like a tangled thread. Within just 3 hours, a fist-sized ball of lightning flame had gathered in his dantian. Kingston extended his palm, and a puff of purple flame rose. The floating purple thunder fire in his palm made the room's temperature spike significantly. The extraordinary heat caused the furniture to warp and turn yellow, emitting white smoke. The refinement process of the lightning would proceeded smoothly, and he had now fully mastered the lightning flame. His physique had also advanced to the second level of the 9 turnings golden body technique, under the training by the thunder. Is senior brother Kingston at home? We are here to present the certification for Green Robe Alchemist. At this moment, a crowd swarmed outside the pavilion. Besides the certification officers, over 100 representatives from various factions gathered downstairs, looking up expectantly and respectfully for Kingston to appear. Chapter 43, Bold Challenge. Kingston, upon hearing this, pushed the door open and stepped out, taken aback by the scene before him. Below the pavilion, apart from the Alchemist Guild members, there were many others dressed in external sect attire, all saluting him with clasped fists and congratulating him loudly. When had he become so familiar with these people? Just as he jumped down from the building, the examiner walked over with a beaming smile, presenting him with the green robe and identity token for an alchemist. Congratulations on passing the green-robed alchemist examination, senior brother Kingston. Elmo must be the spirit force genius we've heard about. My apologies, my apologies. We just received news from the city. If there are any shortcomings in our manners, please don't blame us, senior brother Ewing. If you have any requests, feel free to speak. The examiner was 10 years older than Kingston, but looked at him with respect and deference. Titles and seniority mean nothing compared to absolute strength. In the martial world, only strength is paramount. Even if the examiner was 10 years older and joined the Alchemist Guild earlier, Kingston's extraordinary talent left no room for him to rely on his seniority. Senior brother, you're too kind. Respect begets respect. Seeing the other party's pleasant attitude, Kingston politely clasped his fists back. Then he looked at the crowd around him with a slight frown. All of you. Those beside him could not wait. Upon seeing Kingston's question, they rushed forward, vying to express their intentions. Barrett Ewan, I'm the steward of Piaoyan Manor. Our manor wishes to invite you as our first guest master. Please accept this small gift as an introduction. Barrett, I am the head of Baisheng Martial Hall. I'll offer 1,000,000 spirit stones if you would deign to refine a year's worth of spirit pills for us. Senior brother Ewan, I am from the Zhao family of Lingyue City. Our patriarch admires your talent and hopes you'll grace us with your presence for a meal. Over 100 people surged towards Kingston, holding precious gifts and speaking all at once. Although they came from different forces, their goal was identical. Spare no expense to court Kingston, a cultivator who can casually refine 7th grade spirit pills, a spirit force genius unseen in millennia, and a direct disciple of black-robed alchemist Deegan. Any one of these titles was enough to make various factions fight over him. Most importantly, Kingston was too young. Unlike those Estebanli predecessors nearing the end of their lives, Kingston still had a long life ahead. Establishing a good relationship with him now meant having a grand alchemist support them for at least a century. Kingston marveled at how quickly news spread. In just half a day, he had transformed from a nobody into a sought-after celebrity. Though the offers from various factions were enticing for most green-robed alchemists, Kingston saw wealth and fame as worthless. What mattered to him was strength. Facing the crowd's enthusiasm, Kingston did not outright reject them. With a hint of regret, he clasped his fists and said, "Thank you all for your kindness. Unfortunately, I need to refine my alchemy skills under my master and cannot focus on trivial matters. Please understand." Honoring this, the crowd's excitement dampened, but they understood and acknowledged his response. Teadenly, an overwhelming pressure descended from above. The sound of sword chants echoed like a surging river, cutting through the sky. The clear sky was suddenly covered by a layer of cold sword shadows. This immense sword pressure enveloped the entire branch of the Alchemist Guild. Under the pressure, everyone felt as if a mountain pressed down on their shoulders. Weaker individuals were instantly pinned to the ground, unable to move. Even those above the 5th level of Spirit Martial Realm struggled, feeling as if 2 mountains were on their shoulders, making it impossible to take a step. Look, those are swords, countless flying swords forming a river in the sky. Thousands swords paving the way, like a rainbow. This is a powerhouse from the Sky-bearing Sword Sect. The Alchemist Guild and Sky-bearing Sword Sect are both among the 5 major forces. By doing this, aren't they provoking the Alchemist Guild? A river made of flying swords stretched from the horizon and stopped at the front gate of the guild. Tens of thousands of swords blotted out the sky, each exuding fierce and powerful energy. This spectacle drew attention even from Jincheng's residents, who could see this strange sight from afar. Treasure Pavilion Deputy Director Ash watched anxiously. Sky-bearing Sword Sect's experts indeed came. After Barrett Ewan humiliated their sect, they wouldn't let it go easily. It's uncertain whether the Alchemist Guild will protect him. Tayaka Grand Display naturally alarmed the guild's experts. They emerged from their rooms and looked up, seeing the countless flying swords orderly assembling into a floating platform outside the guild entrance. Dozens of figures rode on flying swords, with one person remaining on the platform. That person shouted with all their might, "Despicable scum, dishonoring my sect. The Sky-bearing Sword Sect has come for justice. Dog slave Kingston, come face your death." The entire guild was thrown into turmoil. A challenge. The Sky-bearing Sword Sect used such a brazen setup to block the Alchemist Guild entrance and challenge. This wasn't aimed at a single disciple but was an open provocation, standing arrogantly above the Alchemist Guild. Clearly using the pretext of challenging, they were also attempting to suppress the guild's prestige. Zhao Refugee, how dare you be so impolite? Do you want war with our guild? At the main gate, several Alchemist Guild experts emerged, led by Maximilian Arlen of the Xuanwu realm. Behind Maximilian Adolf were hundreds of guild experts, glaring fiercely at the uninvited guests from the Sky-bearing Sword Sect. Arlen, don't speak nonsense. Elmore disciple insulted our sect's name first. We've come for justice. Zhao Refugee, also a Xuanwu realm expert, showed no fear despite facing numerous foes. Vaughn pointed at the flying sword platform and declared, "Today, we send only one outer sect spirit martial realm disciple. If you wish to protect that scum, send someone of the same realm to defeat our disciple, and we will leave immediately. If you refuse to fight." Zhao Refugee sneered menacingly, "Then we, the Sky-bearing Sword Sect, will make you understand why we rank among the 5 major forces." Kingston's violent actions against Overseer Long and insulting the Sky-bearing Sword Sect had indeed triggered their retaliation. If he weren't a Dan Dao genius, they might not have mobilized such a large force. But his alchemy talent was envied even by the Sky-bearing Sword Sect. To completely eliminate Kingston, they raised the banner of insulting the sect, forcing him to fight openly. "Himph, Zhao, does our guild follow your lead? Elmo think you can meet our disciples whenever you wish? Who do you think you are?" The Esteban of the Alchemist Guild was indeed resolute. As a revered alchemist, Arlen truly didn't take Zhao Refugee, who was at the same realm as him, seriously. Regardless of whether Kingston was right or wrong in his dispute with the Sky-bearing Sword Sect, even if Kingston had indeed humiliated them, Arlen had to staunchly protect Kingston. This was the pride of being one of the 5 major forces. A mere spirit martial realm minnow dares to invade and challenge our territory, making a ruckus at the Alchemist's Guild? Arlen pointed upwards sternly and roared, "How impolite! Who dares to face them?" Behind him, a burly man wielding a large broadsword stepped forward. "Enforcement Hall, Geary, I volunteer to capture this villain for the guild." With a roar, Geary unleashed a burst of energy beneath his feet, stepping onto the flying sword staircase, charging towards the suspended platform with overwhelming momentum. Chapter 44, the main player appears. Geary was an elite disciple of the Punishment Hall, and with his cultivation at the 7th level of the Spirit Martial Realm, he had never neglected the practice of martial arts. This man's movements were skillful, moving like a hunting leopard, swiftly leaping up the floating stairs in just a few bounds. Just as he was a few dozen feet away from the platform, the members of the Sky Supporting Sword Sect sneered coldly. Teadenly, the steps formed by flying swords under Giri's feet emitted a blinding light, unleashing a powerful sword chi that blasted out from the flying swords. Caught off guard, Giri suffered a severe blow to his chest, spouting blood as he plummeted down. The Alchemist Guild shouted in shock, and Maximilian Arlen rushed forward to catch him. Watching the blood continuously gushing from Giri's chest, Arlen was both enraged and furious. Vaughn glared at Zhao Refilji, who was smirking coldly, and yelled angrily, "Bastard! Elmo cheated!" Zhao Refilji gave a disdainful look, showing no sign of guilt, and sneered, "Oh, what qualifications does a waste of space who can't even get on the platform have to shout?" Arlen clenched his teeth in anger, pointing at the floating staircase, and roared, "There are dozens of people's auras hidden in the stairs. Is this your idea of a single combat? According to your rules, should we challenge you all at once then?" Zhao Refilji rolled his eyes and sneered, "So what if there are hidden auras? The suspended platform is built fairly and openly right before your eyes. It's your problem if you can't see its intricacies. Blame yourselves for lacking capability, not me. Don't make fools of yourselves." As these words were spoken, laughter erupted from the sky-supporting sword sect side. "Elmo re too early to celebrate. Don't think only the sky-supporting sword sect knows how to use swords. We, the Alchemist Guild, also have swordsmanship experts." A voice boomed from the crowd, followed by a figure riding a flying sword like a streak of silver light, soaring straight toward the suspended platform. That's Senior Raphael Chun from the Martial Arts Hall. Fantastic, he is a renowned swordsman who mastered the technique of flying on a sword at the 7th level of the Spirit Martial Realm. Is his internal energy so powerful? Able to fly on a sword at the Spirit Martial Realm? With him taking charge, it looks like we will win this match. Amidst the shouts of surprise from the Alchemist Guild, Raphael Chun, dressed in white, had already flown onto the platform. Pointing his long sword forward, he declared confidently, "My treasured sword doesn't face unnamed adversaries. Dare you reveal your name?" On the platform, the head of the sky-supporting sword sect member slowly lifted, revealing a pair of domineering dragon-patterned eyebrows. This person had a stern expression with an air of hidden dominance, his lips curled into a sarcastic smirk. These dragon-patterned brows. "Elmo, you must be..." Originally confident, Raphael Chun froze upon seeing the other party's appearance. As if recalling some terrifying rumor, his voice immediately quivered. "Garrett." The sky-supporting sword sect member announced his name with earth-shattering authority. Instantly, a surge of sword lights appeared, and the tens of thousands of spirit swords forming the platform seemed to come under his control, bursting forth blinding sword chi almost simultaneously. In a resounding roar of sword chi, Raphael Chun was covered in blood, barely clinging to life as he fell off the platform. An expert from the martial arts hall had suffered a miserable defeat without even unsheathing his sword. Garrett, could this person be from the long-hidden Yinmen family? The legendary ancient sword clan has actually joined the sky-supporting sword sect. Upon hearing this name, Arlen's expression turned grave. Vaughn knew that Giri and Raphael Chun's defeats weren't their faults, but due to the opponent being exceedingly strong. "Mr. Adolf, we are here only to seek justice. Why do you protect that troublemaker dog? If you hand him over, we will leave immediately." Zhao Refilji seemed to have anticipated this reaction, enjoying Arlen's stunned expression with a derisive grin. Vaughn taunted, "Further conflict will only further embarrass the Alchemist Guild. Why endure such hardship for a worthless person?" Arlen's face darkened, his eyes flashing with fury. The person sent by the opposition was reportedly a descendant of the legendary sword clan. Tyak, a special lineage, was far beyond the abilities of ordinary spirit martial realm warriors. It was clear that the sky-supporting sword sect was prepared to take this opportunity to severely diminish the Alchemist Guild's reputation. So what if it's the legendary sword clan? Legends belong to the past. Elmore preparations only give you a slight advantage. Does the Alchemist Guild lack high-level experts? Arlen was about to summon a spirit martial realm expert from the Alchemist Guild when a stir occurred among the crowd. Kingston, with a calm demeanor, walked toward them at a leisurely pace. The sky-supporting sword sect is after him? To create such a fuss over a meridian opening realm trash? Trash? Be careful with your words. Vaughn is a rare alchemy genius, the one who caused the testing crystal anomaly, and even Barrett Deegan took him as a disciple. Oh, the temperamental Barrett Vaughn? Speaking of which, why hasn't Barrett Vaughn shown up since the sky-supporting sword sect attacked our doorstep? Elmo VE said it. Given Barrett Vaughn's temperamental nature, how could outsiders know his thoughts? As the sky-supporting sword sect's pressure dissipated, a large number of bold disciples gathered near the guild's main entrance. Seeing Kingston appear, all eyes immediately focused on this newly famous figure. "Kingston, why did you come here?" Terrorized by Kingston's presence, Arlen's expression hardened. Vaughn ordered sternly, "Whatever you did, let the sect handle it. Retire quickly." Kingston was the Millennium's rare genius of the Alchemist Guild, designated disciple of the Black-Robed Alchemist. Even with either title, the Alchemist Guild would go to great lengths to protect him. Seeing Kingston daringly walk out, Arlen tried every means to get him to retreat. Kingston? Vaughn's the one who offended cold arrogance Frost. No. Insulted the sect's dignity? Upon hearing that this young man was Kingston, the sky-supporting sword sect disciples burst into mocking laughter. Isn't this the lowly slave from the Yuan family? Are you delirious from eating too much swill? Elmo alchemists don't know. The one you desperately want to protect is just a lowly slave dog, destined to eat dog food and live in a doghouse for 16 years. Oh, so it's a dog slave? Dogs should guard dog houses, not learn alchemy. When did the Alchemist Guild accept dogs? If dogs can refine pills, aren't we all alchemy immortals now? Ha ha ha. The sky-supporting sword sect had thoroughly investigated Kingston's background. Upon seeing him, they seized on his misfortunes, publicly humiliating him, turning his tragic past into ridicule. Learning of Kingston's past, Arlen felt no disdain but grew increasingly repulsed by the sky-supporting sword sect. Clenching his teeth, he faced the mocking disciples and scolded. A hero isn't judged by origin. Chevenable origins aren't shameful. True heroes know humility and resilience. What's so laughable? His rebuke didn't deter the sky-supporting sword sect disciples. Instead, they laughed even louder. Tyre, Chevenable origins aren't shameful, so why fear discussion? Elmo trying to stop us from speaking? Can we speak about you, dog slave? Ha 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 ha. A heroic figure living in a doghouse and eating dog food. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Laughs non-stop ha ha ha. As the sky-supporting sword sect disciples reveled in laughter, and the Alchemist's guild simmered with rage. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble filled the air. An overwhelming force surged from beneath the ground, making the stones and dust leap wildly as if alive. Standing on the ground, his body shook like a pile driver, the rapid and powerful impacts almost rattling everyone's brains loose. This power, it's him. The power is coming from within him. Following the astonished cry, all eyes swiveled towards Kingston. The waves of energy rippling from beneath his feet made everyone present suck in a sharp breath. On the side of the Alchemist's guild, every face was a mix of shock and joy. In stark contrast, the expressions of the sky-supporting sword sect members were as grim as if they had been fed a mouthful of feces. Those who were grinning just moments ago now stared wide-eyed and agape, their minds struggling to process what was happening. According to the intelligence, wasn't Kingston the lowliest slave of the Yuan family? How could such an overwhelming, terrifying force possibly come from a lowly slave? Hashtag Chapter 45. Unexpected variable. Yuan was least interested in trading verbal barbs. Since the opponent had blocked the entrance and demanded he come out to fight by name, he would see just what skills the Azayadian sword sect possessed. Even as the Azayadian sword sect continued to taunt him, Yuan Qi surged wildly within his two martial veins. With the 9-turn golden body technique now at its second level, the layers of stacked power from the 1,000 mountain wave pile technique also increased. At the first level, his physique could only withstand up to 10 layers of Dijiao power. Now, it had increased to 50 layers. Each layer of a profound level martial technique significantly enhances the technique's power. Under the full activation of his dual martial veins, the mere release of energy from condensing the martial technique made the earth tremble. Boom! A wave of energy spread from beneath Kingston's feet, causing the ground to rise in 3-foot waves like ripples on water. Dust flew towards the crowd of Azayadian sword sect members. Body cultivator. Danny's face darkened as he exclaimed in surprise, alchemists excel in mental strength and usually practice elemental martial techniques. Why would an alchemist specialize in physical cultivation? The energy condensed within Kingston was terrifying, and the spreading wave of energy was equally formidable. In terms of impact force alone, this wave surpassed many top-grade yellow-level martial techniques. Danny clapped his hands together, attempting to block the wave. However, just as he moved, Arlen reacted instantly. A third-layer profound realm aura pressed down heavily on Danny's shoulders. Ternay Adolf. Elmo. Restricted by this pressure, Danny couldn't focus on blocking the oncoming wave. Behind him, the disciples of the Azayadian sword sect, all being spirit martial realm experts, should have easily dealt with a wave equivalent to a yellow-level martial technique. Yet their behavior was inexplicable. They stood like wooden posts, neither dodging nor defending, letting the wave crash into them. It was as if they had been struck by iron hammers. They screamed in pain, blood spraying as they fell crookedly to the ground. As these people collapsed, the platform formed by myriad swords in the air creaked ominously, as if about to collapse for lack of support. Arlen's eyes flashed with insight. Vaughn growled, "A sword formation? So that's what it is. I thought your disciples were so powerful, controlling countless flying swords by themselves. Turns out it's secretly maintained by people below. Disgraceful pretenders, you shame the Yinmin family name." The Azayadian sword sect's imposing arrival wasn't the work of one person. The platform of 10,000 swords required 100 or more people working together. Upon exposing this trick, Danny's face turned ashen, glaring hatefully at Kingston, wishing to tear him apart. However, Kingston didn't stop at revealing this deception. With dual 50-layer stacked power, he clenched his right fist and punched upwards rapidly. A thunderous roar erupted in the sky as a transparent, 10-zhang-sized punch force soared upward. The floating sword staircase offered no resistance, instantly crumbling into powder. The skyward punch tore through the platform, leaving a huge indentation. Thousands of flying swords shattered into dust under the punch's might. The layered force continued beyond the hole, spreading around it. Like invisible hands tearing apart the platform, it split into two halves. The profound-level martial technique's energy oscillated among the myriad swords. Endless flying swords supporting the platform scattered like birds leaving their nests. Garrett frowned deeply, his brows forming a Chuan character on his forehead. Though his sword talent was exceptional, controlling 100,000 flying swords was sheer fantasy. Straining to maintain the platform, his strength couldn't match Kingston's punch force. Only 10 swords near him remained intact. The rest of the platform was destroyed. Shattered swords rained down like hailstones, each possessing terrifying piercing force. Caught off guard, over a dozen Azayadian sword sect disciples were torn to pieces by falling shards. The remaining members screamed in panic, scurrying away under the barrage of swords. Brother Yuan hit well. They deserve a lesson. Haha, shows you for underestimating us. Now you can't even insult us back. Worthless bunch. Seeing the Azayadian sword sect in disarray, the Alchemist Guild members felt relieved and laughed loudly. The advantage the Azayadian sword sect gained was dismantled by Kingston. Enraged, Garrett raised his sword high and roared, "Dog slave, have you seen a sword strike from the heavens?" Attempting to regain momentum, he unleashed a formidable move, the sword aura like a dragon engulfing shattered swords. Forming a long dragon shape, it descended toward Kingston. The Yinmin family's exclusive Vaughn descending sword. It's a profound level technique. Arlen's pupils constricted, realizing the attack's power. Vaughn warned, "Everyone retreat 500 meters. Quickly." This was a large-scale attack. Although the primary target was Kingston, the sword aura covered a wide area. Below the 5th level of Spirit Martial Realm, even catching the aftereffects could be fatal. The Alchemist Guild members quickly retreated, leaving only Kingston and Arlen under the attack. Arlen hesitated, unsure if he should intervene. Profound level techniques were too powerful. He didn't want to risk losing a rare alchemy genius over pride. Before he decided, another surge of energy burst from Kingston. His small frame seemed to contain inexhaustible power. As soon as the previous force waned, new energy filled his entire body. *1000 mountain wave pile. *dual 10-layered force. 50-layered force took time to build, but 10-layered force was nearly instantaneous for Kingston. Each upgrade of the 9-turn golden body technique greatly enhanced his physical resilience. Dual 10-layered force caused no burden to him. Punching simultaneously, he met the descending dragon head. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the dragon-shaped sword aura, the broken sword scattered like peeling dragon scales in sunlight. Despite its imposing form, Kingston's punches stripped the dragon scales, reducing it to a bare sword aura fighting him. Profundity against profundity, the opponent's sword aura barely held against 3 of Kingston's punches. One more punch, and Garrett's move would be shattered. Sheving. Teadenly, Kingston stiffened, grunting as his mid-punch stopped abruptly. His body, seemingly in extreme pain, dripped with sweat, his facial features almost twisting. Shai-Zaya, why is it erupting now? Isn't it still a month away? Clutching his chest, Kingston saw the Shachi vein extending towards his heart acting up unpredictably. At the first level, his body could only withstand up to 10 layers of accumulated force. Now, with the enhancement, it had risen to 50 layers. Each layer of a profound martial technique's accumulated power significantly increased its potency. With both martial veins operating at full capacity, the mere act of condensing the martial skill sent tremors through the ground. Boom! A wave of energy erupted from beneath Yuenhuan's feet, lifting the ground like waves 3 feet high, sending dust swirling toward the members of the Azayadian sword sect. Body cultivator. Zhao Rafulji's expression darkened as he exclaimed, alchemists excel in mental strength and typically cultivate elemental martial techniques. Why would an alchemist specialize in physical cultivation? The energy Yuenhuan condensed within him was terrifying, and the expanding energy wave was no less formidable. In terms of sheer impact alone, this wave likely surpassed many high-grade yellow-level martial techniques. Zhao Rafulji tried to block the oncoming wave with both hands, but Arlen, who had been closely watching Zhao's movements, reacted instantly. A formidable aura from the 3rd level of mystical territory pressed down heavily on Zhao's shoulders. Family Adolf. Elmo. Zhao Rafulji was restrained by this aura and couldn't divert attention to defend against the rolling energy wave. Behind him, the disciples of the Azayadian sword sect, all experts of the spirit martial realm, should have easily countered such a wave comparable to a yellow-level martial technique. However, their behavior was incomprehensible. They stood like wooden posts, neither dodging nor using their powers to resist, allowing the energy wave to hit them full force. As if struck by a massive iron hammer, the disciples screamed and spewed blood, collapsing in all directions. Once they fell, the floating platform constructed by countless swords began to creak ominously, seemingly losing its support and teetering on the brink of collapse. Arlen's eyes flashed with insight as he growled, "A sword formation? So that's how you did it? I thought your disciples' abilities were so remarkable that one person could control 10,000 flying swords? It turns out the people below secretly supported the formation. Pretentious dogs, disgracing the Yinmin family's reputation." The Azayadian sword sect's show of force turned out not to be the work of a single individual. The platform of 10,000 swords required the collective effort of over 100 people to maintain. Unmasked, Zhao Rafulji's face turned ashen with fury, glaring at Yuenhuan as if he wanted to tear him limb from limb. But Yuenhuan wasn't content with merely exposing their trick. With 50 layers of dual-stacked power condensed within him, he clenched his right fist and launched it skyward with the speed of a meteor. Thunderous booms echoed across the sky as everyone watched a transparent punch of immense size soar upwards. The suspended flying swords offered no resistance and were immediately shattered into fragments. The rising punch obliterated the floating platform with a destructive force, creating a huge indentation and causing thousands of swords to disintegrate into powder. Layers upon layers of force spread outward after smashing through the platform, tearing it into 2 pieces like an invisible hand ripping it apart. The profound martial technique reverberated among the myriad of swords, making them fall from the platform like birds fleeing their nests. Garrett furrowed his brows, his dragon-shaped eyebrows forming a large chuan on his forehead. His talent in swordsmanship was undeniable, but controlling 10,000 flying swords was a fantasy. Vaughn struggled mightily to keep the platform intact, yet his power paled compared to Yuenhuan's overwhelming attack. Only a dozen nearby swords managed to hold their position. The rest of the platform had been torn apart by the devastating force. Broken shards of flying swords rained down from the damaged platform like hail, each shard sharp and piercing. The Azayadian sword sect disciples, caught off guard, were shredded by the falling debris. Those who survived panicked, screaming as they fled under the onslaught of thousands of swords. Senior brother Yuan's attack is excellent. These bastards deserve a lesson. Haha, Elmore's arrogance has backfired. Why aren't you insulting us now? Continue. What a bunch of good-for-nothing. The Azayadian sword sect disciples scrambled for survival, while the Alchemist Guild members shed their earlier frustration, bursting into triumphant laughter. Yuenhuan had dismantled their initial advantage in an instant. Enraged, Garrett raised his sword overhead, shouting, "Lowly dog, have you ever seen a sword technique descend from the heavens?" Determined to regain momentum, Garrett unleashed his powerful move, the sword energy surging like a mad dragon, carrying the shattered fragments of the swords and transforming into a dragon-like figure, charging directly at Yuenhuan from above. The Yinmin family's exclusive ultimate technique, Divine Sky Falling Sword. This is a profound martial technique. Arlen's pupils dilated as he recognized the move's power. Vaughn quickly warned the surrounding crowd. Everyone retreat 500 meters. Chevry. This was a wide-area attack. Although Yuenhuan was the primary target, the released sword intent covered a radius of 500 meters. Anyone below the 5th level of the spirit martial realm caught in the aftermath would suffer grave injuries or death. The Alchemist Guild members swiftly retreated, leaving only Yuenhuan and Arlen within the range of the attack. At this moment, Arlen hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. The power of a profound martial technique was too immense. He didn't want the guild to lose a rare alchemy genius just to prove a point. Before he could decide, another burst of formidable energy erupted from Yuenhuan, catching even Arlen off guard. It seemed this small frame harbored inexhaustible strength, filling his entire body once more before the previous force dissipated. 1,000 mountain wave pile, double 10-layered force. 50-layered force required some preparation, but 10-layered force was almost instantaneous for Yuenhuan. Each level of the 9-turn golden body technique significantly enhanced his body's resilience. The double 10-layered force no longer strained his body. With fists swinging in unison, Yuenhuan struck the descending dragon repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the dragon-shaped sword energy, the broken sword fragments exploded into dust, resembling scattered scales in the sunlight. Under Yuenhuan's relentless punches, the majestic dragon lost its scales rapidly, soon reduced to a naked sword energy barely holding its own. Profound level against profound level, Garrett's sword energy was nearly shattered after enduring 3 of Yuenhuan's strikes. One more punch, and this technique would surely be broken. Sheving. Teadenly, Yuenhuan's movement froze, and he let out a muffled grunt. His punch, mid-swing, halted midair. His rigid body seemed to be in intense pain, sweat beading on his face as if about to burst into droplets. Malevolent chi. Why is it flaring up now? Wasn't it supposed to be another month? Clenching his teeth, Yuanhuan looked down at his heart, where the malevolent chi channel extending towards it had inexplicably acted up. The sha chi, expected to erupt a month later, now twisted into fine threads tightly wrapping around his heart, constricting like a tightening spell, squeezing it layer by layer. Compelled by the sha chi, Kingston could only muster all his yuan chi to counteract it. However, even this slight pause in his counterattack left the sharp sword falling from the sky unimpeded. The blade plunged straight down, piercing directly towards his crown. Chapter 46. Leave the person behind. Haha. Anders must have taken a prohibited spirit pill before he came here. Now the backlash has set in, and he can't move at all. Kill him quickly. Danny noticed Kingston's abnormal movements and suddenly broke into a look of wild joy, bellowing at Garrett. The so-called prohibited spirit pills referred to potent medicines with domineering effects and strong side effects. These pills were significantly more powerful than regular ones, but also carried immense risks when used. Desperate martial artists would sometimes take these prohibited pills in their direst moments, often resulting in tragic outcomes for both themselves and others. Thus, prohibited pills were as unpopular as rats in the streets among the martial arts community. There were even higher grades like prohibited mystic pills and prohibited imperial pills. However, the higher the realm of a practitioner, the less likely they were to consume such high-risk medicines. Vaunts, prohibited spirit pills remained the most common. Prohibited spirit pills? Reminded by Danny, Arlen also caught on and cast a suspicious glance at Kingston, but he soon shook his head, dismissing the idea. Vaughn has no trace of the domineering aura from prohibited pills within him. The power he unleashed earlier was entirely his own. This backlash is not due to medicine. I must intervene. Just as Arlen prepared to act, Danny, seeming to read his mind, released a wave of pressure from his Xuanwu realm. Mr. Adolf, let the kids settle this fight. We adults should watch quietly. Danny excitedly prolonged his aura to hold back Arlen. While taking advantage of the moment, Garrett slashed through the air with his Luo Hong Jian. A silver blade cut a graceful arc, striking hard against Kingston's head. Excellent. Whoever dares insult our sect will meet this fate. Ha ha ha. The sword hit Kingston's skull dead on, and Danny could not contain his laughter. Vaughn expected that even if Kingston was a body cultivator, this attack would be enough to decapitate him. However, just as Danny laughed, a loud bang resounded. Only a few strands of hair floated down from Kingston's unguarded head, and the sword in Garrett's hand snapped clean in two. What? Tyak, a fragile skull, managed to withstand a Shin-level technique? That Luo Hong sword is a treasured family heirloom, a fine spirit-grade weapon, yet it was shattered by his head. Events unfolded too rapidly. Danny's overbearing smile had not yet faded when his expression began to freeze. Those spirit weapons corresponded to the Lingwu realm and mystic weapons to the Xuanwu realm. Spirit-grade weapons were still formidable. Garrett's weapon was an heirloom that had been passed down for centuries, imbued with the essence of several generations of skilled swordsmen from the Yinmen clan. Despite its classification as a spirit-grade weapon, it was a masterpiece among masterpieces and should not break easily. How could it snap like this when Kingston did not resist at all? Danny could not fathom how hard Kingston's skull must be. Tyak intense counterforce. What kind of creature is he, hiding such formidable strength beneath his meridians? Others might not understand the reason, but Garrett, whose arm tingled from the impact, felt Kingston's terrifying power firsthand. Kingston appeared defenseless, but the counterforce triggered by the sword hitting his head rivaled a direct blow from his fist. A sharp tearing sound rang out as the skin on Garrett's palm split open, the force from Kingston's head reverberating along the sword and into his body. His Lingwu realm meridians couldn't withstand this force, causing his right arm's meridians to explode instantly, twisting his entire arm grotesquely. Ah! Garrett screamed as his arm shattered and flew backward. Meanwhile, Kingston finally suppressed the malevolent energy constricting his heart. Knowing he must act swiftly, Kingston lunged after Garrett like a black shadow. Stop! Elmo V won this round. We'll leave immediately. Seeing Kingston about to deliver a fatal blow, panic flickered across Danny's face. Garrett belonged to the prestigious Yinmen family, which, though diminished, still harbored reclusive experts. If they learned their talented descendant died due to a Xiantian sword sex plot, could Danny, who led the confrontation, avoid responsibility? Kingston ignored the cries and closed in on Garrett, delivering a punch infused with 3 layers of power squarely to his chest. Spurts of blood spewed out as broken ribs punctured his spine. Garrett's body twitched once, his head falling limp as he crashed heavily into a pool of blood. Danny's eyes widened in horror as he stammered, Elmo not only injured him, but you've destroyed his martial veins. Wiping the blood off his fist indifferently, Kingston replied coldly, Elmo should thank me for sparing his life. Enraged, Danny growled, Thank my grandma. Was this mercy or humiliation? Turning a promising sword genius into a crippled waste of potential, his future crushed in an instant. It would have been better to kill him outright. Furious and frustrated, Danny turned to his disheartened disciples and realized the situation was hopeless. They had arrived with fanfare to challenge, expecting an easy victory and a way to belittle the Alchemy Guild. Instead, a mere pulse-opening realm cultivator had dismantled their elaborate plan. Not only did they fail, but many of them lay dead or wounded, including a member of the Yinmen family. Knowing further stay would invite scorn, Danny glared hatefully at Kingston. Elmo dare. This isn't over. Prepare your neck. As he turned to leave with Garrett, Kingston grabbed his arm. Wait. Kingston held his gaze calmly, saying, I'm not killing him, but I didn't say I'd let him go. What do you want? Danny couldn't believe a pulse-opening cultivator dared touch him, a Xuanwu realm expert. Angered, he tried to shake Kingston off with his Shin energy. Kingston silently countered with his dual martial vein strength, matching Danny's power. While his grip trembled under the impact, it held firm. How is this possible? What strength is this? Even body cultivators at the pulse-opening stage shouldn't have this power. Danny, unaware of the 9 transformations golden body art's prowess, marveled at his inability to shake off Kingston despite using 3/10 of his power. Now he understood why Garrett lost so comprehensively. Anders wasn't just extraordinary, his strength defied logic. Damn alchemists are freaks. As Danny prepared to use more force, Arlen approached, closing the distance. Adolf, restrain your people. We concede. What more do you want? Under pressure, Danny toned down his arrogance. The loser talks too much. Do as we wish. Edge me to take care of you next? Alchemists were inherently arrogant and disdainful of martial practitioners. Moreover, this time Azyntean sword sect had blocked their door to provoke them, which had already riled up Arlen's temper. Facing Danny's accusations, Arlen was not giving him any face at all. Waving his hand, the experts who had been summoned immediately emerged through the crowd. Just the Xuanwu realm Estebans numbered 3. Earlier, they hadn't intervened because the outcome of the match was unclear. If they had acted rashly, it might have given others a pretext to criticize and question their actions. Now that the outcome was clear, if the people from Azyntean sword sect still dared to act arrogantly, any actions taken against them would no longer be seen as fair play. Danny's pupils constricted. He knew he was completely beaten this time. Vaughn could only grit his teeth and threaten, Elmo, listen well. Vaughn is from the Yinmin family. Hope you know what you're doing. Having said that, he didn't care about his subordinates anymore and turned around and ran off like a flash. Shevimph, what is the Yinmin family to our alchemy guild? Arlen completely dismissed his threat. Turning back to look at Kingston, he found him increasingly likable. With a smile, he said, Nephew Yuan, being victorious this time, you are the biggest contributor. Speak, how do you plan to deal with these people? Kingston scanned the terrified Azyntean sword sect disciples without much emotion and replied coolly, strip them naked, tattoo their faces, and hang them on Jincheng's city walls for public display. Having said this, Kingston crossed his arms behind his back and leisurely walked towards his residence as if nothing had happened. Though he appeared calm, it brought cheers from the members of the alchemy guild. Inside, however, he felt a subtle worry. The ominous energy that should have erupted in over a month was why it was stirring restlessly early. If it weren't for breaking through the second level of the 9 transformations golden body art, he would have suffered a significant disadvantage in today's battle. Translation ends here, maintaining the same structure and tone as the previous text while ensuring coherence with the storyline. Chapter 47, The Trail of the Odd Flame. News of Kingston being taken in as a disciple by Deegan had already spread within the Alchemist Guild's branch. Therefore, when Kingston decided to leave, no one tried to stop him. Returning home, the moment he opened the door, a pungent smell of alcohol hit him. Haha, old man really didn't misjudge you, Anders. Elmo Reed truly something. Even though it wasn't Ali's direct disciple you fought, defeating Yinmin family's Anders was still a huge blow to the morale of the Azyntean sword sect. This time, Deegan hadn't used secret sound transmission but instead personally waited at Kingston's residence for his return. The Estebanli man wearing only one straw shoe and looking thoroughly unkempt cheerfully moved to give Kingston an enthusiastic hug. Kingston chuckled bitterly, shaking his head, and stepped back to avoid the bear hug. I think it might be time to change this door lock, he muttered. One's private residence should be the most personal space, and even though Deegan was a black-robed alchemist and his nominal master, entering without permission made Kingston feel uncomfortable. Of course, Deegan knew that Kingston was complaining about him entering freely, but he wasn't upset at all. Instead, he laughed merrily, judging from your tone, Anders, it seems your master is quite a remarkable person too. In the Tianyue Kingdom, you're the first young one who has dared to speak to me this way. In his view, only someone accustomed to interacting with peers at the same level wouldn't feel intimidated upon meeting such a revered existence as himself. Senior, what do you need this time? Kingston knew Deegan wouldn't appear casually. Their relationship felt more like a partnership than a master-disciple bond. Without important matters, Deegan wouldn't show up. Elmo, Anders, others would be grateful for any extra moments with old man, yet you're hinting at rushing me away? Deegan pretended to be unhappy, squinting his eyes. Noticing Kingston's unperturbed expression, he found it uninteresting, waved his hand, burped, and said, forget it, I won't bicker with you. Old man came here to bring you a gift. Take it. As he spoke, a piece of dark iron token was thrown toward Kingston. Upon catching it, Kingston immediately felt a faint suction force emitting from the token, drawing a wisp of energy from his palm. Soon after, small words appeared on the token. Sanctuary Inheritance, Kingston. Something seemed to have been activated. Kingston frowned, clearly displeased. It appeared he had been outsmarted by Deegan. Regardless of whether Deegan's intentions were good or bad, such manipulation deeply repulsed him. This time, he skipped the formalities and directly asked, what does this mean? An opportunity this great, and you still look somewhat unhappy? Deegan stretched and sat on the table with his dirty legs dangling carelessly beneath it. Facing Kingston's questioning gaze, the disheveled Esteban smirked. The Sanctuary Inheritance is a crucial trial valued by the 5 major forces in the Tianyue Kingdom. It opens only once every 10 years. With enough fortune, you might receive an inheritance left by ancient powerhouses. Vaughn explained proudly, assuming Kingston would express gratitude and longing. However, Kingston's face turned darker the more he listened. For others, the inheritance of ancient powerhouses might be invaluable, but to Kingston, those so-called powerhouses were almost insignificant compared to the might of reincarnated deities. How could lower realm powerhouses be compared to the reborn emperor gods? Though Deegan acted mad, he wasn't genuinely insane. Sensing the coldness in Kingston's eyes, his expression finally became more serious. Vaughn looked at Kingston with a smile, saying, Elmore Master indeed is someone extraordinary, treating even the sanctuary inheritance as trivial. Seems like I must show you something real to impress you. With a rustle, a greasy animal hide map was laid out on the table. Kingston glanced at it indifferently and waited for explanations. This map is a relic of my youth. Deegan started dramatically, recounting his arduous journey. However, Kingston remained unconvinced and stared straight into the old man's eyes. Blushing slightly, Deegan scoffed. Don't underestimate it because it's old and tattered. This map leads to a celestial odd flame. If my judgment is correct, it's the 15th ranked Jade Skyfire on the odd flame list. At these words, Kingston showed interest for the first time. A powerful odd flame wasn't just useful for refining pills. It was also crucial for activating the dormant Void Cauldron within him. The drop of ancient dragon deity blood within the cauldron was coveted even by divine emperors. Vaughn wanted to see the secrets hidden within the blood as soon as possible. Cultivating fire using the flame-devouring technique alone would take who knew how long to reach the strength needed to activate the Void Cauldron. Knowing the whereabouts of an odd flame, he naturally wanted to acquire it. His expression turned serious as he asked, is this fire related to the sanctuary inheritance? Deegan scowled. Of course. Why else would I mention it? Kingston smiled and didn't argue further, thinking, does this crazy old man even make sense? Deegan pointed earnestly at a marked spot on the map, reminiscing, when I was young, I saw this fire once. Unfortunately, I waited 30 years and never saw it again. 30 years just slipped by. Kingston didn't interrupt, knowing there was more to come since Deegan mentioned it specifically. This matter delayed me for 30 years. Without investigation, how could I let it go? Eventually, I confirmed the fire appears during the Sanctuary Inheritance trial. Considering our connection and your exceptional talent in pill refinement, I'll consider it a blessing if you receive this fire. Deegan gazed at Kingston with an air of beneficence, hoping to see signs of gratitude. But Kingston merely responded coolly, then cut straight to the chase. The Azyntean Sword Sect will send significant figures to this sanctuary trial, right? Deegan chuckled dryly, acknowledging his true intentions. Nodding, he added, the trial starts in 6 months, giving you ample time to boost your strength. I also have some cultivation-enhancing pills you can use. Kingston immediately waved him off. Keep your pills. Just look after my sister for me. 6 months was enough for him to break through the second phase of tribulations and significantly elevate his realm with sufficient materials. Issues he could resolve on his own didn't need favoring. It was his sister who gave him concern. If he wasn't around, he'd need someone of significant status and strength to take care of her. While they conversed, Yuan Miaoyu was likely awoken by Deegan's strong alcoholic odor. Brother! Startled by Deegan's appearance, she hurriedly jumped into Kingston's arms. Kingston stroked Yuan Miaoyu's head gently, noticing her internal energy had stabilized, and softly reassured her, Miaoyu, don't be afraid. This is Grandpa Vaughn. His pills keep the coldness inside you under control. When I'm not around, he'll take care of you. Although Yuan Miaoyu was somewhat afraid of this old man, when she heard that Deegan's pills had saved her, she still timidly peeked out from Kingston's arms with a pair of small eyes and whispered almost inaudibly to Deegan, thank you, Grandpa Vaughn. After saying that, she immediately buried her head back into Kingston's arms, hiding away from people. Kingston sighed and shook his head. Vaughn glanced back at Deegan and rolled his eyes, saying helplessly, how can I entrust my sister to you like this? Elmo should at least take a bath first. Tyre, sure. As long as you agree to participate in the Sanctuary Inheritance trial, anything you ask the old man to do is fine. Deegan chuckled foolishly, rubbed his hands on his body, and then spread his palms to show that they were full of thick, black mud. Chapter 48. No sense of boundaries. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. These past few days, anyone entering or leaving Gene City would look up to see over a dozen naked individuals hanging on the city wall. Their faces bore large characters saying, worse than pigs and dogs, while their bodies were drenched in smelly slop water. Decaying leftovers clung thickly from head to toe, exposing only their faces for identification. They resembled swine that had rolled around in slop buckets. Earlier, they had mocked Kingston's background. Now it was their turn to experience being treated like slaves and animals. At the base of the wall, piles of weapons and clothes stripped from these people accumulated. Though no names were mentioned, passersby immediately understood these humiliated individuals came from the Pillar Von Avon Sword Sect. The Pillar Von Avon Sword Sect has been secretly competing with the Alchemist Guild, but hasn't this guild gone too far? Isn't this just making them lose face? What do you know? It was clearly the Pillar Von Avon Sword Sect who boldly blocked the entrance to provoke them, and ended up getting thrashed. I heard their leading Esteban fled, abandoning his disciples out of fear. Ah, really? Both are top-tier forces in the Tianyue Kingdom. Blocking their entrance like that is intentionally humiliating them. Hanging them up as a public spectacle is justified. I know about this. Vaughn that the Alchemist Guild has a once-in-a-millennium genius. His mental power is incredibly strong, and his martial arts prowess even more formidable. With just the first stage Pulse opening realm, he beat a spirit martial realm expert till he was crawling on all fours. Yes, the new recruit seemed to be called Yuan something, probably a young guy around 15 or 16, truly a prodigy. After learning the details, those passing by all shot contemptuous glances at the men hanging on the city wall. Meanwhile, tales of Kingston spread rapidly, covering not only the streets and alleys of Gene City, but also reaching every corner of the Tianyue Kingdom. In the crowd, 3 figures shrouded in black robes silently glanced at the hanging men on the city tower, Garrett included. After a brief silence, the 3 turned and walked toward the Alchemist Guild branch outside the city. Stop, who are you? Take off your hoods and show your true faces. Due to the recent incident with the Pillar Von Avon Sword Sect, the Alchemist Guild had strengthened its guard at the entrance to prevent a repeat performance. The 3 in black robes were immediately stopped. We want to see the Guild Esteban. Hurry and inform him. Ignoring the guard's instructions, the black-robed figures spoke arrogantly. You think Estebans will see anyone? Remove your hoods, or don't blame me if I'm rude. The black-robed figures were aggressive, but the Alchemist Guild guards were even more so. Over 10 guards drew their weapons, staring coldly at the visitors with menacing voices issuing an ultimatum. Outrageous! The black-robed figure on the left tore off his hood, revealing a man in his early 20s with a proud, fierce expression. Vaughn pointed at their leader and shouted haughtily, do you know who he is? Vaughn is the head of the Yinmin clan, Isidro. Quick, inform your Estebans to welcome him. Yinmin clan? The guards' brows rose, then their expressions darkened further as they clenched their teeth. Elmo were the ones who disrupted our guild a few days ago. We haven't settled accounts yet, and you dare to come back here boasting. Grab them. Seeing the guards ready to act, a black-robed disciple slowly emerged from the doorway, sternly ordering, hold it. Their handling should be decided by the Estebans. Bring them to the guest quarters. The guards reluctantly sheathed their weapons and escorted the 3 into the guest quarters. Having delivered the intruders, the guards wordlessly left. Why didn't you send someone of equal status to receive my clan head? Even tea would be better than leaving us here idle. The black-robed man grumbled angrily. The guards snickered, casting a disdainful glance. Count yourself lucky we haven't killed you yet. Tea? How about piss? Since Garrett represented the Pillar Von Avon Sword Sect, the Alchemist Guild didn't hold it against the Yinmin clan. These outdated nobility dared to put on airs before the Alchemist Guild without any sense of boundaries. The Alchemist Guild directly ignored them, leaving them cooling their heels in the guest quarters for 3 straight days. They hadn't seen an Esteban or Kingston. Fuming, one of the black-robed figures pulled aside a servant, berating him. What does your Esteban mean? They hide and give us to a mere disciple? A few days have passed, and that disciple isn't showing up. What do you all do? And where's that dog Kingston? Didn't the Esteban tell us to talk to him? Elmo must call him out today. Vaughnal, each of you is hiding and ignoring us. Do you not respect the Yinmin clan? The servant sneered, slapping away his hand. We do ignore you. So what? Kingston is busy refining pills. When he's free, he'll speak. If you can't wait, leave now. No one will stop you. The servant strutted away, leaving the Yinmin trio fuming. Kingston, you bastard. Are you afraid and hiding? Come out. Grandfather promises not to hit you. Come out. One of the younger figures, unable to contain himself, rushed outside yelling, drawing curious onlookers. Slap. Before his bark could grow louder, a 7th-level spirit martial guard swiftly arrived, sending him sprawling with a slap. A sword pressed to his throat, the guard hissed. Elmo, think you can insult Brother Kingston? Speak again and I'll skewer you. Footsteps approached and someone exclaimed, Brother Kingston is here. Everyone looked up to see Kingston striding towards them, indifferent. Looking down at the sprawled black-robed man, he said coolly, looking for me? Speak your mind. Fart if you must. The man struggled up, brushing dirt off. His large eyes glared fiercely. We came for nothing else. Our leader, Garrett, is imprisoned. Release him. Kingston found his arrogance irksome. Dismissive, he signaled the guards. Throw them out. Any such fools seeking audience, refuse without notification. Please note, I've aimed to maintain the style, tone, and structure of the original text, ensuring natural English phrasing while preserving the narrative's flow. Chapter 49. Blood Goo. Kingston did not appear specifically to meet this group of idiots. Over the past few days, he had been busy in seclusion. One reason was to refine the cold resistance pill, to suppress the cold energy inside Alicia's body, and the other was to cultivate the heavenly thunder fire he had just absorbed using the flame-devouring art. The cold resistance pill belongs to the category of spirit pills, which is quite easy to refine. However, his breakthrough of the killing intent barrier with the killing intent transcending mystic pill posed a more complicated challenge. If he didn't strengthen the heavenly thunder fire, refining the mystic pill might take an exceedingly long time. But the cultivation method of the flame-devouring art, as its name suggests, requires devouring flames to grow and reinforce itself. Currently, the only special flame Kingston mastered was the heavenly thunder fire. During seclusion, he could only temporarily feed it with some spirit stones to stabilize the situation. This time, his main purpose for appearing was to find other types of flames for the heavenly thunder fire to devour. Vaughn didn't need particularly powerful celestial fires. Just fire attribute monster cores or fire spiritual herbs would suffice. Through the alchemical emperor art, Kingston could draw out the fire elements from these materials and then devour and refine them with the flame-devouring art. Unexpectedly, upon stepping out, he heard someone cursing him by name, so he decided to come over and check. Hold it. If you drive me away, you'll regret it. The young man struggled free from the guard's grasp, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a storage ring. Vaughn brazenly presented it to Kingston. I know what you want. Isn't it just benefits? There are 30 million spirit stones inside. Let the people go. This guy's tone was so infuriating that even the guards couldn't resist the urge to punch him. Clearly, they were the ones coming here to ask for help, yet they acted so arrogantly as if they were the ones being begged. Haha, frogs at the bottom of a well never know how vast the sky is. Kingston glanced coldly at the arrogant face before. Have you finished talking nonsense? Finished? Now scram. Seeing that Kingston didn't wish to negotiate, the guards immediately surrounded the trio from the Yinmin family and escorted them toward the door. How dare you? Elmo Little Ants, when our Yinmin family ruled the world, you were still in your mother's womb. Showing off in front of the Yinmin family? Do you even qualify? Teadenly, the young Yinmin family member broke free and kicked one of the guards suppressing him, drawing his long sword from his waist and slashing wildly into the crowd. Alex, what are you doing? Stop it. Isidro hadn't expected such violence in the Alchemist Guild. His attempt to stop Alex came too late. Alex's sword slashed forward, sending blood splattering everywhere. A guard bore a deep, bone-deep wound on his chest. Motherfucker, how dare you hurt someone? Cut them down. I've been eyeing them unfavorably for a long time. Everyone follow me. Alex's sudden assault enraged the guild's guards, who grabbed their weapons and charged towards the three from the Yinmin family. Though Kingston found the three from the Yinmin family irritating, Alex's reaction made his eyes narrow slightly. With a clenched fist, he struck out. His target wasn't the Yinmin family trio but the shouting guards threatening the Yinmin trio. Senior Brother Kingston, what are you doing? The person screamed in shock, trying to retreat but unable to avoid Kingston's fist. With a bang, the iron fist hit the person's face, causing a spurt of blood from his nostrils. Vaughn staggered backward and fell to the ground unconscious. Senior Brother Kingston, why did you hit one of us? Elmo. Silence. Guild members were confused, surrounding Kingston with questions. With a raised hand, Kingston pointed at the blood spattered on the floor and said sternly, look closely. They looked down and saw a leech-like red worm writhing in the blood. Blood goo. Only someone from the hidden pavilions Gladys can control such goo worms. The guild members knew about goo poison techniques, so many immediately drew in a sharp breath. Gladys excelled at using goo worms to manipulate actions, effective even over dozens of miles. Before the goo poison outbreak, the controlled individuals appeared completely normal, making it incredibly difficult to detect. Honoring this, Isidro also struck Alex's back of the head, sending blood gushing out, and a similar small worm flew from his nose. We've only been in Gene City for a few days. When did we get infected? Isidro's face turned blue-green, chilled by the hidden pavilion's cunning methods, clearly aiming to incite a bloodbath between the Yinmin family and the Alchemist Guild. Senior Brother Kingston, where are you going? Follow quickly. Stay here and don't hinder me. Amidst everyone's surprise, Kingston seemed to have already detected something amiss and sprinted outside the guild. When the guards tried to assist, Kingston sternly rejected them. Too many people would only become a burden. Racing through the outskirts, he reached the edge of a forest. Standing at the entrance, Kingston said coldly, this is the second time you've acted. Do you think you can escape my senses? Elmo may hide well, but your mental power controlling the goo worms cannot be perfectly concealed. Show yourself. Although she hadn't directly killed him, her plan to incite conflict between the Alchemist Guild and the Yinmin family was far more vicious. Regardless of the outcome, the blame for triggering the bloodbath would fall on his head. In the worst case, he and his sister would be despised by the entire martial arts world. Seemingly realizing she couldn't escape Kingston's senses, the Gladys ceased her silence. Good skills, young man, finding me here. But wanting to see me with only these abilities is not enough. From within the forest, nightingale-like laughter echoed, and a thick red mist suddenly enveloped the area, covering a 500-meter radius. Chapter 50. Slaying the Goo Maiden. The ensnaring veil I cast can awaken the deepest desires in one's heart, making them fall into its allure uncontrollably. Dare you to test it? The Kira giggled softly again from within the red mist, noticing that Kingston had halted his steps. The 81 types of hallucinogenic toxins condensed into this fog. It's child's play, isn't it? Kingston, hands behind his back and a faint smirk on his lips, slowly stepped into the mist. How do you know? The secret of the red mist was laid bare by Kingston, shocking the Kira with a sudden exclamation. But soon, something even more astonishing happened. She discovered that Kingston walked through the toxic mist without any defense, yet remained completely unaffected, heading unerringly toward her hiding place. What she didn't know was that Kingston practiced the alchemical Dan Emperor technique, a divine alchemical art that made him immune to all poisons in the world. Even the most deadly venom, which would kill deities instantly, was like a toy in his hands, played with at will. A mere fungal toxin seeking to harm Kingston, protected by the alchemical Dan Emperor technique, was nothing short of a delusion. Damnable! This ensnaring veil cannot subdue him. I must resort to this. The Kira clenched her teeth, and with a flick of her delicate fingers, a shadow darted swiftly into the red mist, disappearing silently. Kingston, moving through the hazy red mist, concentrated his mental power to search for his opponent. Teadenly, his ears twitched, and he slashed forward with his palm turned into a hand blade. Clang! A palm-sized centipede emerged from deep within the mist, racing towards him and was struck by his palm, emitting a dull metallic sound. It bounced on the ground and nonchalantly shook off the hit before diving back into the mist. Ghost armor centipede. Its body is tough but carries no poison. LMOV strayed from your path cultivating such an unconventional creature. Kingston shrugged, looking down at the direction the centipede disappeared. Himph! Aren't you just another kid focusing on fortifying your physique? Who are you to judge me? An oddity yourself. The Kira felt frustrated, having painstakingly cultivated these ghost armor centipedes with formidable defenses specifically to deal with experts adept at countering goo poisons. To her surprise, Kingston, despite being young, showed no fear of goo and had a physical strength comparable to hers. This seemed impossible. The toughness of the ghost armor centipede was something even some spirit martial realm experts focused on body tempering could only dream of achieving. Without practicing extraordinary offensive techniques, even a 7th layer spirit martial realm expert would likely end up as food for the ghost armor centipede. Kingston's seemingly ordinary punch had sent the ghost armor centipede flying. His superhuman physique left the Kira internally shaken. Vaughn, her eyes turned poisonous, a plan forming in her mind. Behind her, a red shadow soared into the air, enveloping the area where Kingston stood. Swoosh! The red shadow unfolded, revealing a giant crimson umbrella 3 meters in size. Under the shadow of the umbrella, countless 5 poison creatures tumbled out, chattering incessantly. The red umbrella resembled a den of venoms, continuously spitting out thumb-sized scorpions, centipedes, and spiders. Though tiny, these creatures were incredibly aggressive, their sharp fangs gnawing fiercely as they bravely charged towards Kingston. This was the Red Umbrella Goo Maiden's renowned spiritual artifact, the 5 Poison Umbrella. A horde of tiny pests quickly surrounded Kingston, leaving no room for escape. Every visible surface was covered by these detestable insects. Kingston casually flexed his wrists, then unleashed a series of punches, each carrying a 3-meter-wide force wave. The pressure overwhelmed the little pests, which exploded into fragments under the onslaught. Boom! A distant punch struck the 5 Poison Umbrella, pausing the continuous stream of venomous creatures. Teadenly, more toxins poured forth, undeterred by the punch's impact. 1,000 Mountain Wave Layer, 10-fold power. Refusing to prolong the fight, Kingston gathered 10 layers of strength into his right fist and struck upward ferociously. The ever-spewing red umbrella was hit by the wave-like punch force, exploding into powder with a loud boom, fragments swirling in the wind. Despite being shattered, the scattered remains reformed piece by piece, exhibiting self-regeneration. Self-renewing body? This umbrella is alive? Kingston's indifferent eyes finally showed a hint of interest. From the fragmented debris, a dark shadow darted downwards like an arrow, striking his neck. The hidden ghost armor centipede had used the chaos to launch a sneak attack while Kingston attacked. Its sharp fangs dug into his neck, grinding against his skin with a grating sound like metal scraping against metal. Kingston looked down at the insect futilely trying to harm him, pinched its head between 2 fingers, infused 10 layers of power, and squeezed. Crack! With a muffled sound, the ghost armor centipede's toughest part, the head, turned into powder. Its wriggling body lost vitality, falling limp to the ground once Kingston released it. Do you have any other tricks? Show them all now. The next move will be your doom. Kingston's voice echoed, rapidly moving through the mist-covered forest. Though the Kira had strong mental power, allowing her to track Kingston precisely in the mist, she knew she couldn't evade forever. Standing abruptly on a tree, she yelled, "Little boy, you've angered me. Elmo destroyed my ghost armor centipede. Now you'll pay with your life." Roar! Behind her, a golden silkworm phantom 3 meters tall appeared. Within the illusion, a foot-long golden silkworm roared ferociously, its body blood red, spewing rainbow-colored venom. This was the Kira's strongest weapon, the Teopreme Venom King, the golden silkworm. In an instant, Kingston leaped into the air, gathering 20 layers of 1,000 Mountain Wave Layer force into his right fist. The sheer power of the strike was like a violent storm, causing surrounding trees to collapse under the residual shockwaves. The golden silkworm, unafraid of Kingston's impending punch, roared and sprayed colorful venom, colliding head-on with the iron fist. The golden silkworm was the supreme venomous being, not only harboring powerful venom but also hardened by numerous venoms, making its body exceptionally resilient, almost invincible except by profound-level martial techniques. But today, it met its match. Kingston, immune to all poisons and trained in profound-level martial arts and physical conditioning, unleashed a dominating punch that pushed the air into a wailing howl, blasting the overbearing golden silkworm 100 meters away. The golden silhouette dispersed into toxic dust, spreading around, turning everything it touched, whether plants or animals, into foul-smelling puddles. Don't kill me. I'll serve you as my master. If you spare my life, I'll dedicate myself to you for all eternity. Seeing her strongest card fail, the Kira was terrified. In a flash, she tried a different tactic, her eyes sending flirtatious glances, revealing a bit of her shoulder and pleading pitifully. Facing such seduction, Kingston's gaze remained clear and devoid of any lust. Vaughn delivered a brutal punch to her delicate face, smashing her head flat with a single blow. A petty trickster, using charm when faced with death. Vaughn coldly scoffed and rummaged through her storage bag, finding only tools needed for goo cultivation and no information about the hidden Time Pavilion. Kingston shook his head somewhat disappointedly and was about to turn away. Suddenly, a burst of red light appeared in the distance, and the ownerless Golden Silkworm King began to rampage madly through the forest. Golden Silkworm King, wait, this creature might actually be of some use? Eyeing the wildly dashing Golden Silkworm King, Kingston's eyes suddenly gleamed as he realized its potential value. With that, he moved his feet and swiftly darted towards the Golden Silkworm King. ##### Chapter 51. A modest gain. With its master fallen, the uncontrollable Golden Silkworm King crashed around the forest like a headless fly. Row after row of trees collapsed in succession, and the entire woodland was filled with flying dust as birds, beasts, and insects scrambled for their lives. Those that were too slow to escape plummeted into the seven-colored poisonous mist and turned into pools of pus. This creature, indeed the Teopreme of all poisons, had shown remarkable vitality despite being struck by a punch enhanced with 20 layers of force. However, it wasn't unscathed. Countless spider-web-like cracks spread across its body, oozing out aromatic seven-colored blood. Wherever the Golden Silkworm King passed, the ground appeared scorched as if by intense flames, turning black and desolate. The seven-colored poison was instantly lethal upon inhalation or contact. If left unchecked, within a short time, the entire forest would be devoid of all life and vegetation. Kingston had targeted this creature not out of kindness to prevent destruction, but with another intention in mind. If I can cultivate this Golden Silkworm King into a Flame Silkworm King, the toxic flames it spews will be the best nourishment for the flame-devouring art, Kingston thought. Strengthening his flames to match divine flames using the flame-devouring art was not something that could be accomplished overnight and required an immense amount of fire-related materials. His biggest obstacle now wasn't the method to strengthen the flames, but rather the scarcity of suitable materials. Even Waylon, the enraged green-robed alchemist, couldn't find a single fire-attribute mystic herb in the Alchemist Guild and had to personally go to the Great Wasteland Swamp to search for one. Kingston didn't know whether it was because fire-attribute materials were in high demand and scarce in supply, or if mystic herbs with inherent attributes were inherently rare. Though Kingston carried memories from his past life, his understanding of this new world was still limited. Owning a golden silkworm capable of continuously providing toxic flames as nourishment for the flame-devouring art would not only be immensely valuable in the future, but also sufficient to enhance Von Avenly Thunder Flames for refining the demon-breaking mystic pill. Cultivating insects was time-consuming and labor-intensive. Cultivating an incredibly venomous insect king could take decades or even centuries. If he had to start from scratch, Kingston wouldn't have been willing to invest the time. However, with a wild golden silkworm before him, simply claiming it would be effortless, something he was willing to do. In just a few steps, he leaped to the golden silkworm's side. The creature, having lost its master, charged at Kingston like a mad rhinoceros, devoid of any rational thought, focused solely on destroying everything before it. Despite being punched away moments earlier, it didn't learn its lesson and charged at Kingston once again. The raging golden silkworm king displayed no weakening strength, unleashing a three-zhong shadow impact that created a deep crater in the earth. Behave yourself, Kingston said sternly, focusing his chi into his right leg and stomping down. With one heavy step, Kingston pressed the golden silkworm king's head into the ground. The golden silkworm king, under Kingston's foot, continued to struggle violently, causing walls of earth to rise with each twist. However, Kingston's martial pulse channels exerted full power, making his foot as immovable as Mount Raphael. Insects that recognize a master become extremely difficult to tame if the master dies, Kingston mused, recalling knowledge from his past life. After a moment, he vaguely remembered a domination imprint. This imprint used divine runes that could even erase marks left by gods on their divine pets. Though Kingston's current mental energy was far weaker than in his previous life, it was more than enough to subdue an unclaimed golden silkworm king. Domination imprint. Activate. Vaughn condensed a glowing, strange rune at the tip of his finger and then tapped it. A silver light rapidly penetrated the struggling golden silkworm king. A piercing scream followed, and the golden silkworm king convulsed with immense pain, displaying greater strength than before. But soon, it ran out of strength, flopping a few times before lying still in the mud pit. Kingston knew the imprint had successfully taken hold. Vaughn lifted his right leg, releasing the pressure on the golden silkworm king. The creature, free from pressure, looked up curiously from the mud pit and then danced happily, appearing quite affectionate. My memory hasn't failed me. The domination imprint works. Once I feed it some fire-related materials to transform its internal attributes, its toxic flames will be useful soon, Kingston rejoiced internally. From the poisonous's storage bag, he took out a spirit beast box and sealed the golden silkworm king inside. Passing through the small forest, Kingston deliberately approached the 5-toxin umbrella that he had damaged with a punch. It had already repaired itself to 1/5 of its original state. The umbrella, crafted with the spirits of thousands of insects, can absorb heavenly energy and self-repair as long as a trace of essence remains, Kingston mused. Holding the umbrella, he examined it closely, saying, this thing can endlessly spew 5 poisons, which seems powerful but is only effective against spirit martial realm opponents. The toxicity isn't valuable, but the spewed poisons can serve as food for the golden silkworm king. Keeping this isn't bad. From Kingston's perspective, the items used by spirit martial realm cultivators were of little interest. Vaughn would have paid them no mind if they weren't somewhat useful. Confirming there was nothing else of use, Kingston flicked a fireball towards the poisonous's corpse, reducing it to ashes in an instant. Vaughn then slowly made his way back to the Alchemist's Guild. I told you, our Yin Men clan has no connection with the hidden sect. How could we collude with them when my people were also tricked? Upon returning to the guild, the urgent plea of Isidro echoed loudly. The clan leader, previously arrogant, now appeared aggrieved, arguing with Arlen, who had rushed over. Shinjin Yuan, did you catch the true culprit? Are you alright? Seeing Kingston return, Arlen immediately left the distressed Isidro and approached Kingston with concern. I'm fine. That person is dead now, Kingston replied nonchalantly, then glanced at Isidro. Isidro seemed relieved and awkwardly laughed. If the real culprit is dead, that should prove my innocence, right? However, Kingston and everyone else in the Alchemist's Guild continued to glare at him menacingly, showing no intention of letting him off easily. The hidden anger in their eyes made Isidro shiver and take a step back, stammering, what are you going to do? I told you, we don't know anyone from the hidden sect. Kingston waved a finger at him. Enough talk. I have nothing to say to you. I'll give you two choices. Either show genuine remorse and apologize sincerely, and I'll let your people go. Or, within 3 days, the Yinmin clan will be erased from existence. I'm very busy and don't have time to deal with you lot. Choose now. His tone was casual, sounding like a child exaggerating threats to bully others. Yet Kingston's expression was exceptionally serious, and no one doubted his resolve to follow through. Chapter 52. Whether to release them or not is my decision. What did you say? This matter concerns the friendship between two powers. How could it be up to a mere child like you? Isidro had felt somewhat guilty due to his clansman injuring someone. However, hearing Kingston speak in such an imperious tone, he became instantly enraged. After all, Isidro was a powerhouse at the Xuanwu realm and also the head of the Yinmin family. His status and strength far exceeded those of a pulse-opening realm disciple from the Alchemist Guild. How could he accept such humiliation? If you think I can't make this decision, then you can get lost. Kingston didn't bother with further nonsense, turning back to the guards who were seething with anger beside him and said, "Drive them out and forbid them from ever setting foot in the guild again." The guild guards glanced back at Arlen, the highest-ranking person present, seeing him nod in agreement. Only then did they reveal their disdainful expressions, fiercely driving away Isidro and his kin. Wait, what is going on here? Seeing the Alchemist Guild truly start to expel them, Isidro's face showed shock. Struggling under the guard's push, he shouted loudly, "Maximilian Adolf, since when has the Alchemist Guild allowed a pulse-opening realm child to decide things? Don't you fear that war might break out, causing rivers of blood to flow, harming both sides?" "Elmo fools." Arlen shook his head coldly, staring sternly at Isidro, saying icily, "Do you think your Yinmin family can withstand a battle against our guild resulting in rivers of blood? Fine, go back now and prepare yourself for capture. Within 3 days, if our guild cannot crush your Yinmin family, I'll take my own life as punishment." This truly panicked Isidro. If earlier it was just Kingston threatening him based on the Alchemist Guild's reputation, now the judgment came directly from the Maximilian of the Alchemist Guild. Originally, Garrett's provocations outside the gates were arranged by the Azyntean sword sect, and he could only be considered an accomplice. If the Yinmin family had been sincere and apologized, the misunderstanding could have been resolved. But now, the Yinmin family continued to act arrogantly despite lacking sufficient strength, leading to this inevitable outcome. "Maximilian Amo, what is happening? Didn't you say the Alchemist Guild wouldn't harass us out of respect for the Azyntean sword sect? Why is this happening?" Teadenly, Isidro fumbled in his robes and took out a transmission stone, exposing the Maximilian of the Azyntean sword sect right before the Alchemist Guild. "Harrison, I know you were nearby. Stop hiding and come out," Arlen said grimly, looking towards the gate. Tire enough. A small old man with a bent figure, smiling awkwardly, slowly descended from behind a cloud. "Oh, Brother Adolf, your mental power has advanced significantly. Elmo detected me immediately upon my arrival. Truly remarkable." This old man had clearly been lurking nearby all along, but after being exposed, he still shamelessly claimed he had just arrived. Tyak, an excuse was unbelievable even to himself. "Enough nonsense. Take your lapdog and get lost." Arlen showed no kindness toward him, his voice chilly as he ordered them away. Both the Yinmin family and the Azyntean sword sect were not behaving well. They hadn't been this timid when creating trouble, but now, having faced setbacks, they suddenly cared about appearances. "Brother Adolf, let's talk this over." Harrison awkwardly cupped his hands and then turned to Kingston, praising him effusively. "So, this is the legendary Kingston, the prodigy whose mental prowess is unmatched in 1,000 years. Indeed, your talents are well deserved." A few days ago, Harrison's disciples had dug up Kingston's background and called him a low-born slave. Now, within days, Kingston was described as an outstanding talent. The old man shamelessly flattered a teenager without blushing. For all his martial skills, his shameless behavior was truly impressive. "What nonsense do you have to spew?" Kingston regarded his praises as nothing, staring impatiently at him and said coldly, "I'll give you one chance to state your purpose. Remember, only one sentence." Harrison knew that Kingston was already taken as a disciple by Deegan, a black-robed alchemist. Though young, Kingston wielded significant influence in the Alchemist Guild. Even Maximilian Arlen would give him some face. Knowing Kingston only allowed one sentence, Harrison dared not bet on whether Kingston's words represented the Alchemist Guild stance. After much deliberation, Harrison sighed despondently, bowing to Kingston with a bitter smile. "We want to redeem the captives. We are willing to redeem them." With dozens of disciples stripped naked and hung up publicly, the more time passed, the greater the humiliation for the Azyntean sword sect. Originally, they planned to forcibly seize them, but they realized this conflict began with their provocation, which wasn't dignified. Losing the fight and refusing to acknowledge defeat, even using force to seize people, would the Azyntean sword sect still have any dignity left? Moreover, the incident stemmed from personal affairs between the Long and Yuan families. While Kingston's public insults against the Azyntean sword sect were abhorrent, who had led the first attack to kidnap Kingston's sister, those who started the provocations must pay the price. The Azyntean sword sect had already been badly hurt by the Long family and had helped them extensively. What else could they do but admit defeat? Was the Azyntean sword sect willing to utterly sever ties with the Alchemist Guild for the sake of the Long family? Would they forsake medicinal pills for their powerful practitioners and rely only on leaves and roots? Watching Harrison's embarrassed expression, Kingston spoke coldly. "One more sentence, proceed." For a Maximilian of the Azyntean sword sect to require the permission of a junior in the Alchemist Guild to speak, this was too much. Harrison looked at the arrogant Kingston, feeling incredibly frustrated, wishing to pounce on him immediately. However, as the highest authority of the Azyntean sword sect in Jean City, failing to handle this properly would result in serious consequences from headquarters. Suppressing his anger, he forced a smile, politely bowing to Kingston and said, "For each disciple, we offer 5 million spirit stones, and for Garrett, 50 million spirit stones." The bid amazed everyone in the Alchemist Guild. Captives thought worthless could now be exchanged for so many spirit stones, an unexpected windfall for the guild. They gained prestige and profit from this confrontation, a complete victory. Even Arlen regarded Kingston approvingly. In his view, the Azyntean sword sect's concession was satisfactory. "Agreed," Kingston nodded casually, relieving everyone. However, he continued, "While the compensation is acceptable, does the Alchemist Guild lack funds? To redeem them, their respective family heads must personally come forward. kneeling every 5 steps and prostrating every 10 steps around Gene City to show their sincerity. Otherwise, the release will not be considered. Kingston's demands made sense. The Alchemist Guild didn't need money. Capturing and humiliating these people was merely for pride. Being provoked right at their gates, such a face-losing incident needed to be salvaged at some opportunity. If they didn't set an example for the world this time, everyone would learn from the Azyntean sword sex tactic of causing trouble at the gate, thinking that compensating with money could settle all issues. Where would the dignity of the Alchemist Guild be then? Although Kingston's words had uplifted the spirits of the Alchemist Guild, Isidro's pupils constricted, and his face darkened abruptly. For the head of the family to kneel and beg forgiveness publicly, wasn't this making him lose face in front of everyone? After several heavy breaths, Isidro became enraged, pointing at Kingston and shouting fiercely, "Elmo, audacious bastard. The more I try to be courteous, the more you push your luck. Elmo, think you can humiliate the Yinmin family? Do you even have the capability?" Translation note. I've kept the paragraph structure and line breaks as close to the original text as possible while ensuring the English translation is natural and fluent. Chapter 53. Herrenelding. Enough. Isidro glared at Kingston, ready to unleash his fury. But before he could make a move, Harrison struck first, slapping him hard across the face. Isidro's head buzzed as his body staggered several steps to the side, causing the surrounding guild guards to hastily retreat. No one reached out to help him up. Vaughn stumbled back a few shaky steps, slipped on the ground, and fell with a lurch. Harrison quickly came over, towering above Isidro, who was dazed by vertigo, and roared, "This is a matter between a Azyntean sword sect and the Alchemist's Guild. When did it become your turn, from a mere vassal clan, to meddle?" After this reprimand, Harrison turned nervously to Kingston and clasped his fists in salute. "Among friend Ewan, please calm down. On behalf of a Azyntean sword sect, I accept all your conditions. The ransom will be delivered no later than tomorrow." Harrison seized this rare opportunity to defuse the situation and would not tolerate any interference from Isidro. What difference did it make to him, an esteemed Esteban, whether the clan leader apologized or not? It wasn't as if he had to kowtow 9 times himself. Why should he care? His only concern was resolving the conflict quickly and preventing things from spiraling out of control. Seeing Kingston's expression shift from disgust to calmness, Harrison breathed a sigh of relief. Vaughn then turned and kicked Isidro, who was still on the ground, angrily shouting, "Stop pretending you're dead. Is your family's ransom for me to pay?" Even the Esteban of the Azyntean sword sect had yielded. Isidro knew there was no room left for argument. With a heavy heart, he reluctantly handed over 2 storage rings to Kingston, scowling all the while. "Vaughnra, 50 million spirit stones, not a bit less. Aren't you satisfied?" Kingston crossed his arms, not reaching out to take the rings, but instead staring at him with a displeased look. In the world they lived in, humility and standing firm when attacked were paramount. Regardless of inner feelings, apologies must convey sincerity. Only then would matters be considered resolved. Isidro's dark face showed both unwillingness and resentment, more like giving attitude than genuinely apologizing. Even someone of higher status, like Harrison, spoke to Kingston with a smile. How could this man still be so dense? Did he fail to realize his place and still think the Yinmin clan's reputation meant much in the martial world? His demeanor irked not just the Alchemist Guild members, but even made Harrison frown and glare at him. "Elmong friend Ewan is asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Isidro's face froze as he stammered, "No, that's not it. I'm convinced." Convinced? Kingston approached with a mocking smile, insultingly patting Isidro's cheek. "If you're convinced, then give me a smile." If he had stood his ground stubbornly, refusing to admit defeat and challenging Kingston to a fight to the death, Kingston might have respected him as a true warrior. But his insincere facade made Kingston feel sick. Today, he had to change this bad habit. Isidro's face contorted with extreme discomfort, eyes twitching with anger as if he wanted to devour Kingston alive. However, sensing the hostility from both Harrison and Arlen, he gradually suppressed his rage and forced a strained, ugly smile. "Sir, I am convinced." His smile looked more like a cry, eyes glaring briefly at Kingston before quickly averting them to the ground like defeated soldiers. So terrifying. Kingston's eyes held no malice, yet he felt an icy cold dread. Even though Kingston's gaze rapidly avoided, it brought a cold smile to Kingston's face. Seizing the 2 storage rings filled with spirit stones, he tossed them to the nearby guild guards. "The brothers have worked hard guarding the captives. Take these to buy supplements for everyone, and send extra to those injured earlier." All 50 million spirit stones were given to the diligent guards without keeping a single bit for himself. While the guards served in the Alchemist Guild, many were not true alchemists and struggled financially, barely saving enough spirit stones for cultivation after a month's hard work. This sudden windfall of 50 million spirit stones arrived just in time, ensuring each guard received a substantial share, possibly tens of thousands. Tyack's unexpected wealth brought joy and gratitude, and they thanked Kingston warmly. Arlen watched with a slight smile, inwardly approving Kingston's decision. By dismantling Azyntean sword sect's provocation, Kingston had played a critical role. If he had kept all the spirit stones, no one in the guild would have complained. Instead, generously sharing the bounty acknowledged the guards' hard work, boosting morale significantly. Under constant pressure guarding the captives and vigilant against potential attacks from Azyntean sword sect, the guards had faced immense stress. This gesture of 50 million spirit stones made them feel their efforts were recognized, increasing their enthusiasm and loyalty toward Kingston. For Kingston, it cost little to gain significant support. Moreover, it was others' money helping to win hearts, causing no regret. "Elmong Vonro Ewan, today you've won, but the Yinmin clan will not concede easily." Teyadinly, Isidro seemed to make a major decision, lifting his head to meet Kingston's eyes. 3 months hence, the Yinmin clan will formally challenge you. Do you dare face our young descendants again? Still intent on salvaging pride despite the current situation, he risked everything proposing a public challenge. Not interested. Kingston rolled his eyes, turning toward his residence. "Am I bored with nothing better to do? Not everyone is as idle as you. Since this matter is settled, why bother with more challenges? If any member of the Yinmin clan targets me in the future, I can't guarantee I won't involve your entire clan." Walking away under the admiring gazes of the guild guards, Kingston slowly disappeared from view. Harrison, still hanging on to an awkward smile, discreetly wiped sweat from his brow upon hearing this. Just moments ago, he almost proposed the same challenge as Isidro. Except, the combatant he had in mind wasn't from the Yinmin clan, but Azyntean sword sect's talented and proud Mavis. "Serenity, I've done what I could. Elmore's feud with him can only be resolved between you two. Sighing, Harrison didn't bother with formalities and walked towards the exit. Vaughn knew Mavis couldn't easily let go after her father was publicly humiliated by Kingston. Their private vendetta must be settled personally, without claiming to act in a Zyntian sword sect's name for justice. Chapter 54. Overbearing family servants. Brother, didn't you go to look for alchemy materials? Why did you return so soon? Returning home, Sonia, who was wearing an apron, curiously walked out of the kitchen. Kingston looked at his spirited sister with a gentle gaze and smiled. Brother plans to seclude himself for a few days. I came back today to prepare some cold-defying elixirs for you. These few days, stay home and practice the breathing exercises I taught you. When brother returns from seclusion, I'll check on your progress. Sonia nodded obediently. She knew they could escape their lowly slave status and have a pavilion to call their own, all thanks to Kingston's efforts. Though she couldn't help her Esteban brother directly, she could ensure not to be a burden by taking care of herself. Seeing Kingston heading toward the alchemy room, Sonia hurriedly called out, "Brother, we're having scallion meat pies today. Don't forget to come out and eat." Kingston waved and smiled before diving into the alchemy room. The second calamity barrier's eruption was approaching, and every moment now was precious. Simply preparing elixirs for Sonia wouldn't take up the entire day. Apart from alchemy, he also needed to tend to the severely injured Golden Silkworm King. Even the robust Golden Silkworm King needed time to recuperate after receiving such a heavy blow from Kingston. From the Red Umbrella Gunyan's storage bag, Kingston found some spiritual medicinal materials. After casually concocting a healing elixir and feeding it to the Golden Silkworm King, its cracks began slowly mending. Leaving it to heal, Kingston grabbed a handful of spirit stones, used the flame-devouring technique to refine their essence, and hastened to strengthen the Von Navenly thunder flames. In no time, a day passed. On the afternoon of the second day, Kingston, munching on a scallion meat pie, rubbed Sonia's head affectionately. "Brother is going out. Stay home and don't wander around." Watching Kingston walk away, Sonia pouted and stomped her foot indignantly. "Bad brother, clumsy brother. Elmo said you'd come out to eat yesterday. Yet, humph. Fresh pies are the best." Swallowing quickly, Kingston headed straight for the guild supply area. "Senior apprentice brother Ewan. Good morning. Senior apprentice brother Ewan. Senior apprentice brother Ewan. Did you see in the city? The people from Pillar Von Aven's sword sect were circling the city, prostrating every few steps. Our alchemist guild hasn't been this proud for ages." Yesterday's events had spread throughout the guild, and all the patrolling guards greeted Kingston warmly. Smiling and nodding in response, Kingston arrived at the supplies hall. "Still not here? Most alchemical resources in our country are in your hands. How can they not be available when needed? Where have all these resources gone? Elmo think we're picking favorites? Do you know who our master is?" Just as he arrived at the entrance, he heard noisy arguing within the hall. A group of silk-clad servants were causing a ruckus around the counter, drawing a large crowd. This customer asked around. "There's no place selling spirit medicines these days. As you know, the Sacred Land Inheritance trials will open in half a year. This is precisely when a large quantity of elixirs is needed. To prepare for the trials, our guild has been working day and night to refine elixirs. Any spirit medicines would have already been acquired. If your master wants to refine elixirs, he should bring his own materials, not beg for them." A guild disciple explained helplessly, but the group wouldn't listen. One man slapped over the inkstone on the table, splashing ink everywhere, yelling, "I don't care. My master never fails to get what he wants. Elmore Alchemist's Guild has such long arms that even precious treasure pavilion stock is swept clean. My master can't buy even demon cores if he wants to refine elixirs. Tell me, who else should I ask if not you?" Listening to their argument, Kingston understood why the demon cores he ordered from Precious Treasure Pavilion weren't delivered. They were all bought by the Alchemist's Guild. However, monopolizing materials wasn't his concern. He came for neither spirit medicines nor demon cores. Pushing through the crowd, he calmly walked to the counter, saying, 500 pounds each of Teapirior Crimson Fire Rock and Profound Fire Charcoal. These materials were for feeding the Golden Silkworm King, helping it transform by consuming large amounts of fire attribute ingredients. While using medicinal herbs would be more effective, acquiring fire attribute minerals was easier and sufficient. Vaughn placed his purple gold VIP card from Precious Treasure Pavilion on the desk. Precious Treasure Pavilion had promised that any remaining balance on the purple gold VIP card could be exchanged for spirit stones at any merchant in Tianhua Kingdom. Since Precious Treasure Pavilion and the Alchemist Guild had dealings, the VIP card could be used here as well. "Elmo, who do you think you are? Can't you see our issue isn't resolved yet? Get lost." The crowd glared viciously at Kingston. Then, a burly man with black hair all over his hands lunged forward, cursing. This pack of mad dogs truly attacked anyone who came near, monopolizing the counter while blocking others from buying anything. The man was only a level 2 spiritual martial realm practitioner, his palm strike pathetically weak compared to Kingston's iron fist. Without even looking, Kingston caught the incoming hand, and with a burst of strength, bones cracked like fireworks. "Ah, my hand, my hand." Kingston's grip left the man's hand limp and twisted like a boneless chicken claw. The man retreated into the crowd, holding his hand and shouting, "Do you know who my master is? Vaughn's Southern Governor Che Jiang Raphael Qo. Do you dare hit me? Just one word from the prince and your whole family dies." No wonder they were so arrogant. Even the guards dared not intervene. These unruly servants were part of the royal family of Tianhua Kingdom. The Tianhua Kingdom royal family not only ruled the country but possessed formidable martial prowess, firmly occupying one of the 5 major power factions in the kingdom. Jiang was the surname of the royal family, an identity no one dared to impersonate in the Alchemist Guild. Despite the man's threats, Kingston ignored him completely, gently tapping the counter, urging the stunned guild disciple, "Please get me what I need. I'm in a hurry." Elmo struck someone from the southern governor's house and think you can leave? Beside the waiting area, a manager-like figure lazily put down his teacup and slowly stood up. With a chilly stare, he demanded, "Elmo can leave too if you leave all your spirit medicines and kowtow 3 times. End of chapter 54. Note, the structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. ####Chapter 55. The instructor intervenes. An ordinary storage bag indeed finds it hard to conceal the aura of mystic medicines. Anyone who has cultivated sensory combat skills can easily penetrate the isolation provided by a storage bag. The butler's ability to do this was not surprising, but his arrogant remarks made Kingston roll his eyes in annoyance. There were far too many mediocre and stupid people in the world. Just because he had mystic medicine, did that mean he should hand it over? This fool didn't even consider his own worth before daring to rob him with the identity of a mere footman of the Che of Janan's mansion. Standing in the hall, Kingston felt as if he were surrounded by a swarm of stinking flies. Vaughn shook his head speechlessly, looked at the bewildered guild disciple behind the counter, and said in a disgusted tone, "Why are you still standing there motionless? Are you an underling of the alchemy guild, or his? Who should you be listening to? Do you know?" That idiot had earlier felt sorry for Kingston when he saw him being provoked. Now, Kingston found the guy utterly foolish, like an idiot. As a disciple of the alchemy guild, it was already bad enough that he wasn't bold on his own territory, but being scared stiff by a few servants was a complete disgrace to the name of one of the 5 major powers of the alchemy guild. Elmo, little Billy, show some respect. Hand over your storage bag. Kingston's repeated disregard for the people of the Che of Janan's mansion enraged the group of wicked slaves. A man at the Spirit Warrior stage level 3 channeled Yuan Qi into his palm, transforming it into an eagle claw and grabbing toward the storage bag hanging from Kingston's waist. Bang! Before the man could comprehend what was happening, he felt a spinning sensation and found himself falling uncontrollably, his head smashing against the marble counter. Kingston, pressing the man's head with his right hand, remained expressionless, gradually increasing pressure, squeezing the fragile skull against the marble surface. The man clearly felt his skull deforming bit by bit, the bones cracking under the powerful compression force. The sound of cracking echoed incessantly in his mind. The helpless feeling of watching his own bones shatter, yet unable to resist, terrified him into trembling screams. On one side was the unyielding marble countertop. On the other, the heavy blow of a powerful palm. A human skull couldn't withstand the pressure from both sides. Its destruction was inevitable. Vaughn, Manager Cheviang, save me. Pain grew incrementally, and so did the fear. The man writhed like someone drowning, struggling fruitlessly towards an inevitable death. Experiencing his life slowly slip away was far more terrifying than being killed instantly. Kingston's grip seemed to presage the slow, gruesome crushing of his skull. Overwhelmed with fear, the man began to scream and kick wildly. Soon, a foul odor emanated from below his waist. Before Kingston even inflicted serious harm, the man had frightened himself into urinating his pants. How can a meridian opening stage trash have such strength? Bastard, did you use some bizarre technique? Knowing we're from the Che of Janan's mansion, you dare to lay a hand on us? Elmo, afraid of adding to your crimes and bringing disaster to your entire clan? Let go, or I'll make sure your whole family dies. Their companions' wails snapped the Janan guards out of their daze. Swearing profusely, they activated their combat techniques and attacked Kingston with various yellow-grade moves. Facing a dozen attackers, Kingston stood motionless, sweeping his leg outward. The spirit warriors were immediately sent flying, spitting blood and clutching their damaged chests, rolling painfully on the ground. Very well, you no longer have the chance to beg for mercy. Seeing his subordinates dealt with, the composed butler finally took action. His name was Cheviang Hao. At the 6th level of the Spirit Warrior stage, Vaughn stood up, staring at Kingston with murderous intent and proclaimed, "Don't think that being from the Alchemy Guild allows you to act however you want. Today, you injured 11 people from the Che of Janan's mansion. You and your family must pay with 10 times the number of lives. Kneel down, otherwise, I will order your entire clan killed in an instant." Cheviang Hao used his strength to leap high into the air, unleashing a series of rapid kicks aimed at Kingston's head, like a venomous snake attacking its prey. The aura of the martial skill spread widely, shaking the surrounding counters and forcing the spectators back several steps. This was the high yellow-grade martial skill, Sky-Splitting Python Dragon Kick. What a tyrannical kick. Even the air vibrates from the impact of this martial skill. This man is not simple. The martial skills collected by the mansion aren't ordinary yellow-grade techniques. This kick must be among the top tier of yellow-grade skills. Even in our guild, only core disciples are eligible to practice it. One cannot judge a person by their appearance. That butler's martial skills power has clearly been honed through countless battles. Meeting such a master, the young man is in trouble. The spectators were astonished by Cheviang Hao's formidable and vicious kicking technique and worried for Kingston. However, Kingston merely rolled his eyes. Feeble and powerless. Did you forget to eat? Shaking his head, Kingston slammed the head he held against the counter, leaving it bloody and broken. Then, he nonchalantly punched at the flying Cheviang Hao. Cheviang Hao's legs smashed into Kingston's shoulder, but Kingston's indifferent punch struck Cheviang Hao's abdomen with explosive force. After several muffled thuds of the martial skill hitting flesh, Cheviang Hao let out a Tanjiao, his body crashing heavily to the ground, his back creating a spiderweb crack in the floor. Note, Tanjiao is directly translated as a scream of agony or Tanjiao San. For better fluency in English, it can be rendered as a scream of agony, or simply an agonized scream. Vaughn's a more fluent version. Cheviang Hao's legs smashed into Kingston's shoulder, but Kingston's indifferent punch struck Cheviang Hao's abdomen with explosive force. After several muffled thuds, Cheviang Hao let out an agonized scream, his body crashing heavily to the ground, his back leaving a spiderweb crack in the floor. With his mouth wide open, fresh blood mixed with acidic gastric fluid spewed all over the ground. Kingston stood steady, not moving an inch, effortlessly taking the strike from a high yellow-grade martial skill without any visible shake. How could someone at the Meridian opening stage knock down a Spirit Warrior stage practitioner with a single punch and remain completely unharmed? The crowd watched in stunned silence at this incredible scene. Now, can you bring me the item I asked for? How many times do I need to repeat myself? Kingston turned to see the guild disciple behind the counter still in shock. Even his usually tolerant nature grew annoyed. Oh, right, I'll get it immediately. Honoring Kingston's low growl, the disciple shuddered and hurriedly searched behind the counter. Do you think you can run? I've already called for reinforcements. Lying on the ground in excruciating pain, Cheviang Hao clutched a glowing token with trembling hands, glaring at Kingston with intense hatred and growling between coughs of blood. Elmo about to die. Ha ha ha. Laughter mixed with blood-chilling laughter rang out as a large group of Janan Mansion guards crashed through the crowd, led by Magillis, the chief instructor of the Janan Mansion guards. Magillis was a towering figure, with arms as thick as elephant legs, brimming with explosive power. At the 7th level of the Spirit Warrior stage, his imposing aura left everyone in awe, silencing all whispers. Vaughn strode to Cheviang Hao and asked in a deep voice, Manager Cheviang, which scoundrel did this to you? Point him out, and watch me crush his bones into pieces. Cheviang Hao weakly pointed at Kingston, his gaze fierce yet voice feeble. Instructor Ma, Kill this scoundrel first, then his entire family. Got it. McGillis twisted his neck to the right, creating a chilling crackling sound. Vaughn spun around, pulling back his right fist slightly before launching it forward like a cannonball. A white wave of air exploded in the air, sending all onlookers within 10 feet flying, while his lightning-fast punch hurtled directly toward Kingston's head. Hashtag chapter 56. Neither willing to back down. Izayan Shanlang Dai. Double-layer tenfold power. Kingston clenched his right fist, and the formidable physique granted by the second level of the 9 transformations golden body technique allowed him to instantly condense 10 layers of overlapping force in both of his martial veins. The power of his martial arts technique surged dramatically, not because McGillis was incredibly strong, but because Kingston was fed up with the constant harassment from the Southern Town Mansion. McGillis possessed the strongest combat strength among all the guards present. If he could crush McGillis with overwhelming force, it wouldn't entirely deter them from causing trouble further, but at least it would bring some temporary peace and quiet. The sudden burst of strength was like a gale rising from the ground, shattering the marble counter into countless cracks under its explosive force. The entire counter exploded like shattered ice. The ground beneath Kingston's feet sank, creating a half-foot deep pit as everyone felt the hall tremble as if in an earthquake. If McGillis's strength could split mountains and rocks, Kingston's could shatter the heavens and crack the earth. Both were displaying brute physical power, but the gap between their strengths was astronomical. One in the heavens, one on the ground, not even comparable. Pooh! The sound of flesh being crushed resonated amidst the explosion of their martial arts clash. McGillis's arm, thick as an elephant's leg, melted away rapidly under Kingston's punch, just like snow under intense sunlight. From the fist to the shoulder, the entire arm disintegrated into a spray of blood. Arg! Aya! A piercing scream came from the muscular McGillis. Even though forging body cultivators had astonishing endurance, the agony of losing an arm left him writhing in pain. Vaughn fell to his knees, forehead pressed against the ground, clutching his severed stump that spewed blood uncontrollably, screaming in agony. The wild roar carried an unmistakable sense of sorrow, as if a majestic lion couldn't endure the pain of losing a limb. Anyone else? Kingston's expression was icy cold as he scanned the crowd around him. The Southern Town Mansion's guards were already trembling with fear, none daring to step forward. Every person who met Kingston's gaze shivered internally, instinctively shrinking back and looking away. Who would dare? Even McGillis, who had one of the strongest physiques among the guards, ended up this way. It was clear that Kingston's true strength was far beyond what anyone could see. In the silence, Shevyong Hao, lying on the ground and coughing up large amounts of blood, suddenly had a sinister look in his eyes. His face twisted cruelly as he yelled at the hesitant guards, trained for years, only to be used in a crisis. That bastard trampled on the dignity of the mansion. Why aren't you capturing him? Do you also want to rebel? Tayak's serious accusation made the Southern Town Mansion guards' faces turn uglier than eating dog feces. According to Shevyong Hao, failing to act meant treason, with severe repercussions for their families. But rushing forward would mean certain death, leaving them with no way out. Damn it! Why don't you kneel and beg for mercy? Can't even the Southern Town Mansion subdue you? Might as well die fighting, brothers. Driven to a corner, the guards glared hatefully at Kingston and charged recklessly. They seemed to blame Kingston for their predicament, cursing him for not submitting quietly. Hold it! Any step forward means death without pardon. Teadenly, a roar echoed from outside the hall, followed by a group of robust guild guards marching in sternly. Their leader was Zhu Ziyaheng, a spirit martial realm level 7 expert. Pointing at the Southern Town Mansion guards, he yelled furiously, daring to attack here? Do you think our guild's punishments are just for show? Seeing the Alchemist Guild guards, the Southern Town Mansion men breathed a sigh of relief. As if finding a reason not to fight, they halted mid-charge, standing motionless. Keep going. Kill. Keep killing. Shevyong Hao, spitting blood, disregarded everything, roaring, anyone who tramples on royal dignity must die. If you don't kill him now, I'll report your cowardice to the prince and have your entire family executed. The Southern Town Mansion guards cursed Shevyong Hao silently but knew he had the power to do so. Joining their options, they were once again driven to madness and charged toward Kingston despite the guild guards' intervention. Vaughn is our guild's green robe alchemist. Who dares touch him? Zhu Ziyaheng stepped in front of Kingston, shouting fiercely, stopping the Southern Town Mansion people dead in their tracks without any casualties. An alchemist? A green robe alchemist? How can this be? Vaughn's clearly only at the pulse opening stage. How could someone like him be a green robe alchemist? Panic spread among the Southern Town Mansion guards. They looked at each other in confusion, fear etched in their eyes. Even Shevyong Hao, still yelling and McGillis, kneeling and trembling, couldn't help but shudder. All those who had acted against Kingston now had changed expressions, pale and sweating profusely. They were terrified for one reason alone. 5 words. Green robe alchemist. One must understand, spirit energy users were rare, and among them, those who became alchemists were even rarer. Regular clans spent generations trying to produce even a low-ranking gray robe alchemist, let alone a higher-ranking green robe alchemist, a status that even top-tier clans could not achieve. Although the Alchemist Guild gathered all the alchemists in the world, there were fewer than 100 green robe alchemists combined. Even if not all alchemists joined the guild, the numbers attested to the rarity and prestige of alchemists. There were only about 100 green robe alchemists in the entire Tianyue kingdom, considered core disciples and pillars of major sects. Could such prestigious figures be attacked casually, especially within the Alchemists Guild? These dogs had eaten bear gall and leopard liver. After stunning the Southern Town Mansion people, Zhu Ziyaheng respectfully bowed to Kingston and said with a bitter smile, "This humble servant, Zhu Ziyaheng, greets senior brother Kingston. Why is senior brother not wearing the uniform symbolizing his status?" Kingston nodded in acknowledgement, casually replying, "The green robe alchemist uniform? I find it inconvenient to wear. Besides, who says alchemists must wear uniforms? I won't wear it. Who will make me?" His words frustrated the Southern Town Mansion people, making them want to bleed. Is this kid really the prestigious green robe alchemist? Vaughn showed no signs of being an alchemist. If they found even a shred of evidence proving his identity, they wouldn't have dared disrespect him. Green robe alchemist? So impressive. Just as the Southern Town Mansion people panicked, more hurried footsteps approached from outside the hall. A dignified middle-aged man with luxurious attire and an air of authority strode in with a group of subordinates. Facing Kingston boldly, he declared arrogantly, "We have at least 8 green robe alchemists allied with the Southern Town Mansion, none of whom dare show disrespect to royalty. What makes you special to hurt a royal subordinate? If we don't get an explanation today, I doubt the Alchemist's Guild can answer to the Che and Duke. Shevyang Hao and his group saw hope and immediately bowed. Greetings, Chief Steward. It turned out this was the Southern Town Mansion's Chief Steward, Ajay, a Xuanwu Realm Level 1 expert. Chapter 57. It's him. Chevy, am I in the Alchemist's Guild or the town South Wangfu? Where did all these people from the Wangfu come from? Correction. Am I in the Alchemist's Guild or the town South Wangfu? Where are all these people from the Wangfu coming from? Further correction for fluency and accuracy. Am I in the Alchemist's Guild or the town South Wangfu? Where are all these people from the Wangfu coming from? To make it read more naturally in English and maintain consistency. Am I in the Alchemist's Guild or the town South Wangfu? How did so many people from the Wangfu end up here? Best refined version. Am I in the Alchemist's Guild or the town South Wangfu? How did so many people from the Wangfu end up here? For full coherence and natural flow in English. Am I in the Alchemist's Guild or the town South Wangfu? How did so many people from the Wangfu end up here? Final polished version. Am I in the Alchemist's Guild or the town South Wangfu? How did so many people from the Wangfu end up here? Since town South Wangfu is a term that likely has an official translation, let's refine it further. Am I in the Alchemist's Guild or the Southern Town Wangfu? How did so many people from the Wangfu end up here? Most accurate and fluent final edit. Am I in the Alchemist's Guild or the Southern Town Palace? How did so many people from the palace end up here? Note. If Wangfu, Chaili Mansion, should be translated as palace, or kept as is depends on the context and established translations in the series. Vonra I assume, it refers to a princely residence, thus using palace. People from the town South Wangfu kept pouring out in waves, leaving Kingston momentarily confused about where he was. Note, town South Wangfu should be consistently translated as town South Wangfu, or fully translated to maintain consistency. Vonra's a more polished version. People from the town South Wangfu kept pouring out in waves, leaving Kingston momentarily confused about where he was. Or, people from the town South Wangfu kept pouring out in waves, making Kingston momentarily confused about his location. For better readability and consistency, let's translate town South Wangfu as town South Wangfu, or fully translated as town South Wangfu, depending on the context of the document. If this is part of a larger document where Wangfu has been previously introduced and translated, we should use that established translation. To ensure consistency and fluency, I'll assume Wangfu has been previously introduced as Wangfu in this document. People from the town South Wangfu kept pouring out in waves, leaving Kingston momentarily confused about where he was. If Wangfu should be fully translated, people from the town South Palace kept pouring out in waves, leaving Kingston momentarily confused about where he was. Please confirm which version you prefer for consistency in your document. Ajay strode forward and gave Kingston a disdainful once-over. Seeing that Kingston only had pulse opening realm strength, he instantly wore an expression of disdain, saying mockingly, "So you're the green robe alchemist? Pfft, garbage." Vaughn looked around coldly, addressing everyone in the hall with boundless arrogance. "I don't care if you're a green robe alchemist or some mutt. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Under heaven, all is the king's land. Regardless of whether you belong to the Alchemist's Guild or not, first and foremost, you are subjects of Tianyue Kingdom. Hasn't anyone taught you the proper etiquette when facing royalty? Kneel down." As Ajay spoke, his formidable Xuanwu realm aura burst forth, like a violent storm sweeping towards Kingston. Kingston's lips curled in mockery as he stood proudly on the spot. The dual martial veins inside him churned with energy, like two surging dragons racing and chasing each other within him. The 9 turns golden body technique was activated to its strongest state, causing his skin to faintly reflect a pale golden light. A dazzling layer of golden spiritual light surfaced from his body, gradually enveloping half a foot around him. This layer of spiritual light appeared thin, almost like it would dissipate at the slightest breeze. But under the eyes of experts like Gillis and Shevyang Hao, they found this pale golden barrier to be sturdier than steel. When AJ's Xuanwu realm aura collided with this pale golden barrier, it was like a surging current hitting a rock in the water. The powerful Xuanwu realm aura split into 2 streams, flowing past Kingston from both sides, its imposing might veering off diagonally. Zhu Ziyahang, standing next to Kingston, was hit by just a stray gust of this powerful aura and was sent flying, smashing into the countertop behind him. Numerous bottles and vials on the counter were knocked over by this aura, scattering haphazardly. Countless spirit medicines were shattered into powder, floating in the air like a rain of aromatic medicine powder. Body cultivator? Seeing Kingston stand immovable under the Xuanwu realm aura, AJ's expression shifted slightly. Even if Kingston was an unusual alchemist who specialized in physical cultivation, he was only at the pulse opening realm. Even if he could withstand the Xuanwu realm aura, could he also resist his fists? With a sneer, Ajay stepped forward, with Yuan force swirling around his fist, making it seem armored. Zhao Ziyahang, hit by the Yuan force, felt excruciating pain from every pore, even breathing hurt. But seeing Ajay about to attack Kingston, his pupils shrank drastically as he forced himself up despite the agony. Vaughn shouted coldly at Ajay, "Stop! If you touch him, you and your young master won't leave this guild hall alive." Vaughn this, Ajay snorted arrogantly, "Just a green robe alchemist and I can't hit him? Let's see what you can do after I beat him." Saying that, his Yuan force-infused fist rushed towards Kingston. Vaughn is Deegan's apprentice, the black robe alchemist. Do you dare touch him? Ignoring the pain in his chest, Zhu Ziyahang shouted fiercely at Ajay. Upon hearing this, Ajay felt like he was struck by lightning, trembling hard. His arrogant face turned stunned as he stared at Xiaochan in shock, exclaiming, "Elmo, our senior Vaughn's disciple? This can't be." Although green robe alchemists were rare, they were categorized into different ranks. By common standards, newly promoted green robe alchemists were only slightly stronger than gray robe alchemists, some even weaker than highly skilled gray robe alchemists. Tayaka person, despite holding the title of green robe alchemist, wasn't particularly impressive before the town South Wangfu. Correction. Tayaka person, despite being a green robe alchemist, wasn't particularly remarkable in front of the town South Wangfu. Note, the term town South Wangfu seems to be a mix of English and Chinese. For context fitting, it should be either fully in English or Chinese. Assuming the full name is town South Wangfu, it would translate to town South Wangfu. However, for natural reading, we may need to clarify the exact name, like town South Wangfu might be town South Wangfu, or another appropriate name. Final suggestion for smoother reading. Tayaka person, despite being a green robe alchemist, wasn't particularly remarkable in front of the town South Wangfu, assuming this is a proper name. Otherwise it should be translated fully to English as Southern Town Wangfu or similar. For the sake of this task and ensuring it reads naturally in English, Tayaka person, despite being a green robe alchemist, wasn't particularly remarkable before the Southern Town Wangfu. However, to keep it consistent and assuming it's a name, it will be Tayaka person, despite being a green robe alchemist, wasn't particularly remarkable before the town South Wangfu. Please confirm or provide the correct full translation for town South Wangfu. Seeing Kingston's low realm and young age, Ajay thought he was merely a lucky fellow whose family had pushed resources to elevate him, unworthy of serious consideration. Who knew Kingston's background was so terrifying? He was actually a disciple of a black robe alchemist. Remembering the recent rumors circulating in the guild, members who had been repelled by techniques began to recall this name. After comparing, everyone present became excited, confirming that Kingston's reputation in the guild branches had become widely known. Defeated Garrett, black robe alchemist, Senior Vaughn's disciple, Ajay felt dazed, overwhelmed with confusion, regret, astonishment, and fear. Who was Deegan? That was a terrifying presence even the town's South King must kneel to greet. They, a bunch of lackeys, dared to provoke Senior Vaughn's disciple, threatening to kill the entire clan? Thinking of the menacing words spoken by his subordinates, Ajay felt dizzy. With just the title of Black Robe Alchemist Disciple, it was uncertain who would destroy whom. Filled with regret, he silently cursed himself for being so stupid. Knowing this place was a high-level alchemist gathering place, why didn't he restrain his bad temper and behave more respectfully? Now, having provoked a disciple of a Black Robe Alchemist, the consequences were far more dangerous than kicking against iron. It was like stepping into a powder keg. Worse, it might cause the entire town South Wangfu to explode. Correction. Worse, it might cause the entire town South Wangfu to be blown sky high. For better fluency and accuracy. Worse, it might lead to the total annihilation of the entire town South Wangfu. Note, Wangfu is not translated as it seems to be a proper noun in this context. However, if you want it translated, it means Chailey Mansion, or Che's residence. Best practice would be, worse, it might lead to the total annihilation of the entire town South Chailey Mansion. Oh, look at my eyes, how blind I have been. I truly did not expect you to be Senior Vaughn's disciple. I admit my mistake, please forgive me. Changing his thoughts, Ajay immediately gauged the situation. Vaughn slid to his knees in front of Kingston, smacking his own cheeks furiously while pleading for forgiveness. McGillis, Cheviong Hao, and others also reacted, disregarding their injuries as they kowtowed, slapped themselves, and begged for pardon. Slaps echoed endlessly through the quiet hall. Everyone from the town South Wangfu slapped their own faces until their cheeks were swollen and red, yet none dared to stop. Note, for consistency and clarity, town South Wangfu should be translated fully. Assuming Wangfu means Chailey Manor, it should be town South Chailey Manor, edited for fluency and consistency. Everyone from the town South Chailey Manor slapped their own faces until their cheeks were swollen and red, yet none dared to stop. From your tone, it seems if I weren't a disciple of the Black Robe Alchemist, you wouldn't have realized your mistake. Is that right? Kingston watched them punish themselves, his expression cold, the chill in his eyes deepening rather than diminishing. Chapter 58, Get Lost. These lapdogs had offended him, yet they were apologizing to Deegan as if he were nothing. Their attitude suggested that it wasn't him who had beaten them until their teeth were scattered all over the ground, but rather the black-robed alchemist who never even showed up. Oh no, sir. Your prowess is extraordinary and your mastery in elixir arts unparalleled. We are blind not to recognize such a great figure. I will punish myself with 10 slaps. Von Ro Yuan must have misunderstood us. Our admiration for you is like an endless river. We spoke incorrectly just now. I shall self-punish with 20 slaps. Ajay and his men stiffened, quickly plastering on smiles, though they inwardly cursed. If it weren't for Senior Vaughn's face, who would even acknowledge you? They hastily praised Kingston and continued to slap their swollen cheeks in haste. Kingston silently watched them punish themselves, neither stopping them nor declaring any punishment conditions. Vaughn remained silent and cold, as if observing from a detached standpoint. Each lackey of the Jinan Wangfu slapped themselves over 200 times, but seeing Kingston still hadn't called a halt and with onlookers gathering more and more, they couldn't hold out any longer. Note, I've made slight adjustments to ensure the sentence flows naturally in English while preserving the meaning from the original text. Finally, Ajay approached Kingston with a wry smile. Von Ro Yuan, we've been punished and have apologized. Is there anything else unsatisfactory? Please let us know. Unless Kingston gave a nod, this situation wouldn't resolve. If prolonged, it might actually summon Senior Vaughn, which none of them could handle. Ajay didn't want to lower himself to Kingston, but circumstances forced him to set aside his pride. Ha! Kingston sneered, raising his shoulders sarcastically. Edge to settle things down quietly? Elmo were the ones who started the trouble. Shouldn't how to atone be your concern? Was Ajay still testing his limits? If Ajay were sincere, he should have proposed a form of apology outright instead of probing Kingston's mood. Anyway, Kingston wasn't going to spare them. He saw no reason to help them figure out how to appease him. Vaughn's trying to make excessive demands. Ajay understood Kingston's intentions, feeling incredibly unlucky to have offended the disciple of a black-robed alchemist. After some thought, Ajay took out a storage bag from his waist, smiling sheepishly as he offered it to Kingston. Von Ro Yuan, the misunderstanding was entirely our fault. Vonra are 20 million spirit stones as compensation. Please do not find it inadequate. 20 million? Huh. Kingston glanced sidelong at the offered storage bag. This sum wasn't even enough to appease a beggar. Given his perspective, Kingston didn't bother reaching for it. The Pillar Sword sect spent 50 million spirit stones just to redeem Garrett, who was merely a Lingwu realm disciple. These lackeys from Jinan Wangfu, with Ajay alone being at the first level of the Xuanwu realm, shouldn't they be worth more than Garrett? Note, for consistency and clarity in English, lapdogs is changed to lackeys, and Xuanwu first level is specified as first level of the Xuanwu realm. This ensures the context is clear for English readers. 30 million? Ajay asked, eyeing Kingston carefully. This money came straight from his personal stash, and the mansion certainly wouldn't reimburse him. Even squeezing every last coin from his guards wouldn't cover a fraction of 30 million. His heart bled as he prayed Kingston wouldn't press further. However, Kingston still appeared cold and disdainful, as if 30 million spirit stones were nothing to him. Seeing this, Ajay felt as if the sky was falling. 30 million wasn't enough. This could cost his life. It was said alchemists could spend tens of millions on research without a ripple of effect. Seeing Kingston's expression, Ajay realized these tales weren't exaggerated. After some painful calculation, he hesitantly cast a pleading glance at Kingston. 30 million isn't enough. Then, 40 million? Seeing Ajay's hesitant manner, Kingston sighed inwardly, rubbing his forehead. Are you bargaining for vegetables? If you don't want to give, don't. I didn't say I'd forgive you. This startled Ajay, causing him to tremble. Vaughn forced a laugh. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I know no amount can compensate for the offense you've endured. So here, take 50 million spirit stones, a token of my apology. Please calm down. Saying this, he removed another storage bag and respectfully handed it over to Kingston. Noticing that all Ajay could offer was more spirit stones, Kingston felt disappointed. What use did he have for spirit stones? Vaughn could easily obtain as many as he wanted by producing a single elixir formula. But looking at Ajay's terrified sweat-drenched face, Kingston knew pressing further wouldn't get him anything valuable. Thus, he grabbed both storage bags, waving them off impatiently. Get lost. Finally, Kingston relented, bringing joy to the crowd from Jinan Wangfu, who all thanked him profusely before turning to leave. Improvements made. 1. Specify that the crowd was from Jinan Wangfu, for clarity. 2. Maintain consistency in terminology by keeping Jinan Wangfu, as is, assuming it's a proper noun that will be defined earlier or later in the text. However, for a more fluent read, we may want to translate Jinan Wangfu fully if this term has been introduced and translated earlier. Finally, Kingston relented, bringing joy to the crowd from Jinan Wangfu, who all thanked him profusely before turning to leave. If Jinan Wangfu has been previously translated as Jinan Wangfu, for example, Jinan Wangfu could be Jinan Manor, then we should use that translation instead. For this context, let's assume Jinan Wangfu refers to Jinan Manor. Finally, Kingston relented, bringing joy to the crowd from Jinan Manor, who all thanked him profusely before turning to leave. Hold it, are you deaf? Just as they turned, they heard Kingston's icy voice. I said, get lost, not walk. What? The members of the Jinan Wangfu were stunned, anger surging through them. After paying him, he still made them roll away? Was this endless harassment? Note, I have changed Jinan Wangfu members to members of the Jinan Wangfu for better readability and fluency in English. Also, I slightly rephrased the sentence for natural flow while retaining the original meaning. Even though Ajay feared the black-robed alchemist, he refused to accept such humiliation. Cold-faced, he turned to Kingston, bowing slightly. Vaughn Yuan, we admit our mistake, but we have apologized adequately. Isn't continuing this excessive? Kingston raised his eyes, his tone indifferent. Elmori upset? Then let's discuss your threat to kill my entire family. That simple sentence sent chills down the spines of the Jinan Wangfu crowd. Fear what may come, indeed. Just now, they had been secretly relieved that Kingston hadn't mentioned their rash words. Who knew he had been waiting for them here? If they were to truly settle accounts, their threat to kill Kingston's entire family could prompt the alchemist's guild to act first, leaving no one in their own families alive. In this light, Kingston was already being quite lenient with his punishment. Since they dared to threaten Kingston's family, they should have been prepared for the same retaliation. Kingston didn't kill them. He merely told them to roll out. What was there not to accept? Anyone who lacked ability yet liked to speak rudely didn't deserve to save face. How could Ajay dare to discuss that topic with Kingston? Vaughn forced a smile and then, without hesitation, lay on the ground and tumbled toward the main gate like a log rolling down a hill. What good was the dignity of a high-ranking black tortoise realm powerhouse or a mansion manager in the face of a threat to one's life? With the highest-ranking person leading the way, the remaining underlings had nothing else to say. Under the amused gazes of the onlookers, they rolled out of the hall one after another, like a string of beads falling. They had privately rejoiced when Kingston didn't bring up their arrogant words. Little did they know he hadn't forgotten, waiting for them now. If they were to truly settle scores, threatening Kingston's family could trigger actions from the Alchemy Guild, exterminating their families. In this context, Kingston had been quite lenient. Vaughn only demanded they roll, not pursuing it further. What was so unacceptable? Anyone who makes threats must face the consequences. Having threatened to kill Kingston's family, they must prepare for retaliation. Since Kingston spared their lives and only made them roll, they had to comply. One who lacks skill and speaks insolently has no right to dignity. Daring not to engage with Kingston on this topic, Ajay smiled awkwardly, then without hesitation rolled on the ground like a tumbleweed toward the door. Face, dignity, and status meant nothing compared to life-threatening danger. With the highest-ranking individual leading the way, the remaining lackeys had no choice but to follow. Under the amused gazes of onlookers, one after another, they rolled out of the hall in succession. ##### Chapter 59. His Highness, the Che. At the branch of the Alchemist's Guild, in the Hall of Pillfire. This place boasts an eternal underground fire vein that runs year-round. After being meticulously transformed by the guild's experts, the flames from the fire vein can be more easily controlled by lower-tier alchemists. Because this location has the most advanced alchemy equipment and offers various benefits based on the alchemist rank, the majority of the guild's alchemists choose to refine their pills here at the Hall of Pillfire. In the bustling hall, dozens of haggard men stood outside a private room, their heads hanging low in dejection. Their faces were red and swollen, and some had broken limbs, making them look like a group of stray dogs. Slap. A sharp sound of a slap echoed from inside the private room. Ajay, the chief steward of the Southern Defense Che's mansion, cowered on his knees, trembling like a drowned dog, constantly banging his head on the ground. Elmore Highness, please calm down. This failure was not our fault but rather. Before he could finish his frantic explanation, another forceful slap landed on his face, causing him to spit out saliva. Vaughn swallowed back the rest of his words. Opposite him stood a young gentleman dressed in luxurious brocade with a jade belt, his appearance handsome and refined. Vaughn appeared to be about 25 or 26 years old, with a face as fair as jade and eyes like bright stars. However, there was a sinister gleam in his bright pupils. Vaughn was Che Taj of the Southern Defense Mansion. I didn't ask you to fight a battle. I just asked you to procure a few mystic herbs. And yet, you return looking like defeated soldiers. Do you have the nerve to come back here? Taj's face was like water, calm but icy cold, full of suppressed rage. He glared at his disheveled subordinates and demanded sternly, Chief Steward Gong, how did you get those injuries? Terribly, you didn't accidentally bump into a door, did you? Ajay shrank back, hastily apologizing. Elmore Highness, please calm down. There's a long story behind this. Just as he was about to explain, a cheer erupted from outside the private room. Senior Brother Yuan, wow, is it really you? Elmore, our guild's great hero. Who would have thought we'd meet you in person today? Can I shake your hand? Vaughn truly lives up to his reputation as the one who humiliated the Pillar Sky Sword sect. Truly outstanding and extraordinary. Clearly a peerless talent. Senior Brother Yuan, you want to use the Pillfire room for refining pills? No problem. According to your status, you may freely use any spiritual medicines in the pill refining chamber. If you need more, I'll personally deliver them. Upon seeing Kingston appear in the Hall of Pillfire, all the people from the Southern Defense Mansion flinched and quickly lowered their heads, afraid to look at him. They had thought escaping from the resource hall would be enough, but they never expected Kingston to be here as well. Seeing the unnatural expressions of his subordinates, Taj guessed what had happened. Vaughn lowered his gaze and barked at Ajay. Did he beat you up like this? Sweat dripped from Ajay's forehead, and he opened his mouth but said nothing. From his expression, Taj already understood the situation. Vaughn slapped Ajay hard and cursed, worthless, being beaten so badly by a mere pulse-opening realm trash. How did you end up serving me? Injustice. Ajay crawled forward a few steps and explained fearfully, Elmore Highness, you don't understand. He's not ordinary trash. Vaughn's a green robe alchemist. Huh, a green robe alchemist? Can he compare to my brother? Taj turned angrily to Horst, who sat drinking tea nearby. Horst wore a simple green robe and had a lazy, dismissive smile. Upon hearing that the person in question was a green robe alchemist, a mocking sneer curled his lips. The expression clearly conveyed that no other green robe alchemists except him were worth anything. Teyadinly, Horst's expression changed as he glanced toward Kingston. Congratulations, Elmore Highness. The mystic herbs you need have already been delivered. Indeed, using a regular storage bag proved unreliable. Kingston had casually placed over a dozen mystic herbs in it, and anyone with mental strength in the guild could see through the bag and spot the valuable contents. Naturally, Horst noticed right away. Oh, Elmo mean the mystic herbs are on Anders's body? In that case, there's hope for refining the 3-origin blood-dominating pill needed for my breakthrough. Taj's expression brightened. With excitement, he glanced at Kingston and beckoned to his personal guards in the private room. Bring him here to greet me. Yes, Elmore Highness. These guards, though wooden-faced, were formidable warriors, each at the 7th stage of Spirit Warrior realm. They were Taj's confidants who only followed the prince's orders. Do not. Elmore Highness, do not. His master is. Get lost. This isn't your place to speak. Seeing they intended to target Kingston, Ajay, terrified, rushed to block Taj, holding onto his leg pleadingly. But Taj had lost patience with this pathetic sight. Vaughn kicked Ajay aside, and the guards took the opportunity to step past the entrance and immediately reached Kingston. One guard spread his arms wide, blocking Kingston's path. In a commanding tone, he coldly ordered, Elmo, go and pay your respects to his highness. Kingston had just obtained materials for transforming the Golden Silkworm King's attributes in the resource hall, and came to the Hall of Pillfire to enter seclusion and refine pills. Vaughn planned to accomplish the tasks related to silkworm cultivation, flame enhancement, and pill refinement all at once. However, just when everything was ready, he encountered this unwelcome disturbance. Vaughn the title His Highness, Kingston felt a wave of disgust. Vaughn glanced over and indeed saw the ragged group from the Southern Defense Mansion. A good dog doesn't block the path. Get lost. Kingston looked away and coldly replied to the guard. This response instantly infuriated the guard. It seems you won't follow orders unless forced. Energy surged in the guard's palm, expanding it several times. In the blink of an eye, his enlarged right hand swiped toward Kingston's head with wind gusting around it. Don't touch him. His master is a black robe alchemist. Ajay screamed in desperation, but his face was filled with despair. By the time he yelled, the guard's massive palm had already gripped Kingston's head. Dogs who don't understand human language are the most annoying. Kingston extended his left hand, firmly grasping the arm pressing on his head, while simultaneously powering up his right fist to its full strength. Vaughn threw a powerful punch straight at the guard's chest. Crack. The arm instantly separated from the body. Without its arm, the body flew dozens of meters away like a broken kite and slammed into the wall at the end of the hall. The man smashed against the wall like a squashed mosquito, leaving blood splattered everywhere. Disciple of a black robe alchemist? Why didn't you say so earlier? Taj's fair face paled, and he glared at Ajay, wishing he could kick him to death. Ajay lamented internally. You hadn't given him a chance to finish speaking. Elmore Highness, don't panic. This man is unknown and might not be important. Horst seemed unfamiliar with Kingston's name. Vaughn looked at Ajay skeptically and asked, quickly tell us, which senior black robe alchemist is his master? Ajay knew he had caused a major disaster. Defeated, he collapsed on the ground and weakly answered, Haroun, Senior Vaughn. Haroun? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Horst's dark mood lifted. Vaughn laughed loudly. If it were someone else, things might have been complicated. But it's Haroun. That old madman is unpredictable, taking disciples on whims. His students are considered the least valuable in the entire martial world. Speaking these words, Horst walked toward the door with a sneer. Confidently, he said, Elmore Highness, rest assured. I'll handle this distinguished disciple. This translation retains the original structure, style, and flow of the Chinese text while ensuring clarity and fluency in English. The character names are correctly presented in Pinyin, and the narrative remains coherent with the previous content. Chapter 60. The Li Shevio Duan Gillis Pill. Senior Brother Yuan, what happened? They are the Southern Che's Sun subordinates. Is there a misunderstanding between you all? Seeing Kingston in conflict with the Southern Che's guards, the manager of the Alchemy Fire Hall felt an immense headache. Vaughn couldn't afford to offend either party. Though he didn't want to interfere initially, since this place was under his jurisdiction, he had no choice but to step forward and ask. There's nothing, just a small matter. Elmo don't need to worry about it. Before Kingston could reply, Horst emerged from the private room with a cold smile on his face. Horst, why did he get involved? The Alchemy Fire Hall manager inwardly lamented. The dispute between the Green Robe Alchemist and the Southern Che's Sun was already hard to mediate. Now, the best among Green Robe Alchemists had joined in. This situation was beyond his authority as a mere manager. Offending any one of these individuals would be disastrous. Approaching them, the manager cupped his hands in greeting but hadn't even begun speaking when Horst sternly said, No questions, back off. The manager's expression turned grim. His gaze swept across Kingston and the others before he reluctantly gave a salute and retreated with his subordinate disciples. After dismissing the manager, Horst slowly approached Kingston. Vaughn looked down at him provocatively and sneered, "I hear you're not only a green robe alchemist but also Senior Barrett Vaughn's disciple? So, how many spirit pills have you refined? How many pill formulas have you deciphered?" Horst and Kingston were both fellow disciples and colleagues. From ancient times, colleagues were natural rivals, alchemists included. Guild resources were limited. The capable ones received more, while the less capable received less. As alchemists required substantial resources, everyone wished for a greater share. Thus, the competition among alchemists was especially fierce. Everyone sought to outshine the rest, making themselves stand out brilliantly. Although Kingston's martial realm was low, his background and status were high. Not only was he a green robe alchemist, but also a disciple of Senior Barrett Vaughn. Any of these titles evoked envy from countless people. If Horst could trample someone with such a distinguished background, his reputation would certainly soar. An alchemist's reputation naturally stemmed from their alchemical skills. Renowned green robe alchemists either excelled in refining high-quality spirit pills or improved upon inherited pill formulas. Horst had been a green robe alchemist for several years. While he hadn't broken any formulas, he had successfully refined a few exceptional quality spirit pills. This experience made him regard other peers as insignificant. Vaughn cast a disdainful glance at Kingston, smirking arrogantly, awaiting Kingston's acknowledgement of his superiority. Kingston's cold gaze met his face, ignoring his questions. In a chilly voice, he warned, "Do you believe I could smash your head with one punch, and the guild wouldn't hold me accountable?" Boasting alchemy skills in front of an imperial alchemist from the divine realm wasn't just showing off, it was laughable. Horst's best works didn't even compare to a strand of Kingston's hair. Facing such a non-entity, Kingston saw no point in engaging in conversation, preferring direct confrontation instead. Haha, so this is the disciple of a black robe alchemist? Ridiculous. An alchemist compares strength over alchemy skills? Brilliant idea. Why don't you go break rocks on your chest if you're so tough? Horst burst into mocking laughter, then stared intently at Kingston, declaring, "According to the guild rules, alchemists can challenge each other once a month in alchemy skills. I, Horst, hereby challenge you. If you dare not accept, hand over all your magical herbs, bark like a dog, and crawl under our legs. Which do you choose?" Horst observed Kingston, anticipating the fun to come. If Kingston agreed to the challenge, Horst would gain a name for defeating a disciple of a black robe alchemist. If Kingston refused, Horst would secure the 10 magical herbs and restore the Chase honor, gaining more benefits from the Southern Chase mansion. Song Raphael Quo's bodyguards smirked provokingly at Kingston, crudely pointing toward their crotches. Guild rules? Is this true? Ignoring the provocation, Kingston turned to the Alchemy Fire Hall manager in confusion. The manager immediately replied, "It's indeed a rule. The outcome affects the ranking evaluation in the sect. Refusing counts as a defeat." Rankings meant little to Kingston, but losing irked him. "I dislike conflicts, but fools keep challenging me willingly." Shaking his head, Kingston pointed at Horst's Danteon. "Elmo, want my magical herbs? Then I'll take your alchemy fire. If you lose, your alchemy fire belongs to me." Higher level pills required stronger alchemy fires. The Alchemy Fire Hall's prepared geothermal fire was merely for practice and useless for refining advanced pills. Thus, accomplished alchemists nurtured their own personal alchemy fires. Horst's alchemy fire, cultivated from a level 4 beast core, was named Red Tide Beast Fire. Having cultivated it meticulously for years, it was akin to his life force, embodying his considerable effort. To an alchemist, losing alchemy fire was equivalent to a swordsman losing his sword, a catastrophic blow. Upon hearing Kingston target his alchemy fire, Horst's face fell, pointing angrily and shouting, "Arrogant fool! You dare speak so boldly! Initially, if you surrendered the magical herbs and apologized to his excellency, his magnanimity would forgive you. Now, you insolent cur, aiming for my alchemy fire, apologies won't save you now. I'm willing to risk my life against you." Enraged, Horst took out a vial from his storage bag, eyes gleaming ruthlessly. A genuine green robe alchemist must master various alchemy techniques, including poison antidotes. Today, we won't compare pill refinement but detoxification. Dare you ingest this Lichevio Duanguilis pill? Upon Horst's words, surrounding onlookers gasped in shock. All eyes widened, mingled with fear and anticipation, murmuring, Lichevio Duanguilis pill? Could it be the highly toxic pill ranked 83rd on the Earth list? Adolf Sr.'s alchemy talent is astounding. Capable of refining pills on the Earth list, he should compete with headquarters geniuses. Entering headquarters isn't certain, but able to refine Earth list pills means Adolf Sr. is a top contender for this year's Holy Land Vonneridge trial. Amidst the admiring whispers, Horst grew prouder. Gripping the vial arrogantly, he thrust it towards Kingston, snarling, "Cur, why aren't you eating it? Eat it." Chapter 61. Betting One's Life. The Alchemist Guild collects extraordinary elixir formulas from around the world and established 2 elixir rankings to make them public. Profound pills are ranked on the Von Avenly list, while spirit pills are ranked on the Earthly list. The Fiery Dragon Severing pill was a highly toxic spirit pill that ranked 83rd on the Earthly list. This pill had an extremely potent nature. Once its effects took hold, the body would feel as if it were filled with boiling magma, constantly corroding flesh and meridians. There was no escaping or shaking off the effects. The potency would last for 3 days and 3 nights before fading, and those unable to withstand it would turn into a puddle of blood within 10 breaths. Even a formidable Black Tortoise Realm expert who accidentally consumed this pill would find it difficult to endure until the effects subsided naturally. Elixirs qualified for both the Von Avenly and Earthly lists were far more potent than ordinary poisons. Even alchemists proficient in alchemy, like the rogue potion master, dared not test these toxins on themselves. Horst held out the Fiery Dragon Severing pill to force Kingston to consume it, banking on the notorious reputation of this pill, knowing no one would dare risk their life jokingly. Kingston watched Horst's smug expression and struggled not to laugh. If Horst chose any other contest, there might have been a slight possibility of a draw, but when it came to detoxifying, wasn't this giving up too easily? Vaughn snatched the bottle from Horst's hand and, without hesitation, tipped his head back to swallow the pill under Horst's stunned gaze. The acrid pill instantly slid down his throat and settled in his stomach. "Elmo, do you really want to die?" Horst's eyes widened, horrified, as he shouted. Vaughn felt a deep sense of pain inside. His original intention in presenting the pill was to deter Kingston. Vaughn didn't want to waste such a valuable poison on a pulse-opening realm non-entity. This pill, if used correctly, could take down a Black Tortoise Realm expert. Using it to kill someone at the pulse opening stage was a waste of resources. But now, the moment the pill entered Kingston's mouth, it began to unleash its effects. Trying to extract it whole from Kingston's mouth was impossible. Watching Kingston swallow the toxic pill, Horst felt uneasy even though he was certain of his victory. An 8th-ranked, precious toxic elixir on the earthly list was now wasted on a pulse-opening realm nobody, and only gained him a few strands of mystic herbs. It was a terrible loss. Unaware of Horst's inner turmoil, Kingston immediately activated the invincible to all toxins art of the creation lyle after swallowing the pill. The potent toxins from the fiery dragon severing pill, capable of killing a Black Tortoise Realm expert, met its match in the art of the creation lyle, personally created by a divine realm alchemy emperor. The toxicity barely took effect before it was systematically broken down by the powerful energy. After purification, the intense toxins transformed into a blackish turbid gas that rose up through his throat. Burp. Kingston spat out a foul-smelling gas. The highly toxic pill circled inside him, doing nothing before being expelled from his body. Gag. How pungent. This is the smell of rotten bone melting sinew grass, one of the main ingredients of the fiery dragon severing pill. This should be integrated with the pill, impossible to separate alone. Could he have neutralized the toxicity of the fiery dragon severing pill? Horst clutched his nose and backed away, his heart pounding. A horrifying thought emerged in his mind, one he couldn't believe. Even though the toxin was neutralized, others still felt dizzy and nauseous from the odor. Bystanders who couldn't escape fell to the ground retching, some even spitting out black blood, collapsing unconscious. Don't touch that black gas, everyone disperse. The hall manager hurriedly cleared the crowd, pulling out a green gourd himself. Chanting a spell, he uncorked the gourd, which summoned a breeze that enveloped and sealed away the putrid black gas. After swallowing the poisonous pill, Kingston remained vibrant and cheerful. Vaughn opened his mouth wide, inviting Horst to check. Seeing Horst's face stiffen in shock, Kingston coldly smiled. Elmore trick is done. Now it's my turn. With a piercing bug call echoing through the hall, a radiant 7-colored light lit up the entire space. A colossal golden worm illusion appeared above his head. In front of his chest floated a half-foot-long golden worm, its blood-red mouth open, roaring menacingly at Horst, treating him like a mortal enemy. The Teopreme Lord of all toxins, the Golden Worm King. Horst screamed in terror, stepping backward repeatedly. The Golden Worm King was the strongest weapon of the assassin Marion, from the Divine Concealment Pavilion, the undisputed king of all poisons, emerging from countless brutal battles. Its tiny body contained untold numbers of deadly toxins, and the 7-colored poison mist it exhaled had an incredibly complex composition. Not even a toxic elixir master proficient in poisons could guarantee breaking down its toxins. Horst was chilled to the bone just looking at it. Knowing the deeper one delved into alchemy, the more they understood the terror of the Golden Worm King. Yes, precisely the Golden Worm King. Please appreciate this Golden Worm poison pill, Kingston commanded mentally, controlling the Golden Worm King to expel a purple pill-shaped venom. Vaughn held it in his hand, advancing towards Horst with a cold smile. Bang, bang, bang. The toxicity from the purple venom spread through the air. The people of Yusef's mansion, upon merely inhaling a trace amount, immediately started bleeding from their 7 apertures and collapsed weakly. Within a few breaths, those who inhaled the poison turned pitch black, mouths and noses bleeding incessantly, bodies gradually becoming stiff like corpses. Watch out, Elmong Barrett. Ajay grabbed Ewing, who stood motionless in shock, pulling him behind him. Simultaneously, Black Tortoise Realm aura surged, rushing towards the private room door to seal off the entrance, preventing any poison from entering. What terrifying toxicity! Truly the Teopreme Lord of all toxins. Do you have time to marvel? Run. Just a whiff will kill you. Why fear? Brother Ewan's skills are refined. He won't harm us. Notice he only targets Yusef's men? The toxic wind doesn't blow our way. Indeed, everyone noticed that only Yusef's men were affected, while none from the Alchemist Guild suffered. Except for Horst, who was about to gamble his life against Kingston. As he panicked and turned to flee, Kingston flicked his finger, launching the purple venom directly onto Horst. The venom seeped into Horst's body through his skin, causing him to tremble as if electrocuted. Under the influence of the golden worm venom, his muscles and meridians shriveled and dissolved, his smooth skin turning rough like rotten wood. The muscles beneath his skin contracted, as if being dug out by an invisible giant hand. Spare me. I don't want to die. Ah. The venom instantly unleashed its potency, the excruciating pain preventing Horst from focusing on analyzing its composition. His corrupted meridians soon withered, forming small lumps of meat and blocking his martial arts meridians completely. With no chi flow possible, Horst was utterly helpless, writhing in agony and begging Kingston for mercy. Asking for mercy means you admit defeat. Elmore elixir fire belongs to me. Kingston walked over slowly, placing his palm on Horst's dantian. Energy swirled from his palm, generating a vortex-like suction force. The flame-devouring art opened its bloody maw, greedily devouring Horst's crimson tide beast fire. Within a few breaths, years of cultivated innate flame vanished entirely. Elmo, you're devouring my elixir fire. Stop, please stop. Without means to resist the venom's power, losing his elixir fire left Horst defenseless. After several agonizing cries, his body curled into a grotesque meatball, incapable of producing sound except for the chilling noise of dissolving flesh. The translation aims to maintain the style, tone, and coherence of the original text while ensuring natural English phrasing and structure. This time, the flame-devouring art indulged to its heart's content, leaving Kingston satisfied as he patted his belly. Rising up, he cast a cold glance to the side, his gaze slowly locking onto the private room sealed with profound energy. The translation adheres to the guidelines provided, maintaining the tone and style of the original text while ensuring natural English phrasing and structure. The paragraph structure and line breaks are kept consistent with the original content. Chapter 62, Greeting the Crown Che. Ah! The golden silkworm floating before Kingston went into a frenzy upon sensing the Shenwu realm aura emitted by Ajay, instantly stirring its fighting spirit. Note, Shenwu Jing is translated as Shenwu realm, to maintain consistency in terminology and ensure it reads naturally in English. If Shenwu realm is not preferred, please provide the correct term you'd like to use. Amidst a roar filled with battle intent, the 7-color poison mist surrounding the golden silkworm king began to coalesce, as if enveloping it in a veil of toxic mist beyond its 3 Zhonglong illusionary form. Seeing this, Ajay and Taj felt their hearts racing wildly. It seemed Kingston had no intention of letting them off easily. Ajay, being a Xuanwu realm powerhouse, knew he could easily kill Kingston in direct combat. However, if Kingston used poison instead, there was little Ajay could do. Poison wasn't something one could defend against merely by having a higher cultivation level. Knowing he was completely clueless about poisons and elixirs, Ajay understood that even the slightest contact with the Golden Silkworm King's toxins would mean certain death for him. Moreover, while protecting the Crown Prince, he dared not truly harm Kingston. Otherwise, Kingston's master wouldn't let him leave alive. Confronted by the overwhelming pressure from the Golden Silkworm King, Ajay could only fully unleash his Xuanwu realm aura to maximize his protective shield, causing it to shimmer with gold and adopting a purely defensive stance. Vaughn dared not make any move against Kingston. Barrett Ewan, please calm down. Vaughn is the Southern Pacification King's Crown Prince. You can't kill him. Everyone present saw the lethal toxicity of the Golden Silkworm King's poison mist. If it were to invade the room, even with the protection of a Xuanwu realm expert, Taj's life wouldn't be guaranteed. Fearing that Kingston would escalate matters, the alchemy chamber's steward bowed deeply from afar, his face drenched in sweat and eyes filled with pleading. Kingston's expression remained inscrutable as he suddenly stamped his right foot on the ground without warning. This stamp contained the Jishan strength his physique could bear, a dual overlapping power at its peak. Correction. This stamp contained the ultimate strength his physique could bear, a dual overlapping power at its peak. Boom! The shockwave spread outward, shaking everyone in the entire first floor of the alchemy hall, making their feet rise several feet off the ground in involuntary jumps. Shelves, vases, tables, and chairs were thrown across the room in disarray. Horst, crumpled into a ball, was launched into the air, transforming into a spinning fireball under Kingston's fierce sweeping kick. It crashed loudly into the radiant golden force shield. Vonra it comes. Aware that Kingston was an unfathomable body cultivator, Ajay did not dare underestimate this attack. Veins bulging on his arms, he summoned all his might, roaring as he turned all his essence energy into a shield in front of him. Bang! The massive fireball struck the golden shield, exploding into a black viscous liquid that splattered in all directions with a foul stench. The golden shield, under such impact, began to show numerous cracks despite maintaining its appearance. Ajay's arms trembled as he held onto the shield, barely managing to hold on for 3 breaths. Then, a series of booming sounds erupted from within his arms. Blood vessels burst inside, hot blood piercing through his skin in streams of arterial jets. With a hoarse scream, Ajay's arms fell limply to his sides, utterly powerless, as if completely devoid of feeling, no matter how hard he tried to move them. As his arms were incapacitated, the golden shield dispersed into glowing sparks, unable to protect him anymore. His meridians and blood vessels in both arms had been thoroughly shattered by the previous blow. Looking at Kingston in terror, he couldn't imagine what monstrous power lay within the Body Pulse Realm Cultivator's frame. A Body Pulse Realm Cultivator, who was akin to trash in the martial world, had just unleashed an attack that could shatter the meridians of a Xuanwu realm expert. Ajay's face was ashen with regret for provoking Kingston. Behind him, Taj's expression was frozen in utter shock and fear, his legs numb and paralyzed by Kingston's overwhelming presence, unable to even take a small step sideways. Brother Ewan, don't be impulsive. Please don't be impulsive. The steward of the alchemy hall was almost in tears. Taj was the Southern Pacification King's designated heir, a future duke whose assassination at the Alchemist Guild would incite royal wrath and unimaginable consequences. Desperate, his voice cracked, but Kingston's expression remained unusually indifferent. While everyone else was holding their breath in fear, a faint smile crept onto Kingston's lips, revealing a hint of mockery. Then, without haste, he smiled gently at the frozen Taj, looking at him like trash, and said lightly, "Greetings to the Crown Che." Vaughn had caused such chaos just to greet the Crown Prince? No one there was foolish enough to believe that. Who in the world would dare greet royalty in such a manner? Didn't they see how the Crown Prince was so terrified his eyes were frozen in place? If this was considered a greeting, then perhaps slapping the Crown Prince 100 times would also count as greeting? Taj's rigid face, which had turned red and burning with humiliation, surged with complex emotions. Indignation, fury, and hatred. Vaughn was the Southern Pacification King's Crown Prince, the legitimate descendant of the Tianyue imperial family. Every subject of Tianyue should bow in absolute submission to him. Yet today, a mere Body Pulse realm soldier dared to mock and intimidate him, disregarding the imperial family entirely. Taj wanted to roar, wanted to shout, but fear kept his mouth shut, even preventing him from showing the slightest glint of hatred toward Kingston. Numbly standing in place, everyone watched as Kingston, with a mocking smile on his face, turned and strode away victoriously, disappearing into the depths of the alchemy hall corridor. Only after a long pause did the tense silence in the hall give way to collective sighs of relief. It was terrifying. Both Deegan and his disciple were unpredictable madmen. To outsiders, Kingston seemed to have inherited Deegan's madness, daring to attempt to kill an imperial prince in broad daylight. Fortunately, he hadn't acted impulsively, or else everyone present might have suffered dire consequences. Both the alchemy hall staff and those in the private room felt like they had narrowly escaped death, as if walking back from the brink of doom. Taj collapsed into his seat, still stunned from Kingston's shocking attack, staring blankly at the sweating Sterling for some time. His gaze gradually turned cold and venomous. In a raspy, low growl, he snarled, "Idiot! What are you still sitting there for? Investigate this man's background immediately. This humiliated crown prince vows to repay this insult 1,000-fold." Chapter 63, Seclusion, Anomaly. At the end of the corridor, Kingston chose an unused alchemy chamber and entered directly using the green-robed alchemist token. Not killing Taj earlier wasn't due to a lack of courage, but rather because it wasn't the best time to eliminate him yet. Besides the immediate retaliation from the royal family for killing a prince, Xuanwu Realm's Ajay was a formidable opponent when pushed to the brink. His unpredictable outbursts of malevolent energy could be dangerous. During his battle with Garrett, such an outburst restricted his movements. If that happened again while battling someone at the Xuanwu Realm, even if he could poison them with the Golden Silkworm King, he might not come out unscathed. Only by strengthening himself could he face any crisis without fear. Now, he had gathered all the materials needed to cultivate Danfire and refine the Paishaxian Dan. With seclusion and refinement, he could break through the second malevolent energy barrier. When that time came, his strength would significantly increase. By then, Even without relying on Deegan's name for intimidation, he should have enough strength to protect himself against a first-level Xuanwu realm opponent. It was unnecessary to ruin everything on impulse. With a wave of his hand, golden light flashed, and the golden silkworm king appeared on the ground, wiggling its head. Kingston emptied his storage pouch, and the red fire rock and black fire charcoal he bought in the material hall quickly piled up like a small mountain in the room. Ah! Kingston raised his palm, channeled energy, and smashed the pile, effortlessly grinding the fist-sized rocks and charcoal into powder. These fire-based minerals were food for the golden silkworm king. Crushed, they were easier to digest. Ordering the golden silkworm king to consume the powdered minerals, Kingston turned and approached the counter where materials were stored. The Alchemist Guild, true to its power over most of Tiang Kingdom's alchemy resources, provided a dazzling array of herbs. The selection was vast and abundant. However, these materials weren't freely accessible. Only those at least at the green-robed alchemist level could use them casually. Kingston took out his token, selected several herbs, and immediately started refining pills. Soon, dozens of fragrant spirit beast nourishing pills, nourished spirit pills, were completed. These were purely for nurturing spirit beasts, especially fast-evolving ones like the golden silkworm king. After tossing a few pills into the mineral powder, Kingston left the golden silkworm king alone and sat down to meditate. Using the flame-devouring technique to refine the red wave beast fire, he won from Horst. This fire, taken from a 4th-rank monster, equivalent to a martial artist Ling Raphael realm, had been carefully cultivated for years. Unfortunately, Horst lacked Kingston's advanced cultivation technique, so the fire hadn't significantly improved. Its power might suffice for high-grade spirit pills, but it was weaker than Kingston's lightning flame for refining Shindan. Closing his eyes, Kingston concentrated on refining the fire. 3 days later, he opened his eyes and saw the golden silkworm king still consuming the powder. On a whim, he took out the repaired 5-poison umbrella, which, though still damaged, could now spew tiny toxic creatures. Controlling the umbrella to spray out small toxic creatures, Kingston let the golden silkworm king devour them after they ingested fire elements. This greatly accelerated the evolution of toxic fire within the silkworm. Typically, one wouldn't push the silkworm this hard, giving it rest periods after consumption. But Kingston, pressed for time, relentlessly commanded it to keep devouring. It took half a month before the silkworm's toxic fire met Kingston's minimum requirements. Flame devouring technique, fire devour. Kingston's mouth burst with suction, extracting the toxic fire from the silkworm. The continuous ingestion allowed the silkworm to provide non-stop toxic fire, while Kingston devoured tirelessly. After absorbing the red toxic fire, his lightning flame gradually turned purplish red, pushing his Dantian's limits. After half a month of effort, his Dan fire finally changed. Though pleased, Kingston didn't stop. Even as the exhausted golden silkworm screamed in exhaustion, he continued absorbing. His goal was to enhance the Dan fire to a level where he could easily refine Shindan, not just meet the minimum requirement. Another day passed, and the golden silkworm finally couldn't endure the strain, collapsing and unable to convert any more toxic fire. Futile creature. Kingston felt a momentary displeasure at the interruption. Closing his eyes, he sensed the strengthened flame in his Dantian, silently calculating. Using this fire to refine the Piusha Shindan will take about 20 days. It should be sufficient. I can't afford any delay. With only less than a month before the malevolent energy surge, he couldn't make mistakes. One failure now would leave him insufficient time to refine a second pill. However, as a reborn God Realm Alchemy Emperor, failure was not in his vocabulary. Days passed, and 18 days flew by. Teadenly, clear skies darkened with thick clouds above the Danhua Hall. Dark clouds churned like an impending heavenly tribulation, spreading an unsettling atmosphere. The area around the hall was divided into a world of light and shadow. Everyone at the guild branch sensed this unusual aura and rushed outside to observe. Vaughn Evenly anomaly. Someone is refining Shindan in the Danhua Hall? Perhaps an extremely high-quality one. The arrival of thunder dragons and chaotic, spiritual chi. This feeling. Pill tribulation. It must be a black-robed Maximilian, refining a sky-listed Shindan. The Estebans gathered, watching anxiously. Arlen ordered the Punishment Hall disciples to keep everyone away from the Danhua Hall, emphasizing the severity of disrupting the alchemist's work. Before they reached the hall, the surrounding elemental energy suddenly shifted. The gate of the Danhua Hall acted like a gaping abyss, sucking in elemental energy from a kilometer radius. The force was overwhelming, pulling and twisting even Ling Raphael realm martial artists. Lower-ranking practitioners were caught in the chaos, colliding painfully against the walls, bruised and disoriented. Chapter 64. Breaking through the second catastrophic barrier. Roar. Before long, another anomaly occurred in the sky. The lightning dragon within the dark clouds let out a sharp wail. Silver currents sizzled and turned into countless rays of silver light, plunging into the vortex below. The lightning dragon struggled violently, unleashing one bolt after another of silver arcs across the sky above the alchemy hall, seemingly trying to break free from the vortex's grip with no success. The faintly visible body of the lightning dragon was swiftly swallowed by the vortex. Has the elixir calamity dissipated? Could it be that the esteemed senior failed his alchemy attempt? As the lightning dragon fell from the heavens and was sucked into the spirit vortex, Arlen's expression changed abruptly, gripping his fists tightly in anxiety. Without waiting too long for his suspicions to settle, an enormous black mushroom cloud exploded above the alchemy hall. A massive shockwave surged upward, scattering the dark clouds in the sky. Vonhaven and Earth trembled as if the mushroom cloud had pierced through the sky itself. The black clouds dispersed, allowing brilliant sunlight to descend once again, and peace returned to the land. The Estebans of the guild branch looked at each other, their faces filled with utmost dread. Arlen stared blankly at the sunlit sky, murmuring, "Did it really fail? Quick, notify the punishment hall to pull everyone back. Now is not the time to provoke this great expert. Don't inquire about him at all. Let today's events be forgotten." An elixir failure was extremely embarrassing for an alchemist. Moreover, only 5 black-robed master alchemists in the entire alchemist guild were known to have the capability to refine spirit pills. With so many people witnessing the failure, the great expert surely would not want anyone knowing his identity. Anyone daring enough to ask around at such a moment would only anger the great expert, bringing disaster upon themselves. As the whole guild branch was in disarray due to this sudden elixir calamity, Kingston inside the alchemy chamber held a pill glowing with black light. Vaughn sighed in relief, saying, "Phew, almost made the quality of the spirit pill too high." If it had triggered a spirit pill thunder calamity, half the guild might have been reduced to rubble. Whether or not the Alchemist Guild would actually explode didn't matter much to Kingston. What worried him was that such a severe anomaly would lead to a detailed investigation, potentially exposing his background. Now he deliberately guided the elixir calamity to dissipate, creating an appearance of failure. Knowing the prideful temperament of alchemists, they wouldn't tolerate being mocked over their failures. Even if the guild branch sensed the abnormality of the elixir calamity, they wouldn't dare risk offending a master alchemist by probing who refined the pill here. After all, someone experiencing a failure was already frustrated, and wouldn't want anyone knowing who they were. Approaching and asking about it now would invite trouble. Taya pressing this incident temporarily gave him time to enhance his strength. By then, revealing his true abilities wouldn't make him fear threats anymore. Kingston didn't have the time to worry about whether the guild branch acted as he expected. After successfully refining the pill, he eagerly took it and swallowed it. The aura from the alchemical Empyrean art burst forth from his dantian, rapidly refining the power of the spirit pill. The potent force of the spirit pill spread through his body, making every bone and muscle feel like it was dropped into boiling oil, bubbling vigorously. The hidden sha-chi within his marrow and bloodlines was expelled by the spirit pill. The intense medicinal force penetrated deep into his bones, leaving no trace of sha-chi concealed. The circulating medicinal force in his meridians was like a manic lawnmower, constantly harvesting the emerging sha-chi. The threads of sha-chi entangled around Kingston's heart began to turn gray under the influence of the spirit pill, gradually releasing its grip on his heart. Breaking through the second catastrophic barrier went smoothly as Kingston had predicted. In the entire Tianyu kingdom, probably only he could refine a pill targeting the Von Evenly Sha absolute body. With the basic ingredients for refining spirit pills, he could select suitable auxiliary herbs as substitutes. Adjusting according to different materials was incredibly difficult for most alchemists, who usually followed recipes strictly. However, Kingston found substituting ingredients to be nothing challenging. With enough core ingredients, he could modify up to 10,000 types of auxiliaries. The modified spirit pill still effectively countered the sha-chi, continuously destroying it born from the second martial pulse. Clank! When the medicinal force reached its peak, something inside him seemed to break loose. His martial cultivation, previously stuck at the second catastrophic barrier, began advancing rapidly like turning wheels. First level of meridian opening. Second level of meridian opening. Third level of meridian opening. What others found hard to advance, Kingston saw as simple counting. In mere moments, he broke through to the first level of spirit sensing. Then, he encountered a bottleneck again. Just like before, Kingston was prepared, knowing that after each breakthrough of a sha-chi barrier, the next challenge would quickly follow. Advancing from meridian opening to spirit sensing seemed significant. However, in Tianyu Kingdom's martial standards, only those reaching the spiritual martial realm were considered true martial artists. Those at the spirit sensing stage were still beginners without martial enlightenment. Bang! Tayadinly, Kingston felt as if someone punched his abdomen. A tearing pain in his dantian spread throughout his body without warning. Even Kingston, who had experienced the power of the Von Evenly Sha absolute body, couldn't withstand the abrupt agony. Veins bulged on his forehead. Sweating profusely, beads of sweat soon gathered beneath him, forming a small puddle. The repulsive sha-chi seemed to emerge from any part of his body. This time, it was his dantian affected. Sha-chi ravaged his dantian, like a demonic hand, threatening to tear it into two. After breaking through the first sha-chi barrier and obtaining the second martial pulse, does the benefit of the second barrier involve creating a second dantian? Although Kingston wasn't entirely familiar with the Von Evenly Sha absolute body, he could sense the splitting dantian phenomenon. In the world of martial arts, various methods could create a second dantian. Kingston recalled methods from his past life, and immediately circulated his energy accordingly. Indeed, with the aid of his circulation, the severe pain in his dantian eased significantly, and the process became smoother. With a tearing sound, his dantian split into two uneven pieces, one large and one small. The intense pain from the split made his lips tremble uncontrollably, and his face paled drastically. Damn, is this the third sha-chi barrier's test for me? This breakthrough seemed to create a second dantian, but the benefits weren't as obvious as acquiring a second martial pulse. Instead, it felt like sha-chi tore his dantian in half. One half filled with sha-chi appeared intact yet volatile, while the other remained damaged and unusable for extracting essence energy. Damn the Von Evenly Sha absolute body. It breaks things and leaves them unrepaired. To restore normal essence energy flow, he had to find a way to repair it himself. Chapter 65. A palm descends from the Von Evens. 3 more days passed in a blink, and nothing unusual happened inside the alchemy fire hall. Everyone was uncertain if the senior who had provoked the alchemy tribulation was still inside the hall. Yet, under warnings from the upper echelons of the guild, no one dared discuss the matter openly. As such, at the heart of the controversy, the alchemy fire hall remained oddly quiet regarding the incident. On this day, deep within the alchemy fire hall's corridors, the tightly closed door of a refinement room slowly opened. Kingston emerged with a vibrant spirit as if nothing had transpired. Senior Brother Yuan, you've already advanced to the first level of the spirit animation realm? Congratulations, Senior Brother Yuan. An attendant disciple at the alchemy fire hall's reception desk greeted Kingston eagerly as he approached. Upon seeing Kingston's revealed realm, the disciple was left speechless. Although it was known that Kingston was the disciple of the cloaked alchemist and likely received valuable spirit pills, elevating an entire major realm in less than a month was astonishing even for the Alchemist Guild. Do you need anything? Kingston didn't dwell on his advancement, nodding indifferently as he looked at the disciple questioningly. Clearly, the man wouldn't stop him without reason. The disciple smiled and explained with a bow, Brother, a messenger came from Casper City days ago, saying there was an urgent matter concerning you. But since you were in seclusion, I did not dare disturb you. Casper City? Kingston's mind raced but remained composed as he ordered, bring him to see me. Yes. Soon after, the disciple led over a fawning man. Senior Brother Yuan, this is the person. Seeing Kingston, the man knelt and bowed. I am Adolfman, meeting Elmong Barrett Yuan. The city lord sent me to inform you. He has prepared 10 mystic herbs and awaits your visit to collect them. Adolf Ann's message aligned perfectly with Kingston's suspicions. Indeed, the Casper City Lord's envoy was related to the previous incident. In exchange for sparing the City Lord's life, Kingston required 10 mystic herbs. Initially, Kingston thought the City Lord could easily find mystic herbs. However, after encountering Taj, he realized obtaining them wasn't easy in the Tianyu kingdom, especially when even Taj struggled. Casper City was a minor city, its lord not a significant figure. If the prince couldn't procure them quickly, how could the city lord? Using his common sense, Kingston knew something was amiss, but chose not to expose it immediately, instead feigning confusion. Since the mystic herbs are ready, why didn't you send them directly? You and I go fetch them myself for such a trivial matter? Adolphin seemed to anticipate this, replying apologetically, please don't be angry, Elmong Barrett. It's not that the city lord refuses to send them, but the herbs are too precious, and the people at the mansion aren't skilled in their care. The journey is long, and any mishap could damage the herb's efficacy, ruining your affairs. Kingston watched him with a half smile. Very well. Inform the city lord that in 5 days, I will personally visit. If I don't see intact mystic herbs then, beware. Adolphin bowed repeatedly. We will take great care of the herbs. I'll relay the message and depart immediately. Seeing Adolphin's cheerful demeanor, Kingston sensed something was off. Scanning the surroundings subtly, he noticed 3 suspicious figures watching him. Vaughn was being tailed. Understandable, considering I offended the southern town Che. Not being followed would be strange. Amused internally, Kingston acted nonchalant, strolling out of the alchemy fire hall. Returning home, he stood downstairs sensing his sister diligently practicing inside. Finding no urgency, Kingston decided not to disturb her. Turning towards the guild entrance, he noted the numerous eyes following him. 23. Kingston observed while being observed, counting his watchers, one by one locking onto each figure. Some were guild attendants, others disciples, and a few pretended to be buyers. Clearing his throat loudly, Kingston announced, Gentlemen serving the prince, I'm about to step outside. Keep a close eye on me for his safety. The threat hung in the air. The followers stiffened, pretending disinterest but focusing intently on Kingston. Now they've taken the bait. Using his mental senses, Kingston verified all gazes were locked on him. Teadenly, golden light erupted around him. Infused with piercing mental force, he retaliated instantly against the watchful eyes. Ah, my eyes. Ow. Vaughnad, head hurt so much. The golden glow inflicted unbearable pain on the spies. Kingston's mental strength couldn't match his former self, but inducing headaches was within his means. The brilliant light lasted nearly half a T-moment before vanishing, along with Kingston. Evasively slipping past the prince's watchers, Kingston moved swiftly, each step propelling him hundreds of meters. Soon, he left the guild far behind. As the prince's agents scrambled uselessly, Kingston embarked on his journey back to Casper City, not waiting until the appointed time. Arriving 3 days early, Kingston sneaked into Casper City under cover of night. The city lord's mansion gleamed brightly, and dozens of shadowy figures infiltrated covertly. From his vantage point, Kingston scanned the premises with his mental senses. No hint of mystic herbs, only armed warriors patrolling intensely. The tense atmosphere suggested imminent danger. Among the strangers, Kingston spotted a familiar face. Yinmin clan's patriarch, Isidro. Kingston smirked disdainfully. A pack of ants trying to set a trap for me. Tyak and Array hopes to kill me? How underestimated. Deciding to reveal himself, Kingston, unable to channel essence energy due to his damaged Dantian, instead drew on the rebellious killing chi from his second Dantian. This translation retains the original structure, tone, and style while ensuring the narrative flows naturally in English. The killing chi flowed through the meridians, surging within the 2 martial veins. After several breaths, the dual 50 stacked force condensed completely on his right palm. Note: I've kept dual 50 stacked force as a proper noun to maintain consistency with the original text and ensure it reads naturally in English. If you have a specific term or explanation for this ability, feel free to provide it for a more contextually accurate translation. I hope you all have a good dream tonight. With a mocking gaze locked onto the city lord's mansion swarming with hidden troops, Kingston's lips curled into a sneer as he softly uttered, Thousand Mountain Wave. In the icy cold night sky, a destructive wave surged forth like a river breaking its banks, blooming suddenly and overwhelmingly. Many of the warriors lying in wait at the city lord's mansion were still asleep, none anticipating Kingston's sudden arrival. A force akin to 10,000 June descended from the heavens, and a thunderous boom erupted under the silent night sky. Under Kingston's single palm strike, the magnificent city lord's mansion crumbled into chaos. Stones shattered, dust flew, and amidst the chorus of blood and screams, it was reduced to ruins. The ominous energy surged through the martial veins, flowing powerfully along the dual martial channels. Within a few breaths, the dual 50-stacked force Ningzhi 1B had fully condensed in his right palm. May you all have sweet dreams tonight. A chilling gaze locked onto the city lord's mansion, where countless ambushers lay hidden. With a derisive smile still playing on his lips, Kingston softly let out a low shout. Thousand Mountain Waves. The night sky, cool and serene like water, suddenly erupted with a destructive wave akin to a river breaking its banks. Many of the martial artists concealed within the city lord's mansion were still asleep, none of them anticipating Kingston's sudden arrival. A force of unimaginable magnitude descended from the heavens, and the thunderous roar shattered the silence of the night. Under the impact of Kingston's single palm strike, the grand city lord's mansion crumbled into chaos. Stones shattered, dust rose, and amidst the symphony of blood and screams, it was reduced to ruins. Chapter 66, Calmly Breaking the Moves. Sha Isaiah is a force that transcends ordinary primordial energy. It's more powerful and violent than the yuan qi used by common martial artists. Kingston, despite being only at the first level of the Lingdong realm, can unleash Sha Qi with power that even Lingwu realm martial artists cannot match. Previously, he refrained from using Sha Qi to avoid triggering its instability, which could lead to an abrupt eruption. Now, due to breaking through the second Sha gate, his Dantian was forcibly split into 2. His original Dantian was in ruins and needed repair before it could be used again. Only the second Dantian, filled with abundant Sha Qi, remained functional. Even if using the second Dantian might cause the premature eruption of Sha Qi, Kingston had no other choice. Besides, the effect of using Sha Qi far surpassed that of ordinary martial techniques. The expansive city lord's residence crumbled into ruins under the impact of his dual-layered 50 overlapping force palm strike. Where his palm landed, the ground turned into chaos. It collapsed by several dozen feet, and the buildings in the center of the palm force instantly turned into dust. Structures farther away were also obliterated by the spreading force, unable to withstand this earth-shattering power. In mere moments, pavilions and terraces vanished into nothingness. The hundreds of martial artists hidden within the city lord's residence were buried under the wreckage of bricks and tiles without even realizing what had happened. Within seconds, they either died directly from Kingston's attack, were crushed by collapsing structures, or suffocated under the debris. Before seeing Kingston's face, the ambushers suffered heavy casualties, losing nearly 70% of their numbers. Screams, curses, and cries pierced the tranquil night sky like thunder. Who dares to attack us without reason? Isidro, who possessed the first level of the Xuanwu realm, was caught off guard by Kingston but managed to survive the attack. Vaughn emerged from a pile of dirt with a bloody gash on his forehead, covered in blood mixed with dirt, smearing his face. Despite narrowly escaping death, he looked disheveled after taking the dual-layered 50 overlapping force, 1000 mountain wave. Without reason? Look into my eyes and repeat what you just said. In the sky, a Tinjong red umbrella unfolded, and beneath it, a young man with cold, piercing eyes descended silently and gracefully. A smirk played on his lips as he stared directly at Isidro's stunned gaze and said coolly, "Do I look familiar now? Did I kill the wrong people?" Isidro's pupils constricted, revealing fear. "Elmo, how did you get here so fast?" Elmo said. There were still 3 days left before the agreed time with Kingston. How could he have arrived early? Shaking his head to clear the fog, Isidro finally realized, "So, you never trusted Lord Casper from the start?" Teadenly, a malicious look crossed his face. "Bastard, even if you figured out this plan, what does it matter? Elmo too arrogant. Do you think you alone can make everyone here submit?" The green-robed alchemist, others might hesitate, but I will not. Isidro discreetly scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense and, upon confirming that only Kingston was present, wiped away his fear, replaced by a hateful madness. His roar confirmed Kingston's suspicions. The ambush in the city lord's residence was indeed aimed at him. With a flick of his finger, Isidro tapped his storage ring, and a dazzling sword appeared in his hand. A stunning heirloom passed down through generations of the Yinmin family, named Starlight Brilliance. An inferior Shin-grade weapon? I didn't expect such a rat to possess such a treasure. Kingston's eyelids twitched, but he quickly shook his head. It's a fine sword, but soon, it will be mine. This disdainful attitude further fueled Isidro's murderous intent. Gnashing his teeth, he roared, "Dog! Elmo harmed my family's genius and insulted me. If I don't tear you apart today, I'm unworthy of being the Yinmin family Vaughn at. Let me show you the Yinmin family's world-renowned supreme art, the divine Von Aven sword technique." Hatred burning, Isidro unleashed his ultimate skill without delay. A mighty wind stirred around the ruins as Xuanwu realm power poured into the Starlight Brilliance sword, making it hum and emit a one-zhang-long blade of qi. The starry sky-like sword qi was both sharp and mysterious, connecting to the heavens and drawing endless strength from the vast cosmos. Pointing the sword toward the sky, a silver pillar enveloped him in a shimmering glow, forming a surreal scene. "Bastard, this is the world-renowned technique of the Yinmin family. Afraid, aren't you?" Isidro gloated, expecting Kingston to cower in fear. However, Kingston merely sneered. In his previous life, a single glance could destroy entire dimensions. Now, reduced to his current state, he was challenged by a mere Xuanwu realm insect? Kingston felt bitter, shaking his head. Insects unaware of their impending doom still dare to challenge heaven. The Yinmin family deserves extinction for following someone like you. Vaughn had warned that if they continued to oppose him, he wouldn't spare the entire Yinmin clan. And this time, it was led by the family Vaughn himself. The Yinmin family must be eradicated to restore justice. Haha, don't think that advancing from Kaimai to Lingdong realm makes you a match for destiny? Isidro sneered. To me, you're just an ant I can crush with a finger. Without your master's protection, you're nothing. Prepare to die. As he spoke, he slashed downward with his sword, the celestial energy slicing through the air toward Kingston's head. But Kingston stood calmly, hands behind his back, and laughed lightly. Edge it to kill me? Practice for another 500 years. Clang. The heavenly slash stopped abruptly above Kingston's head, shattering like a broken mirror. The sword glow scattered into the sky like falling stars. The powerful Shin-level technique failed to touch a single hair on Kingston's head, disappearing eerily. Ah, my arms. Golden Silk King. You actually poisoned me secretly. How despicable. Isidro screamed in agony, staring at his blackened arms, perfectly blending with the dark night. The skin on his arms was completely decayed, soft and foul-smelling, with black blood dripping constantly. His arms were useless, deprived of both physical strength and martial power. Panicked, Isidro retreated, inadvertently noticing something strange on the ground. His pupils widened as he saw a thin layer of purple mist inexplicably drifting over the ruined city lord's residence. Mixed with dust and night shadows, the mist was almost indistinguishable amidst the chaos. It turned out that before he made his move, he had already been engulfed in the poisonous mist. The more he exerted himself, the faster the poison spread through his body. By the time he attacked, preparing to slay Kingston, the potent toxin had already seeped deep into his heart and lungs, completely corroding his entire meridian system. Turns out you had already set up a contingency plan. No wonder you could maintain such an infuriatingly calm demeanor. Elmo are despicable. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Amidst his agonized and desperate cries, the soil pit beside Kingston suddenly churned violently, revealing a large silkworm wrapped in a thick layer of toxic mist, about half a foot long. It was none other than the king of all poisons, the golden silkworm, secretly released by Kingston. ##### Chapter 67. Deception within deception. As mere ants, you should know your place. Elmo V offended the wrong person. This was always going to be your end. Why can't you accept it? Kingston lazily patted the golden silkworm king on the head. With a flash of light, he reeled it back into his spirit beast bag. If Kingston were to confront someone at the Xuanwu realm directly, even if he could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Since there were easier ways to eliminate his enemies, he wasn't about to waste time with honor when dealing with despicable people. Poison techniques might not seem honorable to the warriors of Von Avenly Moon Kingdom, but in Kingston's eyes, any means that achieved his goals were justified. Facing powerful foes while being selective in one's methods during weakness only revealed one's own folly. Moreover, these people from the City Lord's manor had gone so far as to ambush him with hundreds of axe and spear Estebans, and even invited a Xuanwu realm martial artist to personally oversee the operation. If Kingston tried to reason or appeal to martial virtue with such despicable people, he'd be dead and buried long ago. Kingston watched expressionlessly as Isidro's body turned black and his aura plummeted from the first level of Xuanwu realm to the 6th level of Lingwu realm. Vaughn spoke calmly. Do you have any last words? After dealing with you, I'll pay the Yinmin clan a visit. Elmo want to destroy my family's legacy? Don't you dare. Isidro realized that Kingston's tone was no empty threat, and fear immediately spread across his darkening face. Elmo can't do this. The Yinmin clan is an affiliate of the Sky Teleporting Sword Sect. If you touch us, the Sky Teleporting Sword Sect won't let you off. Elmo can't. You're not allowed to do this. Kingston walked forward slowly, his gaze shifting away from Isidro. Vaughn said coolly, I thought you'd have something new to say. Instead, it's just the same old nonsense that grates on my ears. Behind him, the 5 toxin umbrellas spewed out tiny scorpions and centipedes the size of fingernails. These creatures skittered along the ground under the cover of night, burrowing into the ruins and biting every hidden enemy beneath them. Don't come near. Sky Teleporting Sword Sect. Yinmin clan. I'm the head of the Yinmin clan. We are descendants of the swordsmen who roamed the heavens and earth. Please. Faced with waves of venomous insects, the already blackened Isidro panicked and screamed. His terrified eyes brimmed with confusion. Despite his numerous intimidating titles, why wasn't this young boy afraid? Under the threat of swarming toxins, Isidro's cries became incoherent as he fled. The poison from the golden silkworm had already begun to turn his body black with flowing black blood, his legs heavy as lead, unable to move. Don't kill me. Please, give me another chance. One more time. Terrified, Isidro fell to the ground as the approaching toxic creatures swarmed over his body. Shevendreds, thousands of venomous bugs with sharp fangs tore into his blackened flesh. His face and body were covered in terrifying insects. The cacophony of chewing noises emanated from his body, sounding like the endless summer cicada calls in a forest. Isidro struggled less and less within the swarm of venomous insects. Opportunities are reserved for those who matter. As for you, you're worthless. Without sparing a glance, Kingston walked past Isidro, who now lay motionless, his aura completely extinguished from the world. Among Vonro, Barrett, please spare us. Barrett, you must understand. It was him. This bastard deceived us. We didn't know anything. In the collapsed ruins, several shadowy figures prepared to flee. Upon seeing Kingston approach, they lost all hope of escape and fell to their knees before him, pleading for mercy. Those few men shoved a disheveled man forward, cursing and complaining. Kingston scanned the man, covered in blood, his face etched with panic. It was none other than Casper City's City Lord, Lu Aziahanshan. City Lord Lu, from your expression, it seems you don't need me to expose the lie about Xianyao. Kingston's mental power had already investigated the entire City Lord manor. There was no trace of Xianyao, not even its outer shell. From the start, Lu Aziahanshan had used the promise of Xianyao as a trap to lure him here. Barrett, forgive me. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't dare deceive you. Lu Aziahanshan knew he couldn't deny it. His strongest ally had been easily eliminated by Kingston, leaving him defenseless. Seeing the countless insects swarming the courtyard, he was too frightened to think clearly, his legs trembling helplessly. Vaughn threw himself at Kingston's feet, crying out pitifully, Elmong Barrett Ewan, you're wise. You know I'm telling the truth. Elmo must understand, with my status, how could I dare offend the Alchemist's Guild? If I hadn't been coerced, I wouldn't dare commit such audacious acts. Kingston ignored the man's protests, his gaze cold and indifferent. Vaughn stated firmly, City Lord Lu, I came here today for one purpose, to root out everything. Elmong Barrett Ewan, spare our lives. We know nothing about this. Truly, we know nothing. Vaughn's the real culprit. Injustice. I was also coerced. Don't listen to them. Lu Aziahanshan and his accompanying martial artists, upon hearing Kingston's declaration, turned pale with terror. They banged their heads on the ground, pleading desperately for mercy. What do you mean, know nothing? That makes you useless. And the fate of useless people is death. Kingston's voice grew cold. Behind him, countless insects flew up, squeaking and squawking as they attacked 2 martial artists, reducing them to bones in moments. I know the truth. Begging Barrett for mercy. Just let me go. One man who tried to bargain with Kingston didn't even finish speaking before being overwhelmed by the insects, becoming their after-dinner treat in seconds. The remaining survivors' hearts raced wildly. No one expected Kingston to be so ruthless, giving them no chance to negotiate. Their survival depended entirely on Kingston's mood. The Zane. Vaughn ordered us to betray you. A 3rd-level Lingwu realm warrior, unable to bear the fear any longer, revealed the mastermind behind the plot. Lu Aziahanshan shuddered, turning to glare at the man and yelling, York Raphael, you dare betray the prince. Another man nearby quickly added, yes, it was the Zane's order. The chief steward Ajay delivered the message personally. I heard it clearly from beside him. The prince sent people to gather intelligence and invited the Yinmin clan Vaughn to assist. I heard Ajay say that even if we couldn't kill you, just delaying you would be a great achievement in the prince's revenge plan. Upon hearing this, Kingston's pupils constricted sharply. Something felt amiss. Calming down, he pondered silently for a moment, then suddenly frowned. No good. This might be a ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. A troubling suspicion arose. Lu Aziahanshan lured him here with the Xianyao ruse. Perhaps killing him was just an option. If unsuccessful, the scheme was to keep him preoccupied in Casper City. And Taj's true target. Sister. Kingston shuddered, striking out with a punch that turned Lu Aziahanshan and his men into mush. Without delay, he turned and rushed back, anxiety gnawing at him. Meower is staying under Old Man Vaughn's watch. Would the Zane's manor dare to forcibly take her? Old Man Vaughn, if you let anything happen to her, I will never forgive you. Chapter 68. Meower's disappearance. On the broad road, a shadow flashed by as fast as a ghost. Travelers only felt an odd wind passing by. When they turned to look, no one was in sight. Only experts at the spiritual martial realm could barely sense the fleeting afterimage. By the time they rubbed their eyes to confirm, the afterimage had vanished without a trace. Worried about his sister, Kingston spared no effort, channeling the malevolent energy from his second Dantian, racing day and night toward the Alchemist Guild. In his damaged first Dantian, the Yinmin family's heirloom, the Star Radiant sword, lay quietly, allowing a purple flame to continuously refine the sword's spiritual power. By targeting Sonya, Taj added another formidable enemy for Kingston. With powerful enemies surrounding him, He could not afford to delay repairing his Dantian any longer. Though the Yinmen family's mystical weapon was incredibly sharp and a great treasure for self-defense, it was the centuries cultivated spiritual energy within the sword that held greater value to Kingston. The damaged Dantian required spiritual energy to repair, which could be derived from pills, primordial energy, or even absorbed from spirit-infused weapons. Spiritual energy, regardless of its source, could be absorbed and refined by him. Racing against time, he refined the star-radiant sword while hurrying along. A 2-day journey was forcefully shortened to one. Upon returning to the branch of the Alchemist Guild outside Jincheng, he sensed something amiss before even entering. All the spies from the Jinan Wangfu, previously stationed around the guild, were now nowhere to be seen. Note: for better context and fluency in English, Jinan Wangfu should likely be translated as Jinan Wangfu, or the Jinan Wangfu. If Jinan Wangfu is a specific proper noun like a title or name, it may be better to leave it untranslated, but ensure it's consistent throughout the text. Vonra I'll assume it refers to Jinan Wangfu. All the spies from the Jinan Wangfu, previously stationed around the guild, were now nowhere to be seen. For an even smoother translation, all the spies from the Jinan Wangfu, who had been stationed around the guild, were now nowhere to be seen. An unusual event must have occurred. Even if Kingston had managed to slip away from them earlier, the Jinan Wangfu wouldn't have completely withdrawn all their spies, right? Revised. Even if Kingston had managed to slip away from them earlier, it didn't make sense for the Jinan Wangfu to have completely withdrawn all their spies, right? Note: I have made a slight adjustment to improve the logic and flow of the sentence. As the saying goes, you can run but you cannot hide. From their perspective, Kingston would never abandon his identity as a disciple of the Alchemist Guild. Even if he escaped temporarily, he would eventually return. Thus, withdrawing the spies around the guild was highly abnormal. Kingston quickly formed a suspicion. There were only two reasons why the enemy acted this way. Either Taj had abandoned his vendetta and decided not to bother him anymore, making the spies unnecessary, or, more likely, Taj had achieved his goal and gained leverage over him, eliminating the need to monitor him continuously. Clearly, the latter was the most probable scenario. An ominous premonition welled up in Kingston. Though he tried to reassure himself with thoughts like, this is the Alchemist Guild, and the Jinan Wangfu wouldn't dare to act rashly, the closer he got to the guild, the more intense his unease became. Note: Jinan Wangfu should be translated as Jinan Wangfu, is not properly translated. The correct translation should be Jinan Wangfu, converted to Jinan Wangfu. For context fitting, it should be, though he tried to reassure himself with thoughts like, this is the Alchemist Guild, and the town South Wangfu wouldn't dare to act rashly. However, town South Wangfu isn't ideal either because Wangfu specifically refers to a prince's mansion or residence. A better translation would be Jinan Che's mansion, or simply Jinan Wangfu, if keeping it untranslated is preferred for stylistic reasons. Revised sentence. An ominous premonition welled up in Kingston. Though he tried to reassure himself with thoughts like, this is the Alchemist Guild, and the Jinan Che's mansion wouldn't dare to act rashly, the closer he got to the guild, the more intense his unease became. Worriedly, he entered the guild gates, hurried forward, and ignored the greetings from people around him. Not at home. Reaching his residence, he immediately released his mental power to scan the room, but found only an empty, uninhabited space. Kingston's heart sank, and he sternly rushed over, pushing open the door. There were no signs of a struggle, and the protective seal on the door remained unbroken. A plate of dried spring onion pancakes sat on the table, and half a bowl of dough was still on the stove, untouched. She wasn't forcibly taken. Did she leave on her own? Carefully inspecting every corner of the room, Kingston concluded that although Meower wasn't kidnapped, she had vanished into thin air. According to his memory, Meower wasn't the type to disobey orders. Vaughn had instructed her not to leave the room when he departed, so she wouldn't have left without telling him. Even if there was an urgent matter, she would have left a note to assure him. Yet, the room was empty, devoid of any clues. Old man Vaughn, come out here. Closing his eyes, Kingston sent a telepathic message up the mountain peak. Shao Billy, old man knows your mental power is strong, but why are you showing off? The anomalies in the alchemy fire hall the other day, were they caused by you? Shortly after, a gust of wind swept through the room, bringing with it a drunk Vaughn Lau, who rubbed his sleepy eyes and staggered towards Kingston. Vaughn had followed Kingston's advice, showered, and changed into clean clothes, but his hair and beard were still disheveled, one foot shod, the other bare, still appearing half mad. Kingston's face darkened ominously as he demanded, I haven't the time for riddles. Where's my sister? Although others believed the old man was crazy, Kingston knew he was merely feigning madness. His blunt question made Deegan's drunken gaze clear slightly. Seeing Kingston's serious expression, he sensed the gravity of the situation. Stopping his swaying, he frowned and asked, Elmore's sister has disappeared? I didn't receive any reports of disturbances. Did she leave on her own? This old man agreed to help Kingston watch over his sister, but wasn't constantly monitoring her. Seeing Kingston's expression falter, Deegan quickly reassured him, don't panic. I'll summon the responsible disciples to find out what happened. Elmore's sister is safe. I've assigned reliable experts to watch over her. Together, they descended to the lower floors, where Deegan used his mental power to summon a 6th-tier spiritual martial realm patrolling disciple named Sean, who managed several subordinates. Greetings, Maximilian Vaughn, senior brother Ewan. Deegan glared at Sean, full of reproach. No small talk. Tell me, when and where did his sister leave? Sean hesitated, looking puzzled at Kingston and scratching his head. Senior asks about Sister Meower. Didn't she leave with senior brother Ewan yesterday? Vaughn said he needed medicine for her injury and took her along. Kingston's face grew darker. Shao-Chi surged uncontrollably within him, filling the atmosphere with a lethal tension. Sean panicked, unsure what he had said wrong, and hastily pointed to his subordinates. If you don't believe me, ask them. They all saw it happen and can testify. Kingston looked at them, and though they seemed nervous, they nodded repeatedly, seeming genuine. Shao Billy, did you make a mistake? Or do you have a twin brother? Deegan frowned, scanning Kingston's mental state, finding it normal and unpossessed, deepening his confusion. Kingston, not in the mood for banter, recounted the events meticulously. Casper City was just a distraction. Taj had indeed seized the opportunity to kidnap his sister. According to the testimony, she should have disappeared while he was still en route, making it impossible for him to have taken her personally. Could it be? Teadenly, Kingston's eyes flashed with cold realization, guessing part of the truth. Deegan and the others immediately asked, what did you think of? Was your sister really kidnapped? Kingston clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. The Hidden Deity Pavilion, Theodore. Chapter 69. Forced to visit the Chase Mansion. Hidden God Pavilion? Those rats in the sewers again. They've been causing chaos at our Alchemist Guild repeatedly. They're way too arrogant. Perhaps it's been too long since the old man showed his might. These rats have forgotten how terrifying he can be. Kingston's words enraged Deegan. Vaughn took out a wine gourd from his waist and started gulping down large sips of alcohol. A few swigs later, Deegan's face flushed red, his eyes becoming hazy as if intoxication was clouding his senses. Kingston smelled the strong aroma of alcohol in the air and thought to himself, this peculiar old man. His drunkenness blends with his life-bound elixir fire. The more intoxicated he is, the stronger his internal elixir fire becomes. After several large gulps, Deegan transformed into a staggering drunkard, mumbling, Hidden God Pavilion. Let's go. This old man will pay them a visit and leave no survivors. Deegan had been guarding this branch, yet within a short time, Hidden God Pavilion managed to breach it multiple times to cause disturbances. Firstly, the Red Umbrella Poison Maiden created chaos with her insects. Now, Old Man by Meon disguised as Kingston kidnapped his sister. Setting aside that Deegan promised Kingston to look after Yuan Miaoya, losing her made him lose face entirely. More importantly, the repeated disruptions by Hidden God Pavilion under his watch were direct challenges to his authority. It was like saying his jurisdiction was just a bustling market where anyone from Hidden God Pavilion could come and go as they pleased. Not only did they come and go freely, but they even managed to kill a few guild disciples and kidnap their family members. Hidden God Pavilion is merely a worthless puppet. The true mastermind lies elsewhere. Despite his anxiety over his lost sister, Kingston remained composed. Vaughn knew that to find his sister, he needed to strike at the real mastermind. Hidden God Pavilion worked for money and was essentially a tool used by others. Only by targeting the person controlling the tool could the root of the problem be truly solved. The Southgard Chase Mansion. Deegan's half-drunk eyes narrowed slightly, recognizing that Taj's recent activities hadn't escaped his notice. Kingston detected a hint of hesitation in Deegan's voice and coldly said, if you have any concerns, you don't need to take action. I can handle it myself. Vaughning this, Deegan shouted angrily, a mere little prince's mansion. What's there to fear? Even you, young boy, aren't afraid. Why would this old man be? Kingston looked up, meeting Deegan's gaze sternly, and coldly stated, Elmo can come, but don't stop me from doing anything to the Southgard Chase Mansion. In Kingston's eyes, Deegan saw intense murderous intent, like a volcano lurking beneath the sea, calm on the surface but capable of unleashing world-shaking disaster once erupting. Elmo wouldn't think about. Deegan felt a chill, hesitating to utter the word massacre. Even as one of the top forces in Tianyue Kingdom, the Alchemist Guild didn't dare carry out such acts. Only an evil force among the 5 major powers, the Blood Sea Devil sect, would commit such atrocities. If Kingston really did this, even the Alchemist Guild would find it hard to protect him. While others might not know, Deegan clearly understood that the recent elixir tribulation anomaly caused by the Dan Chevio Hall was most likely orchestrated by Kingston. Tyakan act, if carried out by someone else, might be laughed off. However, a prodigy in alchemy like Kingston, using his skills in toxicology, could wipe out not just one city, but 10 cities in a day. Tyakan talent was invaluable to the Alchemist Guild and immeasurable wealth for the martial arts world of the entire Tianyue Kingdom. Forcing Kingston into the dark side due to a minor issue like the Southgard Chase Mansion would be a significant loss to the martial arts world. Vaughn shook his head forcefully, pushing away the frightening thought. Seemingly trying to comfort Kingston, Deegan patted his shoulder, full of hints and entreaties. Old man swears to return your sister unharmed. Don't make any rash moves. Avoiding a response, Kingston replied coldly, lead the way. Feeling some guilt, Deegan acknowledged he had no right to stop Kingston, especially given his responsibility for Yuan Miaoya's disappearance. Vaughn sighed deeply and stopped speaking further. Grasping Kingston's shoulder tightly, he transformed into a whirlwind, soaring towards the Southgard Chase Mansion at incredible speed. Senior Brother Sean, it seems Maximilian Vaughn is going to cause trouble at the Southgard Chase Mansion. Should we report this to headquarters? Report? Why not report? Chevry, send an urgent message to headquarters. I have a feeling something huge is about to happen at the Southgard Chase Mansion. The group of Sean stared at each other momentarily before Sean regained his composure and rushed to the Maximilian's hall. Arwen Bryce, come out here now. Under the clear blue sky, an angry roar echoed. A black shadow, resembling a meteor, streaked across the sky, crashing into the courtyard of the Southgard Chase Mansion. The storm subsided, leaving the walls of the courtyard collapsed and the vegetation devastated. Screams and trampling filled the air as the Southgard Chase Mansion descended into chaos. Amidst the 100-foot deep cracks, 2 figures appeared. One old, one young, both expressionless. Who dares to intrude upon this royal estate? As dust settled, a loud shout came from afar. An aura of Xuanwu first-stage power surged like a galloping horde, accompanied by fierce explosions. A powerful palm thrust attacked. The old man will wait for 3 breaths. After that, if Bryce doesn't show up, don't blame me for massacring this place. Deegan, a Xuanwu third-stage expert, merely flicked his sleeve. The resulting wave collided with the incoming palm, completely deflecting its force, and an agonized grunt was heard from the dust. The aftermath of the clash blew away the dust, revealing a middle-aged man clutching his chest, standing 3 feet away. Recognizing Kingston and Deegan, his face turned pale with terror. Kneeling down, he greeted respectfully, black-robed alchemist Mark. Elmo or Deegan, Senior Vaughn. Recovering from the impact of the rebounded attack, the man coughed violently, struggling against the pain. Tense, he asked, I wonder what important matter has brought Senior Vaughn here today? The Che is resting in the back garden. If it's unnecessary, shall we not disturb him? Ignoring the formalities, Deegan stood with folded hands beside Kingston, counting aloud without hesitation. 1, 2, 3 breaths later, the massacre begins. His words seemed genuine, not mere threats. He was serious. Haha, rare guest indeed. Senior Vaughn graces us, it is indeed a triple honor. My humble greeting failed, please forgive me. The Southgard Che was a burly man in his 50s. Although somewhat pudgy, his muscular arms indicated he was once a skilled martial artist. Before Deegan reached his 3rd count, the Che emerged laughing from the back garden. Ignoring the destruction caused by Deegan, he smiled widely, making a welcoming gesture. Guests are welcome. Let's discuss matters inside. The South Guard's humility and adaptability surpassed that of Taj's youthful arrogance, though one does not hid a smiling face, who knew if he hid daggers behind smiles. Finding his sister was paramount. Kingston refused to waste time with pleasantries, declaring loudly, Elmo have the time of one incense stick to return my sister unharmed. If a single hair is missing, the South Guard's mansion will cease to exist. The Chase smile stiffened as Kingston spoke. Unhappy, he glanced at Deegan and said, Senior Vaughn, as a royal prince appointed by His Majesty, you disregard imperial dignity by challenging us. This is extremely disrespectful. Pooh. Kingston flicked his finger, impaling a lit incense stick into the ground. I give you the time of one incense stick. Kingston's attitude left no room for doubt or negotiation. Having declared his terms, he crossed his arms and closed his eyes, composed and calm. Vaughn didn't care whether the Che of Jinan chose to continue flaunting royal authority or seize the opportunity to call for help. All he knew was that if he didn't see his sister within the time it took for the incense stick to burn down, not a single living soul would be left in the Che of Jinan's mansion today. Chapter 70. The intimidation of alchemists. Those damned alchemists are so arrogant. What's so great about knowing how to refine pills? Kingston and Deegan's disdainful attitude made Bryce inwardly curse them endlessly. Yet, he had no real means to deal with these two. Although he was a prince bestowed by the imperial family, ranking just below the emperor and above all others, even he couldn't help warriors break through their martial cultivation barriers. Alchemists were different. Their pills could not only speed up a warrior's cultivation but also break through cultivation realms, boosting the warrior's strength to new heights. Every warrior in the Von Avenly Moon Kingdom eagerly awaited the Alchemist Guild to release high-quality yet affordable pills. Even some venerable Estebans at the Profound Martial Realm and Von Aven Martial Realm lowered themselves to curry favor with alchemists. Bryce was merely a prince, his cultivation realm only at the Spirit Martial Realm, with subordinates who barely reached the first level of the Profound Martial Realm. His troops numbered only 3,000 to 5,000. How could he stand up against the black-robed alchemists? A single word from the black-robed alchemists could summon dozens of Profound Martial Realm experts to flatten the entire Southern Guard manor as easily as playing a game. Behind the black-robed alchemists might be experts at the Von Aven Martial Realm, an almost godlike level where they could move mountains and seas with a snap of their fingers, destroying countless lives in one strike. Even the royal family dared not provoke such mighty beings lightly. And here, Deegan was someone capable of invoking a Von Aven Martial Realm expert's support. Although Kingston's words infuriated Bryce, he dared not act rashly given Deegan's backing. Bryce took a deep breath to calm down, putting on a polite facade. Bowing his hands, he asked, May I inquire, young sir, who is your younger sister? What does she have to do with this prince? We haven't met before, right? Kingston crossed his arms, still showing his indifferent demeanor as he closed his eyes and ignored him. Bryce had never seen anyone so arrogant. These people barged into his manor, demanding the return of someone without providing any information, acting as if they had everything under control. His lips twitched slightly. Although annoyed, Bryce didn't dare risk the existence of the manor. After a moment's thought, he quickly thought of a possibility. Turning to a servant, he hurriedly ordered, Where is the Elmong Lord? Find out what he has been doing recently. No, bring him back immediately and make him explain everything to me in person. Chevry. The servants knew Kingston had only given them the time of an incense stick burning. They rushed off without delay to locate the Elmong Lord. In the heavy silence, the long incense stick planted in the ground burned rapidly, like a sword hanging over the Southern Guard Che's head, ready to sever it at any moment. During this period, Bryce alternated between forced smiles and apologies, offering seats and tea, trying everything within his power. But Kingston and Deegan stood there with gloomy faces, rejecting his attempts, causing Bryce immense mental anguish. Just when only a small portion remained, footsteps approached from outside the courtyard. Who dares come to my manor and cause trouble? So what if you're green-robed alchemists? This world belongs to our Jiang family, and even the Alchemist Guild must follow the laws set by the Jiangs. Upon realizing the visitor was Kingston, Ewing loudly proclaimed, trying to act bravely, but stepping into the ruined courtyard, his arrogance instantly froze. Vaughn looked at Kingston with shock, and then turned to the old drunkard beside him. Elmo are, Sir Vaughn? Swallowing hard, Ewing's smug expression turned grim, trembling as he walked into the courtyard. Bowing his head and clasping his fists, he said, I pay my respects to Father, Sir Vaughn. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he became increasingly nervous. Vaughn cursed silently. Damn, what's going on? Didn't the intelligence say that Deegan was mad, completely indifferent to his disciples' fates? His previous disciples died many times, yet he never interfered. Why would he intervene for this guy? The intelligence report mentioned this, and Horst, the green-robed alchemist killed by Kingston, had told him the same. While Deegan was a formidable black-robed alchemist, his disciples held no value in the martial world. Even if killed, he did nothing. Why was the situation now so different? Wasn't he supposed to be indifferent to his disciples' lives? Who was this crazy old man standing before him? Scoundrel! What trouble have you caused this time? Bryce glared angrily at Ewing, furious. Do you know this young man? Did you take his sister, or did your subordinates do it secretly without telling you? Confess. Bryce was still trying to exonerate his son, attempting to shift the blame of kidnapping Yuan Miaoyu onto his subordinates, creating the illusion that the Elmong Lord was unaware. Swallowing nervously, Ewing feigned respect. Father indeed. I have had conflicts with Brother Yuan. However, after that day, I never returned to the Alchemist Guild and have no knowledge of his sister. How can it be that I took her away? Feigning innocence, he shrugged at everyone, as if saying this matter truly had nothing to do with him. Kingston's face remained cold, silently staring at the incense stick nearly burned to the end. His intention was clear. Hand over the sister, or else, if she wasn't delivered intact after the incense burned out, the Southern Guard manor faced doom. What difference did Bryce's attempts at evasion and excuses make to him? Once the incense burned out, if she didn't arrive, the killings would commence. Kingston's nature was direct and straightforward, lacking any unnecessary detours. Seeing Kingston's firm stance, both Ewing and his father grew anxious. Ewing repeatedly glanced towards Deegan, hoping this senior figure could reason and intercede for him. But Deegan remained coldly silent, refusing to listen to Ewing's defense. Before coming, Ewing had prepared several arguments, confident in his alibi with even witnesses ready. Vaughn believed he could calmly handle the situation without any flaws. Had Kingston engaged, he would have called the witnesses immediately. But Kingston was convinced Ewing had sent men to capture Yu and Miaoyu and refused to hear any explanations. Ewing felt deeply powerless. As the prince, Ewing already considered himself quite unreasonable. Yet these alchemists were even less reasonable. Faced with such solid evidence, even he began to believe the kidnapping had nothing to do with him. Why wouldn't these damned alchemists listen? With only a bit of the incense remaining, every guard in the manor braced for action, the sound of sweat drops hitting the ground audible. Bryce ultimately dared not bet on whether these two would really start a massacre. No one could guess the backgrounds of alchemists, especially since these were two of the 5 publicly known black-robed alchemists in the Von Avonlea Moon Kingdom. It was unimaginable how many people would support them. Scoundrel! Still not confessing. Do you want to make me lose my temper? Bryce's eyes flashed with anger and fear, dreading that his son's ignorance might cause the downfall of the manor. I understand. I'll talk. Elmore's sister wasn't captured by me, but by the Maximilian Chevandred faces of the concealed pavilion. She's in his hands. Unable to bear the pressure from the black-robed alchemist, Ewing finally admitted his involvement with a bitter face. Deegan's eyes flared with anger, grabbing Ewing by the neck. Growling lowly, he demanded, I knew it was your scheme. Hand her over now. I will. The oppressive aura of a third-level profound martial realm powerhouse was terrifying. Under Deegan's pressure, Ewing felt like a tiny ant beneath an elephant's hoof, ready to be squashed into mud at any moment. After all, knowing that Deegan would truly stand up for Kingston, even if given 100 chances, he wouldn't dare kidnap Kingston's sister. In a fluster, he fumbled in his robes for a token and injected a strand of primordial energy into it before immediately shouting with a trembling voice, Old man Chevandred faces, I have already reconciled with senior brother Kingston. Release his sister now. Vaughnie. Old man Chevandred faces, say something. Hey. After shouting a few times without any response from the other end, the token's spiritual light suddenly cut off, turning the communication token into a worthless piece of scrap iron right there. Ewing's spine turned cold, and his head buzzed as if struck by a heavy hammer. Vaughn held the token, looking pale as he stammered to the others. Vaughn severed the connection from his end. Vaughn. He no longer listens to my orders. Chapter 71. The terrifying Kingston. What? Where is he? Deegan was so infuriated by these words that half of his drunkenness wore off. Vaughn grabbed Taj by the neck and forcefully pinned him to the ground. Taj's throat was choked, unable to catch a breath. His pale face turned purple as if he had a ripe apple stuffed in his cheeks. Before completely losing consciousness, he desperately hugged Deegan's arms, trying to push him away while flailing his legs in despair. Senior, please calm down. Vaughn's just a child, an undisciplined one. Seeing this, Bryce hastily knelt on the ground and pleaded with Deegan. Despite appearing somewhat composed, he was in utter panic inside. Initially, he assumed that his son's actions were similar to previous incidents, just grabbing some little girl for fun. After playing with them enough, he would give them some money and let them go. Who knew this time? He not only captured a black-robed alchemist protege but also lost the person. Wasn't this like breaking the sky? If they could return the person and offer hefty compensation, perhaps this matter could pass quietly. But who would have thought his foolish son handed over such an important person to someone beyond their control? Now they had no bargaining chip left. They could do nothing but wait for death. Actually, it wasn't entirely Taj's fault. In his mind, if Yu and Davina wasn't in his hands, how could Kingston find evidence to point fingers at him? Without evidence, the Alchemist Guild would have no grounds to accuse the Jinan Manor. This way, he could remain untainted. But things don't always go as planned. Firstly, Kingston wouldn't listen to any excuses. He was convinced that Taj ordered the capture of Yu and Davina. No explanation could change his stance. Then the people from Xianheron Pavilion didn't follow his orders either. Not only did they refuse to release the captive, but they also cut off all communication with him. Taj, gasping for air, felt immense grievance and regret. Note, the word white sheet was directly translated to grievance to maintain the emotional tone of the original text. If you prefer a more natural flow, it could be slightly rephrased as Taj, struggling to breathe, was filled with deep resentment and regret. Clearly, he was supposed to be the mastermind behind the scenes. If events unfolded according to his plan, he should have been the last man laughing. How did things turn out this way, where he ended up being the fool? Where is she? Deegan was getting anxious now. Vaughn thought his presence would ensure Yu and Davina's safety, but it looked like even leads were about to run dry. It was humiliating. How quickly had the tables turned. Instead of watching over her safely, a living person was snatched right under his nose. If something happened to Yu and Davina, where would he put his old face? Kingston had done a perfect job for him, crushing the reputation of the towering sword sect and earning him and the Alchemist Guild plenty of respect. Yet, he failed to watch over a mere young girl, betraying Kingston's trust. Fuming with anger, Deegan slammed Taj's head against the ground several times. Taj's face was bloodied and trembling from pain and fear. West of Jincheng, 20 miles southwest, the Chevandred-faced Maximilian is there. Looking up, Deegan saw Kingston slowly approach. Vaughn lifted his leg and stomped down forcefully on Taj's shoulder. Crack! Taj's right shoulder shattered instantly, leaving only a strip of flesh connecting his arm and shoulder. Ah, father, save me. Trying to get up, Taj was held down by Deegan, lying on the ground crying helplessly. Elmo V gone too far. Vaughn's still a prince. How can you truly harm him? And your sister isn't with him, so why won't you release him? A Xuanwu realm guard angrily protested. Teadenly, a strong alcohol scent emanated from Deegan. Before anyone could react, flames burst forth from the guard's pores, turning him into a burning man. This, divine flame, have mercy, Senior Vaughn, the guard screamed, running around wildly before plunging into the muddy pond, rolling frantically. No matter how much he struggled, the internal flames continued to burn him until he floated lifelessly in the water, charred black with a strange aroma lingering. The strongest guard of the manor was burnt to a crisp within moments. The old man is in a bad mood. Don't try to boss me around, roared Deegan, fixing his gaze back on Taj. Bryce trembled in fear, tumbling down the steps, landing in dust and debris. The alchemist's innate flame is formidable. A first-rank Xuanwu realm person is nothing to him. All is lost. Induced by alcohol, Deegan's innate flame matched what Kingston had guessed. His innate flame, called divine flame, wasn't celestial fire. It was distilled from 100 mysterious herbs into a spirit called divine brew, which not only enhanced his power but also fueled his innate flame. The spread of the divine brew scent triggered powerful divine flames that could melt metal effortlessly. Coldly eyeing the writhing Taj, Kingston asked, "I'll ask one last time. Where is my sister?" Taj never expected the cold-faced youth to be so ruthless, crushing his arm without blinking. Though his sister was missing, Kingston remained calm. Seeing Kingston's bloody feet, Taj dared not play tricks anymore. Under Kingston's cold stare, he stammered, I lied. I don't know where the Shevin dread-faced Maximilian is." Even at the brink of death, he tried to deceive Kingston. To escape, he fabricated a location to waste precious time. If not for Kingston noticing his evasive eyes, he might have succeeded. Kingston didn't strike further or crush his skull. Instead, a peculiar fragrance started wafting from his body. This smell seemed normal to others, but the experienced alchemist Deegan widened his eyes in shock. Elmo want to massacre the city? Innocent civilians, stop? Taj and his father showed surprise at the word massacre, skeptical of Kingston's capability. Within moments, their expressions turned to terror. Black clouds filled the sky, not actual clouds but swarms of countless poisonous insects emerging from forests and underground layers, forming a massive black cloud headed towards the Jiannin Manor. Outside and within the city, strange phenomena erupted as swarms of insects surged towards the mansion. On the streets, roof beams, and in ditches, countless centipedes, scorpions, ants, and leeches emerged from dark corners. Poisonous and non-poisonous insects alike surged onto the streets like rivers converging into a vast sea. The entire street was filled with people screaming and dodging, while the wide thoroughfares that could accommodate several carriages side by side were now teeming with an incalculable number of insect swarms. Where did these insects come from? Elmo, did you summon them? Are you human or ghost? What kind of monster are you? Bryce continuously slapped away the swarm of ants surging towards him, his gaze filled with fear as he stared at Kingston. Vaughn couldn't fathom what kind of creature he had provoked, a realm of spirit sense, yet able to command such an enormous insect horde. Was he even human? His legs and head were completely surrounded by swarming ants, and the exposed skin on his body was already covered with countless swollen bumps from their bites. Just as he brushed off one wave, another would immediately surge forward, impossible to shake off. Countless flying ants and mosquitoes wreaked havoc above the manor, the sound of their wings beating like a violent snowstorm, creating a deep, thunderous hum that shook the hearts of everyone present. Deegan's pupils constricted sharply, shocked that Kingston's power far exceeded his expectations. Vaughn thought inwardly, using the venom of the golden silkworm king to refine, enticing fragrance, he managed to invoke such a rapid and immense response. Even if these toxic insects don't directly kill, the waste they produce could utterly destroy this entire city. The skill with poisons is so adept. Could it be that this young master's teacher isn't a pill master but a poison master? Black clouds filled the sky, not actual clouds but swarms of countless poisonous insects emerging from forests and underground layers, forming a massive black cloud headed towards the Jiannin Manor. Outside and within the city, strange phenomena erupted as swarms of insects surged towards the mansion. The streets, rooftops, and gutters were overrun by countless centipedes, scorpions, ants, and leeches, all crawling out from hidden nooks and crannies. Poisonous and non-poisonous insects alike poured into the streets in an unstoppable tide, covering every inch of the ground. Where did these insects come from? Elmo, did you summon them? What kind of monster are you? Bryce frantically swatted at the swarm of ants attacking him, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Kingston. Vaughn couldn't believe that someone at the spirit sense realm could command such a vast insect horde. Was he even human? His legs and head were engulfed by swarming ants, and his exposed skin was covered in countless swollen bumps from their bites. As soon as he brushed off one wave, another immediately surged forward, impossible to get rid of. Countless flying ants and mosquitoes ravaged the airspace above the manor, their wing beats creating a deafening roar like a collapsing avalanche, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Deegan's pupils contracted sharply, stunned by how much Kingston's strength surpassed his estimation. Vaughn inwardly marveled. Using the venom of the golden silkworm king to refine, enticing fragrance, he could provoke such a rapid and immense response. Even if these toxic insects don't directly kill, their waste alone could destroy the entire city. The use of poisons is so skilled. Could it be that this young master's teacher isn't a pill master but a poison master? Chapter 72. A plea from the high ranks. The golden silkworm king, about half a foot long, clung motionlessly to Kingston's shoulder, surrounded by a dazzling, mesmerizing seven-colored poisonous mist. The seven-colored poison emanating from it was integrated by the alchemical Dan Emperor art into an irresistible aroma, a lure for venomous insects, called demon lure fragrance. The path of alchemy and that of venom originated from the same root, but diverged into two different schools of practice. An adept alchemist must also possess profound knowledge in the study of poisons. In his previous life as the divine realm's Lyle, driving away venomous insects was nothing more than a trivial matter to him. If he did not understand the way of poisons, he could not have created the alchemical Dan Emperor art, which rendered its practitioners impervious to all toxins. Though the summoned venomous creatures were weak, they posed little threat to genuine martial arts experts. However, apart from Ajay, all the Xuanwu realm cultivators in the Jiannin Manor had been burned to cinders by Deegan. The strongest fighters left in the entire city were only Lingwu realm cultivators, far fewer in number compared to the guild's alchemists. With the Jiannin Manor's fighting force decimated this way, if Kingston wanted to raise the entire city, it would be like a walk in the park. Dozens of flying ant colonies, each as large as rooms, buzzed ominously above the Jiannin Manor. The guards and servants inside were terrified, barricading themselves in their rooms with doors tightly shut, leaving not even a crack exposed. Those who reacted too slowly, unable to retreat in time, were swiftly devoured by the swarming insects, leaving behind piles of white bones. Taj and his son watched this scene in despair, trembling uncontrollably, their minds lost in chaos. Please spare us, young sir. Elmore's sister has gone missing, and we need manpower now more than ever. I am willing to mobilize all the connections within the manor to help find your sister. Bryce, covered in swollen bumps from bites, pleaded with a voice thick with tears. His face and body were dotted with fist-sized swellings, almost unrecognizable. With only Lingwu realm cultivation, no matter how much yuan qi he released, he could not entirely shield himself from the insect swarm, which quickly breached his defenses. Deegan was equally anxious. Sensing Kingston's intentions, he noted that Kingston had yet to order the insect swarm to attack the city civilians. but the murderous intent in Kingston's eyes suggested that it was only a matter of time. Destroying the entire Jinan Manor already equated to offending the royal family. If the whole city were wiped out, even the Alchemist Guild might not be able to protect Kingston. As a black-robed alchemist, stopping Kingston wouldn't be difficult. However, he knew that stopping Kingston now would mean facing his master's wrath later. Who could stand against such power? Considering the strength Kingston's disciple possessed, what unfathomable level of power did his master reach? Deegan couldn't identify any toxic master among those he knew that matched the description of Kingston's teacher. With such an enigmatic and unpredictable person, whose background, temperament, and strength were all unknown, who knew what his weaknesses were? What if retrieving Kingston's sister was part of his master's wishes? Imagine the terrifying consequences if the mad old man unleashed his fury because of this. Gillis ago, a venom master avenged himself by poisoning an entire nation of 10 million people within 3 days. If Kingston's true master were just as unhinged, the repercussions could be dire. Deegan, slightly intoxicated, looked at Kingston with a serious expression and whispered, Elmore's sister's safety is paramount. The Jinan Manor has many informants. Perhaps they can assist you in finding her quickly. Seeing Deegan offer help, Bryce latched onto this ray of hope and nodded fervently. Indeed. My informants span the nation. Even if the old man with the 7 dread faces possesses 1,000 faces, he will not escape the net set by the manor. Kingston stood there, dark-faced, deep in thought over the suggestions made. Teadenly, 2 powerful presences descended from the sky. Maximilian Vaughn, show mercy. 2 figures emerged, one clad in the Alchemist's Guild robe, the other in silver armor. Both were first-stage Xuanwu realm. Their plea preceded their arrival. Hall Barrett Shevya, you have finally come. Seeing the silver-armored figure, hope rekindled in Bryce's eyes, and he kneeled before him, overcome with emotion. The 2 newcomers ignored the kowtowing Jinan king and instead greeted Deegan respectfully. Junior Shevya Yi, greetings to Maximilian Vaughn. Junior Cedric, greetings to Maximilian Vaughn. Deegan cast a sidelong glance at the 2 deferential juniors, immediately adopting a cold and indifferent demeanor, rubbing his armpit and transforming back into his disheveled, deranged appearance. Cedric and Shevya Yi were inwardly speechless. They thought the rumors about this Esteban were true. He was truly eccentric, never considering consequences. Even if killing the Jinan king was necessary, one should at least consider the royal family's dignity. Stealth under the cover of night would suffice. Why publicly assault the Jinan Manor and threaten the entire city? It was an outright declaration of war on the Tianji Kingdom's royal family. Cedric was an Esteban in the Alchemist Guild, and Shevya Yi was the Deputy Hall Master of the Divine Martial Hall, an institution specifically established by the Tianji Kingdom's royal family to handle martial affairs. Upon receiving news from the branch office, Cedric sensed something grave and rushed over along with members of the Divine Martial Hall. They arrived just before things turned catastrophic. Maximilian Vaughn, we don't know how the king offended you, but please let it go, Shevya Yi said, utterly baffled by why the spat between these juniors had alarmed a black-robed alchemist so. Deegan lazily burped, rubbed his armpit, and casually flicked a piece of dirt right at Deputy Hall Barrett Shevya's face. Shevya Yi's face froze, forcing a fake smile while internally cursing, madman. If not for fearing this crazy old man, he would have attacked instantly. Cedric sighed inwardly, turning to look at Kingston. His eyes widened as he realized that this youth was responsible for the insect invasion. Vaughn thought, it seems this youngster isn't just proficient in alchemy, but his skills might originate from his master. Kingston had recently joined the Alchemist Guild and already caused significant turmoil. Vaughn was celebrated as a rare mental prowess alchemist, having repelled a provocation from the Sky teleporting sword sect, earning him fame throughout the headquarters. And he didn't idle in the sect either. In just a few days, he drove one green-robed alchemist mad and beat another into minced meat. Tyak, a brash newcomer, naturally attracted thorough investigation from the headquarters. However, they found no information about Kingston's master, as if such a person never existed. But denying Kingston had a master raised questions. How did someone, treated worse than a slave for 16 years, suddenly become an alchemy prodigy? Considering all this, Cedric cautiously greeted Kingston, Elmong friend Yuan. The dispute with the Crown Prince is known to our headquarters. Please hold your anger temporarily. Let me and Hall Barrett Shevya handle this. I assure you will bring your sister back safely. Not understanding why Cedric was so polite to a Lingdong realm disciple, Shevya Yi bowed to Kingston for peace, saying, the Divine Martial Hall will dispatch secret agents to join the search. Orders have been issued before I came, and I'm confident results will follow soon. With the royal protection behind the Jinan Manor, and even the Alchemist Guild headquarters and Divine Martial Hall sending emissaries to plead, Kingston contemplated the benefits of sparing or slaying the Jinan family. Killing them served no purpose since his main goal was to find his sister, and using the royal resources to locate her might be more effective. Vaughn prioritized his sister's safety above all else. Retaliating by killing was secondary. Kingston had made up his mind and coldly stared at Bryce's terrified face. Someone is pleading for you. Should I let you off? Bryce's heart trembled as he understood what Kingston meant. Vaughn cast aside his dignity as a prince, hurriedly kneeling on the ground and banging his head repeatedly. Please be merciful. Spare me this time. This whole incident is due to my son's reckless audacity. I will severely punish him afterward. Please show mercy. Bryce continued to beg for mercy, striking his head against the ground until it was covered in blood. The Alchemist Guild and the royal family both sent envoys to plead, and the Zane showed a willingness to acknowledge his mistakes. Kingston knew further coercion would not help find his sister. So, he gave a cold snort and dispersed the 7-colored poisonous mist surrounding the golden silkworm king. The venomous insects that had been swarming the city lost their target and scattered in confusion, quickly vanishing from sight. However, before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, Kingston spoke again in an icy tone. This time, I give the guild Esteban some face. But if anything happens to my sister, I won't spare you. Barrett Shevya, you represent the royal family, correct? I can let this one go, but those who are not part of the royal family, surely you won't intervene, right? Kingston still wanted to kill. Cedric felt a sinking sensation in his heart, glancing nervously at Kingston and asking apprehensively, who else does young friend plan to kill? Kingston replied with unwavering calmness, the Yinmin clan. Chapter 73. Annihilating the Yinmin clan. His sister was captured, yet Kingston did not rush to find her, but instead aimed to destroy the Yinmin family first. To outsiders, this action seemed extremely unreasonable, but for Kingston, this was the most correct choice. Losing his sister naturally made him anxious, but even in his anxiety, he maintained composure. In his previous life, as a divine emperor, he had faced numerous crises. Losing his sister indeed troubled him, but his concern didn't manifest in aimless searching. The whereabouts of Maximilian by Meon were being tracked by informants from both the Alchemy Guild headquarters and the royal family, whose efficiency far surpassed what Kingston, merely at the spirit dance realm, could achieve. His current strength was too weak. Joining the search would contribute little. Furthermore, Kingston believed that ultimately finding his sister depended on himself. Others couldn't be fully trusted. Yet, in his weakened state, how could he hope to locate his sister like finding a needle in a haystack? Therefore, annihilating the Yinmen clan represented his urgency to boost his strength, even at the risk of exposing crucial secrets. When refining the Star Radiance sword taken from Isidro, he sensed its potency. This lower-grade mystic weapon, after generations of inheritance, still retained such strong spirituality, with faint traces of spirit fire emanating from within. Clearly, the Yinmen clan harbored a spirit fire to maintain the sword's vitality. Given their repeated betrayals with the sky-teleporting sword sect, the Yinmen clan was a latent threat. Destroying them would eliminate the root cause and allow him to seize the spirit fire. For Kingston, spirit fire was critical for refining mystic pills, and an essential key to activating the Void Cauldron. Gradually cultivating his innate pill fire could reduce the risk of exposing the Void Cauldron, but it would take too long. Directly seizing powerful spirit fire would significantly shorten the activation time of the Void Cauldron. However, potent spirit fires usually had guardians, making such blatant seizure difficult to hide from prying eyes. The Void Cauldron had been a major reason for him securing the position of Lyle. Once activated, it would unleash his full potential restricted by his realm. No one in Tianyue Kingdom could threaten his life, and locating his sister would become simpler. For his sister, this risk was necessary. High above, Deegan grabbed Kingston's arm and flew swiftly. Kingston frowned and said, "The Yinmen clan is a personal vendetta of mine. Elmo needn't have come." Deegan took a swig of wine and shook his head. "The Yinmen clan and Sky Teleporting Sword Sect are in cahoots. I've long despised them. Even if not helping you find your sister, I plan to exterminate this clan. Don't worry, I won't hinder you." Though Deegan spoke thus, only he knew whether he followed to prevent Kingston from doing something irreversible. With Deegan leading, they arrived at the Yinmen clan much faster. Upon reaching, they saw ongoing chaos within. Family members, now at odds, fought each other fiercely over the chieftain position. Over 3,000 had died in just a few days. Corpses littered the ground, attracting scavenging vultures overhead. The once proud ancient sword clan had fallen so low, not even producing a single second-level Black Tortoise Realm member, yet their leaders continued internal strife. Outside the Forbidden Zone, about 300 people from the Esteban branch and another branch remained. They pushed and cursed each other, unwilling to let anyone enter and retrieve the holy fire. Baylor, white-haired and bent, looked at those around Rico and bowed. "This is a private matter of the Yinmen clan. Please do not intervene. Envoy of the Sky Teleporting Sword Sect." Yet, whichever branch obtains the chieftainship, the Yinmen clan will forever remain an affiliate of the Sky Teleporting Sword Sect. Before he finished, two shadows descended. Thud. Rico and the envoy were stomped into mud, becoming bloody mush. Vaughn hehe. No wonder there was a stench of dog. Wild dogs of the Sky Teleporting Sword Sect? Huh? Go to hell. Enraged by Sky Teleporting Sword Sect disciples, Deegan crushed the envoy and then became a black shadow, slaughtering nearby crowds. Blood and limbs scattered. Screams filled the air. Unlike Deegan, Kingston wasn't insane. Coldly focusing his chi, he unleashed devastating punches, turning everyone into a muddy mess without mercy. Baylor stood trembling beside his cane, horrified as his companions fell. Unable to bear it, he cried out, "Who are you? The Yinmen clan has no feud with you." Kingston paused, coldly replying, "No feud? Then tell me, why did your chief conspire in Casper City?" Vontering this, Baylor's eyes widened. Recognizing Kingston, he panicked. "Elmory Kingston? Hold on. The chief acted on his own. This is unrelated to the clan." Before finishing, a fist struck his face. Baylor's head exploded like a melon. Kingston surveyed the carnage, coldly stating, "I gave you chances. Too late to clear ties now." With that settled, the residential area burned fiercely. Deegan laughed maniacally, reveling in revenge. Indeed, anything involving the Sky Teleporting Sword Sect drove him berserk. Kingston watched silently, allowing the madman to finish. From Baylor's waist, he found a key to the Forbidden Zone and walked toward the entrance. Vaughn sensed the unusual fire aura deep inside. The spirit fire he sought was there. Chapter 74. Delving deeper into the Forbidden Territory. Stepping into the forbidden area of the Yinmen clan, a winding descending passage appeared ahead. The corridor was about 3 meters wide, with walls adorned with stone lamps made from luminescent rocks. The soft glow illuminated the path, dispelling some of the darkness. The depth ahead was unknown. The further down he went, the higher the temperature became. It seemed as if this passage led directly to the Earth's core, where endless lava flowed at the end. As the reincarnation of a Dantean emperor, Kingston was most familiar with fire. While the heat in the cave might be unbearable for ordinary people, it was insignificant to him, less than a fraction of the divine flames he once controlled. The scorching heat dried and charred the stone walls on either side, yet Kingston walked forward undisturbed, ignoring the hot winds blowing from deeper within the passage. Entry forbidden to non-swordsmen. One step further, and you will meet your doom. Teadenly, a warning growl echoed from deep within the passage. The voice carried a hint of sword intent, scratching countless marks into the stone walls. Guardian sword spirit? Too weak. Seeing this, Kingston did not pause, continuing his descent unhindered. Every forbidden area has its guardian. Given that the Yinmen clan was a sword family, it was no surprise that their forbidden area contained a guardian sword spirit. To avoid underestimating the threat, he released his mental energy to probe ahead. Before reaching the end of the passage, he saw a surge of sword light ahead. "Intruder, you have overstepped your bounds. Since you refuse to turn back, prepare to rest eternally here." A low roar accompanied the declaration, followed by a 10-zhang-long blade of chi racing towards him, illuminating the dark passage like daylight. Feeling the power of this sword chi, Kingston showed no emotion in his eyes. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he calmly remarked, "A mere Shin-level power is nothing worth mentioning." Could the guardians of the Yinmen clan's forbidden territory only muster Shin-level power? No wonder the once glorious Yinmen clan had fallen so far. resorting to being lackeys for the Vanavante-porting sword sect just to survive. Even a divine emperor could fall, let alone a martial arts clan. The decline of the Yinmin clan wasn't shameful, but losing their dignity and serving others like dogs was indeed despicable. After assessing the attack's strength, Kingston stood confidently, chest puffing out as golden light blazed forth from his chest, as brilliant as midday sunlight. The 9 Revolutions golden body technique was a defensive Shin-level martial skill. Facing a destructive Shin-level sword technique should have led to a standoff. However, Kingston pushed the technique to its second stage limit right away, making his body radiate with golden light like a golden-bodied Arhat. When the sword from the bottom of the forbidden area collided with the golden body, a blast erupted, shaking the entire underground passage violently. Amidst the clash of Shin-level techniques, Kingston stood firm as a mountain, untouched except for his robes flapping in the scattered gusts of wind. Without waiting for the aftermath to subside, he continued walking steadily forward. The Tianzhonglong sword chi disintegrated upon touching the golden light, scattering like shattered ice, unable to harm Kingston in the slightest. Taking another 100 steps, he suddenly heard the sound of swords singing ahead. Dozens of sword chi surged toward him in clusters, like schools of fish from the depths, attacking him one after another. The previous giant sword had Shin-level power, but these current sword chi are merely high Cheviang level. Elmori running out of tricks. Kingston shook his head and didn't even need to use the 9 Revolutions golden body technique. With a casual flick of his right hand, as if shooing away mosquitoes, the oncoming sword chi were deflected to the sides, exploding into craters along the stone walls. This attack proved even less effective, unable to touch even the hem of Kingston's robe. With each additional 100 steps, the sword chi blocking his path weakened to mid-Cheviang level martial skills, barely able to form complete sword shapes. Only intricate webs of sword chi threads attempted to halt Kingston's progress. One effort strong, the second weaker, the third exhausting all strength. Each successive attack from the Yinmin clan's guardian sword spirit grew weaker. Having used up its best moves, it could no longer hinder Kingston's approach to the depths of the forbidden area. Snap! Kingston stepped into the web of sword threads, which stretched taut against his skin in a grid-like pattern. Yet Kingston's physique was formidable. Even without activating the 9 Revolutions golden body technique, the intersecting sword threads could not scratch him. As he took a step forward, the sword threads strained to breaking point and snapped like taut strings, exploding into fragments. Breaking through the web of sword threads, Kingston strolled calmly to the end of the passage. Ahead lay an expansive space with ample light, revealing a vast fiery pool spanning 100 zhong. The stuffiness from the narrow passage vanished, replaced by a refreshing openness. It seems this is where the Yinmin clan's sword tomb lies. Glancing around, Kingston noticed numerous broken swords scattered around the fiery pool, totaling 163 in number. Some were fractured beyond repair, while others retained their shape but lacked any spiritual energy. Among the ruined swords, a single cracked sword floated above the fiery pool, emitting wisps of sword chi in an attempt to obstruct Kingston. Looking at the faint human figure within the spirit sword, Kingston couldn't help but shake his head and ask, Elmore's spirit energy is nearly depleted, and you are on the verge of destruction. Still wish to stop me? The sword spirit, now little more than a blurry shadow, replied in a low voice, by my master's order, I must guard this place. All intruders shall be killed without mercy. Kingston gave it a serious look before gently placing his palm on the damaged sword. With a sigh, he said, pity that the descendants of the Yinmin clan lack even the backbone of a sword spirit. Elmo done your best. Rest now. As he expelled force from his palm, the sword spirit's shadow dispersed, and the floating sword broke into pieces, falling into the fiery pool. Without the sword spirit's protection, the bottom of the fiery pool churned like boiling water. From beneath the crimson lava, a jet of golden, blazing heat surged towards Kingston. Indeed, it's identical to the fire spirit energy within the Star Radiant sword. This must be the mother flame, cultivated for centuries after absorbing the essence of spirit swords. Before arriving, Kingston had worried about the insufficient power of the Yinmin clan's spirit flame. Seeing the relentless churning of the lava and the robust vitality of the mother flame, his eyes finally lit up with delight. Spreading his arms, the heavenly thunder fire cultivated in his dantian erupted through his veins, forming a faint purple fiery layer on his skin. Splash! Without hesitation, Kingston covered himself with the fire layer and plunged headfirst into the boiling lava. Chapter 75, Awakening the Void Cauldron. Kingston leaped down from the fire pool, immediately surrounded by scorching magma. In this magma that could melt steel into iron water, Kingston swam as freely and comfortably as a fish, entirely unaffected by the molten rock. Puffs of white mist dispersed outside his flaming veil, the magma instantly being devoured by the flame-devouring technique upon contact. The fiery essence within the magma was constantly absorbed by the flaming veil, steadily transforming into nourishment to strengthen the alchemy fire. Kingston continued absorbing the power of the magma while rapidly descending. The fire pool in the forbidden area was over 100 meters deep. As he sank deeper, the temperature grew increasingly intense, even distorting the magma beneath due to the extreme heat. At the bottom of the pool, a bright light emerged, brighter than the magma itself. The vast elemental fire energy radiated from this source. The mother flame. Kingston's eyes lit up, accelerating towards the light source. Teadenly, the mother flame sensed danger, emitting rings of scorching flames that swept towards Kingston. These fire rings were not only extremely hot but also immensely powerful. Wherever they passed, waves churned violently in the pool, almost reaching the ceiling with their ferocity. Feeling the mother flame's resistance, Kingston smirked slightly, swiftly pushing the 9-turn golden body technique to its second peak level. The surging heat waves capable of shattering boulders dissipated harmlessly around him like droplets on a lotus leaf, leaving him completely unharmed. Seeing Kingston getting closer, the mother flame seemed to sense impending danger and suddenly erupted into violent tremors. Roar! In an instant, a fierce flame tiger leaped out of the mother flame, engulfed in raging fire, charging at Kingston with overwhelming momentum. I don't have time for your futile struggles. Become one with my alchemy fire. Kingston pushed the flame-devouring technique to its limit, the surrounding flaming veil bursting with blinding light. A surge of sinister energy flowed into his right hand as he thrust forward a palm strike. Under the influence of the flame-devouring technique, the dark purple alchemy fire transformed into a dragon-like figure, clashing head-on with the blazing tiger. The battle between the dragon and tiger was extraordinarily intense, stirring the entire pool into a furious boil, causing the walls of the forbidden area to be scorched and pockmarked by splashing magma. The flame-devouring technique proved to be the nemesis of fire. The longer the battle persisted, the smaller the flaming tiger became under its devouring effect. Within moments, the body of the flame tiger had shrunk to less than human height. Seizing the opportunity, the purple dragon pounced, biting through the tiger's body, and with a roar, it latched onto the mother flame herself. Despite her instinctive struggle, the purple dragon wrapped tightly around her, gradually devouring her fiery essence. The struggling caused the magma in the pool to cascade around the surroundings, visibly lowering the water level. Nevertheless, the mother flame could not escape the devouring of the flame-devouring technique. Vaughn's power diminished rapidly, strengthening the purple dragon. Within a short while, the turmoil in the forbidden area subsided, as if nothing had happened. But at the bottom of the fire pool, Kingston radiated a radiant glow, indicating the full utilization of his alchemy fire strength. Absorbing the mother flame, he directed the power of the alchemy fire towards the dormant Void Cauldron in his dantian. The roaring flames fell upon the ancient, simple-looking Void Cauldron, akin to ants attempting to shake a tree, completely ineffective against the divine cauldron. This cauldron was a priceless treasure, ranking among the top divine artifacts. By common logic, those from the lower realms lacked the power to activate it, and even the most accomplished alchemists who could refine imperial-grade elixirs couldn't awaken the Void Cauldron. However, Kingston, mastering the creation elixir emperor art, was an exception, as this technique acted as the key to activate the Void Cauldron. Yet, possessing the key without energy still failed to rouse such a divine artifact. After assimilating the mother flame, his alchemy fire was significantly strengthened, allowing him to effortlessly refine mystic-grade elixirs. Despite this, the Void Cauldron remained motionless, unmoved by his enhanced firepower. Realizing the difficulty, Kingston knew that if the Void Cauldron were so easily activated, it would undermine its divine status. Do I truly need to resort to this move? Vaughn took a deep breath, pupils constricting sharply as a tumultuous aura surged from his dantian. It seemed something inside was burning, emitting immense heat, greater than the alchemy fire, igniting his life flame. To awaken the Void Cauldron, Kingston decided to burn his life flame to amplify the alchemy fire. Haha, when I created the creation elixir emperor art, I never imagined that the longevity enhancement ability would actually be useful. God emperors had infinite lifespans. Without mishap, they were nearly immortal beings. The creation elixir emperor art aimed to integrate oneself with the universe, making it easier to understand the essence of all things, aiding in the refinement of divine elixirs. Traits like immunity to poisons or extended lifespan were insignificant bonuses to a god emperor. But now, reincarnated as a mortal, his lifespan was finite. Burning the life flame shortened his life, potentially costing an ordinary person all their vitality in one use. With the creation elixir emperor art, despite only reaching the first layer, Kingston had an impressive lifespan of 500 years. Determined to activate the Void Cauldron, he left himself with just 1 year of life, converting the rest into burning life flame. The integration of 500 years of life flame into the repeatedly strengthened alchemy fire turned the enveloping flames around the Void Cauldron into a raging inferno, coiling like a giant dragon. Old friend, now is your time to unleash your power. Awaken from your slumber. With life flame burning intensely, Kingston's entire aura boiled, creating a 10-meter vacuum zone within the magma. His muscles tensed, blood seeping from his mouth and nose as he poured all his strength into the dantian, aiming to activate the Void Cauldron at any cost. Miraculously, the damaged first dantian began healing under the impact of the life flame and sinister energy. The immobile Void Cauldron within showed slight movement in its lid. Though minimal, the vibration emitted a force no less potent than a planetary explosion. Invisible shockwaves spread within Kingston's dantian, causing his body to inflate like a balloon. Skin and flesh tore apart, blood shooting out like arrows. His frail body could not withstand the divine power of the Void Cauldron. If fully activated, his body would disintegrate instantly. Yet, despite his best efforts, he couldn't fully activate the Void Cauldron. It's responding. Despite the limited progress, Kingston's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ignoring his pain, he increased the power flow into the Void Cauldron. Just a little more. Old friend, hear my call and awaken. Exhaustion made his face pale like death, yet he clung to the slim hope he fought so hard to secure. Vaughn couldn't afford another 500 years of life to burn. Vaughn couldn't fail. As if sensing Kingston's summons, the lid of the Void Cauldron, which had been perfectly still, began to move slightly to the side just as Kingston's struggling support was about to reach its limit. The tightly sealed alchemy cauldron actually shifted open a tiny gap. An aura that did not belong to this world escaped from within the cauldron, swiftly spreading throughout his dantian. Chapter 76, Ninefold Spirit Essence Pill. The medicinal herbs refined within the Void Cauldron were treasures of the divine realm, vastly superior in quality compared to those in the lower realms. Even a single speck of residue from the Void Cauldron held the power to destroy an entire lower realm interface. In his previous life, Kingston was its master. Though he retained the memories after rebirth, his body was no longer that of a divine emperor's and could not withstand the immense power of the Void Cauldron. No matter how fervently he operated the creation lile art to mitigate the impact of the upper realm's aura on his dantian, the recently repaired first dantian remained in perilous condition. The Void Cauldron could not be activated for long periods. Otherwise, it would rupture his body with the residual upper realm aura inside. Old buddy, it looks like our reunion is short-lived, and we can't indulge in nostalgic chats. Creation lile art, project your void shadow, go. Knowing time was limited, Kingston hurriedly directed the creation lile art toward the Void Cauldron. Instantly, mysterious and profound divine realm runes appeared on the cauldron's surface, as if responding to his call. Teadenly, a bright spiritual light appeared in his dantian, casting a massive projection of an ancient cauldron above his head, suspended between reality and illusion. This was the projection of the Void Cauldron. Although its power was inferior to the original, it was more than sufficient for the current Kingston. The projection can only last temporarily, but it's enough. His body could barely withstand the force of the Void Cauldron's energy. There was no time to reminisce about the past. Vaughn had to act swiftly to execute his plan. When my mental strength is weak, finding someone is like searching for a needle in the sea. If my mental strength could penetrate an entire interface in one thought, finding people or objects would be effortless. The resources here are scarce compared to the divine realm. Refining a spirit-strengthening divine pill is unrealistic, but a 9th rank, 9-fold spirit essence pill should be manageable. Old buddy, it's all up to you now. Kingston's body was racked with pain from the intense upper realm aura released by the Void Cauldron. Vaughn knelt heavily in the fire pool at the bottom. Yet, his hands moved without pause, quickly directing alchemy techniques into the Void Cauldron's projection. The Void Cauldron had the innate ability to absorb cosmic energy and refine divine pills autonomously. With Kingston's restricted realm, his alchemy skills might have fallen behind even this projection. Upon receiving the order from the creation Lyle art, the Void Cauldron's projection lifted its lid with a loud boom, releasing a rainbow-like glow that penetrated the deep barrier of the forbidden area and soared skyward. Outside the forbidden area, Deegan sat among piles of corpses, holding a gourd of wine and drinking deeply. Teodenly, countless phantom figures rose from the ground, their expressionless faces fixed on the forbidden area as they flew towards it. Deegan's hazy eyes suddenly sharpened, turning clear and focused. Vaughn stared incredulously at the forbidden area. All the souls of the Yinmin family are flying towards the forbidden area. What on earth is Anders doing? Is he using some evil soul-calling technique to prevent them from transcending? How cruel. Who is this guy's master? Why did they teach him such nefarious techniques? Curiosity compelled him to extend his mental energy into the forbidden area, but it was instantly repelled by an iron wall-like barrier. Sealed off. Well done, Anders. To block even an old man's probe. Whoever taught him this must be at least equal to me. Which old monster could it be? Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out. Feeling astonished and reluctant, Deegan tried again. But then he thought that Kingston must have secrets he didn't want revealed. Intruding into someone else's privacy was taboo in the martial world, especially when he was only Kingston's nominal master. Acting rashly might invite hostility. So he shook his head, abandoned the idea, and resumed drinking silently, waiting patiently. Little did he know, this barrier was created by the Void Cauldron's projection, not by Kingston's master. At its peak, the barrier could even block the Divine Emperor's awareness, so preventing a Xuanwu realm martial artist's probing was trivial. By suppressing his curiosity, he inadvertently saved his own life. Kingston deeply understood the principle of a valuable possession invites misfortune. After being attacked by 4 great alchemists over a drop of primordial dragon blood, the Void Cauldron, to the lower realm, was akin to the primordial dragon blood to a divine emperor. If the lower realm knew he possessed a divine treasure, he would immediately become everyone's enemy. What Kingston feared most was that this secret would be discovered by Deegan. Although Deegan harbored no deep grudge against him, the secret of the Void Cauldron was too significant to risk another gamble on human nature. Even the Enrique Divine Emperor, whom he had nurtured, betrayed him for personal gain. Would an unrelated old man resist temptation for a divine treasure? Therefore, anyone who knew the secret of the Void Cauldron had to die. Kingston kept a close watch on the entrance. Seeing that Deegan made no attempt to pry, he breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he wouldn't have to turn against Deegan. The 9-fold spirit essence pill was being handled by the Void Cauldron's projection, so Kingston focused all his mental energy on monitoring the entrance. After some time, all the souls were absorbed into the Void Cauldron's projection. Thousands of spirits combined with sun essence and earth bloom, rapidly fusing and refining within the projection. Ordinarily, refining an imperial-level pill took an extremely long time. However, the Void Cauldron was designed to autonomously refine divine pills. Its level of alchemy far exceeded the strongest Royal Robe alchemist in this realm. While Royal Robe alchemists struggled to refine imperial pills, the Void Cauldron accomplished it effortlessly, like rolling mud balls. From inputting materials to pill completion, it took less than 3 breaths. Before the imperial pill's phenomena could fully form, the pill was already complete. Pooh! Just a few breaths were all Kingston's body could endure. As the luminous, 9-fold spirit essence pill emerged from the cauldron, Kingston couldn't hold back a torrent of blood and lost the ability to maintain the Void Cauldron's operation. Rumble. The slightly open lid of the Void Cauldron, having lost the support of Kingston's life fire, closed back to its original position. The upper realm aura also retreated into the cauldron as the lid closed. An exceptional imperial-grade pill, the 9-fold spirit essence pill, is done. Old buddy, it wasn't in vain for me to burn 500 years of my lifespan to awaken you. With this imperial-grade pill's help, I can finally use abilities that were previously beyond my reach. Overwhelmed with joy, Kingston hastily swallowed the 9-fold spirit essence pill. Normally, the powerful potency of an imperial-grade pill was too much for someone at the Lingdong stage to bear. However, the creation Lyle art could neutralize all forces, including the overwhelming power of the imperial-grade pill, helping Kingston completely absorb the pill's strength. Under the influence of the spirit-strengthening imperial-grade pill, not only did Kingston's mental strength grow, but his third internal shackle unexpectedly changed under the pill's impact. Chapter 77, Transgression. Time ticked by, and in the blink of an eye, the sun began to set in the west, twilight approaching. Deegan still sat on the corpse drenched in blood, gulping down large mouthfuls of wine. The blood had soaked through his clothes, yet he remained oblivious. Who's spying from the dark? Teodenly, he flipped up in alarm from his lying position. His body crouched defensively on the ground, his hands gripping the earth like a beast's claws, eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Just then, a bone-chilling fear welled up from within him. The feeling was like a powerless child who had wandered into a dark forest where the strong devour the weak. In the unseen shadows, some unknown and terrifying creature was greedily watching him. In that instant, he felt his hair stand on end, his limbs turning cold. A chill ran through his bones, as if he'd been splashed with a bucket of ice water in the dead of winter. Every cell was warning him. Every pore was emitting danger signals. HM? Is it you? After looking around for a moment, he vaguely noticed someone standing at the entrance of the restricted area. At first, the person seemed shrouded in a thin mist, making it hard for him to see their face clearly. Despite being only 100 meters away, he couldn't make out their features. It took him a while to finally recognize the person. It was none other than Kingston. Deegan's mind raced with shock and doubt. That bone-chilling aura originated from Kingston, but there was only one person in that direction. Even when he expanded his mental power across the entire Yinmin family territory, he didn't detect anyone else. Could this mere youth at the Lingdong boundary really make him feel the crisis of possible death? After carefully observing for a moment and confirming it was indeed Kingston, Deegan forced himself to calm down, regaining his composure. Vaughn walked slowly toward Kingston. What are you doing in the restricted area? Why have all the souls of the Yinmin family been drawn into here? As Deegan asked, he observed Kingston closely. Vaughn found Kingston seemed no different from before entering the restricted area, which made him wonder if he had imagined things earlier. Kingston smiled and looked at him, casually replying, "Nothing much. There was a troublesome guardian sword spirit in the restricted area. Dealing with it took a bit of effort." Of course, he wouldn't tell the truth about what he did inside. Instead, he fabricated an excuse. Though Deegan hadn't seen the guardian sword spirit, he believed part of Kingston's explanation. After all, the Yinmen family had once been glorious, so it wasn't strange for a guardian sword spirit to exist in the restricted area. Moreover, in times of crisis, summoning the souls of clan members to protect the family seemed plausible. Furthermore, Kingston had deep-seated hatred towards the Yinmen family, so destroying their souls wouldn't be too shocking, and he was too lazy to meddle in others' affairs. "Did you really do nothing?" Though it was none of his business, Deegan still stared at Kingston uneasily, unable to shake off the fear-inducing presence from earlier. Kingston took a deep breath, feigning laziness and asked, "Any news about my sister?" After consuming the 9 transformation spirit soul pill, his strength had undergone a radical transformation. That Deegan couldn't perceive the change was expected. Now, his mental power surpassed Deegan, masking his true strength. Not only had his mental power surged, allowing him to cover 100 miles effortlessly, but he also successfully broke through the 3rd threshold of killing intent, stabilizing the 2nd Dantian's killer aura. Breaking through the 3rd threshold doubled the capacity of his 2 martial veins and 2 dantians. Expanding the capacity of dantians and meridians was usually achieved by earth-grade cultivation techniques or top-tier imperial pills, with uncertain effects. But for Kingston, after breaking through the 3rd threshold, the expansion of martial veins and dantians came naturally, almost effortlessly. This not only made his martial aura more profound and his martial techniques more powerful, but also increased his cultivation speed twofold. Although this breakthrough had many benefits, something peculiar was the delayed appearance of the 4th threshold of killing intent, now a hidden hazard lurking within him. For now, it wasn't the time for deeper investigation. Finding no anomaly in Kingston, Deegan could only laugh bitterly, putting aside the lingering sense of crisis, shaking his head. "No news from the royal family yet, and my helpers haven't found useful intelligence. Don't worry, Maximilian Shevendred Faces is skilled in disguise. It was never easy to find him. It's only been a day since the royal family and alchemists guild cast their net. Let's wait a bit longer." Though his comforting words lacked confidence, delaying meant greater danger for Yuan Miaoyi. How could he reassure Kingston about something even he doubted? Kingston shook his head seriously. "We can't wait. They must have a reason for capturing people. If they're targeting me, they would have come to negotiate by now after taking Miaoyi. But since they haven't, they probably aren't trying to threaten me." Kingston clenched his fists tightly as he spoke. If they were using her to threaten him, that would actually be easier to deal with. Miaoyi would likely remain safe until the problem was resolved. But if their motive was to break his heart, to see him suffer over losing a loved one, Vaughn didn't want to think further. If those who captured his sister truly intended this, the whole Tianyue kingdom might as well cease to exist. At that moment, the token hanging from Deegan's waist flashed brightly. Vaughn quickly engaged in communication with it, and soon showed a joyful expression. Putting the token down, he rushed excitedly to Kingston. "Maximilian Shevendred Faces has been found, but the cunning old fox used a trick to evade capture. However, he's trapped in a dead end and can't escape." Upon hearing this, Kingston urged without hesitation, "Let's go, we must hurry." Deegan nodded, tossing a storage ring to Kingston with a smile. "This is from the Yinmen family treasure vault. Their family is quite poor, scraping together only 10 billion spirit stones. Split them between us." Without looking, Kingston put the storage ring on. Then, Deegan grabbed Kingston's shoulder, transforming into a whirlwind and soaring into the sky at lightning speed, matching the speed of an activated flying mount. Several hours later, they arrived at the location where Maximilian Shevendred Faces was spotted. "Vaughn Sr., young friend Yuan, we've located Maximilian Shevendred Faces." Vaughn fled into the depths of Blood Cage Mountain. We can't enter to search. We can only guard the perimeter to prevent his escape." Maximilian Cedric from the headquarters of the Alchemists Guild personally participated in the hunt, highlighting the importance placed on Kingston. However, his words greatly displeased Kingston, who frowned. Is Blood Cage Mountain filled with knives and fire? Could it halt in Xuanwu Boundary Esteban? Both Deegan and Cedric showed bitter expressions. They exchanged glances before Cedric sighed and explained, "Blood Cage Mountain isn't filled with knives and fire. It's just, this place isn't part of Tianyue Kingdom but belongs to its enemy, Fengyan Kingdom. Any Tianyue martial artist who steps in will be considered to have declared war on Fengyan. Maximilian Shevendred Faces entering here carries significant risks. If he doesn't find a way out soon, he'll eventually be killed by Fengyan border guards. Perhaps we should wait for news." Chapter 77, Transgression. Time ticked away, and before anyone noticed, the sun began to set, signaling the approach of dusk. Deegan remained seated on the blood-drenched corpse, drinking heavily. The blood had soaked into his clothes, but he was completely oblivious. Who's spying on me?" Teadenly, he sprang up from his sideline position. Crouching guardedly on the ground with hands gripping it like claws, he scanned his surroundings warily. Just then, a bone-chilling dread welled up within him. It felt as though an unarmed child had mistakenly wandered into a dark forest ruled by survival of the fittest. In the unseen shadows, some unknown, terrifying creature stared at him greedily. His hair stood on end, and his limbs turned icy cold. Every cell in his body screamed warnings, every pore emitted signals of danger. "Chevy, is it you?" After a brief look around, he vaguely noticed someone standing at the entrance of the forbidden area. At first, the figure seemed shrouded in mist, blurring his features despite being only 100 meters away. Eventually, Deegan made out the person's appearance. It was none other than Kingston. Deegan's heart raced in confusion. The eerie sensation had emanated from Kingston, yet no one else was nearby. Even when he expanded his spiritual perception over the entire Yinmen clan territory, he detected no second presence. How could a mere junior at the Lingdong boundary make him feel this way, as if facing potential doom? After closely examining Kingston, confirming his identity, Deegan forced himself to calm down. Returning to his normal posture, he slowly walked towards Kingston. "What have you been doing in the forbidden area? Why are all the Yinmen clan's souls drawn into it?" While asking, Deegan carefully observed Kingston. Finding that Kingston seemed unchanged from before entering the area, he started to wonder if he'd been mistaken earlier. Kingston smiled and said casually, "Nothing much. There was just a troublesome guardian sword spirit in there. It took a bit of effort to deal with." Vaughn wouldn't tell the truth about what he did inside but offered an excuse instead. Though Deegan hadn't seen the guardian sword spirit, he believed Kingston partially. After all, given the Yinmin clan's past glory, having a guardian spirit in the forbidden area wasn't strange, and using clan members' souls for protection during crises also seemed plausible. Moreover, Kingston and the Yinmin clan had deep enmity. Extinguishing their entire clan's souls didn't seem too outrageous. So, he wasn't inclined to interfere further. Really? Nothing else? Despite letting go of other matters, Deegan still eyed Kingston warily, unable to shake off the fear-inducing aura. Taking a deep breath, Kingston acted disinterested, countering, "Have you found my sister?" After taking the 9 transformation spirit soul pill, his strength had drastically improved. It was good that Deegan couldn't detect these changes. Kingston's mental energy now surpassed Deegan's, allowing him to conceal his true power. His mental capacity had surged, covering an area of 100 miles effortlessly. Vaughn had also broken through the 3rd stage of the demonic gate, stabilizing the malevolent chi in his second dantian, no longer making it restless. Breaking through this gate doubled the capacities of his 2 martial veins and 2 dantians. Taiyak expansion usually required high-tier cultivation methods or supreme imperial pills, which might not yield significant results. For Kingston, however, this breakthrough was smooth and effective, enhancing his martial aura and combat techniques while doubling his cultivation speed. The benefits were many, but the absence of the 4th demonic gate, which should have appeared immediately after the 3rd, troubled him. It was a hidden concern, though not the time to investigate thoroughly. Seeing no obvious anomalies, Deegan pushed aside his unease and shook his head, replying, "There's still no news from the royal family, nor any useful information from my helpers. Elmo shouldn't be anxious. Old Shevin Dreadfaces is adept at disguise. Finding him was never easy. Only 1 day has passed. The royal family and Alchemist Guild's dragnet isn't fully laid out yet. Let's wait a bit longer." Despite trying to reassure Kingston, Deegan lacked confidence. Every extra day put Ewan or Meower at greater risk. How could he reassure Kingston about something he doubted himself? Kingston shook his head solemnly. "We can't wait. They must have a reason for capturing people. If they're targeting me, they would have come forward with conditions by now. But there's been no move. They probably aren't trying to threaten me." As he spoke, Kingston clenched his fists tightly. If they kidnapped his sister to pressure him, it would be simpler. At least Ewan or Meower would stay safe until the threat against him was resolved. But if their aim was to break him emotionally, seeing him suffer the loss of family, Vaughn couldn't bear to think further. If the captors indeed intended this, the Tianyue kingdom might as well cease to exist. At this moment, a badge hanging from Deegan's waist flashed brightly. Vaughn hurriedly exchanged messages via the badge and soon broke into a joyful smile. Putting down the badge, he excitedly told Kingston, "We found old Shevin Dreadfaces." Vaughn used a clever escape trick to evade capture, but he's now trapped in a dead end and can't escape. Kingston reacted immediately, urging, "Let's go." Deegan nodded, tossing a storage ring to Kingston, smiling. This came from the Yinmin clan's treasure vault. It contains 10 billion spirit stones, divided equally between us. Without looking, Kingston put on the storage ring. Then, grabbing Kingston's shoulder, Deegan transformed into a whirlwind, soaring into the sky at incredible speed, rivaling even boosted flying mounts. Several hours later, they arrived where old Shevin Dreadfaces had been spotted. "Vaughn Sr., you and friend, we've located old Shevin Dreadfaces." Vaughn fled into the depths of Blood Cage Mountain. "We can't search inside, so we're surrounding the perimeter to prevent his escape," Maximilian Cedric from the Alchemist Guild headquarters explained. His presence underscored the guild's seriousness regarding Kingston's request. However, Kingston frowned. Is Blood Cage Mountain a place of extreme danger? Enough to stop even a Xuanwu boundary Esteban? Maximilian Cedric and Deegan exchanged glances, both looking troubled. Finally, Cedric sighed, explaining, "Blood Cage Mountain isn't dangerous per se, but it lies within the territory of Tianyue's enemy nation, Funyang. Any Tianyue warrior entering will be considered initiating hostilities with Funyang. Old Shevin Dreadfaces faces great risks here too. Without escaping, he'll eventually be killed by Funyang border guards. Perhaps we should wait for more information." Honoring his explanation, Kingston sneered coldly, "Those who obstruct me shall die. If anything happens to my sister, I don't care about what Fengyan Kingdom or Tianyue Kingdom. I'll destroy them both." With that, under the utterly astonished gazes of Deegan and Cedric, Kingston shoved aside those blocking his path and strode into the dense forest of Blood Cage Mountain. Chapter 78. Locating the target. Blood Cage Mountain has complex terrain, covered with thorns and towering trees with lush branches, making it a natural hiding place. Searching for someone in such intricate mountain forests is already difficult, and it's even more challenging when the target excels in disguise techniques. However, Kingston is no longer what he used to be. After enhancing his mental power with the Imperial Grade Pill, 9-fold Spiritual Soul Pill, a single thought can cover a radius of 100 miles. This formidable mental power can overwhelm Xuanyu realm cultivators and match Tianwu realm, turning the once nearly impossible task of finding hidden targets into something manageable. Kingston extended his mental force over Blood Cage Mountain and soon had a complete understanding of its interior. Under his perception, hidden sentries and troops could not hide, and even conversations among soldiers couldn't escape his detection. They've gathered many experts on the border. They won't try to raid this place, will they? Sky Moon Kingdom's forces are barely enough to guard their own borders. How can they wage war on us? Don't guess randomly. Those guys are here to find people. I heard quite a few Xuanyu realm experts came. Even so, they dare not cross the boundary lightly due to our military presence. What's there to worry about? Looking for someone? Though I don't know who can mobilize Sky Moon Kingdom like this, we can't let them succeed. Gather all troops at the border. If any from Sky Moon Kingdom dare to cross, kill them without mercy. There were over 5,000 Wind Flame Kingdom soldiers stationed in Blood Cage Mountain. After sensing Sky Moon Kingdom's movements, they immediately mobilized heavy troops toward the border, ready to obstruct. Among these 5,000, most were Lingdong realm warriors, with a smaller portion being Lingwu realm, led by 2 Xuanyu realm generals. Kingston clearly understood their plans, but did not take them seriously. After entering Blood Cage Mountain, he headed straight for a group of soldiers, not concealing his presence, walking openly towards them. "Who are you?" Honoring footsteps, the soldiers immediately raised their weapons in alert. This group consisted of around 200 men, led by a 7th-level Lingwu realm armored man. Seeing Kingston walk up confidently, he scowled. "Are you from Sky Moon Kingdom? Don't you know this is Wind Flame territory? Trespassers from Sky Moon Kingdom are considered spies. Arrest him." A weak first-level Lingdong realm youth appearing in this crucial border area must either have a death wish or a mental issue. Upon command, 2 burly men rushed forward, each wielding a spear, aiming to strike Kingston on the shoulder. Step back. Kingston gathered Yuan Isaiah in his right palm, sweeping out a palm force as powerful as a typhoon. The palm wind swept through, and the 2 men felt trapped in a violent storm, unable to advance or retreat, their weapons cracking and shattering under immense pressure. Boom! Struck by the palm force, both men were flung dozens of steps away. Upon finally landing, they realized their armor, made of resilient, star silver, had been reduced to powder by that single blow. What terrifying strength! Our armor can withstand most of the power from a top-tier yellow-grade martial technique. It was shattered by one palm? Vaughn only destroyed armor without harming us. Vaughn aimed to show his might. He looks only 16 or 17 yet controls his strength so precisely. If that move had been slightly off, we would have been gravely injured. This person is an expert. Even though these 2 were among the stronger members of the squad, they understood they were spared. They sighed in unison, ashamed to continue fighting Kingston. Witnessing their leader's defeat, others were shocked into immobility. The squad leader, seeing his subordinate's failure, drew a huge war saber, glaring at Kingston. Intruding into my forbidden zone and injuring my soldiers, your crimes have compounded. To him, even Xuanyu realm experts from Sky Moon Kingdom didn't dare enter Blood Cage Mountain, fearing Wind Flame's might. A mere Lingdong realm youth showing such disrespect. If not killed, how could he face his troops again? The air surged with killing intent as the blade energy rolled, stirring up deafening rumbles. Kingston glanced coldly, his pupils flashing, and his avalanche-like mental force struck the opponent's eyes. Eyes! My eyes, they're breaking! The squad leader screamed, dropping his saber, clutching his bleeding eyes, rolling on the ground in agony. Filthy brat! Do you know whose territory this is? Think you can survive after causing trouble here? Don't waste time talking. Capture him first. Enraged, the remaining soldiers charged with their weapons. Buzz! An invisible pressure emanated from Kingston, making 200 soldiers feel as if carrying mountains, immobilizing them. I've only seen such aura from generals. Is this boy actually a Xuanyu realm expert? My limbs are powerless. Is he really just a Lingdong realm? Kingston showed no interest in fighting these small fries. His overwhelming mental pressure spread, making the soldiers tremble in fear. Weaker ones dropped their weapons, kneeling helplessly. Remember my name, I'm Kingston. If Windflame Kingdom has grievances, come find me. Now, scram. Anyone daring to stop me dies. His low roar shook the scene, sending the soldiers flying in all directions, dazed and disoriented. Amidst the chaos, one soldier remained, pale-faced, sweating profusely, stuttering. What do you want? Don't come closer. Old man, think your disguise is clever? Kingston approached closely, his voice suddenly chilling. Hand over my sister, or you'll die miserably. This seemingly young soldier in his early 20s was actually the Chevan Dread-faced Maximilian, who kidnapped his sister. Hashtag chapter 79. The person is gone. What younger sister? What does it have to do with me if you lost your younger sister? I don't even know who you are. The man's eyes, tone, and actions all displayed a look of utter confusion, as if he genuinely did not recognize Kingston and had never kidnapped his younger sister. Adolf Ergu abducted his younger sister? Wasn't that guy patrolling with us these past few days? When did he kidnap the little girl? Is the Tianyue Kingdom plotting something nefarious? Could they be trying to start a war with us using such a feeble excuse? Not only did Adolf Ergu look bewildered, but the 200 or so soldiers whom Kingston had sent flying were also thoroughly confused. They had no idea why Kingston was picking a fight with their comrades. Kingston's eyes flashed with a fierce light, a cold smirk playing on his lips. His right hand spread wide, reaching out to grab Adolf Ergu. Just as Kingston was about to capture him, Adolf Ergu's perplexed expression suddenly vanished. With a grotesque sneer, he growled, "Impossible! How could my Chevan Dreadface's transformation technique be seen through by someone like you?" Profound Ghost Claw. Adolf Ergu, caught between shock and anger, unleashed an aura of terrifying power from his palms, which struck Kingston's chest in a blur. Profound level martial technique. Vaughn's not Adolf Ergu. Vaughn's an imposter. How is that possible? This guy sounds and acts exactly like Adolf Ergu. But when did Adolf Ergu learn a profound level martial technique? Who is he really? The Windian Kingdom soldiers were completely taken aback. The person before them looked unmistakably familiar, yet the techniques he employed clearly did not belong to anyone they knew. Amidst the stunned exclamations from the crowd, Adolf Ergu's profound ghost claw struck Kingston squarely in the chest. Vaughn, it doesn't matter how you saw through my disguise. With this move, even gods cannot save you. Wait, something's not right. Adolf Ergu smiled triumphantly as he awaited Kingston's imminent demise. But in the next instant, fear replaced his joy as a massive force surged from within Kingston and shot into his arms. Damn, Pu. The formidable physique granted by the 9 transformations golden body technique caught Adolf Ergu off guard, leaving him no time to retract his hands. 2 loud cracks resounded as the shockwave shattered his arm bones. Adolf Ergu was blasted 10 yards away, blood spraying in a gushing arch as he crashed and rolled several times before landing in a ditch, twitching weakly. Ka. Without pausing, Kingston pursued and stomped down hard on Adolf Ergu's knees, reducing them to a pulp underfoot. Adolf Ergu let out a pig-like scream, eyes rolling back as he fell unconscious in a stream of saliva. Kingston spat disdainfully, then grabbed the man by his hair and hurled him outside the Blood Cage Mountain. With the Windian Kingdom soldiers watching nervously, Kingston turned on his heel and strode away. Deep within the Blood Cage Mountain, 2 pairs of cold eyes silently watched Kingston depart. One of them muttered anxiously, "General Jorge, are we really going to let Anders leave without a fight? Our dignity as the Windian Kingdom." Beside him stood a helmet-clad general, his eyes flashing sharply. "What can we do if we don't let him go?" Elmo felt the spiritual energy he released just now. It rivals that of a Von Navenly martial realm expert. If he isn't an old monster rejuvenated, he must have a powerful backing. Why would we provoke him? Moreover, the Tianyue royal family and the Alchemy Guild didn't cross the line, giving us enough face. Plus, he didn't do anything detrimental to our interests while trespassing. We don't lose much, so why should we press the issue? If things escalate and we bring out the people behind him, leading to a situation we can't handle, who will bear the responsibility? Me or you? The other man stiffened at the question, bowing obsequiously. The general thinks wisely. I see things too narrowly. Kingston heard their conversation clearly and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. If the Windian Kingdom persisted in making trouble, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them all. Back in Tianyue Kingdom, Cedric and others watched anxiously, concerned about what was happening in Blood Cage Mountain. Kingston dared to intrude across the border, but they lacked the courage. Their status was significant. They were members of the Alchemy Guild and the Tianyue royal family, each possessing extraordinary positions. Crossing the border had vastly different implications for them compared to ordinary disciples. Given their association with Tianyue's official authorities, any overstepping would be considered a diplomatic provocation, complicating matters greatly. Teadenly, a figure flew out of Blood Cage Mountain with a thunderous crash, landing clumsily before them. Vaughn roused immediately upon impact. Where am I? Opening his eyes weakly, he glanced around and stiffened, shivering in terror. Senior Vaughn, Maximilian I, Hall Barrett Chevia, the Black-Robed Alchemist, the Alchemy Guild Maximilian, and the Deputy Hall Barrett of the Imperial Might Hall. All three leaders were present for the sake of this small fugitive. Pong! A shadow descended from the sky, and a powerful wave exploded, revealing Kingston's cold face slowly emerging from the vortex. Vaughn kicked the frightened old man to the ground, pressing one foot against his cheek. Old man, where's my sister? The old man's disguise had dissolved upon fainting, exposing his wrinkled true self, an ordinary-looking old man. With both feet mangled and arms broken, surrounded by numerous high-level experts, he felt utterly hopeless. Feeling Kingston's murderous intent, he trembled, begging, Elmong hero, seniors, I was following orders. The Geordie son instructed me to impersonate young Master Kingston and kidnap his sister. Upon hearing this, Hall Barrett Chevia Heron's face turned awkward. Vaughn came to defend the Geordie, but this revelation made it difficult to argue for him. Swish! Kingston sliced off one of the old man's ears with a palm blade. Did I ask who ordered you? Ears that don't understand human speech. What use are they? The old man shook violently, crying out, Elmong hero, spare me. Please spare me. Elmore's sister. She was kidnapped by someone else. I don't know where she is now. Think about it. If she were still with me, wouldn't I have handed her over already? Why would I flee to the Windian Kingdom? Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits sank, especially Deegan, who feared the worst. If Kingston lost his sister's whereabouts, there was no telling what reckless actions he might take given his bold character. As he worried, Kingston was enveloped in a rainbow-colored poisonous cloud. A golden silkworm, half a foot long, spewed mist and crawled lazily onto his shoulder. Chapter 80. Punishment. The Golden Silkworm King was the ultimate victor after countless venomous creatures devoured each other. The amount of poison accumulated within its body was so vast that even its master could not possibly count the varieties. Upon witnessing Kingston release this creature, the three strongest individuals present, all at the Xuanwu realm, released thick layers of Yuan force shields to protect themselves. The toxicity of the Golden Silkworm King was so potent that even those at the Xuanwu realm dared not come into contact with it. Chi! A drop of poisonous saliva dripped from the mouth of the Golden Silkworm King and landed precisely on the shoulder of the Shevan dread-faced Maximilian. Instantly, the flesh at the point of contact began to boil like scalding water. Pus-filled blisters, the size of fists, erupted from the flesh, then burst under the corrosive effects of the saliva, spewing out foul-smelling blood. The cycle of blister formation and rupture continued, continuously eroding the Shevan dread-faced Maximilian's body. Within mere moments, his shoulder was completely decayed, the flesh and skin turning into pus and emitting a putrid odor. His arm had been shattered by Kingston, his legs were reduced to mush, and his head was pinned beneath Kingston's foot, unable to move. In excruciating pain caused by the toxic saliva, his body writhed like a worm, his agonizing screams nearly hoarse. In the distant carriage, Southern Pacification Che Bryce and Crown Che Jiang Raphael Chu hugged each other, trembling in fear. Through the curtains of the carriage, Jiang Raphael Chu watched as the Shevan dread-faced Maximilian's body deteriorated and cried out in despair, Father! Vaughn killed the Shevan dread-faced Maximilian. Is he going to kill me next? I don't want to die, Father. I'm not ready to die. Let's run away. Despite being a powerful prince, Bryce realized the trouble his son had brought upon them was too significant. Even if Deputy Von Ad Chevalier Yi of the Divine Martial Hall intervened, their lives would not be spared. If the Divine Martial Hall had any influence, they wouldn't have been treated as prisoners in the carriage, forbidden to leave. From what Bryce knew, this time the spies of the Divine Martial Hall and informants from the Alchemy Guild had mobilized. Von Jiwan had humbly sought the help of several Xuanwu realm experts. Just seeing the group of high-level experts Von Jiwan had gathered could scare anyone to death. With them opposing Von Jiwan, who would dare speak up for them? Their usual allies had vanished without a trace, and the few blue-robed alchemists they knew from the guild dared not utter a word. Vaughn the screams outside. Bryce also panicked, attempting to comfort himself despite his trembling voice. Don't worry. As a prince appointed by the royal family, they won't do anything to us. Even with the quiver in his voice, neither Jiang Raphael Chu nor Bryce found his words convincing. Soon, under the corrosion of the Golden Silkworm King's poisonous saliva, half of the Shevan dread-faced Maximilian's body turned into pus. Spare my life. I truly did not mean to lose your sister. Those people were extremely powerful. They hid their figures within protective light. Before I could see their appearance clearly, your sister was taken away. They didn't seem like Xuanwu realm cultivators. I estimate they must be at least at the Tianwu realm. The Shevan dread-faced Maximilian pleaded, gasping for breath. Kingston's expression remained cold, seemingly indifferent to the pathetic pleas. Vaughn responded sternly. If they are so powerful, why didn't they just kill you? Wouldn't that have been easier? With bitter sorrow, the Shevan dread-faced Maximilian cried, How should I know? Perhaps they wanted your sister, and I meant nothing to them. So they didn't bother with me? Kingston's face darkened as he looked at the desperate Shevan dread-faced Maximilian, providing only useless information. Vaughn spat out coldly, Elmo truly mean nothing. Drip. Another drop of poisonous saliva landed on the Shevan dread-faced Maximilian's face, and within a breath, the scream ended as his head disintegrated into a pool of bloody ooze under the corrosive toxin. Fear not, young friend Ewan. Elmore's sister's whereabouts will be thoroughly investigated by our guild, said Cedric, fearing that Kingston might summon insect swarms again to besiege the city. More importantly, they needed to prevent the mysterious master behind Kingston from attacking simultaneously. From the current situation, it was highly possible that Kingston's master was an extremely ruthless poison Barrett. Tyak, a person, if driven to madness, could plunge the entire Tianyue kingdom into chaos. No one wanted to be targeted by an unidentified, exceptionally brutal poison Barret, especially one whose attacks were shockingly deadly. Kingston ignored Cedric's promise, silently opening his left palm and drawing a line across it with his right index finger, splitting the pale golden skin into a bloody cut. Vaughn used his essence Isaiah to force out a drop of blood, then murmured incantations. Driven by powerful spirit energy akin to a Tianwu realm practitioner, the blood drop was stretched and twisted into the shape of an arrowhead, pointing east and west as if searching for something. This is some kind of divination technique? Why have I never seen it before? Cedric exclaimed, intrigued. Though he couldn't understand Kingston's method, he sensed it was a unique divination technique. Kingston concentrated on the blood drop, but no matter how much spirit energy he exerted, the arrowhead failed to stabilize. Instead, it started spinning wildly within his palm. After 100 rapid rotations, the blood droplet burst with a pop. Kingston's expression darkened as he stared at his empty palm, filled with anger and disappointment. Hill, what is this? Vaughn Jiwan asked curiously, unsure of Kingston's actions. Kingston took a deep breath, gradually calming down. Vaughn explained calmly, through bloodline resonance, I hope to locate my sister, but someone used boundary sealing techniques to sever our connection. And since I lack expertise in tracking techniques, I can't breach the seal. Though Kingston had once been a divine emperor, there were areas where he lacked proficiency. In terms of alchemy, he was unparalleled. But in tracking and divination, he was practically a novice. As a divine emperor, he could perceive the three realms with a single thought. However, now, limited by his current spirit energy and lacking advanced tracking skills, he struggled against experts proficient in such arts. Feeling increasingly frustrated in his search for his sister, Kingston pointed towards the distant carriage. The golden silkworm king understood immediately and spat 2 jets of poisonous saliva, piercing through the carriage walls and landing directly on the southern pacification Che and his son. Hold, young hero. Chevalier intervention came too late. The father and son screamed as they rolled out of the carriage, suffering intense agony from the poison. Unlike the Chevan dread-faced Maximilian, their bodies did not immediately decay but endured unbearable pain. Clawing at their own flesh, they tried to rid themselves of the feeling of countless ants gnawing inside their bodies. They scratched until their skin tore, their nails filled with bloodied pieces of flesh. Soon, their entire bodies were covered in wounds and blood. Kingston glanced coldly at the distraught Chevalier and said, rest assured, I won't let them die easily. The bone-penetrating poison will erupt every 10 days. Starting today, each eruption will last longer by the duration of a teacup of time until they can no longer bear the pain and die from it. Whenever my sister returns unharmed, that's when I will help them detoxify. Or, you can try to detoxify yourselves. As for what consequences it might bring, well, Chapter 81, Descendant of the Great Diviner. Barret Yuan, I understand you're very worried about your missing sister, but they are, after all, members of the royal family. Torturing them with potent poison is too extreme. As the deputy head of the Divine Martial Hall appointed by the royal family, Chevalier was responsible for everything related to the martial arts world. Of course, he had to uphold the dignity of the royal family. There's a saying, killing someone is not as bad as causing them to bow their head in submission. If Kingston had secretly killed the Southern Pacification Che and his family, the royal family might not have pursued the matter relentlessly, given that no one wanted to offend the black-robed alchemist who backed him. However, instead of quickly eliminating them, Kingston chose to slowly torment them with potent poison. Wasn't this constantly reminding the world that a royal prince had been subdued by an alchemy guild junior? What dignity would the royal family have left? If the Divine Martial Hall allowed the royal family's dignity to be lost, Chevalier would also be held accountable for dereliction of duty. Chevalier didn't want to be at odds with Kingston and Deegan, but in his position, if he didn't stand up for the royal family, even his own people would look down on him. Straightening his expression, he spoke solemnly to Kingston. Certainly, the father and son were wrong. But, Barret Yuan, you summoned a swarm of insects to besiege our city, which also requires some explanation to the royal family. In reality, what he meant was clear. Both sides could take a step back. If Kingston spared the Southern Pacification Che's family, the royal family would overlook his over-the-top behavior. The search for Kingston's sister would still continue, and it would be best to calmly negotiate and find a solution without making things worse and causing loss of face on both sides. Chevalier's reasoning wasn't wrong, but his tone made Kingston extremely displeased. If Taj hadn't first stolen his spirit medicine and then sent people to capture his sister, Kingston wouldn't have bothered with this fool. Taj instigated the trouble, and the situation escalated because of him. Not only did they refuse to apologize, but they also failed to contribute to finding his sister. Now they wanted to preserve their dignity and face? Did they deserve it? Kingston saw through Chevalier's attempt to minimize the issue, but his tone was too condescending, as if the royal family could do anything wrong and still expect Kingston to endure it quietly. Not only should Kingston endure it, but he must also prioritize the royal family's dignity over his grievances and his missing sister. It was as if the royal family deserved Kingston's subservience just because they were royalty. Their arrogance was blatant and shameless. Kingston, already angry, felt an even deeper coldness in his eyes. Vaughn looked at the other person with a grim expression and sneered. Elmo, really want me to explain myself? Are you sure? The golden silkworm king on his shoulder seemed to sense his master's murderous intent, eagerly spitting out poisonous mist. Its bloated body became even more bizarre and terrifying under the veil of poison. Kingston's sneer sent a chill down Chevalier's spine. In the martial arts world, there was a widely known survival rule. Never provoke an alchemist. No one knew the extent of support a single alchemist could have behind them. Poison masters were similar to alchemists, perhaps even more terrifying. They didn't need external help. Just a few toxic herbs and a single person could destroy an entire city. Seeing how defiant Kingston was, seemingly unafraid of offending the Tianyue Kingdom's royal family, Chevalier regretted threatening Kingston. If Kingston truly feared being hunted by the royal family, he wouldn't have chosen to summon the insect swarm to surround the city where the Southern Pacification Che resided. If he truly angered Kingston and he decided to massacre several cities in a fit of rage, even if the royal family's experts managed to subdue him, the damage done would be irreparable. The Divine Martial Hall existed to resolve conflicts, not create or escalate them. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Chevalier hurriedly clasped his hands and said anxiously, "Calm down, young master. I didn't mean it like that. My point is that we should focus on finding your sister first, and discuss other matters later. Sigh. They brought this upon themselves, so let's proceed as you see fit, Chevalier sighed inwardly. Alchemists and poison masters were indeed madmen, and powerful ones at that. Even a spirit perception realm disciple could be so troublesome. It would be best not to provoke alchemists in the future if possible. Wen Changming gave an exasperated look at Chevalier for causing trouble unnecessarily, and then said to Kingston with a courteous face, I will immediately issue a bounty in the name of the Alchemists Guild. Anyone who provides information about your sister will be rewarded with a bottle of profound pills or 100 bottles of spirit pills. Whoever finds your sister personally will not only be rewarded with profound pills, but I will also take her as my personal disciple. Great rewards will surely attract brave souls. I believe news about your sister's whereabouts will come soon. The attitude of the Alchemist Guild was quite positive. Issuing a bounty in their name would indeed motivate many martial artists within Tianyue Kingdom to actively search. However, Kingston didn't hold much hope for this method of searching. If Theodore's speculation was correct, and his sister was taken by a Von Aven martial realm powerhouse, this ordinary search method might prove entirely useless. Meower has value to others besides her connection to me. It's her innate gifted body, the bright moon ice jade body. Kingston thought for a moment and suddenly asked, are there any sects in Tianyue Kingdom that specialize in ice elemental cultivation techniques? Or those proficient in tracking spells? Relying on the royal family and the Alchemist Guild for help was just taking a chance. Vaughn wouldn't pin all his hopes on them to find his sister. If he targeted sects that coveted the bright moon ice jade body, or used tracking secret arts directly, it would likely be the optimal approach to finding her. There are no sects that specialize in ice elemental cultivation techniques that I know of. Besides the 5 major forces, other sects' cultivation methods and martial skills are almost haphazard and varied, making it difficult to say they excel in one specific way. Deegan took a few gulps of wine and seemed to remember something, muttering drunkenly to Kingston. There is, however, an expert in divination and tracking that this old man knows. Vaughn leaned close to Kingston and whispered, do you remember the map this old man gave you? The one that recorded the location of the strange flame in the Holy Land trial. I searched for decades and never found it, but that high-level expert managed to deduce its existence within a month. Upon hearing this, Kingston became intrigued. Where is this high-level expert you speak of? I want to meet him now. Deegan took another sip of wine and sighed. This high-level expert is named Taya Yen and resides in Cloud River Immortal Peak, beyond the Von Avens. Elmo must rely on your own abilities to meet her. No one else can help. Upon hearing this, Wen Changming nodded in agreement with a look of realization. Indeed, this expert is the last descendant of the long-lost Divination Pavilion. She has successfully predicted the dates when many ancient relics have appeared, and it is rumored that even the Holy Land inheritance site was calculated by a predecessor from the Divination Pavilion. As he spoke, Wen Changming quickly marked the location of Cloud River Immortal Peak on the map and handed it to Kingston. Elmong friend Yuan, seeking such a recluse requires deep luck and affinity. Do not force it if the time isn't right. As for your sister's whereabouts, I will personally oversee the search and send you a message immediately if there's any news. Kingston thanked everyone with clasped hands, received the white-feathered eagle from Wen Changming, leapt onto its back, and soared into the sky, disappearing into the depths of the clouds in an instant. Cedric gave Chevalier a scolding look before politely turning to Kingston. I will immediately issue a reward on behalf of the Alchemy Guild. Whoever provides information about your sister will receive a bottle of spirit pills or 100 bottles of essence pills. Whoever finds your sister will not only receive spirit pills, but will also be personally taken in as my disciple. Von Avi rewards will certainly attract brave souls, and I believe news of your sister's whereabouts will come soon. The Alchemy Guild's attitude was decent, and issuing a reward in their name would indeed mobilize many martial artists within the Tianyue Kingdom. However, Kingston didn't place much hope in this method of searching. If the Maximilian Shevin Dreadface theory was correct and his sister was captured by a Von Avenly warrior realm expert, such ordinary methods of searching would likely be futile. Besides her connection to me, the other thing that could attract attention is her Tanfu Ling Ti, the Moonlight Ice Jade body. Note, Tanfu Ling Ti is a specific term from the original text. If you want it translated, it should be gifted spiritual body. However, considering the context and consistency, it might be better to keep it as is or provide an explanation for this unique term. For better fluency and clarity, I recommend. Besides her connection to me, the other appealing factor regarding Xiao Air is her gifted spiritual body, the Moonlight Ice Jade body. This version maintains the meaning, reads more naturally in English, and keeps the unique terminology consistent. After a moment of reflection, Kingston suddenly asked, are there any sects in Tianyue Kingdom that specialize in ice elemental techniques? Or perhaps sects skilled in tracking and divination? Relying solely on the royal family and the Alchemy Guild to find his sister was purely based on luck. Vaughn wouldn't pin all his hopes on them. Investigating sects coveting the Moonlight Ice Jade body, or using advanced tracking secrets would be a better option for now. There are no known sects specializing in ice elemental techniques. Aside from the 5 major forces, most sects in Tianyue Kingdom practice chaotic and unordered martial arts. Deegan took a few sips of wine, remembering something, and said dazedly, however, there is an eccentric expert skilled in divination and tracking whom I know of. Vaughn leaned closer to Kingston and whispered, do you remember the map I gave you? The one recording the location of the strange fire within the Holy Land trial. I searched for decades and found nothing, but this great master deduced its existence in less than a month. Vaughning this, Kingston felt a flicker of interest. Where is this master located? I will go meet him now. Deegan drank another sip of wine and sighed. This master is named Taya Yen and lives at Yunhan Immortal Peak, beyond the Von Avens. To meet her, you'll need to rely on your own abilities. No one else can help you. Cedric nodded in agreement, adding, yes, she is the last surviving descendant of the long-lost Great Diviner Pavilion. She has successfully predicted the appearance of numerous ancient relics and the location of the Holy Land inheritance. Vaughn quickly pulled out a map and marked the location of Yunhan Immortal Peak for Kingston. Elmong friend Yuan, meeting such a reclusive master depends on profound good fortune. If the time isn't right, don't force it. As for your sister's whereabouts, I will personally supervise the search and inform you immediately once we have any news. Kingston thanked everyone with a bow, then received a white-feathered eagle from Cedric. Mounting the eagle's back, he soared into the sky and disappeared into the depths of the clouds. Chapter 82. The Town Beyond the Mountains. The Cloud Han Immortal Peak, beyond the Von Avens. This location is situated in the Yunxiao mountain range at the heart of the Tianyue Kingdom. Vonra, mountains rise one after another, covered with lush vegetation. The terrain is perilous and towering, harboring ferocious beasts, akin to a secluded paradise separated from the world, seldom visited by travelers throughout the year. Kingston rode a white-feathered hawk to the location marked on the map, but saw only an endless fog that blocked out the sky and obscured the sun ahead. Through the mist, he could faintly see several peaks piercing the clouds, reaching for the heavens. With a thought, he released his mental energy toward the mountaintop. The powerful mental strength comparable to a Vaughn martial realm practitioner plunged into the cloud layers, seemingly falling into an endless abyss where the edge of the cloud sea couldn't be seen. As the mental strength delved deeper, the surrounding scenery appeared to be constantly changing, yet it never seemed to reach the end of the peaks. His mental strength could observe within 100 miles radius at will. Logically speaking, even if the mountain were higher, it should have been visible within a single glance. However, in reality, as his mental strength neared its exploration limit, he still hadn't glimpsed even the outline of the peak. Could this mountain be hundreds of miles high? So high that even his mental strength couldn't perceive its entirety. Kingston retracted his mental energy, nodding with a smile. An infinite loop array, quite interesting. If someone were trapped here without knowing the secret of this formation, they might spend their entire life unable to escape. Although Kingston's alchemy was unmatched in the world, he wasn't well versed in formations, knowing only the basics required for alchemy. Vaughn could discern the intricacies of this formation, but breaking it forcibly was beyond his current capabilities. To be able to set up such a formation, the extraordinary people in beyond the Vaughnavens do indeed possess some skill. This journey isn't in vain. The stronger the skills of the experts here, the greater his hope would be. After all, these were the highly recommended masters by the black-robed alchemist, presumably possessing the top-tier tracking abilities in Tianhua Kingdom. If this person were mediocre, Kingston wouldn't know who else could help him find his sister quickly. Throughout his journey, he had attempted to use bloodline affinity to locate his sister, but the results remained as before. No accurate information could be obtained. Nevertheless, he did gain some assurance. At least the reaction from bloodline affinity indicated that Yuan Miaoyu was still alive. But whether she was being tortured, if the White Moon Ice Jade constitution would flare up again, or if her innate constitution would be forcibly taken, these uncertainties weighed heavily on his mind. Yet the more he worried, the calmer he had to remain. Since I need their help, I'll follow the master's requirements and pass each test. The idea of coercing them through force had crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. What if they were stubborn, refusing to comply under threat? In the end, it would harm his sister. Instead of doing something counterproductive, he might as well play by their rules. After all, he was confident in passing the tests. Using his mental strength, he scanned the area outside Cloud Han Immortal Peak and soon found a small town built amidst the mountains. The town was bustling with people, positioned as the inevitable gateway to Cloud Han Immortal Peak. Descending the white-feathered hawk just outside the town, his presence immediately drew curious gazes. However, once they saw he was only a level 1 spirit motion realm practitioner, they turned away disdainfully. Observing everyone's reactions, Kingston calmly entered the town after storing the hawk in a spirit beast bag. Tea houses and taverns were scattered everywhere, with stores catering to martial artists lining the streets. From medicinal pills and weapons to martial techniques and cultivation methods, the town offered a variety of shops with items of impressive quality. Kingston soon noticed a peculiar detail. All the people entering and exiting the town were martial artists, and they were predominantly young, none older than 25. Among these young martial artists, males comprised nearly 90%. Being unfamiliar with local customs, Kingston walked into a nearby tavern to gather some information. Just as he stepped inside, a customer seated at a crowded table stood up with a stern face, pointing at Kingston and berating him loudly. "Get out! What kind of person are you, daring to dine in our tavern?" Facing unwarranted insults, Kingston's expression darkened. Yet, the man didn't care about his reaction and became increasingly aggressive. "Ragtag bumpkin, open your dog eyes and look. Who among us isn't someone important? What are you, worthy of sitting with us?" sneered the man, patting his sword ostentatiously. Kingston observed that the men in the tavern indeed dressed flamboyantly. One man, for instance, wore a dragon spring sword, a jade crown, cloud-treading shoes, and a purple gold belt. His attire suggested wealth and status. Everyone in the tavern, and likely in the town, dressed similarly, as though they dared not socialize without displaying symbols of wealth. Tyak displays left Kingston puzzled about their purpose. Were they here for fortune-telling or matchmaking? "Out, out, out! Poor bum! How dare you enter our Tai-Bai tavern? One more step, and I'll smack you dead with a bench!" yelled the waiter with a disgusting falsetto, trying to drive Kingston away. "Hold it!" Just as the waiter lifted a stool, a low voice came from upstairs. A chubby young man walked down, stopping the waiter's rudeness. Bowing respectfully to Kingston, he said, "Sir, you look distinguished and extraordinary. Please, join me upstairs if you don't mind." The waiter, seeing the VIP from upstairs intervene, switched faces and began flattering Kingston. "Oh, pardon my earlier oversight, sir. Elmo have a most noble aura. Please, follow me upstairs, sir." The waiter then trotted ahead to lead the way. Kingston, focused on finding his sister, didn't bother to argue with the snobbish waiter, nodded to the chubby young man, and started toward the stairs. "Stand there." Despite the changed attitude of the waiter, a guest in the main hall was displeased. Flipping over his chair, he rushed forward, shoving the waiter aside. "Fatso, you're purposely undermining me, huh? Just who do you think you are? Elmo want him upstairs? Watch me kick him out. If you disagree, come down and face me." Turning to Kingston, he shouted, "Country bumpkin, listen up. I'm the heir of 10,000 Springs Manor, Lucius. Beat it unless you want this sword-tasting flesh today." Translation provided based on maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible to the original text. Chapter 83. The Prestige of an Alchemy Barret. Ha ha ha. Before Lucius's words could provoke any action from Kingston, the Amir upstairs burst into laughter first. Vaughn laughed so hard he had tears streaming down his face as he lamented. "What a fool, unable to recognize a golden opportunity when you see one. There are countless ways for a bright future, but you choose to walk the road leading to nowhere. If I were you, I should immediately drop my weapon and sincerely apologize to this young hero, begging him for mercy. Perhaps then you'd have a slim chance of survival." The Amir's words drew astonished gazes from the crowd, all curious eyes turning toward Kingston. Even Lucius was secretly wondering if this chubby philosopher might indeed be someone of significance. However, in the eye of everyone's attention, it would be incredibly embarrassing to admit defeat. Vaughn carefully sized up Kingston once more, reaffirming that Kingston was merely at the first stage of the spirit realm, nowhere near being an extraordinary figure. Given that Lucius himself was the young master of the Edgequan Manor with the profound third stage of the spiritual warrior realm, killing Kingston would be as easy as pie. Fatso, stop pretending. Don't think you're something just because you're sitting in a private room on the second floor. I didn't go upstairs just because I love the lively atmosphere here. If it came down to wealth, I could rent out the entire Taibai Tower. Lucius gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at the Amir upstairs, coldly threatening. I advise you to shut your mouth and mind your own business. Another word and I'll deal with you too. At this moment, one of Lucius's dining companions, smirking, scooped up a bowl of scalding hot oil from the steaming hot pot. In one swift move, he approached Lucius and sneeringly handed the bowl to him. Elmong Barrett, use this. Understanding instantly, Lucius took the sizzling hot oil with a sinister smile, and casually presented it to Kingston. Elmo were asked to leave, yet you refused. Are you trying to provoke me? Now, you have two options. Drink it all in one breath, then get lost. Or I'll chop off your head with my sword. Holding his sword at his side, Lucius demanded harshly, drink or die. Choose now. I choose the third option. Go to hell yourself. Kingston's expression darkened as he reached out with his right hand, grabbing hold of Lucius's head and striding purposefully towards the table where Lucius's laughing companions sat. Dead pauper, you dare to fight back. Startled by Kingston's unexpected move, the man who handed over the hot oil saw Lucius's face turn crimson from being choked. Hastily gathering his essence energy, he struck Kingston's head with an open palm. Pang! Kingston leaned forward, delivering a powerful iron mountain smash that collided directly with the attacker. The man screamed in agony, with several bones broken instantly, flying out through the front door like a dead dog. Grabbing hold of Lucius, Kingston stormed towards the table piled with fine dishes, pressing Lucius's head into the bubbling hot pot with a thud. Ah, you entered her. Vonalp. Byron, let him go. If you kill him, the Edgequan Manor won't let you off. The friends around the table were stunned by this sudden spectacle. Some screamed, some dodged. Those who dared to challenge Kingston kept their distance, utterly fearful. Everyone stared blankly at Kingston's hand submerged in the hot oil alongside Lucius's scalded head, dumbfounded by Kingston's audacity. While Lucius writhed in agony, thrashing on the table and kicking frantically, causing the lavish dishes to scatter everywhere, Kingston remained eerily composed. His face showed no sign of pain, as though he were simply dipping his hand into a basin of cool water. To awaken the Void Cauldron, he had burned 500 years of his lifespan to intensify the Dan fire. At this point, his innate Dan fire was so potent it could melt mystic iron with ease. Compared to that, this hot pot oil was like ice water. Vaughn had even jumped into the Yinmin family's fire pool. What was this mere hot pot to him? Even soaking in it for a day and night wouldn't harm him. Unaware of Kingston's capabilities, Lucius's foolish attempt to torment Kingston with hot oil backfired terribly. Byron, damn you, aren't you letting go? Elmo Country Bumpkin, are you addicted to fighting? Take this. As Lucius's screams weakened, finally his panicked friends sprang into action. Watching them muster courage to charge at Kingston, the Amir upstairs sighed slowly. I warned you not to mess with him. Did you listen at all? Elmo lot are nothing but frogs in a well. Eating with you is embarrassing. Let me make this clear. He's a green robe alchemy Barrett. Try laying a finger on him. Once the Amir revealed Kingston's identity, the entire Taibai Tower fell silent. People watching the scene dropped their food, suddenly losing their appetite. Russell, those preparing to attack Kingston seemed struck by lightning, trembling hands dropping weapons to the ground. Several cowards fainted on the spot, pots and pans crashing to the floor in chaos. Green robe alchemy Barrett. Mommy, I want to go home. The outside world is too scary. Elmo wah. The title of Green Robe Alchemy Barrett instilled terror. Only about 100 existed within the alchemy guild, each holding a status higher than core disciples of the major forces. Provoking such a powerhouse was akin to courting disaster, risking annihilation of the entire clan. Earlier, they had eagerly awaited Kingston's humiliation. Now, they cowered in fear, wetting their pants. Not daring to question Kingston's identity, they instantly believed it. The revered and terrifying status of a Green Robe Alchemy Barrett made them genuinely afraid. Who would dare deceive in front of Yunhan Immortal Peak's gate? Falsifying titles invited death, so the Amir wouldn't dare lie. Their stupidity hit them like a ton of bricks upon hearing the Amir's revelation. After dunking Lucius's head in the hot pot for over a dozen breaths, Kingston finally pulled him out. What was once Lucius's handsome face now resembled a pockmarked hive, covered in blisters and grotesquely swollen. Unable to mobilize his essence energy while restrained, he was essentially boiled alive for those few moments. When Kingston yanked him out, the searing pain intensified exponentially, making him convulse uncontrollably. Between pleading and writhing in pain, Lucius repeatedly bowed, muttering incomprehensibly, "Spare me, spare me." Evidently, he had heard about Kingston's true identity. Concerned for his family's fate, he kowtowed despite the burns, pleading for forgiveness. "Barrett, we're unworthy, ignorant of your status. Please give us another chance. I'll serve you as a slave, Barrett. Spare me." Clearly, they were terrified for their lives, acknowledging Kingston's authority and seeking pardon. The others at the table, seeing this, also scrambled up from the piles of excrement and urine, bowing and begging for mercy, hastily unfastening their storage pouches and passing them over to Kingston. The waiter who had been disrespectful to Kingston earlier was now in a panic, crawling desperately towards him and banging his head on the ground like a chicken pecking rice. One moment he was pleading for mercy, calling Kingston grandfather. The next moment he was begging for grace, calling him great hero, completely terrified like a drenched quail. The other patrons in Taibai Tower no longer dared to watch with amusement. They all turned away nervously, pretending they hadn't seen anything, fearing they might become the next targets. Kingston's face remained cold as he snatched the storage pouches from their hands, saying with disdain, "Scram." Only then did the room full of people pleading for mercy feel as if a great weight had been lifted from them. They carried the howling Lucius out of Taibai Tower, as if fleeing for their lives. After dealing with these troublemakers, Kingston looked up at the Amir who seemed to know something about him. With a light leap, he flew up to the second floor. Standing face to face with him, Kingston asked icily, "Do you know me?" Chapter 84, The Test Descends. The Amir greeted Kingston with a beaming smile, made a respectful gesture, and invited him in. "Brother Ewan, please follow me into the private room. Let's chat over some food." Since this person knew his surname, it was likely he was also aware of his identity as a green-robed alchemist. Kingston gave the other person a cold glance, thinking that no matter what background this person had, there was no reason for him to be afraid. Besides, he needed to understand the situation here, so there was even less reason to refuse. Deciding firmly, Kingston put his hands behind his back and strode confidently into the private room. The Amir invited Kingston to the main seat and politely set up his utensils, then enthusiastically poured him a cup of fine wine. I've heard about Brother Yuan's mysterious prowess for a long time, and today I can see it firsthand, truly living up to your reputation. Kingston stared coldly at the wine glass offered to him, making no move to take it. Seeing Kingston's reaction, the Amir slapped his forehead and laughed bitterly. My fault. Meeting you made me too excited, and I forgot to introduce myself. Vaughn placed the wine glass on the table and respectfully bowed to Kingston. I am Anders Victor. My father, Ash, is the deputy director of the Treasure Pavilion. It was from him that I heard about Brother Yuan. Brother Yuan is fearless against authority, publicly beating an official from the Venavan Teleporting Sword Sect and leaving the heroic words, the whole Venavan Teleporting Sword Sect is full of dog feces. I truly admire you. After revealing his identity, Kingston's guard gradually relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. Vaughn chuckled and greeted, so it's Brother Chung, my apologies. Standing at around 5 feet tall but weighing close to 300 pounds, the Amir looked like a large water vat. Seeing Kingston treating him with such courtesy, Anders's joy made his round face crease up like blooming peony flowers. With delight in his eyes, he raised his wine glass toward Kingston. Brother Yuan, since father mentioned your story to me, I have always admired you from the bottom of my heart. Today, having the chance to meet you, I must offer you this toast. His eyes gleamed with admiration as he looked expectantly at Kingston, almost as if Kingston's refusal would make him unable to sleep for days. Kingston smiled slightly, lifted the wine glass, clinked it against Victor's, and finished it in one gulp. Terrorized by Kingston's openness, Victor felt even more delighted. Vaughn quickly finished his own drink and promptly refilled Kingston's cup. Brother Chung, are you here for divination? How much do you know about the rules here? Without rushing to drink, Kingston instead asked curiously. Victor moved his stool closer to Kingston, sat down next to him, and explained, Brother Yuan might not know, but countless people come to the Divination Pavilion each year seeking fortune-telling. However, it's not a place that responds to every request. 1 in 10,000 might be lucky enough to meet the pavilion director. To gain the pavilion director's attention, fierce competition often breaks out. Killing here wouldn't be investigated by the Divination Pavilion. People without background or strength are often targeted by those who seek fame. Speaking to this point, Victor sneered dismissively, shaking his head. Those short-sighted fools judge by appearance and don't know Brother Yuan's true strength. Fortunately for them, Brother Yuan is magnanimous and didn't take offense. Honoring this, Kingston understood why Edge Lingfeng's group had shown hostility toward him. Tyak cowards who bully the weak were asking for trouble. Shaking his head, Kingston didn't want to waste time on those fools and asked curiously, then what test must one pass to meet the pavilion director? Seemingly well prepared, Victor answered immediately, there's no way to know. You just have to wait. The Divination Pavilion's guards will randomly descend from beyond the Von Avens monthly to select suitable candidates for examination from the town. Those who pass will be granted the opportunity to seek divination from the pavilion director. If you want to meet the pavilion director, you must pass the director's personal test, but such opportunities are rare. Even waiting 10 years might not get you a direct challenge from the director. Victor continued to talk nonstop after explaining. Vaughn pulled Kingston's arm enthusiastically and whispered lowly, Brother Yuan, do you know why most of the visitors seeking divination are young elites? It's rumored that the current pavilion director, Yana, is extraordinarily beautiful and stunning, known as the first beauty of Tianyue Kingdom. Just getting a glimpse of her would be worth dying for. Don't believe it? Look at these young lords and gentlemen, who mostly come hoping to marry such a beauty. Look at them, all dolled up as if they're grooms themselves, thinking they're handsome. What shameless old lechers. Kingston scanned outside the tavern with his spirit force, and found the situation indeed as Victor described. People in the town were dressing up fancily, posing as if their appearances could attract the pavilion director's attention. Recovering his spirit force, Kingston smiled and teased Victor. They are all old lechers tempted by beauty. So, Brother Chung, did you come here for romance too? Victor's face turned red, his eyes avoiding Kingston's as he stammered, Of course not. A man cannot think of family before achieving success. At least, I need to lose weight first. Kingston laughed heartily, patting him on the shoulder encouragingly. Taking advantage of the light-hearted moment, Kingston asked, Brother Chung, I heard the pavilion director is Senior Taya Yin. Who is this Yana? While Victor was busy serving Kingston food, he paused upon hearing this question and explained, Taya Yin is the former pavilion director who passed the position to her adoptive daughter, Yana, several years ago. She has traveled far and wide. Don't underestimate Miss Yana. Despite being only 18, her divination skills are on par with the old director. Before he could finish, Victor suddenly fixed his gaze on the window, exclaiming excitedly, Brother Yuan, look, a rainbow appears from the heavens. The pavilion guards are descending again to bestow opportunities. Let's go over. Kingston looked up to see a colorful rainbow-like beam descending from a mist-covered peak far away. The entire town burst into excitement as everyone rushed onto the streets, heading towards the northern part of the town. The glowing light transformed, rippling like water, eventually forming a 7-colored rainbow sword. The rainbow forms a sword, its sword enthusiast. This time, the examiner is senior sword enthusiast. Victor, holding Kingston's arm and pointing to the sky, lamented with a troubled face. It's over. I know nothing about swordsmanship. If sword enthusiast examines us, I won't pass this time. Chapter 85. The enemy reappears. The entire town spilled onto the streets. With only one street running north to south, it immediately became congested with over 10,000 people, creating a tight squeeze. At this moment, Kingston also began to notice certain patterns within the town. To the north, closest to Yunhan Immortal Peak, only those with formidable strength were permitted to reside there. Meanwhile, Kingston had entered through the southern gate of the town, farthest from the peak, and hence, most inhabitants here were less powerful individuals. These weaker residents, aspiring to get closer to Yunhan Immortal Peak, went as far as causing trouble, treating others weaker than them as stepping stones to gain more attention. Ultimately, however, the power to grant opportunities rested solely in the hands of the examiners from the Taibu Pavilion. Their hard work was all for the sake of catching a glance from the examiners. On the noisy and crowded street, movement was almost impossible, each step fraught with difficulty. In front strode Victor, fat to the point of dripping oil, with an air of arrogance, pushing through the crowd. With his chubby hands, he shoved anyone blocking his way aside, shouting, "Out of the way! All of you move aside." Initially, those pushed would glare at him angrily, but upon seeing the token from Treasure Hall hanging from Victor's waist, their expression softened instantly, grudgingly stepping aside to let Victor and Kingston pass. Though not the top force in Tianhua Kingdom, Treasure Hall was still not an entity anyone dared provoke easily. Having someone paving the way, Kingston followed closely behind Victor, strolling leisurely towards the northern part of the town. "Fatso, keep your hands off me. Others may fear Treasure Hall, but Linyang Workshop doesn't. Get lost." Relying on Treasure Hall's influence, the small fatty smoothly reached the northern end of the town. Seeing that they were only 100 meters away, the crowd ahead suddenly changed. People of noble status who did not give much thought to Treasure Hall. While Linyang Workshop might be smaller in scale compared to Treasure Hall, it too was a nationwide commercial establishment, unbothered by Treasure Hall's stance. Facing such defiant individuals, Victor did not lose his temper. Vaughn merely sneered and raised an eyebrow. "Linyang Workshop, is it? Elmo can ignore me, but do you dare to ignore the sign robe alchemist?" Victor then looked at Kingston with evident satisfaction. Kingston inwardly chuckled. No wonder this little rascal had become so bold. It wasn't because of Treasure Hall's might, but due to using him as leverage. Upon hearing this, the Linyang Workshop representatives were startled, glaring suspiciously at Kingston. "Fatso, do you know what happens when you lie here? It could cost you your life." Elmo say he's a sign robe alchemist? A mere foundation establishment realm trash? Elmo should call yourself one instead. But as he spoke, his companion already hurriedly stepped aside, opening a path. Tayadinly, Kingston calmly pulled out an Alchemist's Guild badge from his storage bag and pinned it on his chest. Alchemist's Guild certification. Elmo really are a sign robe alchemist. The man shrieked in shock, quickly retreating to the side, fearfully gesturing Kingston forward. "Forgive my lack of vision, senior brother. Please go ahead." Those ahead turned at the commotion, their gazes fixated on Kingston's badge, unable to look away. What the heck? He's actually a sign robe alchemist. Only 16 years old and already certified. A real genius. "I've heard the Alchemist Guild recently gained a young prodigy who looks a lot like him, Kingston." "Yes, indeed similar. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't have believed there's such a young sign robe alchemist." Clearly, status mattered. Without the guild badge, almost no one paid him any attention. But now, everyone treated him differently, praising him as a remarkable genius. As people made way, Victor felt even more emboldened, though Kingston himself felt somewhat bitter. As a reincarnated pill emperor, his alchemy skills far surpassed that of a cyan robe alchemist. Yet here he was relying on its name to intimidate others. Once a clear path was made, Victor respectfully turned back and bowed slightly. "Senior brother Yuan, please proceed." Whoosh. At this moment, a deadly sword energy streaked towards Kingston from the northern part of the street. Victor leapt aside in alarm. The sword energy grazed past his face, cutting off a lock of hair from his ear. It seemed uninterested in Victor, continuing its charge toward Kingston undiminished. Facing this sudden lethal attack, Kingston remained calm, casually shattering the sword energy with a palm strike. Byzantine sword sect. Victor's chubby cheeks trembled as he identified the attacker's origin. Entering curses under his breath, he jumped up angrily. Pointing towards the crowd at the street's end, he roared, "Are you blind? Don't you see the senior brother from the Alchemist's Guild here? If anything happens to senior brother Yuan, you're all dead meat." From the crowd emerged a menacing figure, glaring fiercely at Kingston, growling, "Senior brother Yuan? More like a worthless mongrel. I'm here to kill him." This person had a distinctive dragon-patterned unibrow, unmistakably belonging to only one person in his Byzantine sword sect, Garrett. His expression twisted with malice, advancing with a murderous intent aimed at shredding Kingston. This guy, whom Kingston had crippled last time, somehow had advanced to the 8th level of the Spirit Warrior realm. His sword intent was noticeably stronger, emitting sharp sword energies with every movement. Despite the considerable increase in skill, Kingston remained unfazed, shrugging and laughing dismissively. "Who are you? I don't remember every stray cat or dog." Garrett's dragon-patterned unibrow quivered in fury. Pointing at Kingston with murderous eyes, he roared, "Elmo mongrel! Elmo exterminated my Yinmin clan. I'll never rest until I settle this score with you." Kingston smirked coldly, pretending to recognize him. "Oh, right, you're the Yinmin clan remnant I beat to the ground. How could I forget?" Seeing Kingston disregard him completely, Garrett shook with rage, drawing a pitch-black sword. Sinister and deathly aura radiated from the blade, spreading rapidly. Enveloped in this ominous fog, Garrett looked like a hellish grim reaper, yelling furiously at Kingston, "Mongrel, this time, I'll not only avenge my humiliation but make you wish you were dead." Chapter 86, The Immortal Body. What demon is that sword in his hand? This sinister aura is making me dizzy and lightheaded. I feel like I can hardly breathe. This weapon is the Li Shuejian, Fierce Blood Sword, used by the great devil Conan, Blood Demon, who wreaked havoc centuries ago. However, this sword's demonic energy is much weaker compared to the Fierce Blood Sword. It should only be a spirit-grade replica. Blood Demon? The one who butchered 1,000,000 people and was a bloodthirsty fiend. Vaughn was a formidable expert at the Black Tortoise stage 6th level. His weapon must be at least an exquisite mystic armament. Even as a replica, if it can unleash a fraction of the power of a mystic armament, this sword could easily be considered an exquisite spirit armament. The crowd was captivated by Garrett's spirit-grade sword, discussing it fervently. Tayadinly, Garrett held the sword with both hands and thrust it downward into the ground with the blade facing down. A noxious and nauseating force surged into the earth, stirring up countless cracks in the ground as if dragons were tearing through the soil. Amidst the cacophony of tremors, countless coral-like spikes as thick as arms pierced through from underground. These spikes emerged from the ground, reaching as high as a man, extending from Garrett's feet all the way towards Kingston. As they continued to erupt from the ground, they lined up like roadside trees, spreading out in 2 neat rows side by side. Before this attack even reached Kingston, those caught along its path were the first to suffer. Garrett's move was indiscriminate. Anyone within range of the attack suffered without any consideration for guilt or innocence. The onlookers were taken aback, immediately impaled by the rising spikes like meat on skewers. Though only a few were instantly killed by the spikes, many others were merely injured. Yet their bodies began bleeding uncontrollably as if opened by an irreversible wound. Their blood gushed toward the wounds, flowing uncontrollably without any means of stopping. The speed at which blood loss occurred was alarming. Just a fingernail-sized wound would result in the entire body being drained dry in a few breaths. In a moment, more than 100 onlookers on either side of the road were dead or injured. Those who narrowly escaped were terrified, fleeing in all directions. The congested road suddenly became clear, but the buildings on either side were filled with trembling crowds. Step back. Kingston noticed that Garrett's move was entirely different from before. Vaughn grabbed the dazed victor and threw him behind him. At the same time, he gathered strength in his right foot, taking a heavy step about half a foot in front of him. Powerful force emanated from his feet into the ground, clashing violently with the oncoming sword strike beneath the surface. The collision of the two forces swept across a radius of 100 feet. The solid ground trembled violently under the clash of the two forces, becoming as tumultuous as a surging sea. Standing on the ground felt like being adrift on a rickety boat amidst a fierce storm, spinning uncontrollably left and right. Boom! After a momentary stalemate, a jet of black gas spouted upward like a geyser from the ground. The two forces intertwined, making it impossible to tell whether the sword chi or the primal chi had the upper hand. All bystanders saw was a massive pillar of energy shooting straight into the sky, darkening the once clear sky. With an exquisite spirit sword augmenting his strength, Garrett's power wasn't surprising. However, Kingston at the ethereal stage could match him, leaving the spectators astounded. But given the perilous situation, they dared not voice their surprise aloud. Curse you, dog slave. Who would have thought you could withstand my strike? But don't get too smug. I only used 30% of my power just now. With my next strike, Garrett, having fought evenly with Kingston, immediately revealed his arrogance, preparing to taunt him. Suddenly, a piercing sound rushed toward him, exploding against his body, causing a chilling breeze. His pupils contracted as he slowly looked down at his chest. Vaughn saw a perfectly shaped hole in the form of a fist, penetrating from the front and exiting through his back. Yet, something eerie happened. Despite the gaping chest wound, Garrett didn't die nor did a single drop of blood flow from the injury. Through the wound, one could see that his body structure had changed dramatically. It lacked blood, and his muscles and organs resembled desiccated sand. Though Kingston's blow appeared fatal, Garrett acted unaffected, showing no signs of death. Vaughn, dog slave, surprised? Thanks to you, I've transformed. This is the sanctified body bestowed upon me by Ewan, allowing me immortality. With this unbreakable body, I will no longer be burdened by my mortal shell. Garrett sneered at Kingston, laughing madly. Elmore brute strength is powerless against this indestructible body. Accept your punishment obediently. Laughter echoed as sand-like particles began filling the gaping wound. Bang! Still laughing, Garrett was suddenly kicked in the neck. Ignoring his incessant chatter, Kingston sprinted forward after gathering strength from the ground. As the ground exploded beneath his feet, he arrived before Garrett and delivered a kick that twisted and dislocated his neck. Garrett, nearly unable to defend himself, had his head forced off-center by almost a foot, tilting nearly onto his shoulder. Hit harder, hit harder. I love seeing that helpless look on your face when you try your hardest and fail. Keep going. Show me more of your despair. Ha ha ha. Had this been a normal person, the kick to the neck would have resulted in serious injury or death. Yet, Garrett felt no pain, appearing as an indestructible monster, laughing and mocking Kingston. Short-sighted fool, you worship a broken sword as a god. Elmo really are limited, Kingston sneered coldly, striking a punch toward Garrett's sword-holding hand. Despite his immortality, Garrett's defense was weak. Kingston's punch effortlessly broke off his entire right arm. Get lost. Another swift kick sent the severed arm along with the mysterious blood-forged sword flying into the distant horizon like meteors. Ha ha ha, so this is your plan? With his weapon kicked away, Garrett laughed even louder, fixing Kingston with a menacing gaze as he growled, Von Navenly Blood Dragon Sword. Roar. The blood-forged sword summoned by this command turned into a colossal blood-colored dragon in the sky, roaring as it raced back faster than it had been kicked. Just as Kingston looked up, the blood dragon's gaping mouth descended upon him. Kingston's expression tightened as he gathered immense force in his arms, pushing upward with visible waves of energy radiating from his palms. The descending dragon brought immense weight and momentum. Despite concentrating his strength to the limit, Kingston's feet sank slightly under the pressure. The ground beneath him, already softened by previous clashes, could no longer endure such a powerful impact. Suddenly, his waist was half buried in the soil. Haha, that dog slave was so arrogant, but he's utterly helpless against Senior Brother Guyu. Senior Brother Guyu truly is the most talented swordsmanship prodigy of the Yin Min family. To master the replica of the blood-forged sword so quickly, such talent cannot be matched by us in 8 lifetimes. Senior Brother Guyu, please change tactics and torment this dog slave more. His fake calmness is begging to be slapped. With Kingston suppressed, Garrett heard a chorus of flattery and encouragement from behind him. Apart from Garrett, over a dozen spirit martial realm disciples from the Sky Pillar Sword Sect had also come, cheering around him. Elmo think I am completely helpless? Is this the perception of a Sky Pillar Sword Sect elite? Stuck in the mud pit, Kingston's expression remained calm, devoid of any fear that one might expect in such a dire situation. Vaughn cast a cold glance at the elated disciples of the Sky Pillar Sword Sect and said with disdain, look at you, a bunch of incompetent rabble. When I said, Sky Pillar Sword Sect is a bunch of dog shit, I was being too conservative. Elmo probably not even worth that much. As he spoke, a scorching white light began to radiate from Kingston's body, enveloping everything within a 10-foot radius in a blinding white sphere. The intensity of the light was such that even Garrett, who claimed to be indestructible, instinctively closed his eyes. With a heavy heart, Garrett muttered in shock, this is the alchemist's unique life-bound pill fire. Damn it, the lowly slave wasn't lying. He indeed held back his full strength just now. In the midst of the radiant white light, Kingston's figure stood resolute. The light emanating from him was so intense that it temporarily blinded everyone around, creating an atmosphere of uncertainty and tension. Chapter 87. The Sword Obsessive Acts. Dan Fire. This flame is different from ordinary flames. It must be the alchemist's meticulously cultivated innate Dan Fire. Vaughn is indeed the green-robed alchemist. I say, Are all alchemists this fierce? Even from such a distance, I feel like my head is about to smoke. This flame's power can rival that of mystic-level martial arts techniques, right? Could it really not be an odd flame? Note, fire seems to be a non-standard or placeholder term, so I replaced it with odd flame, for better readability and consistency. I once had the fortune to witness an odd fire, which was far more powerful than this. However, the flame he wields isn't an ordinary danhua either. Kingston. This person is probably also a unique anomaly within the Alchemist Guild. Asterisk note, Dan Fire should be kept consistent as danhua, since it seems to be a specific term used in this context. Odd fire is used to translate yihua to maintain the intended meaning while ensuring fluency in English. Asterisk. I once had the fortune to witness an odd fire, which was far more powerful than this. However, the flame he wields isn't an ordinary Dan Fire either. Kingston. This person is probably also a unique anomaly within the Alchemist Guild. Those who had taken shelter in the pavilion watched the rapidly changing battle scene with hearts pounding and bodies scorched by heat, deeply shocked. Just a moment ago, Garrett seemed to have the upper hand. But now it appeared that the tables were about to completely turn. Of course, they didn't know that Kingston's Dan Fire, cultivated by burning 500 years of his lifespan, wasn't solely used for refining pills. Though the components of this fire were complex, its power could not be underestimated and could match that of mystic-level martial arts techniques when used as an offensive weapon. Blinding white light enveloped the blood dragon's sword chi from head to toe, coating everything in a dazzling layer of white. Under the hissing burn of the Dan Fire, the outer layers of energy surrounding the blood dragon's sword chi quickly dissipated, revealing the actual body of the blood lich sword hidden within. It seemed to possess some sort of sentience, continuously releasing tentacle-like sword chi to defend against the burning Dan Fire. Unfortunately, no matter how much it resisted, it was futile. When Kingston slightly increased the flow of his primordial chi, the power of the Dan Fire suddenly escalated dramatically. The benefits of breaking through the third threshold of the Shagwan were truly abundant. The doubling expansion of his meridians and dantian boosted his martial arts power significantly while greatly enhancing both the quantity and usage capacity of his primordial chi. Vaughn hadn't even tapped into the second dantian's chi to enhance the Dan Fire's power yet, and the blood lich sword was already unable to withstand it. A single white Dan Fire fell on the blade, and from within the strange blade emerged a hair-raising cry, resembling an infant's wail. Fleeting visions revealed a 3-inch infant hovering above the blood lich sword. This phantom had small limbs and a blood-red body, looking eerily like an infant but with a face identical to Garrett's. Surrounding the infant floated star-like runes, binding it within the blood lich sword like chains. A spirit infant blood pact. What kind of immortality do you speak of? Nothing more than a favor bought by selling your soul to a demonic sword, Kingston said with a mocking expression upon seeing the spirit infant appear. A true swordsman should be the master of his sword, yet you willingly degraded yourself, choosing to be a puppet of your own sword. Judging by your reaction, you don't seem ashamed but instead revel in it? Truly foolish. Kingston's criticism did not invoke any shame in Garrett. Rather, he looked panicked and lunged madly at Kingston. Don't touch it! Give it back to me! Garrett seemed extremely worried about the spirit infant apparition within the blood lich sword. Kingston scoffed at his reaction, coldly laughing before suddenly increasing the intensity of the Dan Fire engulfing the blade, submerging the blood lich sword entirely in a sea of flames. Ah! Garrett's body stiffened. Just as his hand reached out toward Kingston without touching him, a gentle breeze reduced his hand to dust, which then dispersed into the wind. The spirit infant burned away, and the blood lich sword melted into molten iron. Garrett's body crumbled into sand, and his supposedly invincible body turned out to be nothing but a false illusion. Alexei is dead? How can this be? Vaughn should have achieved immortality, so why? Do you still have time to care about him? Let's escape. Sky-reaching sword sect disciples, witnessing Garrett's defeat, plummeted from Cloud 9 to rock bottom, panicking and fleeing in all directions. Edge it to escape? Is it possible? Kingston had eliminated all sky-reaching sword sect disciples present, but did not let up with his Dan Fire. Clutching the undissolved dragon-shaped sword chi, he twirled it above his head like a dragon dancer before unleashing it with a surge of primordial chi, hurling the flaming sword chi towards the fleeing sky-reaching sword sect disciples. Maximilian, save us! Ayahawk! The blazing dragon overtook them, circling around the sky-reaching sword sect disciples, instantly creating a towering wall of fire. With no way to escape, the disciples collided one after another into the wall of flames, turning into charred corpses in moments. Vaughnanous bastard, daring to harm our sect's disciples. I will make you pay blood for blood. A furious roar echoed from outside the town. Before the man arrived, a shadow covering the sky, a massive golden fist, charged forth, shaking the heavens and earth. Black Tortoise Realm aura, Kingston's eyelids twitched. Without haste, he simultaneously channeled primordial chi from both dantians. In the blink of an eye, the originally calm aura surged within him like a rampant dragon. The speed of chi circulation doubled, as did the rate of condensing stacks formation. 50 stacks, usually requiring a brief accumulation, formed almost instantly. His palms and legs each holding 50 stacks. Facing this formidable attack, Kingston reined in his underestimation and prepared fully. Boom! The gigantic golden fist clashed with Kingston's palms, causing violent currents of primordial force to wreak havoc in the air, exploding into a high earthen wall beside him. Amidst the clouds of dust, Kingston's stance, rooted like a stake, slid back Tinjong, leaving deep grooves in the ground like a knife's sharp slash. Despite appearing disheveled, Kingston emerged unharmed except for a slight swelling in his palms. A mocking smirk formed on his lips, and he provocatively waved his wrist towards the attacker. First stage Black Tortoise Realm is only this much. Indeed, sky-reaching sword sect is a nest of scum. Elmo brat, you're too insolent. Enraged by Kingston's taunt, the opponent unleashed a sphere of primordial force from beyond the town limits. In a flash, a figure, charged with intense primordial force, flashed before Kingston. Without a word, ignoring the dispersing protective light, he immediately swung a treasured sword horizontally with a deadly cold edge aimed straight at Kingston's neck. 9 turns golden body technique, peak second level. Kingston's expression hardened as he crossed his arms defensively before him, activating his defensive martial technique to its maximum strength, enveloping his entire body in a radiant golden glow. This opponent's speed was exceptionally fast. Although Kingston sensed the trajectory of the attack, he was slightly slower. There was no time for retaliation. He could only brace himself fully against the incoming strike. At the moment their paths intersected, a long sword cry reverberated down from the cloudy Han Peak. Swiftly, a streak of sword shadow descended from the mountain peak, striking before Kingston like a bolt from the blue. Upon closer inspection, the sword shadow enclosed a human figure. Sword is man, man is sword. This individual had clearly attained the profound realm of man-sword unity. At the foot of a mortal mountain, who dares act so recklessly? Begone! The figure coldly commanded, transforming his roar into a wave of sword chi that surged forward. The Esteban of the sky-reaching sword sect was defenseless, spewing blood profusely as his body slammed out of the town like fluff. The rules of the Great Divination Pavilion cannot be transgressed. At the foot of a mortal mountain, only young talents under 25 are allowed to stay. The edited translation ensures that the meaning is accurately conveyed, reads naturally in English, and maintains consistency in terminology and style. The term, Great Boo Pavilion, has been corrected to Great Divination Pavilion, for clarity and accuracy. Additionally, permitted entry has been changed to allowed to stay, to better reflect the original intent. The sky-reaching sword sect Esteban has transgressed our laws. Henceforth, the sky-reaching sword sect and its affiliates are disqualified. The figure descending from the peak waved his hand, causing the surrounding spiritual light to dissipate into glowing particles, revealing a resolute and stern countenance. Those hiding in the pavilion bowed to the ground in reverence upon seeing this figure, exclaiming loudly, "We obey the order! We greet Barrett Sword Obsessive." Chapter 87. The Sword Obsessive Acts. Alchemy Fire. This flame is different from ordinary flames. It must be the prime alchemy fire painstakingly cultivated by an alchemist. Vaughn is indeed a green-robed alchemist. I say, are all alchemists this powerful? Even from this distance, I feel like my head's about to smoke. The power of this flame doesn't seem inferior to mystic-level martial arts techniques. Is it really not Yihua and Yihua? I once had the good fortune to witness an Yihua, a Yi fire, which was far stronger than this. However, the flame he uses is not an ordinary alchemy fire. Bert. This person is likely also an anomaly among alchemists in the Alchemist Guild. The crowd, hiding inside the pavilion, braved the scorching heat and watched the rapidly changing battle scene with awe. Just moments ago, Garrett had the upper hand. But now it seemed the tide was about to turn completely. Of course, they didn't know that the alchemy Firebird had nurtured by burning 500 years of his lifespan wasn't just for refining pills. Though complex in composition, this fire's power was not to be underestimated and could be used as an attack method, matching the might of mystic-level martial arts techniques. Blinding white light enveloped the blood dragon sword Isaiah, dyeing it completely in glaring white. Under the sizzling alchemy fire, the outer layer of energy from the blood dragon sword Isaiah was quickly incinerated, revealing the true form of the blood fiend's sword hidden within. This thing seemed to have its own spirit, releasing octopus-like sword chi to fend off the burning alchemy fire. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it resisted, it was futile. With a slight increase in Bert's essence flow speed, the power of the alchemy fire rose significantly. The benefits after breaking through the third level of tribulation were immense. With the expansion of meridians and Danteon, his martial technique's power increased exponentially, and both his essence reserves and usage greatly improved. Vaughn hadn't even tapped into the essence from his second Danteon to boost the alchemy fire's power when the blood fiend's sword succumbed to the flames. A white alchemy fire flowered on the blade, and oddly, the sound of a baby crying echoed from the sword. For a moment, a 3-inch infant phantom appeared on the blood fiend's sword. The phantom, small and entirely blood-red, resembled an infant but bore Garrett's face. Around the infant floated star-like runes, binding it within the blood fiend's sword like chains. Spiritual infant blood pact. Immortality is merely a concession gained by selling one's soul to a demonic sword. Seeing the blood infant, Bert's face twisted with derision. A swordsman should be the master of the sword, yet you willingly degenerate into a puppet of the sword. From your demeanor, you don't seem ashamed. Instead, you take joy in it. Truly foolish. Bert's commentary did not shame Garrett. Instead, he looked panicked and lunged at Bert frenziedly. Don't touch it! Give it back to me! It seemed he was deeply concerned about the blood infant phantom in the blood fiend's sword. Bert sneered disdainfully, and the alchemy fire burning the blade surged, engulfing the blood fiend's sword in flames. Ah! Garrett's body stiffened. His hand, reaching out to grab Bert, disintegrated into dust and scattered with a gust of wind before touching Bert. The blood infant was burned, and the blood fiend's sword melted into molten iron. Garrett's body turned to sand, dispersing. His vaunted immortality turned out to be nothing more than a hollow deception. Senior brother Guyu is dead? How can this be? Vaughn should have achieved immortality. How? Do you still have time to worry about him? Let's escape. Panic spread among the disciples of the sky-piercing sword sect who witnessed Garrett's defeat. They fled chaotically. Do you think you can escape? Bert had killed Garrett, but his alchemy fire had not ceased. Grasping the remnants of the dragon-shaped sword chi, he swung it above his head twice before sending the flaming sword chi toward the fleeing disciples with a surge of essence. Maximilian, save us. Ah! The fiery dragon caught up with them, encircling the fleeing disciples and creating a towering wall of fire. Cut off from any escape route, the sky-piercing sword sect disciples crashed into the fire, quickly turning into charred corpses. Damn bastards! Killing my sect's disciples. I'll make you pay with blood. Bert had just finished off the sky-piercing sword sect disciples when a roar erupted outside the town. Before anyone could react, a massive golden fist shadow struck down, shaking the heavens. A Xuanwu realm aura. Bert raised an eyebrow, calmly gathering essence from both dantians. In an instant, his previously calm aura transformed into a raging force within him. His essence flow doubled in speed, drastically increasing the stacking strength. 50 layers of stacking power instantly coalesced in his hands and legs, ready to meet the incoming attack with full readiness. Boom! The giant golden fist collided with Bert's palms, unleashing overwhelming mystic power that shook the air and sent shockwaves rippling outward, blasting a high earthen wall around him. Amidst the swirling dust, Bert was pushed back 10 yards despite his legs firmly planted like stakes, carving deep trenches in the ground. Though Bert appeared disheveled, he remained unharmed except for slightly swollen palms. A smirk of mockery formed on his lips as he provocatively flicked his wrist toward the attacker. First layer of Xuanwu realm is only so much. The sky-piercing sword sect is truly full of dogshit. Elmo, insolent bastard. Bert's provocation enraged the opponent. A glowing orb of mystic power sped toward Bert from outside the town. In the blink of an eye, a figure emerged in front of Bert, wielding a sword in a sweeping slash aimed at his neck. Ninefold golden body art, peak second stage. Bert crossed his arms defensively, activating his defensive technique to maximum power, enveloping his entire body in a golden glow. Despite sensing the attack trajectory, Bert was slightly slower due to the speed of the opponent. Unable to counterattack in time, he focused on defending against the initial assault. Just as they were about to clash, a long sword cry resonated from atop the immortal peak. Teadenly, a streak of sword light descended from the peak, landing thunderously in front of Bert. Upon closer inspection, the sword light revealed a human figure. Chevy man and sword is one. The person had achieved the profound state of unity between man and sword. At the foot of Immortal Mountain, no rash actions are tolerated. Get out. The figure's icy voice boomed, transforming into sword chi that blasted forward. The sky-piercing sword sect Esteban could offer no resistance, spewing blood as he was hurled out of the town. The rules of the Great Boo Pavilion cannot be overstepped. Only young talents under 25 may enter the base of Immortal Mountain. The sky-piercing sword sect Esteban has violated our rules. Therefore, the sky-piercing sword sect and its affiliates are disqualified. The figure from the immortal peak waved a hand, dispelling the surrounding spiritual light to reveal a stern, imposing face. Those hiding in the pavilions prostrated themselves upon seeing the figure appear, shouting in unison, "We follow the decree. Pay respects to Senior Sword Obsessive." Chapter 88, A Petty Clown. The Sword Obsessive watched with a cold gaze as those associated with the pillar teleporting Von Aven's sword sect slinked away from the town. Vaughn then turned his attention to Kingston. From his eyes, Kingston sensed not only an evaluating look, but also an almost imperceptible hint of surprise and doubt. Yet, the Sword Obsessive concealed this change in expression well. Apart from Kingston, no one else noticed. After a brief pause, the Sword Obsessive clasped his fists in greeting and said, "I am Chevy Young Yen, attendant to Mississippi. May I inquire about your honorable name?" The respectful manner in which the Sword Obsessive addressed Kingston astonished everyone in the town. They all looked at Kingston with surprised expressions, sparking heated discussions. Why is Senior Sword Obsessive being so courteous to him? Is it because he's a green robe alchemist? This young man seems extraordinary, someone fit to be the son-in-law of dragons and phoenixes. Could it be that Miss Taya has taken a fancy to him? Not likely. How could he be more handsome than me? I'm among the most attractive in the 10-mile radius. Why didn't Miss Taya choose me? In what way am I inferior to him? Ha, he's a green robe alchemist. What are you? Do you even deserve to compare yourself to an alchemist? Kingston paid little heed to their chatter, reciprocating the gesture with a polite clasp of his own fists. I am Kingston, greetings, Senior Sword Obsessive. From the Sword Obsessive's reaction, Kingston had a faint inkling. Vaughn believed there was something amiss with the audience qualifications for the Divination Pavilion. It couldn't be as simple as ordinary tests. Perhaps, regardless of the final number of candidates, one slot was already determined to be his. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the Sword Obsessive announced firmly to everyone, "So, you are young friend Kingston. Congratulations on gaining the privilege to meet the Pavilion Lord. As for the rest of you, whether or not you receive the Pavilion Lord's favor depends on your performance later." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted again. "See, I told you Miss Taya must have set her eyes on him. Otherwise, why would he be exempted from any test or examination and allowed to ascend Yunhan Immortal Peak directly? AI, who can compete with him? A green robe alchemist at just 16 years old, such youthful accomplishments." That's true. A 16-year-old green robe alchemist, destined for greatness, indeed. Amidst everyone's sighs, Victor ran up to Kingston, visibly excited, and clasped his fists. "I always knew Brother Ewan was extraordinary. Over these years, you're the first person personally received by Pavilion Lord Taya. This honor has never been bestowed upon anyone before. Congratulations." Chevimph. I thought the Divination Pavilion was some extraordinary haven, transcending worldly affairs. Who knew Pavilion Lord Taya was just another stinking commoner? Just as everyone marveled at Kingston's good fortune, an unpleasant voice echoed down the street. A white-robed young man with a folded fan strode forward disdainfully. His eyes swept across Kingston and the Sword Obsessive, sneering, "I admit that a 16-year-old green robe alchemist has great potential. But just because he's a green robe alchemist and part of the Alchemist Guild, Pavilion Lord Taya gives him special treatment. Does this not dishearten all heroes under heaven?" With a cold glance around, he raised his hand dramatically, declaring righteously, "Vaughn may be a genius, but aren't there equally talented people among us heroes here? Just because we aren't part of the 5 major forces, we must go through endless tests to see the Pavilion Lord. Meanwhile, if you belong to the 5 major forces, the Divination Pavilion bends rules and provides preferential treatment. How does that make Pavilion Lord any different from ordinary, mediocre people?" Vaughn curled his lips, sneering contemptuously. If this is how it is, why bother with these pretenses and tests anymore? Just roll out a red carpet for the members of the 5 major forces whenever they come. His arrogant tone irked both Kingston and the Sword Obsessive, causing them to frown. Before either of them could react, little fatty Victor stepped forward, belly sticking out as he glared at the man. "Who do you think you are? Who gave you the right to question whom Pavilion Lord Taya wants to see? Does she need your approval?" "Vaughn, huh?" The man laughed coldly, shaking his head with disdain. "Can't control your dogs, huh? Elmo, don't scare me. My name is Darian, Elmong Barrett of Cloudwave Manor. If you dare act rashly, just remember, facing all the heroes under heaven, any move against me will ruin the Divination Pavilion's reputation in the martial world." Victor looked amused, puzzled. "Why don't you clarify what you mean by rules? Brother Ewan excels not only in alchemy but also in martial prowess, undefeated at his level. Even the 8th rank spiritual warrior Garrett can't defeat him. Do you really think you can win against him? Elmo can't match him in martial arts or alchemy, so what's left for you to boast about?" Darian shot a cold glare at Victor, scoffing. "Elmo know nothing. The Divination Pavilion never uses martial power as a criterion. Seeing the Pavilion Lord relies entirely on destiny. This rule has been passed down for generations. I admit I can't beat him, but when it comes to fate and destiny, I believe I surpass him 100-fold. To say this might stir your jealousy, I visited renowned mountains and caves, meeting many reclusive sages who foretold my future, predicting immense nobility and glory. This year marks my peak in luck, marrying the fairest beauty under heaven and reaching the pinnacle of life. Yet, despite my profound destiny, the divination pavilion overlooks me in favor of a commoner from the 5 major forces. It's truly blind and ridiculous. Victor gazed at Darien, speechless. Teadenly, he felt pity for the man. Trying to suppress his urge to scold him, Victor shook his head after a while. Do you really believe in all those flattering words others tell you? Is there something wrong with your brain? Enough arguing. As Victor widened his eyes, preparing to argue further, Kingston stopped him with a firm hand on his shoulder. Then he slowly approached Darien. Do you want to expose our hypocrisy and embarrass us? Darien asked nervously, watching Kingston's tightly clenched fist, backing away in panic. Before he could finish shouting, a straight punch struck his face. Dazed and staggering like a drunkard, Darien collapsed unconscious with a thud. Looking at Darien's sunken cheek caused by his punch, Kingston guessed that Darien would be bedridden for at least a year. Dreaming of military ranks and titles, retrieving his fist calmly, Kingston glanced at the unmoving figure on the ground and remarked coolly, "It appears your fortune tellers were inaccurate." Chapter 89. Change in the Vaughnavens. The sword obsessive glanced down at Darien, who had completely lost consciousness, and kicked him out of the town with a single foot. Vaughn glared coldly around and roared, "If anyone has objections to my actions in the Great Diviner Pavilion, speak up now. If I hear complaints later, they won't be as lucky." Everyone witnessing this scene fell silent, afraid to utter a word. After all, they were here seeking favors. No one would provoke conflict with the owner of this place unnecessarily. The owner of the Great Diviner Pavilion had the right to decide whom she met. It was not outsiders' place to criticize. Seeing everyone's silence, the sword obsessive nodded to Kingston and said, "The cloud ladder leading to the Vaughnhaven beyond Vaughnhaven is prepared for you, young hero. Please ascend." Upon speaking, several peaks north of the town suddenly emitted an auspicious light, countless cloud ladders stretching from the depths of the mountains right to Kingston. That's the ladder to Vaughnhaven beyond Vaughnhaven. At its end lies the most beautiful woman in the world. Why wasn't I chosen? Comparisons can be deadly. I waited here for 3 years without even hearing Miss Taya's voice. Vaughn arrives for just one day and gets such fortune. What incredible luck. In the town, sighs echoed as everyone envied Kingston, stepping onto the ladder and heading deep into the mountains. Walking on the suspended ladder, Kingston felt like he was treading on a fluffy cotton ball, fearing he might slip off and fall from the sky at any moment. The ladder extended from the town deep into the mountains, surrounded by towering peaks. That endless, cyclical feeling returned to him. Knowing that this place hid complex formations, Kingston released his mental energy to observe carefully. Soon, his eyebrows furrowed slightly, surprised. A mortal possesses such skill? This formation bears similarities to the divine, shift, and transform Vaughnhaven array. Each step inside triggers a chain reaction. One wrong step could plunge you into an endless maze. Though modified, this formation can easily confound Xuanwu or Tianwu realm practitioners. Through his mental perception, Kingston noticed countless block-like ladders hidden among the mountains. Only the ladders illuminated in deeper hues, resembling visible clouds, were accessible. Other ladders were entirely transparent, blending into the surroundings, distinct from the Great Diviner Pavilion's designated path. Without guidance, one mistaken step would lead to entrapment within the formation. Kingston marveled at the owner's ingenuity as he climbed rapidly. Having ascended 3,000 steps, the glowing ladder ahead began flickering, becoming unstable. The formation has changed. Could the Barret of the Great Diviner Pavilion be plotting against me? One wrong step would trap him. If the Barret lured him into the formation and removed the ladder guides, it would seem like a deliberate trap. Just then, a cry from the town alarmed him. The formation is chaotic? Something must be wrong with the control center. Elmong Miss is in danger. Scanning the area, Kingston saw that all the ladders leading back to the town had dimmed. The sword obsessive looked panic-stricken, his face drenched in sweat. Vaughn seems genuinely startled. Could this be an accident? And does he not know the correct route up? Kingston's thoughts raced before realizing. Could the path only be usable once? Does it reset after I pass? To confirm, the sword obsessive stepped onto a dimmed ladder, disappearing silently from view. Each ladder represents unknown possibilities. A wrong step will lose you within the formation. Kingston faintly sensed the sword obsessive's presence through his mental awareness, but it quickly faded, obscured by the formation. Gazing at the flickering ladder above, his brows furrowed tightly. Finding his sister was paramount. He didn't want mishaps now. Only 2,532 steps left. Do you think you can stop me? Concentrating, he memorized the remaining correct path before the ladder dimmed completely. Within moments, the ladders extinguished. Undeterred, Kingston sped up the now guideless ladder, having memorized every correct step in 2 breaths. With no guiding light, the floating ladder merged with the air, offering no reference points. Inside this vast formation, each misplaced step could be disastrous. Yet, his powerful mental energy had memorized every step's position. His sprint remained unaffected, maintaining speed through the clouds. Soon, a gateway appeared, inscribed with Vaughnhaven beyond Vaughnhaven. Vaughnartened, Kingston rushed through the entrance. Upon entering Vaughnhaven beyond Vaughnhaven, the scenery opened up, a vibrant, idyllic mountain retreat filled with birdsong and blooming flowers. Despite the beauty, Kingston paid no attention. Standing beneath the gateway, even without mental exploration, he heard a clanking sound, like gears grinding. The sky fluctuated between stormy and clear multiple times within moments, indicating something was indeed amiss with the Great Diviner Pavilion. A little girl, your only guard is that sword obsessive. With the passage sealed, he can't reach you. Give up and come with me quietly. A mocking laugh followed martial energy fluctuations, signaling a confrontation ahead. Who's there? Dare you spy on me? Inviting death. Before Kingston acted, the distant figure detected his presence. A palm strike came from afar, accompanied by a thunderous boom. A green skull, the size of a water vat, flew toward Kingston, teeth clacking ominously, aiming straight for him. Chapter 90. Brinley. I didn't expect anyone could still make it to the Beyond Vaughnhaven after the passage closed. In the distance, a figure shrouded in red light stared at the enormous luminescent screen covered in runes before him and sneered coldly. But you can give up all hope. That guy is just a rank 1 spirit-stirring trash, a worthless piece of crap who can't even take care of himself. Elmo actually hoped he could save you. Before the red-clad figure finished his words, the green skull he cast towards Kingston was flung back intact. How could you deflect my martial technique? Who the hell are you? The man's voice trembled with shock as he roared. Simultaneously, he thrust both palms forward, unleashing a torrent of profound power that surged from his hands, turning the returning green skull into shattered fragments. As the martial technique detonated, the red-shrouded figure staggered several steps back, his protective spiritual glow dissipating to reveal an ugly face as thin as a skeleton. Staring at Kingston emerging from the green mist, the man gasped. What incredible power! How deep you've hidden your true abilities. At this moment, a pleasant silver bell-like female voice echoed from the rune-flashing light barrier, urgently warning Kingston. Sir, be careful, he uses poison. Though obscured by the barrier, the graceful waist and elegant curves visible through the translucent runes sparked imagination. Haha, little girl, you're too naive. Vaughn's already in the poison mist. Now that you warn him, isn't it too late? The emaciated figure snickered mockingly. Seeing Kingston walk out from the toxic green fog, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. To fall into my springs of perdition, can a mere spirit-stirring trash survive? Before his mocking laughter faded, Kingston's fists had already dispersed the green mist, sending shockwaves through the air. Under the shocked gaze of his opponent, the fist charged straight towards the chest. Why haven't you succumbed to the poison? Elmo, the Alchemy Guild's emblem on your chest explains it. As the skeletal figure glanced, he spotted the blue-robed alchemist emblem pinned on Kingston's chest, instantly understanding why the poison had been ineffective. Bang! Clashing palms against Kingston's fists sent the bony figure stumbling back once more. Yet Kingston only took half a step back despite the burst of profound power from the palm strike. This skeletal man, being a profound body realm expert, was surprisingly no match for Kingston in raw strength. Among the profound body experts Kingston had seen, this man had the weakest physique. Waves over 1,000 mountains. After testing with the first move, Kingston simultaneously unleashed a surge of essence energy from both his dantians, coalescing 50 layers of overlapping force in his arms. His tensed muscles creaked under the tremendous power. Just as Kingston was about to launch another assault, a cunning smile appeared on the skeletal man's bark-like face. Vaughn pointed at Kingston's fist with elongated fingers. Little philosopher, before you attack, check your hands. Did you think I only know one poison skill? Blue spots, roughly walnut-sized, emerged on Kingston's fists, dark shadows aggressively consuming the surrounding flesh. Sir, you've been hit by Brinley's signature move, Blue Sand Hand. Cut off your arm immediately if you wish to live. Elmo not a match for him. Flee for your life. The melodious voice warned again, causing a tingling sensation despite the urgency. One arrogant and smirking, the other anxiously urging. A stern-faced Kingston ignored them both, launching the waves over 1,000 mountains in a powerful wave. Ha, playing the hero in front of me? Risking your life to rescue the beauty? Brinley sneered, formulating a sinister plan. Elmo's bravery impresses me. Since you wish to die, I'll tear you limb by limb in front of that girl, and see if she'll be truly heartbroken. His hand like a withered branch moved swiftly to grab Kingston's wrist, his fingers pressing down oddly. Not bad with brute strength, but what will you do when I break your wrist? Having experienced Kingston's formidable power, Brinley chose not to confront him directly, instead seizing Kingston's wrist with a sudden attack aimed at breaking it. What happened to my hand? Just as he intended to snap Kingston's wrist, Brinley noticed his own hand turning black, the flesh numb and devoid of feeling. Golden silkworm poison. Did you also embed deadly toxins in your attack during our clash? Elmo, little philosopher, are also a master of poisons. Startled, Brinley quickly assessed the situation and leapt backward to distance himself from Kingston, wary despite having a higher realm. Kingston's forceful punch struck the air, creating a thunderous boom that caused Brinley's eardrums to throb painfully. So bizarre and potent a strength, thankfully I didn't face it head-on. If I treated him as ordinary spirit-stirring trash, I might have been tricked too. Observing the rapidly spreading golden silkworm poison on his hand, Brinley took a deep breath, shifting his gaze back to Kingston, now treating him as a formidable opponent. There aren't many people left in Von Avenly Moon Kingdom who can use poison so skillfully. Since we share the same lineage of poisoning techniques, I, as a senior, should take care of the younger generation. Let's call it a day today. My goal is achieved. Consider this girl as a token of goodwill towards you. If you find yourself unable to thrive on the righteous path, you can come to the Bloodsea Demon Sect and seek refuge. Just mention my name, and you'll have a place there. With that, Brinley waved his sleeve, transforming into a green shadow that soared into the sky, disappearing amidst laughter into the horizon. Kingston subtly used his mental force to track him, confirming he had truly left. Relieved, he shook his hand, which was already dispelling the blue sand hand poison due to the effects of the sovereign alchemy Tyatra. Since the fight was over, there was no need to feign illness. Approaching the light barrier, Kingston gently tapped on it, concernedly asking, Elmong lady, the old villain has left. Vaughning your weak voice, it seems you're severely injured. Do you need my help to heal? Kingston wasn't just being courteous due to her beauty. Finding her was crucial to locating his sister. If she died, wouldn't his efforts have been in vain? Thank you, sir. I'm fine, cough cough. But he took my divination ruler. Without it, your purpose here, cough. Upon the retreat of the formidable enemy, Iana, concealed behind the barrier, felt relieved. Yet her suppressed injuries flared up uncontrollably, triggering intense coughing. Midway through her sentence, Kingston's expression darkened. Without another word, he turned and sprinted toward the direction where Brinley vanished. Old thief, don't run. Leave the treasure behind. Hashtag chapter 91. Returning the item to its rightful owner. Earlier, he had thought that Bart Laoguai's dispute with the Taibu Pavilion was a private matter and hadn't intended to interfere. Vaughn had only acted with the intent of driving them away. Had he known that Bart Laoguai had taken an artifact crucial to finding his sister, he definitely wouldn't have let him get away. But it was too late now. Bart Laoguai had already vanished into thin air. Those who had reached the Xuanwu realm possessed the ability to fly through the sky. Even if Kingston chased after him immediately, there was no guarantee he would catch up. Sir, please wait. Just as he felt secretly anxious, the light barrier behind him suddenly disappeared, revealing a face that made one's heart stir. This woman wore a pale green gown, her skin like jade, her beauty incomparable. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall over her shoulders. Despite her pale complexion, she still exuded a charm that could topple cities, her slightly furrowed brows evoking sympathy from anyone who saw her. Even Kingston was momentarily stunned by her appearance. This woman was none other than the current pavilion master of the Taibu Pavilion, Iana. Realizing Kingston was not an enemy, she dispersed the barrier in front of her. Without waiting for Kingston to ask, She threw a jade pendant toward him. Bart Lao Guai hasn't escaped the Taibu Pavilion's array range yet. We still have a chance, but with my current strength, I can only use the teleportation spell once. Elmo must seize this opportunity, sir. At the moment Kingston touched the jade pendant, it felt as if his entire body connected to the Taibu Pavilion's great array. It seemed as long as he received the support of the array's power, he could instantly teleport to any position covered by the array. Although the Taibu Pavilion's array had been damaged, its sophistication meant that even Bart Lao Guai could only destroy a small part, at most causing temporary dysfunction. To completely destroy all the arrays was beyond the capability of a single person. Sir, are you ready? Iana appeared to have been hit by Bart Lao Guai's poison skill, her face pale and weak. But that sky calculation ruler seemed very important to the Taibu Pavilion. Despite her injuries, she picked up a spare control rod to operate the array, ready to help Kingston recover the treasure. Kingston clenched his fist, his arm filled with strength, and nodded without hesitation. In the next second, Iana tapped the control rod in her hand, and a dazzling spiritual light enveloped Kingston, making his figure vanish instantly. Ha ha ha. So this is the sky calculation ruler that the Taibu Pavilion uses to predict celestial events? With this treasure, all treasures in the world will be within my reach. Before long, the first among disciples under the patriarch will surely belong to me, Bart. In the sky, Bart Lao Guai flew, nearly escaping the Taibu Pavilion's great array range. Overwhelmed with joy, he couldn't resist taking out the emerald ruler filled with countless stars, admiring it in his hands. The old monster hugged the treasure affectionately, lost in daydreams of plundering the world's treasures. Teadenly, a deep vortex opened silently above him. A powerful iron fist burst out of the vortex with devastating force, charging towards him unexpectedly. It's you, Anders. Feeling the threat above, Bart Lao Guai hastily blocked with his fist. However, his hastily raised fist couldn't compare to Kingston's well-prepared punch. His wrist felt excruciating pain, and his entire body plummeted several dozen meters. While falling, he realized his grip on the sky calculation ruler had loosened, and it had returned to Kingston's possession. Bastard! I kindly spared your life, and you repay kindness with treachery and ambush me. Since you insist on meddling, I'll kill both you and that stinky girl. Infuriated that his prized treasure had been reclaimed before he could fully enjoy it, Bart Lao Guai was livid. Harnessing mystic power to steady himself mid-fall, he leaped upward using the shockwave, a chilling blue light erupting from his palm as he struck out at Kingston from afar. Losing the treasure fueled his rage, swearing to tear Kingston and his companion limb from limb. This attack used his full power, turning half the sky a deep blue, thick blue smoke spreading like a blazing fire. The acrid odor spread, killing birds that flew into it, their corpses raining down like hailstones. Even people far off in the mountain village were choked by the poisonous fog, foaming at the mouth and vomiting. However, this strike couldn't harm Kingston because, having recovered the treasure with a surprise attack, Kingston transformed into a stream of spiritual light and vanished through the deep vortex. Teleportation spell. Damn it, I underestimated Iana, that girl. But do you think you can escape? I'm coming back to wipe you both out entirely. Recognizing Kingston's disappearance method as a Taibu Pavilion array technique, Bart Lao Guai gritted his teeth in fury. Harnessing all his mystic power, with murderous intent, he sped back toward the Taibu Pavilion. But he hadn't flown far when he saw clouds swirling around him, the mist surrounding the immortal peak seemingly coming alive, layer upon layer pressing toward him. The array has been repaired? Damn it, if I'm caught in this maze, I'll be trapped. Troublesome brat. You better hope I don't see you again, or else, oh no, retreat quickly. Bart Lao Guai stomped in anger but didn't finish cursing as the clouds closed in, forcing him to rise rapidly and flee this place swiftly. This belongs to your esteemed pavilion, does it not? Inside the Taibu Pavilion, Kingston held the starry and brilliantly shining sky calculation ruler in his hand, unhesitatingly offering it to Iana. This essential treasure of the Taibu Pavilion was returned without any conditions, astonishing Iana. Vaughn, her beautiful eyes sparkled as she curiously examined Kingston for a moment. Certain of Kingston's sincerity, she gratefully accepted the treasure with pleasant surprise. Thank you, sir, for your righteous deed. It was my carelessness that allowed Bart Lao Guai to seize the opportunity. If we lost this, I truly don't know how I could explain it to my teacher. Kingston waved dismissively, curious. It was nothing, miss, you're welcome. However, it piques my interest that you permitted me direct access to the Immortal Pavilion. Am I someone special? Others had to go through numerous trials to meet the Pavilion Master, yet he had been given a clear path to enter the Taibu Pavilion. Tyak abnormal behavior naturally sparked his curiosity. Iana smiled lightly at Kingston, melting his cold heart with warmth. She stood up, bowed gracefully, and explained, the Taibu Pavilion excels in divination. I merely followed the results of a reading, awaiting the Destined One. Before you arrived, I did not know who the Destined One was, only that they were within the borders of Tianyue Kingdom and no older than 25. Nothing more was known. When you reached the foot of the mountain, the divination array reacted immediately, telling me that after years of waiting, the distinguished guest had finally arrived. With these words, Kingston's face showed understanding. Vaughn nodded and asked, so, what is it the revered pavilion seeks from the Destined One? And why is it that even you cannot precisely calculate their identity? Iana coughed lightly and continued in a somewhat weak tone. This is a long story, concerning a significant secret of our pavilion. Just as she was about to explain, Kingston interrupted her. Since it's a long story, let's set this aside for now. I have urgent matters and need assistance first. Once resolved, I will certainly assist your pavilion. Iana, though interrupted, did not appear angry and agreed to Kingston's request, nodding. I apologize, sir. I owe you my life and should repay you. Please tell me your intention. Vaughn's straightforwardness earned Kingston's great appreciation, and he didn't elaborate further. Reaching out, he made a cut on his palm, squeezing out a drop of blood which he encased in a ball of primordial energy. Vaughn slowly presented it to her. My sister has been captured. Please help me determine her whereabouts. Vaughn's straightforwardness let Kingston appreciate her greatly. Without much explanation, he stretched out his hand, drew a cut on his palm, squeezed out a drop of blood, encapsulated it with primal energy, and gently offered it to her. My sister has been taken. I beg for your help to divine her location. Vaughn's straightforward manner won Kingston's admiration, and without further ado, he reached out, drew a small cut on his palm, squeezed out a drop of blood, enveloped it in a sphere of primordial energy, and gently presented it to her. My sister has been captured. Could you please help me find her? Hashtag chapter 92. Pressing too hard. Kingston's words made Iana's expression turn grave. She propped up the drop of blood with her jade-like hand and immediately began reciting the incantations. Instantly, streams of lively symbols resembling tadpoles flew out from her palm, swirling around Kingston's blood in intricate patterns of light. After a few breaths, the blood surrounded by the runes began to boil violently, just like boiling water, continuously expanding and deforming. With a loud explosion, the drop of blood exploded into a cloud of blood mist within the protective circle of runes, and the luminescent runes also fell silent. Just like the result of Kingston's earlier calculation, Iana had also failed. Someone is using an array to block your sister's whereabouts. It seems she is in grave danger. Iana's pale face grew even more unsightly as she frowned in deep thought. Finally, as if making a significant decision, she held out her hand toward Kingston and said, "Please give me another drop of blood. This time, I must find your sister's location." Kingston looked at her pale cheeks and hesitated. "Miss, you are quite injured. Forcing a divination could worsen your condition. Why don't you take some time to recover first?" The isolating array didn't have a powerful counterattack capability, but Iana was still struck hard in the chest by the backlash, her pained expression not escaping Kingston's eyes. Kingston wasn't unconcerned about his sister's fate. He was merely afraid that forcing Iana to perform such a demanding technique might cost her life before they found his sister. Though Iana appeared frail, she possessed an indomitable will and wouldn't waver once she made up her mind. She shook her head at Kingston and earnestly replied, "There are few people in Tiang Kingdom who can block great divination, which implies that those who took your sister have considerable power. Every moment delayed means increased danger for your sister. Do not hesitate, sir. I know my body. I can hold on." Seeing her determination, Kingston was inwardly moved. Vaughn hadn't expected this young girl to persist despite her injuries in order to help him find his sister. Thus, he squeezed out another drop of blood and sent it over, nodding solemnly. "Elmore's kindness will be remembered deeply. If you have any future requests, I will do my best to fulfill them. Please find my sister." Iana received the blood gravely, gently tapped it with her jade-like finger, and directly inserted it into the treasure of Taibu Pavilion, the Vanavonly calculation ruler. Instantly, a river of starlight descended from the sky, covering Iana perfectly. In the silvery glow, Iana, with closed eyes, appeared sacred and dignified, evoking a sense of sanctity that forbade any disrespect. To borrow the power of the galaxy, the Taibu Pavilion truly has its own means. Feeling the extraordinary force from the stars, Kingston became excited, sensing that they would finally locate his sister. Holding the Vanavonly calculation ruler, which now matched the colors of the galaxy, Iana knelt down reverently, sincerely asking for guidance. Under the incantation, the star patterns inside the ruler lit up in an orderly sequence, seemingly responding to her sincerity. Puff! Just as the final star revealing the secret shone, Iana's wounded body could no longer hold on. She spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed, her already pale face losing all color. "Miss Taya." Kingston quickly rushed over to support her, touching her slender waist. His face changed, frowning deeply. "Elmo burning up. Hasn't the poison been neutralized yet?" Though Tianya Lao Guai's poison was harmless to him, it was fatal to Iana. Despite taking antidotes, her recovery from the unique poison was not easy. Moved by her determination, Kingston rapidly tapped her acupoints, channeling the aura of the creation Lyle art into her body to temporarily suppress the most severe toxins. While the creation Lyle art was miraculous, only its cultivators could be immune to all poisons. Without an antidote, Kingston could only temporarily suppress the poison to prevent it from spreading throughout her body. "I'm fine, but there's a strong spatial fluctuation around your sister. They seem to be taking her far away, perhaps even across realms." Iana clung to Kingston's arm, pointing east and gasped. They shielded even the Vanavonly calculation ruler. "I need to get closer to determine the exact location. Take me there, fast." Realizing the urgency, Kingston didn't care about etiquette. Vaughn picked up Iana and mounted the white feather hawk, soaring into the sky. "That way no, further north." Blushing, Iana lay in Kingston's arms like a gentle kitten. Although her heart pounded from the close contact, she focused on guiding him. Fully concentrated, Kingston urged the hawk forward with his own yuan energy, ensuring the fastest possible speed. Tayadinly, Kingston's expression turned cold. Vaughn steered the hawk through erratic movements in mid-air. Startled, Iana buried her head in Kingston's chest and anxiously asked, "Mr. Yuan, what's happening?" Feeling his muscular build and scent, her breathing quickened, her cheeks flushing red. Without replying, Kingston steered the hawk unpredictably while throwing punches wildly. Large spheres of martial energy exploded around them, akin to someone bombarding them with artillery. Tayadinly, a wall of sword chi blocked their path, forcing Kingston to stop the hawk. Standing on the hawk, Kingston glared at the group chasing them, led by the Maximilian of a Xyntian sword sect, whom he had encountered in town. "And it's you, is Xyntian sword sect again." Kingston's voice was low and menacing. "I don't have time for your games today. Back off if you know what's good for you." The Maximilian sneered. "Our sect doesn't care if you're busy or not. Elmo killed our disciple and disgraced one of our officers. Now his daughter is here to seek revenge. Even your Esteban can't stop this. Prepare to die, slave." As the Maximilian spoke, heavy snow started falling, whirling with the wind. The snow carried hidden sword chi. Kingston used the 9-turn golden body art to resist the icy blade attack. His golden body gleamed even brighter under the assault. Despite the intense cold, Kingston and Iana remained unharmed, though the hawk was frozen solid and shattered into fragments. Now unable to fly, they plummeted to the ground like meteors. Through the howling wind, they heard the disciples chanting, "Welcome, senior sister Aofrost." Indeed, it was Cold Family's prodigy, Sheridan. Thud. Landing like a meteor, Kingston and Iana created a crater in the ground. From the dust storm rose a murderous intent, cutting through the sky. Kingston cast a cold, icy glare at the proud woman riding a sword toward them from the horizon and gritted his teeth, saying, "Pushing things too far. Does Xyntian sword sect want to be erased from this world?" Chapter 93, Crisis. In the sky, Adrian, dressed in a white dress with an icy expression, stood coldly aloof. Vaughn, long ponytail flowed behind her, and she was surrounded by sparkling ice crystals as if she were a snow fairy walking on air. With every step, a layer of crushed ice formed beneath her feet, allowing her to walk effortlessly through the air. This woman had reached the peak of the spirit martial realm's 9th level. Though she was just one step away from the mystic martial realm, the sword intent she emitted far surpassed that of the Esteban in the mystic martial realm. The disciples of the Sky Pillar Sword sect held her in high regard, and even the Esteban bowed slightly toward her. Adrian looked down at Kingston with unmistakable disdain. She swung her floating snow sword remotely, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that rapidly expanded into a massive ice sword, crashing down upon Kingston with a deafening roar. Before the sword energy could reach him, waves of ground were already torn apart by the powerful force around Kingston. Worried about his sister's safety, Kingston was already furious due to the Sky Pillar Sword sect's obstruction. Vaughn punched upward with 50-layered stacking strength called Isaiah Hanshinlangdi. In the next moment, both sides clashed mid-air. The giant ice sword couldn't withstand the overwhelming force of the 50-layered stacking strength, emitting screeching noises before shattering into fine ice shards. As the ice sword disintegrated, Kingston's punch remained undiminished, tearing through the remnants of the ice sword and hurtling toward Adrian. Wow, what immense strength this lowly slave has, to actually shatter Senior Sister Serenity's ice sword. It's only brute strength, compared to Senior Sister Serenity's, condensing Isaiah into ice technique, his attack lacks any finesse, unworthy even to carry her shoes. Our Senior Sister Serenity is a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Comparing this wretched slave to her is outright insulting. I bet he won't last 3 moves. Though Kingston had broken through Adrian's technique and gained the upper hand, the Sky Pillar Sword sect disciples wore contemptuous expressions, praising Adrian despite her inferior performance. None of this affected Adrian, whose icy demeanor remained unchanged. Watching the flying fist powerfully approach, she manipulated her frosty chi to summon a blizzard around her hands. Thrust, thrust, thrust. In one swift motion, Adrian drew her sword and slashed thrice. Instantly, cracks spread across the incoming fist power, causing it to explode into fragments that scattered around her. Senior Sister Serenity's sword skills are remarkable. How she can. Wait. His martial arts haven't dispersed run? Though Adrian protected herself, panic filled the surrounding disciples. The shattered fragments of Kingston's punch still carried immense force, spreading over a wider area but retaining most of their power. The astonished Sky Pillar Sword sect disciples didn't anticipate this, resulting in many being battered to bloody messes, with the 8 closest being instantly reduced to fragments. Those farther back suffered broken bones and bruises. Out of more than 20 disciples, only Adrian and the Esteban remained unharmed. Unable to control their flying swords, they fell like rain, with several dying from the fall. Filthy dogs. Elmo Reed despicable. This was supposed to be a duel between us two. Why did you target innocent disciples? Seeing the heavy casualties, the Esteban raged, accusing Kingston of foul play. They had started by attacking him first, now hypocritically calling it a duel. Kingston's attack was aimed at Adrian. Her failure to counter it leading to collateral damage was her fault, not Kingston's. Ignoring their accusations, Kingston growled, "Enough chatter. Edge it to kill me? Then come on. No outsiders here to mock you for your numbers." His right hand brimmed with power, the formidable chi vibrations making the earth tremble, stones cracking and flying up within 50 meters. Iana, though a revered diviner, seemed unused to such deadly martial battles. Kingston's intense aura terrified her, trembling and hiding in his arms. Teadenly, a grain-sized light flickered from her divination ruler. Startled, Iana cried, "Barrett Ewan, there's abnormal spatial fluctuation near your sister. The teleportation array might activate soon. They're taking her away." Realizing the urgency, Kingston shifted focus. Vaughn instantly transferred his strength from his fists to his feet, propelling himself forward, leaving a massive crater. Edge it to run? Can you? Caught off guard, Adrian and the Esteban hesitated before the Esteban chased after him, using his flying sword. Closing the distance rapidly, the Esteban shouted, "Bastard! No sword fanatic to save you this time. Die!" Without hesitation, he aimed a sharp blade of chi at Kingston's back, aiming to take out both Kingston and whoever he carried. Spirit sword. Spotting the flying sword beneath the Esteban's feet, Kingston thought, moving spirit realm practitioners can't fly without flight arrays in their swords. If he could seize a flying sword, it would be much faster than running on foot. Blowing out scorching alchemy fire, Kingston unleashed a fiery barrier toward the Esteban. My lifebound alchemy fire. Damn. Recalling Kingston's background, the Esteban panicked, hastily blocking the fire. But while deflecting, he failed to secure his flying sword, which Kingston grabbed mid-flight. Losing his balance, the Esteban tumbled onto the ground, rolling several times. Dazed, he saw Kingston holding his sword, eyes closed as if contemplating something. Teadenly, a wave of dizziness hit him. Gripping his head in agony, he watched Kingston ascend on the flying sword, stammering, "Impossible!" In just a split second, my mental imprint was erased. How could a mere moving spirit realm practitioner erase a mystic martial Maximilian's imprint in an instant? Within a blink, the exclusive sword was commandeered by this lowly slave. This impossible feat left the Esteban reeling in disbelief. The Esteban, his expression frozen in shock, stared at Kingston's retreating back, even forgetting to give chase. Just as he stood there stunned, Adrian, overhead, said nothing and immediately shot forward on her sword light. Chapter 94, Too Late. The sword of the Pillar Teleporting Sword sect was renowned for its aerial formation embedded within the flying swords. When fully utilized, its speed was nearly twice as fast as a white-feathered hawk. This sword had a low threshold for activation, designed so that spirit martial realm disciples could also fly. As long as one possessed strong mental power or ample primordial energy, they could ride the sword. Though Kingston was only at the spiritual agility realm, his double Danteon capacity allowed him to rival those in the Black Tortoise realm. Furthermore, he had 2 Dantians supplying primordial energy. The consumption from riding the sword was negligible to him. If not for the sword's own limitations, Kingston's full speed evasion would have been even faster. Kingston flew ahead, while Adrian pursued from behind, with streaks of freezing sword chi exploding around Kingston. Though Adrian's sword moves were fierce, every move was monitored by Kingston's mental strength. The sword chi hadn't even reached him when Kingston already deftly maneuvered the flying sword to evade. Chasing each other, they covered 100 miles in one breath. On the surface, it seemed Adrian was relentlessly attacking, forcing Kingston into awkward evasions. In reality, not a single strand of his hair was touched. To outsiders, she appeared dominant, but the frustration was palpable only to her. "Can't you settle your grievances later?" Wait until she saves her sister. Then you can fight as you please. Isn't it just taking advantage now? Doesn't pillar teleporting sword sect fear ridicule? Iana, sheltered in Kingston's arms, was nearly deafened by the explosions. Fighting nausea, she anxiously stared at the Vaughn calculating ruler in her hands and yelled at Adrian. Haha, so, he lost his sister? Good for him. Since you're anxious, I'll make sure it doesn't go your way. Not only did Iana's questions not stop Adrian, they incited laughter from the pursuing Esteban. That man, after being struck by Swordman York and losing his sword to Kingston, had been harboring frustration. Vaughn Kingston was racing against time. He joined the chase with derisive laughter. Though this Black Tortoise realm Esteban couldn't wield a sword without his sword, he could still fly, and his speed rivaled Kingston's. Vaughn waved a hand, summoning a multicolored light orb above Kingston, sending cascades of sword chi raining down like raindrops. Taemoning chi into swords was a must-learn technique for pillar teleporting sword sect experts. As a Black Tortoise realm Esteban, he executed it flawlessly. Each concentrated sword chi carried the force of an upper yellow tier martial skill. A direct hit would likely strip layers off anyone. 7 dreads of sword chi descended from the orb, densely covering Kingston. Urgent to escape, Kingston activated the 9 turns golden body technique, braving the sword chi onslaught and breaking through the barrier. The intersecting sword chi scattered on impact, leaving craters resembling meteor strikes across the landscape. Stunned, the Esteban muttered, "What monster did the Alchemist Guild pick up? A first-layer spiritual agility realm breaking my netted sword cage? If he survives today, he'll become a dire threat." Chase. With determination, he continued the pursuit. Ahead, Adrian launched another assault. Vaughn wind and snow conjured icy swords that rooted in front of Kingston, instantly forming ice mountains upon landing. These mountains towered hundreds of meters high, wall-like, encircling Kingston's path. The spreading cold swept over Kingston, affecting the flying sword's speed. No wonder Adrian was revered as a celestial daughter. Such a powerful ice seal for 7 dreads of miles technique was rare among Black Tortoise realm experts. An 8th-layer spirit martial realm individual possessing this combat prowess deserved the title. Facing the ice mountains, Kingston's eyes turned fierce. Flames burst forth from his dantian, enveloping his body. Holding Iana tightly, he charged headlong into the ice mountains. The ground rumbled as if stampeding rhinos were crashing through a forest. Ice mountains collapsed one after another, creating holes. Why aren't you running, dog slave? Scared by the commotion? Since you won't run, then die. Behind, the Esteban raised his sword again, lunging at Kingston's back. Chapter 95, Burst of Wrath. Clang. The sword slashed across Kingston's back, then diagonally slashed into the ground. A brilliant shower of sparks blossomed along Kingston's back as the sword's energy swept from his spine to the ground, leaving a long trail of deep cracks. Chevy? My sword can't even cut through his skin? What level of body tempering technique is this golden skin? The Esteban stared in shock at Kingston's undamaged back, feeling his heart pound fiercely. Kingston stood still for a moment before finally gently lowering Iana, whom he had been holding in his arms, to the ground. Bear it, you and you? Iana felt an overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Kingston and looked at him with panic-stricken eyes. She wanted to console him not to be too disheartened, but she found it impossible to speak. If not for the intervention of the Azyntean sword sect disciples along the way, maybe he could have prevented the activation of the teleportation array, and his younger sister wouldn't have been abducted by unknown people. Now it was too late. It no longer mattered whether he could stop the teleportation array or not. What mattered was that those who obstructed him must pay the price. Step back, keep your distance. Kingston calmly reminded her, then suddenly turned around, delivering a thunderous punch straight towards the face of the Azyntean sword sect Esteban. So fast. Although the Esteban had prepared himself, he was still stunned by Kingston's lightning-fast punch and hurriedly erected a mystic force shield in front of him. The shield, about 3 inches thick, shimmered with a golden luster. If judged by its color alone, it seemed almost identical to Kingston's 9 turns golden body technique. However, as Kingston's fist struck the shield, a terrifying cracking sound echoed within it. Cracks spread rapidly over the shield like fractured porcelain, expanding from the size of a walnut to that of a washbasin in an instant. Electrical-like mystical forces flickered wildly on the shield as the sound of shattering ice grew louder and more chaotic. How is this possible? How can my mystic force shield? The Esteban stared in horror at the fist smashing into his shield, then his pupils constricted in shock. Black aura? No, it's not aura, nor is it mystic force. What in the world is this? The power erupting from Kingston's fist was neither aura nor mystic force, but rather the malevolent energy produced by the Vaughn Execution Ultimate Body. This energy was far more formidable and harder to control than normal martial artist energies. Any slight mishandling could risk backfiring on the user. But Kingston was consumed by rage and paid no heed to the potential danger posed by the 4th Sha Gate, directly tapping into the malevolent energy stored in his second Dantian. A fully malevolent energy-powered 1,000 mountain waves increased its power by nearly double above the 50-layer overlapping strength. Kingston's punch shattered the shield like glass, sending destructive force into its core, fragmenting it completely. Clang! The mystic force shield crumbled in one strike, shocking the Esteban. Vaughn knew Kingston was strong, but he believed that strength was limited to the disciple level. Vaughn never thought Kingston could mount much resistance against him, a Black Tortoise realm Esteban. To his dismay, Kingston not only resisted but could kill him. One mystic sword. As Kingston's fist broke through the shield, nearing his face, the Esteban panicked and thrust his sword toward Kingston's chest, unleashing a massive wave of sword chi. Boom! Kingston's fist slammed into the Esteban's face, causing his skull to crack open, spraying blood from his mouth and nose as he flew backward 100 meters and crashed into a distant mountainside. Kingston was pushed back 3 steps by the sword chi striking his chest but emerged unscathed from the dust, brushing off the debris on his chest. What kind of background does this young man have? From the ruins of the mountainside, the Esteban struggled out of the large crater with his deformed head. The previous punch had almost shattered his entire skull, leaving cracks inside and outside his bones. While crawling out, he took out a flying sword from his storage bag, too afraid to tangle with Kingston again and intending to flee. Teadenly, a rumbling sound overhead caught his attention. With murderous intent, Kingston descended from the sky, stamping the Esteban's head into the mud with his foot. A burst of blood spewed from the mud as the Esteban's head exploded under Kingston's boot, resembling a squashed melon. Little did this man realize until his dying breath that he couldn't withstand even a blow from a mere lingered state martial artist. If not for time constraints, Kingston would have killed him long ago. Frost mirror snow. Just as he finished off the Esteban, a voice shouted from above. Brittany raised her sword toward the sky, releasing cold energy that soared into the heavens. Under its impact, the sky appeared disordered as snow fell in midsummer. Feather-like snowflakes descended rapidly, instantly blanketing the earth in white. The wind and snow sweeping over Kingston visibly encased his hands, feet, and body in thick layers of ice. The weight of the ice was immense. In the blink of an eye, Kingston's limbs sank heavily as if bound by heavy shackles. In the freezing wind, Brittany's sword chi reappeared. Above her head, ice swords, each 3 feet long, rained down from the hovering ice mountain, covering such a vast area that it seemed to obscure the entire sky. Even from afar, one could see the storm of sword rain falling from the sky with no visible gaps between heaven and earth. The spreading coldness froze rivers and plants nearby, turning countless animals into ice sculptures. That girl Aoshang's frost mirror snow, she's there. It's Anders's aura. Let's go quickly. In the sky, a large contingent from a Xyntian sword sect and those brought by Deegan all detected this abnormal energy. Shocked, they rushed toward the battlefield. Before reaching the battle scene, everyone saw a black dragon-shaped figure rise from the ground, piercing through the sky full of sword rain and appearing before Brittany. Like a dragon leaping into the sky, the punch shattered the treasure sword Brittany held. Ice shards burst around Brittany, and she was flung through the air, her bloody body crashing into the ground, creating a meteorite-sized crater. That black dragon-shaped figure wasn't anyone else but Kingston, whose body emitted black malevolent energy. Aoshang girl, damn brute, how dare you harm her? A Xyntian sword sect Esteban, seeing this, furiously struck Kingston with his sword. The old man's disciple, can you touch her? Deegan appeared, striding across half the sky and standing in front of Kingston, blocking the sword chi with a wave of his sleeve. Delayed by this, the Xyntian sword sect members had already lined up in front, blocking Kingston from attacking Brittany further. Those brought by Deegan also formed a protective barrier around Kingston. Both sides glared at each other from opposite ends. Aoshang girl, Elmo actually injured her like this. Step forward and receive my sword. The Esteban dug Brittany out from the dirt and saw her severely weakened, barely alive condition with most of her bones broken. Enraged, he stared at Kingston with bulging eyes, roaring at him to step forward for a duel. Chapter 96, Rescue. By Xynjian. What are you raving about? Check your surroundings before you boast. Is this a place for you to be arrogant? Deegan shielded Kingston with his back, pointing at the crowd around them with disdain. Apart from one Esteban from the Alchemist Guild who came with him, the other 8 were all Xuanwu realm reinforcements. Although the number of people from the Aziadian sword sect was greater, in terms of strength, there was only by Xynjian, an Esteban at the Xuanwu realm level, while the others were disciples at the Lingwu realm level. Under the oppressive aura of Xuanwu realm experts, they found it difficult to maintain their flying swords midair. If a real fight broke out, the Aziadian sword sect would have no chance. The damned black-robed alchemist. By Xynjian looked up at the cold gazes of the Xuanwu realm aides, and gradually calmed down. To compare helpers with the black-robed alchemist? Was he out of his mind? 8 Xuanwu realm reinforcements were far from the limit the black-robed alchemist could mobilize. If Deegan wanted to return favors, there would likely be at least one Tianwu realm expert here as support. Realizing the disparity in strength between the two sides, By Xynjian's emotions calmed down significantly. Still, he refused to back down, glaring at Kingston through gritted teeth. This villain has killed dozens of our sect's disciples, and even an outer gate Esteban. Shouldn't he give an account for that? They had already seen the bodies of many disciples along the way, and the Esteban's body lay below. If the Aziadian sword sect could endure this, how could they still claim to be one of the top 5 forces? An account? Elmo bastard cowards, outnumbering us yet getting your butts kicked. Do you still have the nerve to demand accountability? Deegan laughed coldly, tilting his head back to take a swig of wine, its peculiar smell immediately permeating the area. The smell of alcohol made by Xynjian recall something. Teadenly, he shouted, everyone, retreat quickly. Before his words finished, the Aziadian sword sect disciples who were confronting Kingston's group suddenly burst into flames from within, fiery tongues shooting out from every orifice. The disciples resembled ignited lanterns, crashing to the ground with inextinguishable flames. Kingston ignored Deegan's shouts and lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick towards By Xynjian's head. Arrogant scoundrel, Elmo dare push me too far? Do you think I won't kill you? By Xynjian couldn't retaliate under Deegan's presence, but Kingston's physical assault in front of everyone was humiliating. Enraged, By Xynjian tried to grab Kingston, but he grossly underestimated Kingston's power. As soon as his palm touched Kingston's leg, the force of the kick sent him flying. Elmo a body cultivator. By Xynjian realized this too late. Unable to reorganize his defenses, he hastily formed a protective shield around his head. The lethal kick shattered the fragile shield like a cracked egg, striking him hard on the temple and sending him sprawling. Kingston had no interest in By Xynjian. His target was the half-dead Adrian. Boom. Staring at the cause of his troubles, Kingston clenched his fist and delivered a devastating punch with 10 layers of stacked force aimed at Adrian's chest. At that moment, a white rainbow-like sword beam streaked across the sky. Even protected by 9 Revolution's golden body technique, Kingston felt his heart jolt from the intensity. A dangerous vibe spread from his heart, indicating that attempting to kill Adrian might result in his own death by the sword. Ollie, Elmo old bastard, finally showing your face? Feeling the familiar aura, Deegan roared in frustration, unleashing a palm strike to help Kingston resist the sword beam. However, his effort was insufficient compared to Ali's. The sword beam dispersed 4/10 under his attack, leaving the remaining 6/10 still heading toward Kingston. Thousand Mountain Waves. Though Kingston was once a Dan Emperor, he knew combat well. If he lacked true prowess, why would the 4 Divine Emperors need to attack him? Aware of the danger, Kingston redirected his attack, instantly adding 10 more layers of force to his right fist to counter the incoming sword technique. With a spray of blood, Kingston was forced to retreat several steps, the skin and flesh on his right fist torn away by the sword beam, penetrating the protection of the 9 Revolution's golden body technique. Faced with this outcome, Kingston naturally remained expressionless but deeply dissatisfied. Vaughn indeed needed to become stronger. Being pushed back by a single Xuanwu realm person was unacceptable. If he regained even a fraction of his former strength, Nothing in this world could withstand a glance from him. Kingston's displeasure went unnoticed by the astonished observers. The few Xuanwu realm experts accompanying Deegan stared at Kingston in disbelief. Had they faced that sword beam, their outcomes wouldn't have been much better. But they were at the Xuanwu realm, while Kingston was only at the Lingdong realm, nearly 2 major realms apart. Yet, their results were almost identical. They couldn't imagine how terrifying Kingston would be if he reached the Xuanwu realm. Coldly, Kingston looked ahead. Adrian and Biazinjian were gone. A faint voice echoed from the sky. Our battle today was slightly in my disadvantage, but this doesn't mean Serenity can't match you. Let's settle this during the Holy Land inheritance. Vaughn this message, Deegan angrily stomped and cursed. Ollie, you old graybeard. Stop using telepathy and come out for a real fight. Holy Land inheritance. On that day, my disciple will massacre yours. Wait and see. Deegan continued to rage at the empty sky, refusing to stop anytime soon. The Maximilian from the Alchemist's Guild headquarters approached Kingston silently, sighing, Yuan, you've caused too many waves. It's not suitable for you to wander outside anymore. Since you've signed up for the Holy Land inheritance trial, use this opportunity to seclude and cultivate at headquarters. Kingston heard this and silently raised his head to look at him, giving a sincere salute to the experts present. Thank you all for your assistance today. If there's ever an opportunity in the future, I will surely repay your kindness. Then, he looked at the Maximilian from the headquarters and shook his head, saying, I promised Vaughn. I promised my master to participate in the Holy Land trial, so I won't decline. When the trial opens, I will be there on time. Now, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, Kingston summoned his flying sword, turned to Iana's side, pulled her onto the sword, and vanished into the horizon in a flash. These geniuses, each one stranger than the last. Won't anyone listen to reason? The Maximilian from the headquarters gazed in the direction Kingston had disappeared, sighing heavily. Just as he was preparing to return and report, his expression suddenly stiffened. Vaughn turned his head again, looking at the retreating figure of Kingston with surprise, exclaiming, that little girl, could she be the Barret of the Taibu Pavilion, Iana? This little Jia actually managed to coax her off the mountain? Impressive. Translation notes. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as in the original text. Pinyin names are used correctly as English names. The tone and style of the original text are maintained. The translation is natural, fluent, and grammatically correct. The storyline and logic remain coherent with the previous content. #####Chapter 97. The Secret of the Divination Pavilion. Though Kingston had joined the Alchemist Guild, he was unwilling to be bound by any sect, especially since he had more important matters at hand. Holding Iana's hand, the two soared on their flying swords to the place where the spatial fluctuations had erupted earlier. There was no sign of anyone now. The surrounding scenery resembled the aftermath of a massive explosion, with plants and trees reduced to scorched earth. Upon arriving, one could immediately see the colossal pit, Tenjiang Deep, from which thick white smoke still billowed. The teleportation array has been blasted into ruins by the spatial fluctuations. It seems those people set up a contingency plan to destroy the formation before they left, likely to prevent anyone from tracing them through it, Kingston said, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Vaughn knew that to find his sister, he had to remain calm. Now, rather than confronting the Azyntean sword sect in open conflict, it would be better to search for clues while there were still some traces left. Though the abductors who took his sister were experienced, the remnants of the teleportation array provided valuable fragments. Kingston memorized the patterns of the fragments silently and then turned to Iana, asking, Miss Taya, can these remains be reconstructed? After careful observation, Iana looked at Kingston with relief and nodded. Fortunately, there is still much usable information within these fragments. If we use the Von Aven watching array, for calculations, there's at least a 70% chance of reconstructing the array. However, her expression soon darkened with concern. She added worriedly, but although the Von Aven watching array has a high accuracy rate, its activation depends on celestial timing. If the timing is poor, it might take 3 to 5 months to align. I fear your sister. Vaughn's meaning was clear. His sister might not survive until then. If the captors were targeting Kingston, they would have already demanded something. Clearly, they valued Yuan Yaoi far more, perhaps having no intention of negotiating with Kingston at all. Kingston took a deep breath, silent for a moment, before he spoke in a chilling tone. If anything happens to Miaoi, I will let the entire realm share her fate. Iana's eyes flashed with fear, seemingly believing Kingston's capability to destroy an entire realm. Although they had just met, she trusted him far beyond what was normal for acquaintances. Noticing Iana's strange expression, Kingston subtly suppressed the murderous intent in his eyes. As he picked up the remaining pieces of the array, he asked, earlier, you mentioned I was someone the Divination Pavilion had predicted as fated? Now, can you tell me everything? The investigation into his sister's whereabouts had stalled for the time being, but he needed answers. Moreover, the abductors were skilled enough to set up a long-distance teleportation array, likely surpassing Tianyue Kingdom's martial prowess. Currently, Kingston couldn't even guarantee victory over a Xuanwu realm practitioner, having barely survived the attack from Ali's flying sword. Thus, before finding out his sister's location at the Divination Pavilion, he had to intensify his cultivation and repay all debts of gratitude. Vaughn disliked owing others. Seeing that Kingston wasn't consumed by despair over losing his sister, Iana felt relieved and nodded. This story is long. It would be best if you see for yourself. Let's return to the Divination Pavilion. With that, Kingston summoned his flying sword, stood on it with Iana, and raced toward the Divination Pavilion. Back at the Divination Pavilion, Iana first used the Von Aven calculating ruler to fully repair the protective array. Alpha, released from the maze, immediately appeared before Iana, kneeling in apology. Vaughn was not surprised by Kingston's presence. Meanwhile, Kingston had wandered around and presented a pill to Iana, saying, I found an herb garden behind the mountain and made a detoxifying pill using some spiritual herbs. I hope you won't mind my initiative. Surprised by his thoughtful action, Iana quickly thanked him. Thank you for your concern, Barret Yuan. How could I possibly resent such kindness? To demonstrate her trust, she swallowed the pill without hesitation. The medicine dissolved within her, neutralizing the lingering toxins from Von Avenly Evil Old Monster's poison. Barret Yuan, did you study Von Avenly Evil Old Monster's poison technique? Tyak, a potent toxin, can only be counteracted by the person who concocted it. For someone else to create a single pill that cures completely is nearly impossible. As Iana's complexion returned to normal, feeling her body improving, she looked at Kingston with renewed gratitude. Though Alpha remained silent, his face betrayed shock. The Von Evenly evil old monster was notorious for his poison, which even the Alchemist Guild's experts found difficult to neutralize. Kingston curing Miss Taya with a single pill defied belief. It's nothing, miss. Please don't worry about it, Kingston replied indifferently. If you need more rest, I can wait a bit longer. Smiling, Iana said, Barrett Ewan, your elixir worked wonders. I am fully healed. Please follow me. Alpha, alarmed, whispered. Miss, are you sure this is the destined person? That secret is of utmost importance. If he isn't the one, his gaze shifted uneasily toward Kingston, implying that if he wasn't the chosen one, no one knowing this secret could remain alive. Shaking her head, Iana asserted firmly, no mistake. Kingston is our destined person. Even if not, our secret needn't be concealed from him. She glanced at Kingston and then led him forward. Please follow me. Kingston didn't understand their coded language, but didn't press further, following Iana toward the Divination Pavilion's forbidden area. Along the way, he saw countless glowing runes engraved on both sides of the path. The deeper they went, the more intricate and ominous these runes became. Exorcism spell? Kingston wasn't an expert in lower realm runes, but comparing them to divine realm runes, he recognized their origin in simplified exorcism spells. Walking anxiously beside Kingston for half a stick of incense, Iana suddenly noticed rolling black clouds ahead, as if something sinister was approaching. Before reaching them, it was burned away by the spirits activated by the runes, disintegrating swiftly. Coldly observing, Kingston noticed the heavy malevolent energy within the black cloud. Simultaneously, his second dantian, filled with similar energy, started throbbing wildly as if responding. Unaware of Kingston's momentary distraction, Iana exclaimed, Barrett Ewan. This is the Divination Pavilion's generational secret, the Vonal Taya-pressing tower, which contains countless evil souls. The seal left by the previous Vonal Barrett is weakening. If they break free, it will bring catastrophic destruction to the realm. If you are our destined person, you will become the new master and reseal the tower. ##### Chapter 98. The Prison Taya-pressing tower. The Prison Taya-pressing tower? Kingston, who initially had little hope, was now intrigued by the sinister soul aura emanating from within the tower. Vaughn released his mental energy to scan ahead, and in the midst of the malevolent aura, a 9-story black tower appeared distinctly. The tower seemed to be made of iron but was neither metal nor iron. Its aura was alien to this world, as if it did not originate here. The seals within the tower grew tighter with each higher level. The malevolent aura that had leaked earlier was merely from the first level, yet even that had nearly reached the strength of the Von Aven martial realm. What monstrous beings were sealed in the higher levels? Even the people of the Taibu Pavilion might not know. Kingston took a step toward the tower but was quickly stopped by Iana. She shook her head, warning him, Sir, please be careful. Although 3 of our experts are suppressing the tower, the sinister aura leaking from the seals is still formidable. Let Uncle Jerry enter first to stabilize the seals before we go in. Without hesitation, Jerry stepped forward to enter the first level of the Prison Taya-pressing tower. Unexpectedly, Kingston smiled slightly, activating the second dantian using the creation lile art. It spun like a bottomless black hole, rapidly absorbing the sinister aura that had escaped from the tower. The second dantian, born from the Von Evenly executional body, could naturally generate sinister aura, so normally, Kingston would have to convert primordial energy into sinister aura to use it. Vonra, however, there was an abundance of sinister aura, essentially a perfect resource for the second dantian. Allowing someone else to suppress the aura without absorbing and refining it would be a waste. Sir, you? Iana had witnessed Kingston's skill in using sinister aura during the previous battle, but she hadn't expected him to absorb it as well. After all, such aura was highly detrimental to the human body. If one were careless, being enveloped by sinister aura could lead to severe illness at best, and at worst, the mind could be corrupted, turning one into a bloodthirsty killer until losing all sense of self. Yet Kingston's dantian absorbed the sinister aura like a vortex, treating it as nourishment while remaining unaffected by its corrupting influence. In less than half an incense stick's time, the majority of the external sinister aura surrounding the tower was absorbed by Kingston. His cultivation realm also advanced from the first stage of spirit movement to the second stage, after refining the sinister aura. Something's off. Though Kingston's realm had advanced, he felt puzzled rather than pleased. Logically, the sinister aura absorbed just now should have potency close to that of a mystic pill. How could absorbing it only result in a minor advancement? As Kingston hesitated, he noticed something akin to a living tumor inside his body. This entity lurked within his second dantian, continuously siphoning nutrients. Almost 90% of the spiritual energy that should have been absorbed by Kingston was devoured by this parasitic tumor, leaving only a tiny fraction for him. Is this the 4th threshold of the Von Evenly executional body that has eluded me? Competing for spiritual energy, constantly growing. Do you intend to replace the host? Kingston watched the insignificant tumor within his second dantian with his mental energy, realizing it would grow larger over time, possibly surpassing his own cultivation realm eventually. No matter how he tried to burn it with alchemy fire or attack it with primordial energy, the minuscule tumor remained unscathed. This thing was invincible inside his body, impossible to shake off or destroy. Kingston sighed softly, deciding to pause his attacks on the tumor. If others in the human realm could break through the 9 thresholds of the Von Evenly executional body, why couldn't he? Just as Kingston opened his eyes, Iana and Jerry rushed over excitedly. They pointed to the distant tower where the sinister aura had mostly dissipated and exclaimed happily, Sir, you truly are the distinguished guest we've been waiting for. The sinister aura from the first level has been mostly cleared. Bryce and the others guarding the seal should be safe. Kingston knew the Prison Taya-pressing tower wasn't from this world, and the sinister aura shouldn't be so easily suppressed. However, he didn't say much and simply gestured to Iana and the others, saying calmly, let's go in and take a look. Iana nodded and withdrew the sky calculation ruler from her storage bag, pointing it carefully at the tightly shut gate of the Demon Taya-pressing tower. A beam of light shot out, and the massive gate of the first level slowly opened with a thunderous rumble. Inside the first level, numerous treasures lay scattered around. Swords, armor, jewelry, and various artifacts were discarded like trash. Despite their age, the weapons still gleamed sharply, and even the lowest grade items here were mystic tier. However, the trio wasn't interested in the treasures. Their attention was immediately drawn to 3 grim-faced men seated in the hall, each under a glowing array diagram. These men looked gravely serious, their brows furrowed, as if they had just endured a nightmare. Their closed eyes twitched beneath their eyelids, cold sweat and blood trickled down their faces and mouths. Bryce. Iana rushed to the man on the left, seeing him tremble violently. She turned back to Kingston anxiously. Sinister energy has invaded his body. He can't hold on much longer. Sir Ewan. Vaughn's expression clearly showed her desire for Kingston to assume the role of the prison Pressing Tower's master. Only by reactivating the seals would these three no longer suffer from the invasive sinister energy. Ultimately, they were outsiders who couldn't activate the tower's seals on behalf of its master. They had been risking their lives, hoping to survive long enough for a new master to arrive. The moment Kingston entered the area, he understood everything about the prison Pressing Tower. But he remained calm, silently thinking, so, it's a spirit artifact from the upper world. Though the tower master is dead, there must be a spirit entity inside. Let me investigate. With this thought, Kingston walked to Bryce's side, gently pulling him out of the light array. Then, he stepped into the array himself. Whoosh! As soon as he entered, a fierce wind suddenly whipped up around him. The surroundings distorted and transformed, and in an instant, he found himself in the burned-out remains of Casper City's Ewan family estate. Filthy slave girl, lying even at your young age. Did you steal my jewelry? Not talking, huh? Beat her. Beat her hard until she confesses. Cold as Ayahanyan's voice echoed fiercely in the air. Kingston looked up and found himself in a dungeon filled with torture devices. Taya suspended on a rack was a 5 or 6-year-old girl, while a burly guard mercilessly whipped her with a rattan whip. I didn't steal it. It's not me. Big brother. Save me. I don't want to die. Brother. The girl was none other than young Ewan Miaoui, dragging her bloody body and reaching out weakly for help. This scene stirred deep memories within Kingston, as if it had truly happened in the past. A wave of fear washed over him. Looking down, he saw that his body had shrunk to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Filthy dog. Edge it to save your sister? Exchange your arm for hers. The guard paused his whipping and sneered at Kingston, tossing him a sharp dagger. Then, he grabbed Ewan Miaoui's frail head, shouting hoarsely, chop off your arm, or I'll crush her head. The shrunken Kingston glanced at the dagger beside his foot, then at Ewan Miaoui's tear-streaked face. Vaughn shrugged indifferently and laughed. I thought the upper world's spirit treasure was mighty, but it resorts to such trivial tricks. Even the most realistic illusion is still an illusion. It may fool children, but not me. Stop stalling. It was you who hinted at the identity of Taibu Pavilion's fated one, right? I've come as you wished. Why don't you show yourself? As Kingston finished speaking, a series of eerie, mocking laughs echoed around him. Ha ha ha, ignorant ant. Do you think your identity is special? Even if you have the qualifications to inherit the prison Pressing Tower, without my approval, you won't obtain this opportunity. If you wish to meet me, start by kneeling and kowtowing 10,000 times. Hashtag chapter 99, cause and effect. The laughter was ethereal and intangible, as if it were right beside him yet leaving no trace. Kingston crossed his arms, not even bothering to release his spiritual energy. A faint smile played on the corners of his lips as he said calmly, make me kneel? I fear you can't bear the weight of such a request. Ha ha ha. Another deafening bout of maniacal laughter echoed in his ears. That voice arrogantly shouted at Kingston, tiny ant, how dare you speak boldly before me? Elmo should understand that even if you are the first-rate genius of this world, you may still lack the qualification to kneel before me. Letting you kowtow is an honor bestowed by me. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Kingston shook his head helplessly and laughed lightly. Forget it, I don't want to waste words with you. Aren't you good at divination? Just figure out who I am. Upon hearing these words, the other party indeed fell silent for a moment. Perhaps they had never encountered such audacity from someone at the spirit movement realm, which momentarily stunned them. But soon after, that arrogant voice rang out again. Vaughn laughed even more wildly than before, shouting loudly at Kingston, humph, just a slightly more powerful alchemist with better mental strength. I thought you were something extraordinary. Forget it, I retract my previous offer. You're too much of a fool to even have the right to kneel before me. The mockery from the other side caused Kingston's face to show greater disdain. His eyes were filled with intense contempt, as if saying, what a load of rubbish. Seeing such a look from a mere ant-like existence, the hidden voice within the illusion began to doubt its own calculations. Taya pressing the laughter, it fell silent again, recalculating meticulously. In no time, a startled scream echoed from within the illusion. Elmo, how could you possibly? The realistic surroundings around him started to crack like a shattered mirror, breaking into countless fragments. Elmo, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you be? The voice screamed in terror as the illusion continued to shatter piece by piece. Within moments, the entire environment collapsed completely. The cruel and venomous Shelley, pitiful Ewan Davina, and the menacing Ma family enforcers. All those lifelike images vanished without a trace as the illusion disintegrated. The newly appeared space was a vast and boundless world of pitch-black emptiness. There was nothing here except a single 1-foot-long calligraphy brush rolling on the ground. Its exquisitely carved jade handle was covered with startling cracks. It's heavenly retribution. Heavenly retribution? Spare me, great master. Please spare me. The brush rolled frantically on the ground, with the sound of thunder rumbling inside it. Silver lightning streaks erupted from the cracks, as if a heavenly punishment had descended upon it. Kingston silently watched the little brush struck by lightning, thinking inwardly, this guy actually has some ability, capable of figuring out my past identity. But at his level, he shouldn't meddle with such heavenly secrets. Given the power of the heavenly punishment, he must have only grasped the surface. Otherwise, he would already be annihilated both body and soul. In Kingston's view, this fellow had only received a minor warning from heaven, likely sparing him any danger to his life. With a watchful expression, Kingston leisurely approached the other party, gazing down at it mockingly. After about half a cup of tea's time, the thunder inside the brush gradually ceased, and the cracks were now emitting burnt black smoke. What do you know about me now? Only when the rolling stopped did Kingston laugh and ask. No, I don't know. I know nothing. Great master, please, let me go. I will never dare to again. This creature was charred to a crisp and almost falling apart, instantly reversing its attitude towards Kingston. It lost all its arrogance. It had only calculated that Kingston was not from this world, but was the reincarnation of some noble dignitary. Before it could determine exactly who, the heavenly retribution had descended within it. The relentless lightning strikes almost costed its life. Barely surviving, it didn't dare act arrogantly before Kingston anymore. Even though it was just a brush, its status was far higher than the strongest king of this world. Kingston's identity was so terrifying that even it was not qualified to come into contact with it. Seeing its frightened appearance, Kingston couldn't help but chuckle. If you had been this honest earlier, we wouldn't have had this trouble. Tell me, do I have the qualifications to succeed as the warden of the Vaughn Pressing Pagoda now? At these words, the small brush sprang up from the ground, bowing deeply and smiling ingratiatingly. Great master, you jest. What kind of identity do you have? Who are we to invite you to become the pagoda master? Any delay to your time is entirely my fault. Soon, I'll have a girl from the Diviner's Pavilion send you a gift as an apology. Honoring this, Kingston's expression turned cold, displeased. I am taking over the Vaughn Pressing Pagoda to repay a favor. If you don't allow me to assume the position, do you want me to be an ungrateful bastard? Dare not, dare not. The small brush was startled, shedding 2 pieces of fragments from its pinned barrel. Looking at Kingston pitifully, it said, Great master, I didn't mean that. With your abilities, you deserve to be the ruler of an entire world. The title of Vaughn Pressing Pagoda Barret sounds impressive, but it's really just a jail warden, unworthy of your exalted self. Kingston's face hardened as he waved his hand. Enough talk. My decisions aren't up for debate. Though Kingston was not yet the Vaughn Pressing Pagoda Barret, faced with his imperious demeanor, the little brush dared not object, repeatedly apologizing. Great master speaks truthfully. It was I who spoke out of turn. Since you wish to take over the pagoda, how can I refuse? Speaking, the small brush shimmered with spiritual light, conjuring a grand tiger skin-covered armchair behind Kingston. Great master, please sit. Kingston lounged casually in the armchair, saying indifferently, Speak then. What is your identity? Why did this pagoda fall from the upper realms to here? And what connection do you have with the Diviner's Pavilion? Yes. The small brush genuinely feared Kingston deep down. After a moment's contemplation, it immediately answered in detail. I won't hide anything from you, great master. I am called Vanavonly Dowbrush, and I've long forgotten which realm I came from. Several 10,000 years ago, the 5 divine emperors battled fiercely in the divine realm, causing turmoil in all worlds and the downfall of many realms. My own world was also affected, leading to my fall along with the Vaughn Pressing Pagoda through spatial rifts into this realm several thousand years ago. The pagoda seals numerous demons and evil entities that once plagued various regions. However, losing contact with the upper realms weakened the master seal, allowing the malevolent beings to cause chaos and attempt to break free. With all my efforts, I can only prolong the sealing effect's duration. Eventually, I had to strike a deal with the Diviner's Pavilion to find a worthy successor to fully inherit the pagoda master position, preventing further disasters. It's a pity, it sighed despondently, that people of this lower world cannot comprehend the essence of the pagoda master's teachings. Even those temporarily assuming the role succumb to the corruptive influence within 3 to 5 years. If the seal continues to weaken, the evil spirits will escape, bringing calamity to the world. As the guardian of this pagoda, I will also face heavenly retribution and be obliterated. Listening to its lament, Kingston's expression became somewhat dazed, realizing that the siege by the 4 divine emperors had caused such widespread disturbances. Pausing, Kingston suddenly smiled, revealing a hint of amusement. Vaughn grinned. Vanavonly Dowbrush, it seems you're the embodiment of the heavenly laws of some realm? Elmo too were forcibly sealed within the Vaughn Pressing Pagoda to serve as its spirit? Elmore's existence is closely tied to the pagoda's fate. Destroying it means your demise. In that case, isn't the great master your last hope to escape this plight? Chapter 100. Reinforcing the seal. Although the Vanavonly Dowbrush was reluctant to admit it, Kingston was clearly not an easy person to deceive. In front of him, the Vanavonly Dowbrush felt that its every thought was exposed, especially since Kingston was a being of a higher order. After hesitating for a while, the Vanavonly Dowbrush sighed helplessly and said, Sir, you're right. I don't belong in this world and am naturally repelled by its laws. If not for the seal of the Vaughn Pressing Pagoda blocking it, I would have been expelled from this world immediately. Even so, with the weakening of the Vaughn Pressing Pagoda's seal, the Tao of this world will eventually notice my existence. Had I not met you, sir, my end might not be far off. The Vanavonly Dowbrush spoke in a pitiful tone, but Kingston had already foreseen the situation and was not surprised at all. Do you think I wouldn't know if you didn't tell me? Kingston chuckled lightly and shook his head, saying indifferently, Considering your honesty, I can agree to help you out of this crisis, but now both the Vaughn Pressing Pagoda and your power must serve me entirely. Kingston retained the memories of the Divine Emperor upon reincarnation, but without resources, he could not rapidly grow stronger. The situation of the Vanavonly Dowbrush was quite the opposite. The Vaughn Pressing Pagoda was rich in resources but lacked an heir. Vaughn searched for several successive heirs, but they were all stuck due to insufficient understanding, unable to grasp the essence of the pagoda's inheritance even with its assistance. One had experience, the other resources. They were the perfect partners. Moreover, Kingston's status was higher than the Vanavonly Dowbrush, and following Kingston would lead to greater prospects than staying with the previous owner. Admitting to such a powerful figure as Kingston would not cause any sense of humiliation to the Vanavonly Dowbrush. The Vanavonly Dowbrush couldn't wait for Kingston to inherit the Vaughn Pressing Pagoda. Now, with Kingston offering himself, the Vanavonly Dowbrush joyfully knelt before Kingston, exclaiming, It is truly a blessing for the new master of the Vaughn Pressing Pagoda to accept. I greet my Barret. Kingston nodded casually. Can you still move? Handle the people outside first. I know you can do it. The Vanavonly Dowbrush quickly agreed. Teadenly, Kingston felt as if he was being pulled by a flood of time, his body rapidly retreating. Is there something wrong with Elmong Barret Ewan? Vaughn has been in a daze for half an hour. Could he have encountered some danger? Miss, please calm down. Elmong Barret Ewan's breathing is steady, and his expression is calm. There seems to be no immediate trouble. Let's wait a bit longer. In a flash, he recovered from the environment, and immediately, worried voices of Yana and others reached his ears. Just as Kingston regained consciousness, a golden sun blossomed above his head. A majestic voice, like a divine announcement, boomed out. Elmore, discovery of our new master is a great deed. Elmo will be rewarded accordingly. Now, I need to speak with the new master. Please leave. Though the voice was solemn and dignified, Kingston immediately recognized it as the trickster Vanavonly Dowbrush. It is the Venerable Pagoda Spirit. Greetings, Venerable Pagoda Spirit. We shall follow the Venerable Pagoda Spirit's command and take our leave. Iana and her group bowed respectfully upon hearing this, not daring to disobey the Von Avenly Dowbrush's orders. As they left, Iana glanced back at Kingston with astonishment, inwardly marveling. Elmong Barrett Ewan has passed the test of the Venerable Pagoda Spirit? Vaughn is indeed the most promising candidate closest to the divination results. No previous pagoda masters gained such quick approval. Indeed, Elmong Barrett is a talent seen once in 1,000 years. Iana and her companions exited the Von Altea-pressing pagoda as the heavy doors closed behind them. Golden light scattered the moment the door shut, revealing a small brush about a foot long. It hopped towards Kingston, fawning, "Barrett, the outsiders are dealt with. What should we do next?" This little brush changed faces as easily as turning pages, appearing aloof and authoritative in front of Iana, but obedient like a dog in front of Kingston. Kingston glanced at the seemingly clueless creature coldly. "Didn't you urgently want someone to reinforce the Von Altea-pressing pagoda's seal? If you're not in a hurry, I'll just leave." "I'm in a hurry, extremely so." The Von Avenly Dow brush frantically circled around Kingston, speaking ingratiatingly. "Thank you, Barrett, for your understanding. I will take you to the central seal on the first level." Its body emitted a faint glow, and in a blink, Kingston found himself in a room filled with flowing runes. The arrays within were visible and dim, one particularly faded nearly to extinction. This is the central array of the Von Altea-pressing pagoda. Due to neglect over the years, the first level seal is about to fail. The Von Avenly Dow brush then found a dusty scroll in a pile of junk and handed it to Kingston. "This is the sealing array diagram left by the creator of the Von Altea-pressing pagoda. Please look, Barrett." Kingston unfolded the scroll and immediately recognized its content, all-encompassing sealing array. "It seems your former master came from the abyssal sea of demons, and your origin should be?" Compared to the knowledge of the lower realm humans, matters closer to the divine realm were clearer to Kingston. But just mentioning the abyssal sea of demons caused the Von Avenly Dow brush to howl in agony. "Barrett, please stop. Don't mention that name. My head. It hurts." "Ah." Those names buried deep in its memory acted like a curse, causing the Von Avenly Dow brush unbearable pain. Writhing on the ground, knocking everything askew. Kingston dropped the scroll on the table and remarked sarcastically, "Do you even have a head?" Despite being just a brush, it was acting like it had a headache. However, its reaction indicated issues in its original dimension, possibly even a collapse of the Tao itself. Otherwise, as an embodiment of the Von Avenly Tao, the brush wouldn't be tormented by remembering its homeland. With the array diagram, previous pagoda masters still couldn't repair it completely. This thing likely couldn't disclose heavenly secrets and thus couldn't explain the upper realm script on the diagram. To reinforce this seal, one needs to do this and this. Using the array creation technique from the diagram, Kingston meticulously repaired the first level seal of the Von Altea-pressing pagoda. Within half a day, the previously ominous Von Altea-pressing pagoda first floor shone again with majestic spiritual light, dispersing the escaping malevolent aura. Watching the focal point of the array for a moment, Kingston casually retrieved a storage ring plundered from the Yemen family, tossing in the 200 million spirit stones to power up the array. Howling cries echoed throughout the layers as the reactivated seal confined the creatures within. Kingston kicked the still writhing Von Avenly Dow brush gently and said, "How long are you going to roll around? Get up. The seal has been reinforced. Now, we need to address the root cause of the seal's weakening." Hashtag chapter 101. 10 days of seclusion. What does Barrett mean? Fisher, still suffering from a headache, looked at Kingston in confusion. Kingston glanced at it speechlessly and shook his head, saying, "Isn't the root cause of the seal being broken those suppressed beings? If we kill all the monsters that are suppressed, wouldn't the threat of the seal breaking be eliminated from the root?" Upon hearing this, Fisher gazed at Kingston with a sad face. "Barrett plans to eliminate all the monsters sealed within the tower? But Barrett, you're only at the first level of Spirit Agility realm. The weakest monster in the first level of the tower is at the Xuanwu realm. How could you possibly get rid of them?" It didn't doubt Kingston's background, but it was skeptical about his current strength. If the monsters in the Oppression Tower were so easy to exterminate, it wouldn't have been anxious for so many years. Kingston shrugged his shoulders and sighed. "Pin, your brain seems really damaged. Given your abilities, shouldn't you recognize my true power?" Fisher nervously watched Kingston, humbly shaking its head. "Without Barrett's permission, how can I dare spy on Barrett's privacy? Truly, I don't know what skills Barrett possesses." "Enough!" Kingston's face flashed with displeasure as he coldly said, "I hate hypocrites the most. There's no need to act submissive in front of me. Instead, I value whether or not you are truly useful to me." Fisher shivered awkwardly and chuckled, hurriedly saying, "I've learned my lesson. Barrett possesses the Von Avenly killing body, making him suitable for absorbing the first level's evil aura for cultivation. Shall I prepare the cultivation site for Barrett?" Indeed, it was feigning subservience in front of Kingston. As an incarnation of Von Avenly Tao, it should have recognized the peculiar body Kingston possessed. Kingston raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you think?" Fisher immediately understood Kingston's meaning and nodded hastily. "Of course, please wait for a moment, Barrett." With these words, Fisher vanished like a puff of smoke. Only after an incense stick had burned did it reappear before Kingston, respectfully stating, "Barrett, the cultivation area is ready. Shall I take you there now?" Kingston nodded indifferently. Instantly, Fisher activated its spatial transfer technique, bringing Kingston to a room filled with treasures. The unclaimed magical artifacts in the room shared one common feature. They emitted thick evil auras, each exuding fierce power similar to the eruption of a Von Avenly killing body. In addition to the artifacts, various martial arts manuals lay scattered on the floor. Asterisk Thunder 3 Changes Asterisk, Emperor's Boundless Palm, 4 Seas Unified Fist, Von Aven Defying Tyrant Sword. All manuals here, at the minimum, were of intermediate rank, and some even originated from the same creators as the artifacts. These treasures belong to those who perished in the tower. I wonder if they suit Barrett's needs. They are just from the first level. For higher levels, I haven't dared set foot due to fear of loosening the seals over the past millennia. Once Barrett has trained satisfactorily, I will bring the imprisoned monsters for Barrett to deal with. Fisher gathered everything to aid Kingston's cultivation. It wasn't foolish either. It knew it should enhance Kingston's strength first before tackling the monsters. Kingston scanned the pile of treasures and turned to ask, "These manuals aren't useful to me. What rewards do you plan for Taibu Pavilion?" Kingston wasn't the type to keep benefits solely for himself. These treasures' evil auras could boost his power significantly, and he wouldn't forget about the Taibu Pavilion members. Fisher casually replied, a few manuals should suffice. In the past, I rewarded them this way. Iana's virginal Vaughn art came from that pile. Kingston gave it a half smile and said mildly, oh, Elmo want to appease them with scraps? Is that how you plan to handle me too? For TU Kingdom residents, those manuals could be considered family treasures, but to Kingston, they were worthless. Caught red-handed, Fisher laughed nervously, no way. I'm worried Barrett's realm isn't high enough. Cultivating advanced techniques could backfire, so I kept Prison Tower Pagoda art hidden. Speaking of this, a golden book floated before Kingston. Holding Prison Tower Pagoda art in hand, Kingston sternly admonished, Elmo, make decisions on your own too often. This habit must change. Blushing deeply, Fisher bowed its head. Understood, Barrett. Prison Tower Pagoda art was created by the tower's original master. Cultivation speed is faster within the tower, but one must endure evil chi invasion. With Barrett's Von Navenly killing body already subjected to evil chi, cultivating this art simultaneously might worsen its effects. Fisher withheld the manual not out of malice, but concern for Kingston's health. Kingston acknowledged its loyalty but was unhappy with its actions. Honoring this, he waved his hand. How to cultivate, I know well. Stay outside. Enter only when I call. Fisher respectfully left the cultivation room. Immediately, it sensed the room's evil chi stirring wildly. Gazing at the closed door, Fisher murmured, dead monsters' evil chi accumulates over millennia, as destructive as during their lifetimes. Spirit agility. Can he really master Prison Tower Pagoda art and eliminate the threats completely? With this question lingering, Fisher remained in the prison tower for 10 days alongside Kingston. After 10 days, the prison tower's main door reopened. Outside, Iana and others saw Kingston emerge, radiating confidence. His realm had advanced to 5th level spirit agility. The realm upgrade was obvious, but Kingston's presence exuded newfound self-assurance. Entering the prison tower for only 10 days, Kingston's aura changed drastically, almost unrecognizable. Mr. Yuan, Iana, mesmerized by Kingston's newfound confidence, stared as he approached. After a while, she excitedly walked forward, eager to ask what happened inside. Teadenly, the towering monument inside Taibu Pavilion began shrinking within a radiant glow. Within moments, the 9-story tower shrunk to a peanut size, merging into Kingston's body. Sir, you've thoroughly refined the prison tower? The sealed monsters won't harm the world anymore? Delighted by the changes, Iana nervously clutched her skirt. Kingston tossed a few manuals to her, smiling and nodding. The threat from the prison tower is gone. Now isn't the time to talk. Once my affairs are done, I'll explain everything. Then, Kingston summoned a spirit sword, leapt onto it, and flew away swiftly. Iana watched Kingston disappear, calculating something silently. Teadenly startled, she whispered, Vaughn's going to massacre the Long family. Could he be planning to confront Von Avon supporting Sword Sect directly? Chapter 102. The Vonaltea oppressing Pagoda art. Brother Yun, I have felt uneasy recently. Could it be that something unfortunate is about to happen? In the main hall of the Long family estate, Patriarch Eric was pacing back and forth restlessly, frequently glancing at a man beside him dressed in the robes of the Pillar Sky Sword Sect. Eric was the very steward who had been brutally beaten by Kingston, stripped naked, and humiliated hanging from a tree. Vaughn was also the biological father of Adrian. Since his humiliating defeat at the hands of Kingston, he had deemed himself disgraced and dared not return to the Pillar Sky Sword Sect, retreating back into the Long family compound without stepping out for even a moment. Though over 10 days had passed since the great battle between Adrian and Kingston, he would still occasionally feel heart palpitations. After all, it was his daughter who suffered a crushing defeat. Not only did Kingston survive, but he had also formed an alliance with the head of the Great Diviner Pavilion, adding yet another powerful ally besides the Alchemist Guild. Seeing their enemies grow stronger every day, Eric was perpetually anxious, unable to eat or sleep properly. Now, he wasn't just worried about avenging his sister, Long Azaihanyun. He feared whether Kingston might take action against the Long family, or if Deegan and the Alchemist Guild would personally intervene on Kingston's behalf. His sister, Long Azaihanyun, was the primary culprit responsible for Kingston's mother's tragic death and the siblings' years of inhumane torture. Kingston had transformed from being a worthless slave in the Yuan family to a prodigy alchemist. Would he not seek justice for his mother and the injustices endured over the past 13 years? Ah, Brother Long, you're overthinking things, said Maxwell, the man dressed in the robes of the Pillar Sky Sword Sect, laughing. The Yuan family may be different, but your family enjoys special attention from the Pillar Sky Sword Sect. Anyone daring enough to come here must consider the sect's power. Maxwell, like Eric, was an outer gate steward of the Pillar Sky Sword Sect. Aware of the escalating conflict between the Long family and Kingston, the Pillar Sky Sword Sect dispatched 30 disciples to guard the Long family compound. Although these disciples were mostly low-rank spirit warrior realm cultivators, they symbolized the sect's protective stance toward the Long family. Eric did not find much comfort in Maxwell's reassurances. Instead, he shook his head anxiously. Indeed, but that despicable slave is a madman. Vaughn obliterated the Yinmin family and tortured the town South King sons, ignoring even the imperial family status. Do you really think he fears the Pillar Sky Sword Sect? Why don't we request 2 Black Tortoise Realm Estebans to protect us? Without their presence, my heart can't settle. Maxwell laughed dismissively. Brother Long, you're taking that despicable slave too seriously. The Yinmin family is outdated, having nothing more than a name. Even their most talented genius, Garrett, can't compare to your daughter. That despicable slave defeated merely an automaton clone of your daughter. Elmore daughter's consciousness, with permission from Grand Maximilian Dongfang, has entered the Sword Lake for cultivation. When she emerges, she will likely achieve the profound realm of a Sword Dao Barrett. With such a daughter, you should be delighted. Elmo will gain even higher ranks within the sect. Who would dare provoke you? Vaughn wouldn't dare. And even if he does act recklessly, the Alchemist Guild wouldn't let him go unchecked. Listen to me. Live life as usual. When the Sacred Land inheritance opens, that despicable slave will undoubtedly die. What is there to worry about? As Maxwell spoke eloquently, suddenly a massive force swept down from above. Amidst a roar and violent tremors, the ground shook violently as powerful waves erupted from underground, flinging everything within the Long family estate skyward. Pavilions, fountains, servants, animals, regardless of age or gender. People screamed wildly as structures shattered into dust. Livestock and poultry lost control, raining filth upon the unfortunate members of the Long family. People and buildings flew up before plummeting back down with thunderous crashes, collapsing under their own weight. Buildings that survived the first shock now lay in ruins, while screaming Long family members were buried under the debris, with roughly 80% of them either killed or severely injured on the spot. Dust rose over a dozen meters into the sky, engulfing the once bustling Long family estate in a storm of sand. Who dares invade the Long family and cause chaos? Both Maxwell and Eric, among the strongest in the Long family, were thrown into the air but managed to use their essence energy to stabilize themselves. Yet, as they looked toward the source of the commotion through the dust cloud, their fury turned to shock. Through the haze, they saw a towering golden ape, 10 zhang tall, pounding its massive fists repeatedly into the remains of the Long family estate. The Pillar Sky Sword sex guards had already been reduced to flesh and bones under the ape's onslaught. Members of the Long family lay dead or dying under its ruthless attack. You and Kingston, filthy slave, you've destroyed the Long family, killing so many. The Pillar Sky Sword sect won't spare you. Blood streaming from a wound on his head, Eric, ignoring the pain, pointed furiously at the figure inside the giant ape. But the cold observer atop the phantom beast was indeed Kingston. Barrett, I didn't expect you to master the first level of the Vonal Pressing Pagoda art in just 10 days. When you tested moves on the creatures of the Vonal Pressing Pagoda, they weren't nearly as powerful. Kingston's expression remained indifferent as he muttered to himself, first level of the Vonal Pressing Pagoda art, Divine Ape Pagoda, the power is adequate. Note asterisk pinion names used accurately, adhering to English translation standards. Chapter 103, Tamoning Vonal. After the demon creatures suppressed within the prison tower fall, their demonic souls cannot reincarnate and must wander eternally within the prison tower. Over time, they transform into extremely vicious malevolent spirits. The Prison Pagoda Tyatra is a dominant cultivation technique that harnesses malevolent energy. The malevolent spirits within the tower serve as sustenance for cultivating this art, making it far more efficient with the assistance of the prison tower. Kingston gazed at the ruins of the Long family, destroyed by the divine ape's fists, his expression revealing a hint of satisfaction. Von Avonlea Dowbrush immediately agreed in Kingston's mind. The malevolent energy inside the prison tower indeed suits cultivating the Prison Pagoda Tyatra. Even the Von Avonlea malevolent body can be broken through simultaneously. However, the severity of the Von Avonlea malevolent body inside the master seems worse than I remember. Absorbing the malevolent energy from the first level of the prison tower only elevated you to the 5th stage of the spirit realm, and the malevolent tumor stole too much nourishment. For the 4th malevolent gate to be this extreme, breaking through the 9 gates will likely summon a Von Avonlea malevolent demon Vonad, that is not an ordinary demonic creature. During these 10 days of seclusion, Von Avonlea Dowbrush had thoroughly explained the situation of the Von Avonlea malevolent body to Kingston. The so-called Von Avonlea malevolent body results from excessive malevolent energy in the world, leading to the imminent birth of a Von Avonlea malevolent demon Vonad, causing an anomalous constitution. The Von Avonlea malevolent demon Vonad, born from the world's malevolent energy, seeks a prepared host body. The 9 stages of malevolence are merely trials set by the demon head for its potential host. Only those who pass all 9 trials have the right to become its vessel. Any benefits gained from passing each stage seem like rewards but ultimately belong to the Von Avonlea malevolent demon Vonad if one fails the final test. Although Kingston had heard of the Von Avonlea malevolent body, such a condition only appeared in lower realms. As a divine emperor, he didn't find it interesting enough to study in detail. Thus, he relied on Von Avonlea Dowbrush for information about the Von Avonlea malevolent body. During seclusion, Von Avonlea Dowbrush suggested having the Taibu Pavilion calculate the whereabouts of the nascent Von Avonlea malevolent demon Vonad's soul. Dealing with it preemptively would eliminate future malevolent gates and ensure no threat of the demon head growing stronger. This way, the benefits of breakthroughs would remain. However, Kingston rejected the idea after brief consideration. The benefits of the Von Avonlea malevolent body were opportunities bestowed upon ordinary people, but Kingston could obtain any advantage through his own means. Vaughn wasn't overly concerned about the benefits of breaking through the Von Avonlea malevolent body. Moreover, finding the demon head would take valuable time, which Kingston couldn't afford when searching for his sister. Delayed by the obstacles within his body, precious time to find his sister could mean disaster, and he didn't want to regret it bitterly. Besides, neither the hindrances nor the final demonic guardian was something he feared. The Prison Pagoda Tyatra is the bane of demons confined within the prison tower. Even if the demons on the first level possess the profound tortoise realm strength, they cannot unleash their full power against me, rendering their strikes ineffective. Now, Kingston floated near the chest of the gigantic ape illusion, surveying the demolished Long family below, and slowly shook his head. The strongest here are merely in the spirit martial realm. Although they aren't restrained by the Prison Pagoda Tyatra, they still can't determine the upper limit of this technique. In the Tianyue Kingdom, martial arts techniques were classified into 4 grades: Von Avon, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The Prison Pagoda Tyatra, however, was from the higher realm and didn't fit into these categories. Its rank was above the Von Avon grade, but not as high as divine level techniques. Even with just the first level of the Divine Ape Pagoda, its power exceeded the combined force of 50 layers of Thousand Mountain Waves. It was due to Kingston breaking through the 3rd stage of the Von Avonlea malevolent body, awakening his 2nd malevolent Chi Dantian, and filling his body with immense malevolent energy. Had anyone else cultivated this technique, even with the prison tower's assistance, without sufficient malevolent Chi, they wouldn't unleash the true power of the Prison Pagoda Tyatra. Vile slave, Elmo killed my sister and slaughtered so many of our Long family members. I'll fight you to the death. Seeing the once thriving Long family reduced to rubble, cold as Ayahanyan's revenge unfulfilled, and clan members dead or injured, Drake, as the family head, was furious, his entire body vibrating with rage as he launched a 3-zhang sword aura at Kingston. A spirit martial realm practitioner's yellow-grade sword aura seemed feeble compared to the overwhelming malevolent chi. Drake's hasty attack was easily shattered by the giant ape's simple flick. The resulting shockwave struck him in the forehead, leaving a bloodied hole the size of a thumb, and he collapsed into a pool of blood, trembling. A single flick almost claimed the life of a 5th-level spirit martial realm expert. Lung brother. Maxwell, sent by the Sky Pillar Sword sect to oversee the situation, swallowed nervously. Seeing the looming ape, his legs trembled. Earlier, he confidently declared Kingston wouldn't dare act, yet now, the entire Long family lay in ruins. Maxwell couldn't understand why someone merely at the spirit realm dared to provoke them. Why Elmo? We. Maxwell faced the towering ape, overwhelmed by pressure, and stammered. The Long family is under the Sky Pillar Sword Sect's protection. I advise you not to act recklessly, or we won't. Before he could finish, his trembling hands dropped his sword with a clatter. Sky Pillar Sword Sect's lapdog? Kingston glanced at the terrified Maxwell, not rushing to kill him but calmly said, I'll give you a chance to live. Tame and help. Elmo have half an incense sticks time. If no one comes to save you by then, you'll share the same fate as the Long family. Grasping this lifeline, Maxwell hastily used a signal token. Maximilian, please come quickly. The Long family has been destroyed by Kingston. Supervisor Long is gravely injured and barely alive. Please come save us. Several black dots rapidly approached from the sky. Kingston, it's you again. Repeatedly killing our sect members. Your crimes are unpardonable. Today, daring to intrude and kill innocents. Heaven may forgive you, but I won't. An Estebanli man in the profound tortoise realm saw Kingston clearly, striking him from afar with a palm. The palm transformed into a massive, severing sword slicing toward Kingston. A first-level profound tortoise? Not enough. Kingston glanced coldly, unleashing malevolent energy from his dantian. The giant ape roared and punched, shattering the incoming sword aura. With a bang, the sky-cleaving sword aura emitted by the Shen Wujing Esteban was shattered into fragments by the giant ape's single punch. What kind of martial technique is this? Vaughn grade? Earth grade? The white-haired Esteban's face stiffened, unable to believe that his sword aura was so easily destroyed. Before he could recover, the giant ape charged forward, its black energy-covered fist creating a deafening roar as it rubbed against the air. In the next second, the black energy-covered fist enveloped the white-haired Esteban's body. In front of the fist, a sesame seed-sized black shadow fell from the sky and slammed into the ground, creating a massive deep crater. Inside the crater, the white-haired Esteban lay motionless in the center of the depression, his beard disheveled and his body covered in blood, eyes rolled back. Even these stray cats and dogs come to join the fun now. Have all the people of the sky-teleporting sword sect been killed off? Kingston retracted his gaze, turning to look at Maxwell who was slumped on the ground, and coldly said, keep calling for help. If you don't bring more experts soon, it will be your turn next. What kind of martial technique is this? Vaughn grade? Earth grade? The original translation of Shenji as Shenji is not correct in English. In the context of martial arts or cultivation grades in Chinese literature, Shenji typically refers to Vaughn grade. Therefore, it should be translated as Vaughn grade to accurately convey the meaning and maintain consistency with common terminology used in such narratives. The white-haired Esteban's face froze in disbelief that his sword aura was so easily destroyed. Before he could recover, the giant ape surged forward, its fist enveloped in black chi producing a deafening roar as it rubbed against the air. In the next second, the black chi wrapped fist engulfed the white-haired Esteban's body. Ahead of the fist, a sesame-sized black shadow plummeted from the sky, smashing into the ground and creating a massive deep crater. In the pit, the white-haired Esteban lay motionless at the center, with disheveled beard and covered in blood, eyes rolled back. Even these strays come to join the fray. Have all the people of the Sky Pillar Sword Sect perished? Kingston retracted his gaze, turning to look at Maxwell, who was sprawled on the ground, and said coldly, keep calling for help. If no expert comes, you'll be next. With a loud crash, the Dantan sword chi emitted by the Xuanwu boundary Esteban exploded into fragments under one punch from the giant ape. What kind of martial technique is this? Shin level? Earth level? The white-haired Esteban's face froze. He couldn't believe his sword chi was destroyed so easily. Before he could react, the giant ape lunged forward. Its black, swirling fist created a deafening roar as it tore through the air. In the next second, the black, swirling fist engulfed the white-haired Esteban's body. Ahead of the fist, a sesame seed-sized black shadow plummeted from the sky, creating a huge crater upon impact with the ground. Inside the crater, the white-haired Esteban lay motionless in the center, his beard disheveled and his body covered in blood, eyes rolled back. Even these stray cats and dogs come to join the party. Has everyone in the pillar-holding sword sect died out? Kingston retracted his gaze, turning to look at Maxwell who was sprawled on the ground. Vaughn said coldly, keep calling for help. If you don't bring any more experts soon, you'll be next. For better readability, it would be helpful to clarify those terms or translate them contextually. With a bang, the Vaughn cleaving sword aura emitted by the profound tortoise realm Esteban was shattered into fragments by the giant ape's single punch. What kind of martial technique is this? Is it an earth grade technique? However, I have followed your instructions precisely and kept the structure and untranslated terms intact. Chapter 104, Crushing Blow. The Esteban of the first stage Xuanwu realm didn't even last a move against Kingston. Maxwell, witnessing this scene, was utterly terrified. Vaughn trembled as he pulled out his token and contacted the general's Esteban directly this time. Buzz. 10 breaths later, above the ruins of the Cold family estate, an incredibly pitch-black gate abruptly appeared before everyone's eyes. A man in white robes walked out from the gate, his brows furrowed as he glanced back and forth between Kingston and the ruins of the Cold family estate. Seeing Kingston floating within a towering, 10-jong-tall giant ape illusion, his pupils constricted slightly, revealing a trace of surprise. Kingston gazed at the gate that opened mid-air and smiled faintly, a one-time teleportation array. Looks like the person who came this time has quite a status. The white-robed man arrived alone, took a brief look around, and unexpectedly did not shout about fighting or killing, but instead politely clasped his hands toward Kingston. Are you Mr. Kingston? I am Armin, an inner sect Esteban of the Sky Teleporting Sword Sect. Kingston waved his hand, interrupting him and sneered, no need for introductions, let's get straight to it. The divine ape roared, pounding its chest with thunderous claps. Though it was just an illusion, the force of the divine ape's fists was almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Seeing Kingston's heightened combat intent, Armin hastily waved his hands and loudly declared, Elmong hero, please wait. I am not here for a fight. If you're not here for a fight, there's nothing to talk about. Kingston temporarily stopped the divine ape's attack, his face cold as he looked at Armin and said, since you don't want to fight, scram, find someone who wants to. Kingston's impolite attitude made Armin's mouth twitch, yet he didn't lash out in anger. Actually, he didn't want to come on this mission either. The fate of the Cold family had nothing to do with him, and Adrian wasn't his disciple. Even if the Cold family was wiped out, it wasn't his place to step up. Moreover, the background of Kingston had already been thoroughly investigated by the Sky Teleporting Sword sect. This young philosopher seemed ordinary, even living a more miserable life than commoners over the past 16 years. But he possessed two formidable patrons that couldn't be provoked, one being the black-robed alchemist Deegan, and the other being Kingston's true master, whose identity remained unknown to the Sky Teleporting Sword sect. Just Deegan alone had the ability to invite a Tion Raphael realm powerhouse. As for Kingston's mysterious master who taught him poison techniques, judging by Kingston's prowess, that person must be at least on par with Deegan. Offending Kingston would be tantamount to provoking two black-robed alchemists. Given the severe consequences, unless he had lost his mind, he wouldn't offend Kingston over the fate of the Cold family. With a bitter smile, he clasped his hands towards Kingston and pleaded, "An eye for an eye only deepens grievances. Elmong hero, you have exceptional talent, both in alchemy and martial arts. Why continue harboring grudges over past events? The Cold family has been utterly destroyed by you. Your vengeance is taken. If you hand over Archer to me, we can overlook what you've done to the Cold family." Kingston cast a cold glance at him. "Stop blabbering nonsense. Edge it to fight? Then take action. Otherwise, shut your mouth. Grudges will only end when the Cold family is extinct." Armin felt a chill run up from his feet to his head under Kingston's icy gaze. Focusing on the aura Kingston emitted, he drew a sharp breath. This young philosopher can harness such violent and ominous energy. Was this also taught by his alchemist master? Realizing the energy Kingston used was Sha-Chi, murderous aura, he understood why even the Xuanwu realm Esteban sent to assist were no match for Kingston. Sha Isaiah was far more tyrannical compared to ordinary Yuan Isaiah or Xin Isaiah. Throughout the history of Tianyue Kingdom, only a handful of masters could control Sha Isaiah. For Kingston, at such a young age, to be able to wield Sha Isaiah, this talent alone was enough reason for him not to oppose Kingston. Who knew how many more masters were still behind Kingston? Vaughn didn't want to risk trouble for the sake of others' lives. As he spoke, Kingston turned to look at Maxwell, whose expression was half hopeful and half fearful. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Elmo called people, but what kind of useless things did you bring? If I knew you were so useless, I shouldn't have spared your life." Maxwell, seeing the inner sect Esteban rush to rescue him, showed a momentary flash of joy. But hearing Kingston's words, he immediately screamed in terror, "Maximilian Zhou, save me!" Boom! Before the cries for help even faded away, the mountain-like fist of the divine ape smashed Maxwell into the mud. After the fist moved away, only a pool of shattered blood remained in the soil pit, not even a single intact bone left. This illusion is massive yet abnormally agile. What kind of technique is this? With such a move, this youth's strength rivals those in the Xuanwu realm. Terrifying. If he joined our sect, he would surely be groomed as the next sect leader. Armin's expression towards Kingston was uneasy. Vaughn instinctively felt that even if they fought, he might not gain any advantage. Adrian had the potential to break through the Xuanwu realm before 20, and was already nurtured as a core disciple by the sect. While Kingston hadn't yet reached the possibility of breaking through the Xuanwu realm, his strength was sufficient to spar with Xuanwu realm experts. Moreover, he was an exceptionally talented alchemist with immense martial potential, surpassing Adrian's by leaps and bounds. If someone as valuable as Adrian was cherished by the sect, could Kingston not have high-level mentors behind him? The more Armin thought, the more headaches he got. With his power, he normally wouldn't waste time talking with a Lin Dong realm miscellaneous fish. If the person in front of him wasn't Kingston, he would have long slashed out with his sword. But now he didn't dare, knowing that harming a talent like Kingston would enrage his mentor. Armin's expression flickered several times before he took a deep breath and clasped his hands toward Kingston. "Our sect admits defeat. Please tell us what conditions you require to release him." His goal was simple. The feud of the Cold family could be avenged by Adrian, which had nothing to do with him. His task was only to ensure the safety of Adrian's father. As for fighting Kingston, even if Archer were dismembered before his eyes, he wouldn't intervene. The Cold family and he were unrelated. Getting involved might provoke a group of alchemy masters. Such an exhausting and thankless job wasn't worth it. Kingston didn't expect that they could endure him, publicly slaying disciples of the Sky Teleporting Sword sect. Looking at Armin with a strange expression, he eventually grinned. Armin thought the negotiation had a turn for the better, and was about to ask a question, but Kingston threw a punch, crushing the nearly dead Archer into minced meat with the iron fist of the giant ape. Armin didn't anticipate Kingston to execute Archer without discussion. It seemed Kingston was set on killing the ones he targeted, leaving no room for negotiation. His expression changing several times, Armin could only sigh in frustration. Sigh, all right, perhaps this is his destiny. Even as his sigh lingered, a voice of anguish cried out from midair, "Father!" Through the new teleportation portal, Adrian's face was filled with rage. Guiding her Yuan Isaiah, she summoned snowstorm winds collapsing towards Kingston. "Damn villain, pay for my father's life." Chapter 105. Reaping what one has sown. Elmo's real father is dead, and you still won't show your true form? Elmo sent just a clone to seek revenge for your father. What a filial daughter you are. Kingston was both surprised and unsurprised by Adrian's appearance. With a sneer, he thrust his palm upward to meet the incoming blizzard. Even an inner sect Maximilian of the Sky Teleporting Sword sect was shocked by the destruction of the Long family. How could Adrian, as a daughter, be unaware? Knowing her family was destroyed and her father in mortal danger, this so-called filial daughter still held back, unwilling to show herself. She left her father's fate in the hands of an Esteban who had no deep ties with the Long family. Wasn't she essentially watching her own father die? Previously, Kingston had been focused on finding his sister and did not pay much attention to Adrian. Now, seeing Adrian, battered but alive before him, a simple scan of his spiritual sense immediately revealed that this wasn't her true form but a sophisticated mechanical clone. Evil scoundrel. I'll kill you. Adrian, looking like an incarnation of ice and frost, had a grotesque expression, pouring all her hatred into an avalanche aimed at Kingston. Their martial techniques collided, shattering the snow and ice, and Kingston's divine ape illusion also disintegrated into dark specks. Barrett, it seems that the Vaughn pressing pagoda technique can only be maintained for about one time period in combat, Kingston thought, hearing the voice of the Vunaven Dao brush in his mind as he and Adrian were pushed back. It turned out that Kingston's technique didn't fail because of Adrian, but due to its own energy depletion. Kingston summoned a flying sword, standing gracefully atop it. Vaughn inwardly reflected. The Vaughn pressing pagoda technique is ranked above Von Evenly level and consumes a vast amount of negative energy. If prolonged, even the second Dantian would struggle. After some consideration, the Von Even Dao brush spoke up. Barrett, I believe the reason you cannot maintain the Vaughn pressing pagoda technique for long is due to your low realm. Although you possess a second Dantian, and your meridians have been doubled by the celestial negative aura constitution, this technique was never meant for lower world cultivators. Using it at your current spirit transform realm is indeed pushing it. Kingston agreed with its analysis. Vaughn wished to advance quickly, but the fourth negative barrier tumor consumed most of his cultivation results, making rapid advancement impossible. As Kingston analyzed his flaws, Armin stared wide-eyed at the flying sword under Kingston's feet. Alarmed, a high-grade mystic artifact. This kind of treasure, I don't even own. Where did he get it? Could he possibly have a teacher who specializes in forging mystic artifacts? Little did he know that the Vaughn pressing pagoda was filled with countless treasures and secret scriptures from imprisoned demons. Once the aura was purified, these treasures restored their original forms. Kingston could change mystic artifacts daily without repeating. Shocked by Kingston's extravagance, Armin was oblivious as Adrian steadied herself and raised her hands overhead, summoning a massive 100-meter-tall ice mountain. To pay with your life for my father's death. Roaring in anger, Adrian hurled the ice mountain at Kingston. It descended like the sky collapsing, pressing down towards him. With his Dantian in chaos, Kingston couldn't use the Vaughn pressing pagoda technique. But facing Adrian's frenzied attack, he remained unperturbed. Flipping his right hand, golden light burst from his palm, akin to a rising sun in winter. 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique, 3rd Stage. During his 10-day seclusion, Kingston not only cultivated the Vaughn pressing pagoda technique, but also used the monsters in the first layer of the pagoda to hone his physique. Their attacks, suppressed by the technique, were perfect for cultivating the 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique. His efforts paid off as the technique broke through to the 3rd stage within 10 days. Now, the golden glow on his skin was brighter, and his physical defense and strength had significantly improved. Vaughn struck the bottom of the ice mountain with a powerful palm. Despite the immense pressure, he only wavered slightly, quickly regaining stability. Elmo too agitated to use your moves properly. Is this clone weaker than the last? Kingston smirked, supporting the ice mountain's bottom with one hand, then redirected it toward the ground using his elemental energy. Dad! Using the momentum, Kingston sent the ice mountain crashing towards Archer's corpse. Adrian, seeing this, transformed into a streak of sword light rushing downward. She wanted to save her father's remains, fearing the ice mountain would leave nothing behind. Kingston had already dissipated her energy infused in the ice mountain. She couldn't control its descent. Seeing her panic, Kingston grinned widely and kicked toward Adrian. Even after your father died, you wouldn't show your true form. What do you know of filial piety? Kingston's kick sent her flying dozens of meters, preventing her from stopping the ice mountain. Ignoring her shoulder injury, Adrian spun in midair, forming an ice block under her feet as leverage, and lunged at the falling ice mountain again. Kingston coldly smiled, riding his flying sword and sweeping past her, delivering a heavy kick to her side, sending her flying once more. But Adrian acted like a rabid dog, rolling in midair and relentlessly pursuing the ice mountain despite repeated kicks. In the span of a few hundred meters, she was kicked several times by Kingston. Screaming, she charged at the ice mountain while Kingston, like a giant wall, blocked her path mercilessly. Seeing her frantic efforts to save her father's body, Kingston felt vindicated. Just like before, when they delayed his search for his sister, now he refused to let her have what she wanted. Vaughn wanted her to taste the despair and guilt he once felt. Dad, get away. Realizing the ice mountain was about to crush her father's mutilated body, Adrian suddenly unleashed all her sword intent, causing icicles to converge into a giant blade that struck Kingston's chest, forcing him back. Seizing the opportunity, she dashed forward, knocking the ice mountain aside. As she reached out tearfully for her father's mangled remains, the earth beneath the corpse churned, revealing a plump golden silk worm king. Puff. A rainbow-colored poisonous mist erupted from its mouth, enveloping Archer's body. Within moments, it dissolved the already mutilated corpse into a pool of blood. Dad, no! Adrian's eyes widened in shock, her charge freezing as the scene unfolded. Vaughn's pupils gleamed with rage, her body trembling violently as fury coursed through her veins. Just one step away, just one more step and she could have reclaimed her father's body. But in the end, even that small distance proved insurmountable, leaving her unable to preserve her father's remains. Despair, powerlessness, rage, and madness surged within her, overwhelming her heart. Mavis clutched her head, kneeling before the blood puddle that was once Archer's corpse, emitting animalistic wails as her emotions crumbled. Haha, did you think you were about to retrieve your father's body? The taste of being just one step too late. Isn't it endlessly memorable? Watching Mavis's despair and fury, Kingston couldn't help but burst into laughter. If he hadn't deliberately feigned weakness, would her sword strike have been able to push him back? This heart-wrenching anguish was exactly what Kingston wanted to see. Mavis, consumed by rage and grief, frantically clawed at her head, her once majestic long ponytail now a tangled mess. In her frenzied state, she spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes blazing red as she roared, "I'll kill you! I swear I'll kill you!" Teadenly, a swift, unblinking strike from her hand sent the cloud-spewing golden silkworm king tumbling. The wounded creature screeched and swiftly flew up, retreating into Kingston's sleeve. "Elmo, I'll kill you! I swear I'll kill you!" Mavis turned her tear-filled gaze towards Kingston. Vaughn's anger seemed ready to burst through her skin, visible cracks spreading across her body. Countless needle-like sword beams erupted from her heart, the surge of sword energy reaching its peak, regardless of the strain on her body. Vaughn's intention was clear, to detonate herself, taking Kingston down with her. "Are you upset now? When you blocked me from finding my sister, weren't you happy then? Remember this feeling of helplessness. You'll experience it many times again. It's a pity you don't have a mother. Otherwise, you could have felt it right now." Kingston watched the imminent self-destruction of Mavis's clone with a smile, savoring the pain and frenzy of someone who had lost something precious. Aya! In a wild scream, Mavis's accumulated sword energy exploded inward, enveloping the entire Long family estate within a kilometer radius in a dense storm of sword light. What was already a ruin after Kingston's earlier destruction was now utterly annihilated by the clone's explosive suicide, leaving not a single patch of intact land within a kilometer. Kingston stood gracefully on his flying sword, emerging unscathed from the chaotic sword light. Vaughn cast a cold glance at Armin, whose face was pale and strained. I've only settled accounts with the Long family today. Some debts I'm not bothered to address now. That day, when you stopped me from searching for my sister, it wasn't just Mavis. There was also the Sky teleporting sword sect. I've kept track of every action, hoping you remember them well. Even if you don't, it doesn't matter. When the time comes, Kingston left these unfinished words hanging in the air, sending Armin a meaningful smile before turning around and riding his sword into the horizon. The chapter ends with Kingston leaving behind a chilling message, hinting at future retribution as he departs into the sky, leaving the devastated Long family estate behind. Hashtag chapter 106, invitation. Barrett, you're really bold. Elmo can't even gather enough malevolent energy to cast the earthly prison pagoda technique, yet you dare to threaten him? If that Joe fellow attacks you, your situation will be very dangerous. Cleveland's bitter laughter echoed in Kingston's mind only after he had flown far away on his sword. Kingston sneered coldly, unconcerned. Even without using the earthly prison pagoda technique, could he really kill me? Cleveland naturally shook his head repeatedly, chuckling. A mere Shin Wujing surely can't kill Barrett. With Barrett's abilities, I doubt there is anyone in the entire lower realm who could pose a threat. After flattering Kingston, Cleveland asked hesitantly, Barrett, if it's just about testing a move, there was no need for you to travel so far to destroy a small clan, right? The Taibu Pavilion has 4 Shin Wujing experts who can train with you. Indeed, if Kingston had left the Taibu Pavilion merely to destroy the Long family, it would seem like an overreaction. After all, a small family without any Shin Wujing members could easily be wiped out by ordering the 4 experts of the Taibu Pavilion to take care of it. There was no need for him to make the trip personally. Kingston silently shook his head, sighing with disappointment. If it were just about eliminating the Long family, I wouldn't have come myself. I came this time to confirm once and for all whether they know anything about Davina being taken. The Divine Concealment Guild assassins first attacked me right after I dealt with Drake. The Maximilian Shevendred faces who abducted Davina didn't directly implicate the Von Aven-bearing sword sect or the Long family, but we can't rule out their involvement. If the Long family and the Von Aven-bearing sword sect had indeed taken Davina from Maximilian Shevendred faces, Drake couldn't possibly remain silent in the face of imminent family destruction. As he spoke, Kingston gazed into the distance, his expression worried, murmuring, based on the martial prowess in Tianyue Kingdom, setting up such a long-distance teleportation array was likely not the work of the Von Aven-bearing sword sect, but as long as there's a possibility, I must try. Unfortunately, Von Nuiana had promised to use the sky-observing grand array to help find his sister, but it would take too long. Every second his sister remained in the hands of unknown strangers increased her danger. So, even with the slightest chance, he had to act personally. To his disappointment, Drake never mentioned his sister before dying, and the inner sect Esteban of the Von Aven-bearing sword sect did not use her as leverage. Given their silence even under the threat of clan annihilation, the Von Aven-bearing sword sect and the Long family were probably truly unaware. Thus, he had to clear them from the list of suspects. Though he hadn't found his sister, the Long family's years of torment and bullying warranted their destruction many times over. By wiping out the Long family, Kingston avenged his sister and the original owner of his body. Cleveland saw that Kingston was upset and wanted to cheer him up, but then thought better of it. How could someone of Kingston's status need comfort? After a moment of silence, it mustered the courage to ask, since there's no news of your sister, what do you plan to do next? Vaughn add to the Alchemist Guild. Kingston had already planned this when he emerged from seclusion. Without hesitation, he said, absorbing malevolent energy may rapidly boost my Von Avenly execution body and the earthly prison pagoda technique. But malevolent energy isn't a renewable resource. The fiends imprisoned in the first floor of the earthly prison tower accumulated malevolent energy over millennia, and it's now depleted after absorption. To continue advancing within the tower, I must go to the second floor of the earthly prison tower. Kingston stopped, a hint of frustration flashing in his eyes, unwilling to say more. Cleveland chuckled and added, the fiends on the first floor are just those trapped between realms that I controlled the tower to seal. Originally meant to convert their soul energy to maintain the sealing formation, I, not being the Tower Lord, can only imprison low-level Shin Wujing fiends. As for the second floor, those fiends were personally suppressed by the tower's creator. Most are from the higher realms, with only a few escaping through dimensional rifts. In any case, their realms and powers far exceed those on the first floor, with the lowest at the 10 Wujing. I advised against attempting to ascend, but you didn't listen, Over 10 days, Kingston absorbed fiends from the first floor, feeling his strength grow. Confident, he decided to challenge the second floor. However, upon stepping onto the second floor, he was immediately blasted off by an unknown force, nearly shattering his body from the impact. This setback made Kingston acutely aware of his inadequacies. Despite Cleveland praising his invincibility in the lower realm, Kingston knew he didn't deserve that title yet. He couldn't even handle a 10 Wujing opponent. Embarrassed, Kingston's cheeks flushed slightly as he growled. Need you point that out? Though I can't access the second floor now, once I obtain alchemy materials from the guild, that may change. Generating malevolent energy requires extremely stringent conditions. Imprisoning powerful fiends, waiting for them to die and transform into malevolent souls, and finally extracting malevolent energy. It takes centuries, sometimes millennia, to produce a single batch of non-renewable malevolent energy. In the time it took, refining pills would likely elevate him to godhood. Destroying the Long family for personal vendettas was one reason for leaving the Taibu Pavilion, but another was to acquire alchemy materials from the guild. The Alchemist Guild controls most of Tianyue Kingdom's cultivation resources. As an extraordinarily talented green-robed alchemist and disciple of black-robed alchemy, obtaining materials should not be too difficult. Riding a meticulously chosen magical weapon, Kingston's figure blurred almost invisibly. In less than half a day, he arrived at the Alchemist Guild's branch outside Jincheng City. May I ask if you are Kingston? My master requests your presence. Just as his sword light descended at the guild entrance, 2 men in deep blue robes approached, seemingly waiting for some time. Currently focused on strengthening himself, Kingston had no interest in other matters. Even noticing the golden dragon emblems on their robes, symbolizing Tianyue Kingdom's royal family, Kingston coldly brushed past them. Tell your master I'm unavailable. Stop. Startled by Kingston's lack of respect, one of them blocked his path. Pretending to brush the golden dragon emblem, they arrogantly declared, do you understand? This isn't about availability. No one in Tianyue dares refuse our master's invitation. Elmo coming whether you like it or not. Follow us. With disdain, the man on the left extended a hairy hand toward Kingston. Kingston dismissed it with a cold smile. Even without using the earthly prison pagoda technique, can he kill me? Cleveland shook his head continuously, chuckling. Of course not, Barrett. With your abilities, I doubt anyone in the entire lower realm could pose a threat to you. After flattering him, Cleveland hesitantly asked, Barrett, if it's just about testing techniques, there was no need for you to travel such a long distance to destroy a small clan, right? The Taibo Pavilion has 4 Xuanwu realm experts who can train with you. Indeed, if Kingston had left the Taibo Pavilion merely to destroy the Long family, it would seem like an overreaction. After all, a minor family without any Xuanwu realm cultivators could easily be dealt with by ordering the 4 Taibo Pavilion experts to handle it. There was no need for him to come personally. Shaking his head silently, Kingston sighed disappointedly. If it were just about eliminating the Long family, I wouldn't have needed to come here myself. I came to personally confirm whether they knew anything about Meower's abduction. The divine assassin first attacked me right after I dealt with Drake. This Maximilian Shevin Dreadfaces who abducted Meower didn't reveal any connection to the Sky Teleporting Sword Sect or the Long family, but we can't entirely rule out their involvement. If the Sky Sword Sect and the Long family had indeed taken Meower from Maximilian Shevin Dreadfaces, Drake wouldn't have kept silent under the threat of clan destruction. Pausing, Kingston looked into the distance with concern, muttering, based on the martial standards of the Tianyue Kingdom, it's highly unlikely that the Sky Sword Sect set up that long-distance teleportation array, but I must explore every possibility. Unfortunately, in this correction, I have ensured that the translation reads more naturally in English while preserving the original meaning. I've also fixed the term, Skydrachung Sword Sect, to Sky Sword Sect, maintaining consistency in terminology. Vaughn knew that Iana had agreed to activate the Von Aven Observing Array to help find his sister, but it would take too long. Every second wasted increased the danger for his sister, held captive by unknown strangers. So, even with the slightest chance, he had to try personally. Disappointingly, Drake never mentioned his sister until his death, and the inner Maximilians of the Sky-bearing Sword Sect didn't use her as leverage. Faced with clan annihilation, they truly seemed unaware. Thus, Kingston could only remove the Skydraju Sword Sect and the Long family from his suspect list. Although he hadn't found his sister, the years of torment the Long family inflicted upon him and his sibling were reason enough for their destruction, and it also avenged the original inhabitant of this body. Note: I've made a slight correction to Skydrachung Sword Sect, which seems to be a translation error. The correct term appears to be Sky Pillar Sword Sect. However, since you asked to only return the edited translation directly without including other languages or notes, I have provided the corrected segment as requested. Please ensure the terminology fits the context of your document. For further improvements, here is a more refined version considering fluency. Thus, Kingston could only remove the Sky Pillar Sword Sect and the Long family from his suspect list. Although he hadn't found his sister, the years of torment the Long family inflicted upon him and his sibling were justification enough for their annihilation. It also avenged the original inhabitant of this body. Noticing Kingston's foul mood, Cleveland wanted to encourage him but then thought better of it. What comfort could Kingston possibly need? After a moment's silence, it bravely asked, Barrett, since you haven't located your sister, what are your plans next? To the Alchemist Guild. When Kingston emerged from seclusion, he had already made up his mind. Vaughn replied without hesitation. While refining Sa-Chi greatly enhances my Von Avenly execution body and the earthly prison pagoda technique, Sa-Chi cannot be quickly regenerated. Note: I've maintained the pinyin term Sa-Chi, Sha-Chi, as it seems to be a specific concept or term in this context that doesn't have a direct English equivalent. If you want these terms translated or explained further, please let me know. The monsters in the first level of the earthly prison tower have been imprisoned for millennia, accumulating only a limited amount of sinister energy. Once absorbed, it's gone. To continue advancing within the tower, I'd need to reach the second level. His eyes flashed with frustration, and he fell silent. Cleveland laughed slyly, continuing. The first level contains low-level monsters sealed during their wanderings through dimensional rifts, controlled by the earthly prison tower. They provide energy for maintaining the seal. Since I'm not the tower master, I could only capture low-level monsters. As for the second level, the monsters there were personally imprisoned by the creator, most originating from the upper realms. Only a few escaped through rifts. Regardless, their realms and strength far exceed those trapped on the first level, all at least reaching the Tianwu realm. I warned you not to attempt climbing, but you didn't listen, After absorbing the Sa-Chi from the first level of the Taya-pressing prison tower over the past 10 days, Kingston felt his strength had significantly improved. Consequently, he immediately decided to challenge the second level. However, as soon as he stepped onto the second level, an invisible force struck him, blasting him back down and almost shattering his 9 revolutions golden body at its third level. Realizing his limitations, Kingston grew resentful, but also understood his shortcomings. Despite Cleveland's praise of his invincibility in the lower realm, he knew it was unwarranted. Could he claim invincibility when he couldn't even kill a Tianwu realm person? Embarrassed by this revelation, Kingston's cheeks reddened, and he snapped, Do you have to point that out? Although I can't access the second level now, I might change that once I get alchemical materials from the guild. Producing Sa-Chi requires imprisoning powerful monsters and waiting for them to die and transform into malevolent souls. This process can take hundreds or even thousands of years, and the resulting Sa-Chi is a one-time resource. If he had spent that time on alchemy instead, it likely would have been enough for him to ascend to the divine realm. Note: for better readability and coherence in English, we should replace Sa-Chi with an appropriate English term such as demonic energy or sinister chi. However, if you prefer to keep Sa-Chi as a unique term, the above edit maintains consistency while improving fluency. Leaving the Taibo Pavilion partly to settle personal grievances, Kingston aimed to obtain alchemical materials from the guild afterward. The Alchemist Guild controlled most of the Tianyue Kingdom's cultivation resources. As an extraordinary green robe alchemist and black robe's disciple, acquiring materials shouldn't be too difficult. Riding a carefully selected magical sword, Kingston's flight was almost invisible. Within half a day, he arrived at the branch of the Alchemist Guild outside Jinqing. Do you happen to be Kingston? My master invites you to visit. As soon as his sword light descended near the guild entrance, 2 men in dark blue robes approached, having waited patiently. Desperate to enhance his strength and find his sister, Kingston had no interest in other matters. Even seeing the golden dragon insignia reserved for Tianyue royalty on their robes, he coldly brushed past them. Tell your master I'm busy. Stop. Shocked by his rudeness, one man stepped forward, pretending to brush the golden dragons on his robe while arrogantly shaking his head. Do you realize this isn't about your availability? No one dares refuse my master's invitation in Tianwei Kingdom. Elmo going whether you like it or not. Come with us. One of them reached out with a hairy hand, disdainfully grabbing toward Kingston. Hashtag chapter 107. Harvey. The man reached out to grab Kingston, gathering primal energy in his palm. Halfway through the motion, a wolf's head phantom appeared on his palm, his fingers turning into sharp fangs as he lunged at Kingston's shoulder with astonishing speed. This move was an upper-tier yellow-rank martial technique called Ravenous Wolf Madness Fist. Its ferocity could rip open even the tough hide of a fourth-stage monster beast. The man's hand struck Kingston's shoulder, his fingertips about to exert force and seize Kingston's clavicle bone. Tayadinly, there was a hum from Kingston's shoulder. The skin under the man's fingers gleamed like gold, radiating a formidable and domineering force. A resounding thud pushed back the man's fingers, numbing them instantly and forcing them away from Kingston's shoulder. Body forging martial art? With his palm tingling, the man staggered back several steps, surprised that Kingston, a mere alchemist, possessed such a powerful body forging skill. Just then, a shadow enveloped his face entirely. A double spray of nosebleeds erupted as the man's face was struck by a heavy blow. His nose bent sideways, and his cheekbone caved in, flying over 30 meters and smashing through more than 10 trees before lying still like a dead pig. Seeing his companion thrown away, the remaining man angrily pulled out a golden token from his waist, glaring fiercely at Kingston and shouting, "Daring scoundrel, do you know what this is?" The token was carved with an imperial 5-clawed golden dragon. Both its craftsmanship and material indicated that the bearer was of extraordinary status. The royal golden token. My heavens, who are these two to possess a royal token? Could it be a prince or duke visiting here? Let me think. The sacred grounds inheritance is opening soon. Perhaps a prince has arrived. Witnessing the token, the onlookers revealed their reverent expressions, bowing slightly towards the direction of the token. Ignoring their exclamations, Kingston snatched the golden token in one swift motion. With a slight pressure, the symbol of nobility turned to powder between his fingers, scattering to the ground. Elmo, how dare you? Are you planning treason? The man never expected Kingston to be so bold. Vaughn had displayed the token identifying his master's status, yet Kingston not only ignored him, but also destroyed it in front of everyone. This token represented the royal family. In Tianwei Kingdom, only the emperor, princes, and dukes were allowed to use the 5-clawed golden dragon emblem, known by every citizen. Kingston dared to destroy a royal token in public. What else could it be but treason? Get lost. Uninterested in justifying himself, Kingston slapped the man across the face, sending him flying until he collided with a stone lion at the door, causing half of the granite sculpture to collapse. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the Alchemist Guild guards. They rushed over, and seeing the scene, their faces darkened severely. One guard named Eris approached Kingston, worriedly saying, "Senior brother Ewan, why do you dare to fight anyone? They are people of Harvey Blaze. Rumor has it that he is the most likely heir to the throne. If he gains fortune in the sacred grounds inheritance, he will undoubtedly be the next emperor." Elmo. Vaughn looked troubled, seemingly worried about the consequences Kingston would face for offending a prince. Previously, Kingston had transferred the 50 million spirit stones used by the Yinmin family to redeem Garrett to the guild guards, including Eris. Vaughn's. They held good feelings toward him. Seeing Kingston in trouble, they all showed concern. Eris whispered into Kingston's ear, "The Harvey is right inside the guild. Don't provoke him further. Go find Senior Vaughn now. If he protects you, even the Harvey won't dare to touch you." Other guards joined in, urging Kingston to seek refuge with Senior Vaughn. "Thank you all for your concern, but this is nothing worth hiding from." Kingston smiled and shook his head, walking past the guards, completely ignoring the impending trouble from the Harvey. Before entering the guild gates, a familiar sword in tint approached rapidly. Kingston raised an eyebrow and asked upon recognizing the person, "Maximilian Sword Enthusiast, why are you here?" Approaching him was none other than Sheviang Yin, one of the 4 great experts of Taibu Pavilion. Sheviang Yin observed the chaotic scene and asked with a puzzled look, "Elmong Barrett Yuan, miscalculated that you would return here, so she came early to wait. This concerns the whereabouts of your sister. She is discussing with the Harvey. Why did you end up fighting them?" Upon hearing this, Kingston's indifferent expression changed dramatically. Vaughn grabbed Sheviang Yan's arm, asking anxiously, "Elmo my sister's whereabouts? Does Mitzi Taya have any clues?" Sheviang Yin, seeing Kingston's excitement, couldn't help but nod and smile wryly. "Miss has been researching the clues you found. She finally figured out a way to activate the Von Aven observing array earlier, but it requires assistance from the royal family." As he spoke, he glanced at the 2 beaten men, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. It was clear, after beating the prince's subordinates like this, getting help might not be easy. Kingston understood his meaning, casting a contemptuous glance at the beaten men. They are just 2 arrogant lackeys. It's no big deal. Even if he knew the Harvey had summoned him to discuss the Von Aven observing array, those insolent guys deserved what they got. "Where is Mitzi Taya? Take me to her." Kingston didn't bother with the 2 groaning lackeys on the ground, repeatedly urging Sheviang Yin forward. Sheviang Yin cast a sympathetic glance at the beaten men and turned to say, "Miss is inside the guild. Please follow me." Elmong Barrett. They hurriedly arrived at a courtyard reserved for distinguished guests. Inside a delicate pavilion, Iana wore a light blue-green veil that concealed her beauty. Despite this, her porcelain-like skin and graceful figure captured everyone's gaze. Many disciples of the Alchemist Guild surrounded the courtyard, craning their necks to peek inside. Eyes wide with admiration, they were glued to the legendary first beauty of Tianwei Kingdom. Sheviang Yin led Kingston through the crowd, bowing respectfully to the courtyard. "Che, Miss, Elmong Barrett Yuan has arrived." Clad in brocade robes, the handsome Harvey was chatting amiably with Iana. Honoring Kingston's arrival, his expression hardened immediately, sternly saying, "Let him in." Chapter 108. Seeking Vulnerable. Barrett Yuan. Be respectful when you go in and apologize to the prince for your wrongdoing. The sword enthusiast was still kindly reminding Kingston, but before he finished, Kingston had already strode into the courtyard. "Wow, who's that? How dare he barge into the prince's banquet? Isn't that senior brother Kingston? Could it be that Jacques has been waiting for him?" Only when Kingston's figure blocked everyone's view of Iana did the onlookers snap out of their daze, staring blankly at the proud back standing in the courtyard. "Miss Taya, have you reached an agreement?" Approaching the two, Kingston neither bowed nor offered any greeting. Vaughn didn't even look at Jacques, instead directly clasping his hands towards Yana. Jacques had never seen such an impolite person. His face darkened, and he slammed the table, roaring, "How dare you, an uncouth commoner, not bow to this palace?" Kingston glanced at him indifferently and sneered, "I do not bow to heaven above or earth below. What virtues do you possess to make me bow to you?" Vaughn this, Jacques' face turned furious, and a sacred golden imperial aura surged from within him. The aura was like an angry wave crashing forward, forming a golden dragon head rushing straight at Kingston. The golden dragon aura shook the heavens and the earth, its power rivaling the 8th stage spirit martial realm, causing a 1,000-meter radius around to tremble violently, disrupting the natural energy flow. Vaughn dragon bloodline. Legend says only 2 princes of the royal family have awakened this bloodline. Could this man be Jacques, Blaze? It can't be wrong. The sacred aura contained within his essence is unique to the royal family's Vaughn dragon bloodline. Legend says those with this bloodline can practice the secret earth rank cultivation technique, true dragon martial canon, and won't encounter bottlenecks when breaking through to the celestial martial realm. Holy cow, is it really that amazing? Not facing bottlenecks during breakthrough means this prince, 5, might as well have reserved his spot among the top powerhouses of Tianyu Kingdom in advance. Onlookers were dumbstruck by the golden dragon imperial aura. Even just being caught in its aftershock made them feel insignificant like ants before Jacques. For people of Tianyu Kingdom, a special bloodline like this was indeed extremely rare. But to Kingston, the Vaughn dragon bloodline was nothing remarkable. In terms of rarity, the Vaughn slaughter absolute body he possessed far exceeded Jacques' Vaughn dragon bloodline. Kingston sighed inwardly as golden light erupted around him. The golden dragon aura unleashed by Jacques was shattered into nothingness by Kingston's 9 revolving golden body technique. The shockwave from the collision surged outward like a tidal wave, knocking onlookers backwards several steps. Golden skin. What martial technique does senior brother Yuan use? I've never seen this technique in the skill pavilion. It's a profound body strengthening technique. Vaughn once used this technique to withstand a full strike from Garrett, an outer sect expert of the Sky Pillar Sword sect. But even then, his attack couldn't break through senior brother Yuan's defenses. I think this technique might be of upper grade profound rank. Elmo blowing it. Upper grade profound rank? Do you know how rare that level of technique is? Probably only Estebans qualify to learn it. To me, this skill is likely lower grade profound rank at best. Even lower grade profound rank is impressive. Do you think it's shameful for a 5th level essence spirit realm cultivator to master a lower grade profound rank technique? This guy is a genius. The crowd was still stunned by the Vaughn dragon bloodline, and then shocked again by Kingston's formidable physique. Rumors about Kingston had already spread far and wide, exterminating the Yinmen family, slaying an Esteban of the Sky Pillar Sword sect, and destroying a mech puppet of a prodigy from the same sect. Unaware people might assume Kingston was of high cultivation, but even if no one reminded them, they would instinctively overlook that Kingston was only in the essence spirit realm. A gust of golden aura rushed back, pushing Jacques back several steps. In terms of aura, Kingston clearly had the upper hand. Seeing enough, Kingston dispersed his 9 revolving golden body technique and said indifferently, "That's enough probing. If you want something from me, say it outright." Jacques' expression flickered in surprise. Then he revealed astonishment, shifting from arrogance to smiling amiably as he clasped his hands toward Kingston. "Elmore reputation precedes you, brother Yuan. Today confirms that you are truly extraordinary. But how did you know that I needed something from you?" Kingston waved dismissively, saying casually, "Not hard to guess. If you wanted revenge, you wouldn't send just 2 weaklings. Since it's not for revenge, what other reason could there be besides needing my help?" Jacques chuckled, shaking his head with curiosity. "Could it be that you need something from me?" "There's no possibility." Kingston firmly shook his head, stating confidently, "If I needed something from you, Miss Taya would not act on her own. She would ask for my opinion first." Iana looked apologetic, rising and bowing to Kingston. Troyan did not consult with Barrett first. "Please do not blame me." Kingston waved off her apology, saying seriously, "Miss Taya has gone to great lengths for my younger sister. I'm grateful and would not blame you." Turning to Jacques, Kingston asked, "Can you speak now? What exactly do you need?" Jacques sighed deeply, gesturing to the guards who promptly dispersed the crowd. Once the courtyard was clear of outsiders, Jacques apologized sincerely. "This prince comes specifically to apologize on behalf of Uncle Adolf and Brother Adolf. The disappearance of your younger sister is regrettable. On behalf of the royal family, we promise to do everything we can to find her. However, Uncle Adolf and Brother Adolf have been severely poisoned, enduring unbearable pain that will likely kill them within half a month. This prince is willing to take responsibility for them and hopes you can show mercy, providing the antidote to spare them." Indeed, Jacques came seeking Kingston's help. Town South King father and son were poisoned by Kingston's golden silkworm king venom. Without the antidote from Kingston, even the royal physicians stood no chance against the poison. While they might not fully understand Kingston's temper, they knew brute force wasn't the answer. Forcing Kingston to hand over the antidote was out of the question. If angered, releasing the same toxin throughout Tianyu Kingdom could throw half the nation into chaos. Jacques, who was closest to Town South King, stepping in personally for their plea seemed reasonable. Unexpectedly, Kingston shook his head almost without thought. "It's not this matter. Elmo definitely needs something else from me." Chapter 109. The Struggle Among Cheese. Kingston was certain that the person who sought him out definitely wasn't pleading on behalf of the Zane. This was simply because the status of the Zane was far inferior to his, the Harvey. Being a prince, especially one with a chance at becoming the emperor, how could he debase himself over such trivial matters for an elemental spirit realm philosopher? Moreover, if it were merely about leveraging royal connections to help find his younger sister, such a minor promise wouldn't warrant a visit from Yana, the director of Taibu Pavilion. Initially, Deputy Hall Barrett Chevalier Yi of the Divine Martial Hall had already promised to assist Kingston in searching for his sister's whereabouts. If not for that promise, Kingston would have slaughtered the Zane and his son right then and there instead of letting them live until now. So, he deduced that Yana and the Harvey had some other arrangement, and this meeting wasn't solely about pleading for mercy on behalf of the Zane. It seemed the Harvey's request was even more urgent than Kingston's search for his sister. Honoring Kingston's questioning, he didn't dodge around but instead looked admiringly at Kingston, clasped his hands, and smiled bitterly, saying, "Brother Yuan guessed correctly. I am indeed here today with a serious request for your assistance." A thought flashed through Kingston's mind, and he asked, "Is it related to the Holy Land inheritance?" It wasn't unreasonable for Kingston to think so since the trial for Holy Land inheritance was the biggest event recently in the martial arts world of Von Avenly Moon Kingdom. Rumor had it that representatives from all 5 major forces would gather. The Harvey, carrying special bloodline and qualified to contend for the throne, undoubtedly saw the Holy Land inheritance as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. While Kingston couldn't care less about the so-called Holy Land inheritance, others might not feel the same way. The opportunities within the Holy Land might very well determine whether or not he became the next emperor. The Harvey nodded heavily, looking worried as he slowly said, "Within the imperial family, besides myself, my 4th brother also has the heavenly dragon bloodline. It's rumored that he has already gathered many martial experts for this Holy Land inheritance. Moreover, it's likely his goal is the same as mine, leading to an inevitable conflict." Honoring this, Kingston lost interest in listening further. Vaughn waved his hand to cut off the explanation and said coolly, "All right, I'm not interested in your family's internal affairs. Let's get straight to the point. What's in it for me if I help you?" Kingston only cared about finding his sister. Everything else held no interest for him. Regardless of the royal family's self-destructive conflicts or the instability of Von Avenly Moon Kingdom, none of it concerned him. The Harvey seemed to have discussed everything with Yana beforehand. Seeing Kingston asking questions, he answered without hesitation, "I've heard Brother Ewan is seeking his sister's whereabouts using the observing Von Aven Grand Array. From my rudimentary knowledge of formations, the array setup requires advantageous timing and location. Timing cannot be controlled by human effort, but location." At this point, he glanced warily around him. Confirming that no one was spying, he lowered his voice and continued, "The national dragon veins are where our kingdom's fortune resides. If we set up the observing Von Aven Grand Array on top of the dragon veins, the divination effectiveness would increase by at least double. Manipulating dragon veins pertained to a country's fortune. Although he was a prince, offering the dragon veins for external use seemed almost sacrilegious. Kingston wasn't an expert in formations, but he knew the setup venue significantly impacted their efficacy. Whoever kidnapped his sister managed to shield against the calculations of Taibu Pavilion, indicating considerable proficiency in formation arts. Without leveraging the power of the dragon veins, the observing Von Aven Grand Array risked failure. As Kingston was thinking silently, the Von Avenly Dao Pin's arrogant voice echoed in his mind. What sort of dog prince dares to negotiate with a master? Since the dragon veins improve calculation, do they need his permission to borrow? We can just wipe out Von Avenly Moon Kingdom, then use the dragon veins as we please. Kingston angrily telepathically responded, "Little Pin, got a lot to say? Edge at me to let you out to vent your grievances?" The Von Avenly Dao Pin, hearing this, shuddered in fear, shaking its head mournfully. "Barrett, don't torment me like this. If the realm's rules since my existence, I'd be crushed by the law. I'm just trying to help. If you don't like hearing it, I won't speak again." Feeling wronged? Kingston smirked, sternly telling it, "Elmo think I want to listen to his nonsense? If I were at full strength, not just Von Avenly Moon Kingdom but 100 kingdoms would be obliterated. But now, we must realistically assess the situation. Acting recklessly will not help in rescuing Davina." Honoring this, the Von Avenly Dao Pin quietly nodded, apologizing, "I understand. I'll never speak like that again." Ignoring the Von Avenly Dao Pin, Kingston thought for a moment and then asked the Harvey, "Can you make decisions regarding borrowing the dragon veins?" The Harvey nodded decisively, "Yes. Before participating in the Holy Land inheritance, I plan to hold a grand ceremony for divine blessings. At that time, ask Miss Taya to modify the ritual into the observing Von Aven Grand Array. This way, we can secretly utilize the dragon veins to calculate your sister's whereabouts." Apparently, even he didn't dare openly lend the dragon veins to outsiders, but his plan was thoughtful and worth trying. "I must first use the observing Von Aven Grand Array to find my sister. If she is safe and her whereabouts clear, I will ensure you succeed in the Holy Land inheritance trial. I will also provide the antidote to release the Zane and his son. But if the result is unfavorable or my sister is harmed, don't blame me for retaliating fully." Kingston wouldn't feel kindly toward the Harvey just because of his gesture. Had the heir of the Zane not hired someone to kidnap his sister, he wouldn't have gone through all this trouble to find her. Helping him locate his sister was a matter of justice. Kingston wouldn't view lending the dragon veins as an act of grace from the royal family. Lending the dragon veins was a double-edged sword for the royal family. If Ewan Davina was found safe, the royal family could breathe a sigh of relief. But if the worst were revealed, Von Avenly Moon Kingdom would face Kingston's relentless vengeance. The Harvey's expression turned conflicted at this. Following Kingston's terms, lending the dragon veins meant accepting potential devastating news immediately. Kingston didn't rush him, calmly waiting with crossed arms for his decision. Teyaddenly, outside the courtyard came a sneering voice. "Pfft, 5th brother, what a disgrace to our royal family. Even if it's for an antidote for Uncle Adolf, you shouldn't humble yourself to this commoner." Another young man in golden robes, surrounded by a large group of guards, strutted confidently into the courtyard. With sharp features and a calculating demeanor, he glared coldly at Kingston, shouting, "Are you the one who poisoned Uncle Adolf? Hand over the antidote or you die." The Harvey frowned, showing a hint of fear, and firmly said, "4th brother, I will handle Uncle's matter. Elmo should stay out of this." Infuriated, the clerk glared at the Harvey, barking, "Rubbish! Call me Elmore Imperial Highness. How dare you not bow upon seeing your Esteban brother?" Chapter 110, Confrontation. "Get out." Gabriel hadn't even begun his greetings when he was met with Kingston's cold, furious roar. Kingston despised being interrupted more than anything else. In his past life, Gabriel wouldn't have had the chance to get out. A mere glance from him would have reduced anyone to cosmic dust. Vaughn had just met Jacques moments ago, and now Gabriel had followed him almost immediately. Was his target Kingston himself, or was he merely keeping tabs on Jacques? This kind of behavior, acting like a hound that could sense trouble before it arrived, annoyed Kingston immensely. Gabriel's eyes twitched. His upturned nose flared, and his triangular eyes glared fiercely as he bellowed at Kingston. "Commoner, who gave you permission to stand while speaking to me? Get on your knees." This person, like Jacques, possessed the Von Avenly dragon bloodline. With a roar, golden dragon-shaped energy surged towards Kingston from above. Again, an attempt to suppress with aura? Kingston was somewhat speechless. It seemed everyone in the royal family believed the Von Avenly dragon bloodline made them strong, always showing it off whenever possible. The dragon aura born from the Von Avenly dragon bloodline was indeed powerful, allowing Gabriel to unleash an oppressive force akin to the Xuanwu realm despite only being at the Lingwu realm. While it might intimidate ordinary martial artists, to Kingston, Gabriel appeared like a naive child who boasted about his slight superiority over commoners. In Kingston's eyes, the Von Avenly dragon bloodline wasn't worth mentioning. Vaughn casually employed the 9 cycles golden body art, turning his skin golden and raising an impenetrable golden shield in front of his chest. When the golden dragon aura collided with the 9 cycles golden body shield, a deafening explosion rang out, like thunder striking within the courtyard. Immediately, grass and trees were crushed, the pavilion crumbled, and broken bricks rained down, smashing the table of delicacies into ruins. Shevimf, your body strengthening technique isn't bad, but let's see how you handle this move. Seeing the dragon aura fail to subdue Kingston, Gabriel's eyes flickered with a sharp light. Changing tactics, he wound the dragon aura around his arms, forming a massive, 10-foot-long golden blade. Imperial Dragon Overlord Slash. As the blade took shape, Gabriel leaped high, wielding the descending momentum to slash at Kingston's right shoulder. This move came from the true dragon martial cannon, rumored to be exclusively for those with Von Avenly dragon bloodline. The stronger the bloodline, the more formidable the skill. According to legends, techniques from the true dragon martial cannon could rival high-grade heaven-tier skills at their strongest and at minimum, earth-tier power at their weakest. Gabriel launched his lethal attack. The golden blade roared with dragon aura, akin to a heavenly golden dragon descending, inviolably divine. The oppressive blade aura hadn't yet struck Kingston, but its momentum already gouged a deep trench beneath his feet. A crack ran from under Kingston's feet all the way to the back pavilion, which crumbled into powder with a loud boom. Gabriel has actually mastered Imperial Dragon Overlord Slash. His control over the Von Avenly dragon bloodline truly surpasses mine, but he seems cautious. This move isn't at full strength, probably only reaching mid-grade Shin level power. Jacques' face turned serious, a hint of apprehension rising in his heart. Yet, seeing Kingston facing such a powerful move, he chose not to intervene. It wasn't that he couldn't act, but that he didn't need to. Underneath the blade's threat, Kingston remained calm, chi surging in his dantian. With lightning speed, he punched upward, a dark ape arm emerging from his right limb. Black killing intent radiated from the fist, spreading like a colossal wave. First level of the Von Altea pressing pagoda technique, Divine Ape Pagoda, Divine Ape Skybreaker. Killing intent surged within Kingston, focusing the full might of the Divine Ape Pagoda technique into his fist. Power that should have transformed into a 10-story ape concentrated into one Divine Ape arm, striking the golden blade with shattering force. Two energies surpassing the Lingwu realm clashed in the small courtyard. Flowers, trees, red walls, and green tiles all turned to dust in the midst of the collision. Not only did the clash destroy the courtyard's vegetation and structure, even weaker individuals like Iana struggled against the pressure, her face paling. The force that shattered the wall swept outward, devastating everything along its path. Cracks several inches deep spread across the ground everywhere. Passing disciples and guards were unexpectedly caught in the conflict, tossed about by the shockwaves. In a 500-meter radius, people lay scattered, bruised, and bleeding. Ha ha ha, what a remarkable secret technique that can materialize killing intent. Elmore's strength is commendable. If you were weak, killing you would be too dull. Gabriel praised Kingston verbally, but a hint of malice flashed in his eyes. Everyone knew the future ruler of Tiangwei would be either him or Jacques. This sacred site trial decided the heir, and he couldn't let Jacques gain a powerful ally. Vaughn claimed to seek justice for the Tom but was really probing Kingston's abilities. If he could recruit Kingston, great. Otherwise, Kingston had to die. The stronger Kingston was, the stronger Gabriel's resolve to kill him. To exhibit equal power at the 5th level Lingdong realm was alarming. How terrifying would Kingston become in the coming months before the sacred site opened? Vaughn couldn't risk Kingston aiding Jacques. Therefore, he wouldn't allow such a powerful figure near Jacques. Let's see how you deal with my next move. Gabriel, please stop. This public association is no place for violence. Regardless of your status, you must respect our rules. Just as Gabriel was about to launch another powerful attack, Maximilian Cedric flew over and grabbed Gabriel's hand, wrapped in dragon aura. Maximilian Win's palm emitted a surge of power, gradually suppressing the dragon aura. Seeing the Alchemy Association Esteban intervene, Gabriel knew he couldn't continue, so he masked his anger with a smile. Maximilian 1, don't be so agitated. I was merely exchanging techniques with this gentleman as a gesture of friendship. Since dueling isn't allowed here, I'll stop. With that, he withdrew his hand and glanced threateningly at Kingston. Then, he said with a meaningful tone, this gentleman has remarkable skills, but it seems his eyesight is poor. Perhaps you should consider granting him some clear-seeing pills to treat his blindness, so he doesn't keep walking down a dead-end path. Hashtag Chapter 111, Insight. Cedric intervened to stop the battle. Kingston wanted to obtain alchemy materials from the Alchemist Guild, so he had no choice but to give face to the guild's Estebans, and also chose to halt the conflict. Kingston, however, watched the clerk turn away with a smile as he brushed off dust from his body. Vaughn mocked, treat my illness? Some people are on their deathbed yet still don't realize it. Instead of spewing nonsense here, you should cherish your remaining time and eat well. The expression on the clerk's face darkened at this comment, as if Kingston had struck a sensitive nerve. His footsteps faltered for a moment as he left, but soon, his composure returned, and he feigned calmness, replying, don't try to frighten me with empty words. Since you're so stubborn, we'll settle this during the Sacred Ground inheritance ceremony. With that, the clerk turned and left without further delay, though the creaking of his clenched fists betrayed his frustration and agitation. Though he walked away seemingly unscathed, he had not achieved any of his goals for this encounter. Initially, he had intended to leverage his status as an imperial brother to suppress Kingston and undermine the Harvey's influence, hoping to recruit Kingston into his camp. However, before he could act, Kingston initiated conflict, foiling his plans. Not only did he fail to weaken the Harvey's support, but he pushed Kingston into opposition. Unsuccessful in recruitment, he grew murderous, aiming to eliminate Kingston. Yet their battle ended in a deadlock. Fortunately, there were few witnesses. Otherwise, he would have lost all face. As an 8th-rank spirit warrior using royal secret techniques, he couldn't even defeat a 5th-rank spirit adept, a humiliating failure anyone would laugh at. From the outcome of the battle, he indeed didn't suffer much, but considering their ranks, his draw was a loss. Fighting a spirit adept as a spirit warrior and merely achieving a tie, anyone evaluating it would say the lower-ranked one won. Most humiliating of all were Kingston's parting words. Though the clerk hadn't told outsiders, Kingston seemed to see through his vulnerabilities. In reality, his martial arts talent was on par with the Harvey. The reason he could advance so far in the celestial dragon lineage was due to consuming the prohibited spirit pill for force cultivation. His meridians couldn't sustain such intense dragon chi, relying solely on the pill, with his body's limit approaching the end of the sacred ground inheritance period. If he didn't completely suppress the Harvey this time, his meridians wouldn't endure even normal dragon chi power. If Kingston had seen through all this, it was terrifying. With just a 5th rank spirit adept level, his insight was astonishing, uncovering hidden weaknesses. Staying longer might reveal more flaws, prompting the clerk to angrily turn and storm off with his subordinates. After they left, Cedric sighed and complained to Kingston, "Nephew Ewan, you really can't stay quiet for a moment. How about listening to my advice and staying at headquarters until the sacred ground inheritance?" Since joining the guild, Kingston had continuously stirred trouble, from offending disciples to the Sky Pillar sword sect, from royal princes to royal heirs. If this continued, the entire Tianyu kingdom would be filled with enemies. Maximilian of the guild branch, originally a coveted position, now saw his blood pressure skyrocket. No one could predict what or who Kingston would target next. Kingston grinned widely, saying, "I'm not unwilling to keep quiet. It's others who refuse. Besides, I gave him face by not killing him on the spot, right?" Cedric nearly choked, thinking how Kingston dared to kill a prince. Even someone as erratic as Deegan never thought of killing a Tianyu prince for fun. Yet he knew Kingston was uncontrollable and would retaliate when provoked, potentially daring to slay a prince. Thinking quickly, he said, "Nephew, since you've enrolled for the sacred ground inheritance, focus on cultivating these few months. The guild has prepared ample materials. You can access them by registering under the Green Robe Alchemist name. With your talent, reaching peak spirit adept within months should be manageable." Kingston nodded silently and responded, "Understood." His goal was to find alchemy materials. Had the clerk not interfered, he would have already secured them and started seclusion for cultivation. After Cedric left, Kingston turned to the Harvey standing outside the pavilion ruins, stating, "My stance remains unchanged. Let me borrow the dragon vein to locate my sister. Upon success, I'll help you fulfill your wish. It depends on your decision." The Harvey quickly weighed the risks and benefits, deciding after observing the clerk's superior strength. Vaughn bowed to Kingston, saying, "I agree. You may use the dragon vein first. Timing will be arranged by me, no later than a month." Kingston glanced back at Iana, seeking her approval since she led the Von Aven observing formation. After some contemplation, Iana nodded slightly. "There is a suitable day within 40 days for setting up the Von Aven observing formation. Preparation will ensure it's on time." Kingston agreed, telling the Harvey, "Please finalize arrangements promptly." The Harvey seriously nodded, bid farewell, and quickly left, knowing this was his last chance. If he failed to bind Kingston to himself, the sacred ground inheritance might be his end. Vaughn initially planned to test Kingston's integrity against wealth and loyalty to the clerk. After seeing Kingston clash with the clerk, he deemed further testing unnecessary. Now, his sole concern was the outcome of the Von Aven observing formation divination, hoping luck was on his side. Once gone, only Kingston and Iana remained in the damaged courtyard. Watching Iana busily prepare, Kingston thanked her sincerely. "Miss Taya, I appreciate your efforts greatly. I truly don't know how to repay you. If you need anything within my capabilities, I'll do my best." Unexpectedly, Iana respectfully bowed, replying, "Lord, please don't misunderstand. I should thank you instead. Without your inheritance of the Imprisonment Tower Barrett's position, the contract between Diviner Pavilion and Imprisonment Tower couldn't have been resolved, allowing me to leave Tianyu freely." Just then, the Von Aven Li Dao brush spoke in Kingston's mind. "Barrett, why thank her? She and her master other skills to me. The Diviner Pavilion line should heed me, or rather you. Even after fulfilling the contract, I remain their benefactor. Use them freely." Kingston coldly retorted mentally, "Elmary's so great. Can you set up the Von Aven observing formation to find my sister?" Embarrassed, the Von Aven Li Dao brush chuckled awkwardly and hid in the Imprisonment Tower, mumbling no more. Kingston rolled his eyes at the inept yet boastful Von Aven Li Dao brush. Subsequently, Kingston turned to Iana and said, "I entrust the task of finding my younger sister to you. I need to go to the Alchemy Fire Hall to gather some materials for seclusion and cultivation, so I might not be able to personally witness your divine skills when the Von Aven observing formation is activated." Iana's cheeks flushed slightly as she bowed to Kingston, and they parted ways. Now hopeful about locating his sister, Kingston felt an even greater urgency to enhance his strength. With a swift turn, he sped toward the Alchemy Fire Hall. ###Chapter 112, Wasting Von Aven's Gifts. As the time for the Holy Land inheritance approached, almost all forces eligible to participate in this grand event sent people to the Alchemist Guild to seek medicine. After all, enhancing one's strength even a little before the trial began increased one's chances of obtaining the inheritance. Kingston arrived at the entrance of the Danhua Hall, and was soon stopped by a group of outer sect disciples, waiting desperately for alchemists to help them. They buzzed around Kingston incessantly, each offering exorbitant prices to beg Kingston to help refine spiritual elixirs for them. Some even brought double the amount of materials, indicating they were willing to give Kingston an extra set for free. Currently, alchemists were the most sought-after profession. The green-robed alchemist had been booked solid for months in advance, and even the gray-robed alchemist within the guild had already struck deals with outer sect disciples early on. Throughout the entire alchemist guild, whether at headquarters or branches, it was almost impossible to find any idle alchemists. Those who couldn't secure appointments with ranked alchemists resorted to seeking out apprentices in a desperate bid for help. Even apprentices capable only of extracting low-level materials were offered thousands or tens of thousands of spirit stones to assist with refining elixirs. The people at the Danhua Hall recognized Kingston and, seeing him blocked by these noisy outer sect disciples, hurriedly came from behind the counter to chase the crowd away. "Senior brother Ewan, please don't be offended. It's close to the time of the Holy Land inheritance, and our guild's alchemists are swamped. These people don't know you, Senior brother Ewan, so if there's anything that upset you, please don't take it to heart." They knew Kingston was the disciple of black-robed alchemist Deegan, and understood that such a prestigious figure would likely dislike being disturbed. To avoid incurring his wrath, they had to serve Kingston with utmost diligence. Kingston waved a hand and directly stated his intention. "I heard that green-robed alchemists can collect materials here. Bring my portion." A disciple of the Danhua Hall replied with a, "Please wait a moment," then quickly ran back behind the counter and nimbly handed 3 storage bags to Kingston. "Senior brother Ewan, please check." This is the benefit prepared by the guild for green-robed alchemists. 1 bag each of igniting material, medicinal herbs, and Xian herbs. Upon hearing this, Kingston felt a surge of joy. Vaughn hadn't expected the alchemist guild to be so generous as to prepare a full storage bag of valuable Xian herbs. Recalling how the guild had swept up Xian herb materials worldwide, even emptying the inventory of Treasure Pavilion, it didn't seem too exaggerated that they provided a bag of Xian herbs as benefits to green-robed alchemists. However, when he looked inside the storage bag containing the Xian herbs, Kingston's expression turned grim, and he frowned. This is the Xian herbs the guild has prepared? Why are they all broken? Indeed, the Alchemist Guild had prepared Xian herbs for green-robed alchemists, but these Xian herbs were not whole medicinal ingredients. Instead, they were fragments. If not for detecting a trace of the Xian herbs' medicinal properties amidst this debris, he might have suspected that these were leftovers from failed attempts at refinement. The medicinal efficacy of these Xian herb residues was nearly 70% lower than their original form, and the properties had deteriorated severely, rendering their value less than some spiritual herbs. Could such worthless stuff be used for refining? Facing Kingston's confusion, the Danhua Hall disciple nodded confidently. Yes, this is the Xian herbs bestowed by the sect. Is there a problem? Kingston was so enraged by this response that he nearly gnashed his teeth. How could these people be so stupid? Instead of using proper Xian herbs, why must they cut them into fragments that lost their medicinal properties? Oppressing his anger, Kingston slammed the bag of Xian herbs back on the counter and said sternly, "Who told you to do this? Don't you know this harms the Xian herbs' efficacy?" The Danhua Hall disciple initially appeared nervous, but upon hearing Kingston's complaint, immediately put on a smile. Senior brother Yuan may not know, but Xian herbs are too difficult for green-robed alchemists to refine. To train green-robed alchemists' alchemy skills, the sect has permitted Xian herbs to be fragmented, making it easier to refine compared to directly refining the whole herbs. Honoring this, Kingston's anger flared even more. Slamming his fist on the counter, he growled, "Rubbish! This is a waste of precious resources." The Alchemist Guild had bought all the Xian herbs available on the market, preventing him from buying materials despite having the money. Initially thinking the guild had big plans, he now realized they were squandering these rare resources recklessly. Even if it was to cultivate green-robed alchemists' refining skills, did they have to buy all the Xian herbs on the market? At least he could still purchase what he needed if they left some available. With their actions, competent individuals couldn't get materials, while incompetent ones wasted monopolized supplies. What kind of system was this? Originally, he had some positive feelings toward the guild's benefits, but now he wished he could punch the Esteban who made such rules. Staring at the startled Danhua Hall disciple, Kingston sternly asked, "Do you have any whole Xian herbs here? Bring them all to me. Elmo idiots waste good things like this." The Danhua Hall disciple looked miserable and pleaded repeatedly, "Senior brother Yuan, please don't make things difficult for us. Only black-robed alchemists have the right to use whole Xian herbs. Green-robed alchemists can only use Xian herb fragments to prevent wastage." Kingston glared and roared, "Elmo the ones wasting resources. Bring the whole Xian herbs here immediately, or bring over the supervisor Esteban." The disciple had witnessed Kingston's temper before, knowing he could defy even the heir of the southern town king. Not daring to argue, they apologized and rushed off to report to the supervisor Esteban. Within moments, a middle-aged man covered in sweat nervously approached Kingston, bowing respectfully. "Little friend Yuan, I am Donald Shun, the supervisor of Danhua Hall. Why are you angry?" Knowing Kingston was Deegan's disciple, he feared offending Kingston and thus stood extremely humbly before him. "Is it true that green-robed alchemists aren't allowed to use whole Xian herbs?" Kingston glared coldly at the humble Esteban. "I don't care who made the rule. I want whole Xian herbs now, however many are in the warehouse. I'll take them all." In his view, slicing the Xian herbs into fragments was a sheer waste. Rather than letting the guild's incompetent alchemists ruin them, he preferred to take them all away. Iggy looked bitterly at Kingston and chuckled awkwardly. "Little friend Yuan, please don't joke. All the Xian herbs in the guild must serve the Holy Land inheritance. Private sales are prohibited. If little friend wants to refine elixirs, as long as you can contribute the required number of Holy Land inheritance elixirs, you can access unlimited Xian herb fragments from the warehouse." Kingston's face darkened as he grabbed Iggy's collar, dragging him forward and saying coldly, "Listen carefully. I want whole Xian herbs, not fragments. Do as I say, or else you'll report to your teacher. Bullying weaklings. Without Senior Vaughn supporting you, you're nothing. Who do you think you are to strut around in Danhua Hall?" Before Kingston finished speaking, mocking voices erupted from the alchemy room. 3 disciples wearing emblems of green-robed alchemists strode briskly to the counter, eyes filled with disdain as they scanned Kingston. "I suggest you recognize reality. Senior black-robed alchemist Vaughn is your master, not you. We who have contributed greatly to the guild never boasted, yet you, a new recruit with no accomplishments, dare defy guild rules? Who do you think you are?" Kingston glanced sideways at the speaker and, catching him off guard, slapped him several meters away. With a dark expression, he sneered down at the prone figure. "Do you know who I am now?" Chapter 113. Inciting Flames. The number of green-robe alchemists was sparse, with only around 100 within the entire alchemist guild. They were almost at the core of the organization's elite. The disciple whom Kingston slapped away was named Jetty, who was relatively well known among the green-robe alchemists. Since he became a green-robe alchemist, only praise and flattery surrounded him. No one had dared to strike him. With tears welling up in his eyes, Jetty covered his face, almost on the verge of tears from being infuriated by Kingston. As soon as he got up from the ground, he shouted at the Esteban, "Donald, this bastard assaulted a fellow disciple without cause. Are you going to do something about it?" After roaring furiously, he realized that the Esteban he was appealing to was still being held by the collar by Kingston, looking anything but dignified. Kingston let out a cold laugh and released Donald Shun, stepping back with an indifferent look. Donald finally managed to breathe normally again. After taking a few deep breaths and facing the tense atmosphere, his head nearly exploded with anxiety. On one side was a newcomer, but the disciple of a black-robe alchemist. On the other side, while lacking a black-robe alchemist patron, possessed exceptional alchemy skills among the green-robe alchemists. Neither party was easy to deal with, and offending either side would put him in a difficult position. After some thought, he sighed and cupped his hands towards Kingston and Jetty, pleading, "Everyone here is a pillar of the guild. Why ruin harmonious relations over trifles? We should prioritize the legacy of the sacred site and not delay the alchemy process." "What? Being beaten up is considered a trifle?" Jetty roared indignantly. "When I advanced to green-robe alchemist, this bastard was still kicking in his mother's womb." Vaughn uses the power of the Black Robe Alchemist to disregard senior disciples and flaunts his disobedience to rules. Are you Esteban's going to ignore this? Everyone saw what happened. Are you planning to cover for him? Donald's expression flickered between anger and helplessness. Frowning, he tried to console Jetty. Nephew Ma, please calm down. Of course, I will address this matter, but fighting in front of everyone is not appropriate. Can we discuss this in a private room? Their commotion attracted a crowd of outsiders seeking elixirs at the Alchemist Guild. Disciples from various factions across the land crowded into the hall, watching the spectacle happily. Had they not been in the guild premises, these trouble-loving people would surely have cheered and fanned the flames until blood was drawn. Jetty, feeling the pressure, shouted, "No way, not moving anywhere. If there's anything to say, let's say it right here, in front of everyone. If I don't get justice today, I'll report it to headquarters and ask the Estebans to arbitrate." Seeing Kingston ignoring him, Jetty grew more excited and addressed the crowd loudly. "Elmo, all don't know how shameless this guy is, right? Relying on his master being a Black Robe Alchemist, he wants to monopolize all the mystic medicines, even those meant for you. I'm not speaking for myself, I'm speaking for all of you. The Sacred Site Legacy opens once every 10 years, and everyone relies on these medicines to enhance their strength. Vaughn clearly doesn't want anyone to benefit from it. Do you think such a scumbag deserves any mercy or punishment?" The crowd hadn't needed much encouragement. Vaughn hearing this, their expressions changed abruptly, glaring angrily at Kingston. "Damn, aren't you too shameless? Is your master being a Black Robe Alchemist enough to make you behave like this? Do you even consider yourself human? Look at you, so arrogant. What makes you think you can monopolize all the mystic medicines? An insignificant nobody trying to claim so many mystic medicines? Even Brother Jetty, who can refine elixir spirit medicine, didn't dare to monopolize mystic medicines. What makes you think you can? My advancement to 7th stage depends on this. If anyone dares to snatch my medicine, they're dead. This kind of bastard deserves a beating." As the crowd grew angrier, pointing and shouting at Kingston, several hot-headed men rolled up their sleeves, ready to attack. Kingston remained silent, surveying the chaotic scene, his right arm crackling with dark energy, which surged upward with a powerful roar. A massive ape-like arm, thicker than the hall's beams, swept through the crowd, sending those yelling curses flying and spitting blood. Outside the Pill Fire Hall, dozens lay moaning, bones shattered by the ape arm. The noisy hall immediately fell silent after this single move. Those remaining were terrified by Kingston's formidable skill, sensing an extremely dangerous aura emanating from the god ape arm, far surpassing the level of their own essence energy. Kingston gazed indifferently at the scattered crowd and said coolly, "Any more accusations? Elmo can finish them all at once." Though he didn't look directly at Jetty, the latter knew this remark was directed at him. Jetty felt a chill run down his spine, recalling why Kingston was famous in the Alchemist Guild. Not just because he was a Black Robe Alchemist disciple, but also due to his incredible combat prowess. Apart from his lackluster achievements in alchemy techniques, Kingston excelled in other areas compared to the Green Robe Alchemists. "Elmo, don't act rashly. We're discussing alchemy matters, not solving them with violence," Jetty said fearfully before regaining some courage and demanded sternly. "Allocating mystic medicines follows the guild's rules. If you want to monopolize them, consult the rules first." Kingston glanced at him and sneered. "Did headquarters order you to waste mystic medicines?" Caught off guard, Jetty confidently responded, "Of course, it's the headquarters rule. How can you use uncut mystic medicines in alchemy? Don't tell me you think we Green Robe Alchemists can refine whole mystic medicines?" Kingston shook his head speechlessly, bewildered by Jetty's audacity to justify his incompetence so confidently. Just as he clenched his fist to teach Jetty a lesson, a sudden gust blew in, and Cedric appeared with a stern face. Vaughn looked at Kingston with a helpless expression, almost in tears, and asked resignedly, "Elmong friend Ewan, what trouble are you causing again?" Seeing a real authority figure arrive, Jetty showed relief and hurriedly knelt before Maximilian I. Wiping tears and snot, he pointed trembling fingers at Kingston and complained first, "Maximilian I, this guy disregards the rules and plans to monopolize all mystic medicines. When I tried to reason with him, he not only refused to listen but attacked me. Please give me justice." Kingston waited calmly until Jetty finished, then nodded at Maximilian I, acknowledging straightforwardly, "Yes, I plan to take all mystic medicines. So what?" ##### Chapter 114, Boasting. Vaughn admitted it. "Maximilian, did you hear that?" Vaughn shamelessly confessed to such a disgraceful act. Jetty seemed to have caught Kingston red-handed, jumping up and down with excitement as he pointed at Kingston and shouted. Everyone heard him admit that he wanted to monopolize the mystic drugs. We certainly didn't wrong him. After saying this, he watched Kingston with an expectant expression, as if to say, "Let's see how you explain yourself now." Cedric hadn't expected Kingston to be so bold as to openly confess to violating the sect rules. However, considering Deegan's status, he couldn't really do much to punish Kingston. The onlookers all stared at him, hoping he would uphold justice. Vaughn found it hard to blatantly defend Kingston. After some thought, he finally managed to say, "Elmo came here to help Senior Vaughn collect mystic drugs, right? According to our sect's regulations, Senior Vaughn can always requisition mystic drugs from the storage without needing anyone's approval." As he spoke, he kept giving Kingston meaningful glances, almost pleading with him not to stir up any more trouble. When Maximilian, that's not what he said earlier. Vaughn clearly showed dissatisfaction with the sect's rules and arrogantly demanded all the mystic drugs. Jetty protested loudly, his tone urgent. The sect provided these fragments of mystic drugs for everyone's benefit. Not only did this ingrate refuse to show gratitude, but he also criticized the sect's generosity. Compared to insulting the sect, assaulting fellow disciples is a lesser offense. "Maximilian, please investigate thoroughly." Cedric sighed inwardly, his eyes flashing with cold light as he turned to the agitated Jetty and said softly, "Has His Fourth Highness asked you to finish refining those elixirs yet? I saw you with him just now. Surely he urged you?" To others, it sounded like advice to focus on alchemy and not delay matters concerning the Clark. But both Kingston and Jetty understood the hidden meaning. It was a warning. Don't think the Alchemist Guild doesn't know about your connection to the Clark. Edging to curry favor with the prince is one thing, but relentlessly targeting fellow disciples will not be tolerated by the guild. Jetty shot Cedric a slightly awkward look before feigning ignorance and slyly said, "Of course, His Fourth Highness urged me, but I lack the materials, so I had to come get more. As soon as I arrived, I heard him wanting to monopolize the mystic drugs, even including the Clark's share. How could I not reason with him? Seeing that Jetty wouldn't back down, Cedric inwardly sighed and decided to drop him from the list of promising candidates. The Alchemist Guild didn't mind disciples having affiliations with other sects and always treated those pursuing the Tao of Alchemy fairly, never withholding resources or guidance. But someone like Jetty, who betrayed his guild's interests, would never be trusted or promoted within the guild. Kingston couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. I don't care about your relationship with the Clark or any other prince. Trying to use such tactics against me is foolish. Vaughning this, Cedric inwardly cursed. In the next moment, Kingston boldly declared, collecting mystic drugs has nothing to do with my master. I'm here on my own behalf and intend to take all the mystic drugs remaining in the warehouse. Upon hearing this, Jetty burst into uncontrollable laughter, patting his companion's shoulder and pointing at Kingston while laughing. See that? That's called overestimating oneself. Just because this place is only a branch of the guild, he thinks he can defy our talented alchemists. This Adolf Ling Jr. brother has a 70% success rate in refining 7th rank spirit pills, and Clarence has successfully refined 8th rank spirit pills multiple times. Jetty proudly raised his head and boasted, speaking of achievements, I once succeeded in refining Isaiah Hongwa Yulo pill, which ranks last on the Elixir Earth list. Not much of an achievement though. We know we are of low ability and cannot compare with the talented members of the guild. Therefore, we always follow the guild's rules diligently, never overstepping boundaries. But there are some people who, lacking any notable achievements, abuse their master's name to misbehave, oppressing fellow disciples and openly defying sect rules. If this isn't punished severely, it will discourage the hearts of the guild's disciples and tarnish Senior Vaughn's reputation. Those from external sects who were watching nodded in agreement. Indeed, ignoring guild rules. What kind of person is this? A thankless wretch. The guild provides resources and teaches techniques, yet he disgraces it. I think he's intentionally defaming the guild. Look at all the injured brothers outside. He gets angry and attacks when anyone speaks reasonably. It makes the guild appear unreasonable and ruthless, like him. This man is a danger. He should be expelled from the sect sooner. Ma Senior is truly impressive, skilled and humble. Never boasting about his abilities, he sets a good example. People like him deserve our admiration and respect. Teadenly, the hall was filled with praise for Jetty and condemnation of Kingston. Capable? Is someone incapable of fully utilizing mystic drugs considered capable? Kingston said calmly, a hint of disdain creeping into his voice. Unable to fully realize mystic drugs' true value, they can only refine weak fragments, wasting precious resources. Is this what you call being capable? Mystic drugs in my hands can unleash their full potential, whereas in yours, they barely reach 30% effectiveness. Should mystic drugs remain untapped rather than be wasted by fools like you? Though Kingston's words were quiet, they hit home hard, leaving everyone silent for a moment. It was well known that mystic drug fragments lost potency. The sect had to cut them into smaller pieces for green robe alchemists who couldn't refine the whole drug, and slicing mystic drugs required adept Estebans, lest the inexperienced mishandle them and reduce valuable herbs to mere scraps. Mystic drugs were called mystic drugs because they were meant to be used in mystic pills. Yet Jetty and his ilk couldn't refine mystic pills, forcing the sect to slice mystic drugs into fragments and settle for spirit pills. A waste of potential. It was like turning fine delicacies into slop and then claiming superior culinary skills. Tyak arrogance left Kingston speechless. Ha ha ha. The silence lingered for a moment before Jetty broke out laughing. Elmo Re delusional. Can you unlock mystic drugs' full potential? Elmo mean you can refine mystic pills? I've advised you before to face reality and not confuse your master's capabilities with your own. Only black robe alchemists can refine mystic pills. Elmore master might have the skill, but you? Elmo Re nothing but excrement. Soon, others joined in, shaking their heads and mocking Kingston. Save it, you just want to clear your name. Making up stories that even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe? If Senior Vaughn knew he had a disciple like you, he'd be ashamed. Vaughn looked so arrogant. I thought he had real talent, but he's just a madman. Has he confused his fantasies with reality? Adolf Ling and Clarence, along with the onlookers, laughed derisively. To them, Kingston was a worthless, uneducated fool spouting nonsense. Cedric, seeing Kingston's situation worsening, hurriedly intervened to defuse the tension. Elmong Barrett Ewan, even if Senior Vaughn taught you any advanced alchemy techniques, you shouldn't be too arrogant. Remember, the path of alchemy is about accumulation. To become a master alchemist, you must take every step carefully and diligently practice. I think you should hold off on attempting mystic pills for now and try refining high-quality spirit pills like everyone else. His words portrayed Kingston's monopolization of mystic drugs as an act of eagerness to cultivate, driven by his desire to refine mystic pills, thus leading him to seek whole mystic drugs from the alchemy hall. While still a violation of the sect rules, this explanation made it sound more positive and less self-serving compared to selfish greed. No way. Cedric intended to help Kingston find a way out, but Jetty sought to ruin him completely. With a wave of his hand, Jetty addressed the growing crowd of onlookers loudly. Regardless of his reasons, the sect rules cannot be violated. Unless he can truly refine mystic pills, the charge of ignoring sect rules cannot be dismissed no matter what. At his shout, Adolf Ling and Clarence joined in the clamor. Right, the sect rules are not a game. If he claims he can refine mystic pills, then let him show us. Yes, Maximilian won. If he says he can refine mystic pills, then he must do so. If he fails, all of us here, from Estebans to guests, would have been played for fools. His offense would be even more unforgivable. It was widely accepted in the martial world that only black robe alchemists could refine mystic pills, not green robe ones. How could Kingston, who had just become a green robe alchemist, claim he could refine mystic pills? In Jetty's view, since Kingston had invited his own downfall, failing to capitalize on this opportunity would be a waste. The crowd grew more agitated, and Cedric, unable to openly protect Kingston in front of outsiders, could only look at him with a bitter expression, hinting, Elmong Barrett Ewan, can you start refining now? Or do you need time to cleanse and prepare? Many alchemists had the habit of burning incense and bathing before refining valuable pills, which was no secret in the martial world. By saying this, Cedric was trying his best to give Kingston some extra time. No need for delays. Kingston yawned lazily and pointed at Jetty and his companions, calmly stating, I can certainly refine mystic pills. However, these misfits aren't qualified to order me around. As for the price, once I successfully refine the mystic pill, I will take all the mystic drugs into storage, and these 3 idiots must have their cultivation disabled and be expelled from the sect. #####Chapter 115. Humiliation. Haha, with a little bit of power, you think you can do whatever you want? Elmo dare to challenge me? I don't believe you can refine a mystic pill. How long have you been a blue-robed alchemist? Why are you so arrogant? Jetty was startled by Kingston's words, but quickly resumed his sneer, shouting loudly, Elmo say you can refine a mystic pill? Then show us right here and now. If you can do it, I'll stand on my head and eat shit in public. Though he was still smiling, his smile looked forced and awkward. Kingston's confidence had shaken him deeply, making him wonder if Kingston's master had taught him the secret technique for refining mystic pills. Not only did Jetty look uneasy, but everyone around him also seemed anxious. Adolf, Ling, and Clarence, who should have laughed with him, couldn't muster any laughter. They stood stiff-faced, their eyes wide open, beads of sweat rolling from their foreheads down to their necks, their faces etched with tension. They thought that forcing Kingston to refine a mystic pill would surely force him to beg on his knees, but unexpectedly, Kingston not only wasn't afraid but also proposed consequences they couldn't bear. While blue-robed alchemists theoretically couldn't refine mystic pills, what if Kingston could? Would they really give up the hard-won status they had just obtained? One wrong decision could destroy decades of effort. Adolf, Ling, and Clarence felt some regret deep inside for going along with Jetty's instigation against Kingston. Jetty's companions couldn't laugh, nor could the outsiders who watched. A blue-robed alchemist was already someone they dared not offend. If Kingston could refine mystic pills, wouldn't they have offended an untouchable superpower? Would they dare to mock or curse a black-robed alchemist? If not for Jetty leading the attack on Kingston, how could these outsiders from other sects have dared to speak harshly to Kingston? As they recalled their heated words, cold sweat broke out all over them. Fear surged from their feet to their heads, waking them up abruptly. In their shock, they realized that they were merely here to seek medicine. Why involve themselves in internal matters of the Alchemist's Guild? Both blue-robed and black-robed alchemists were people they dared not provoke. Just because Jetty could bully Kingston, did that mean they could also look down on Kingston? Especially since Jetty might not even be stronger than Kingston. What gave these worthless outsiders the courage to insult Kingston? Jetty noticed the changed atmosphere around him and realized no one was supporting him. Panic surged within him, and he lost the boldness he had moments ago. His face twisted, finally pointing at Kingston. He shouted, "Forget it. I won't stoop to your level. Whether you can refine mystic pills is none of my business. I need to help the Clark refine pills. I have no time to argue." Saying this, he tried to escape toward the gate. Swish! Kingston stretched out his right hand, grabbing Jetty by the shoulder. The strength in his palm stopped Jetty dead in his tracks. Jetty stared with wide eyes, trembling, and shouted at Kingston, "What do you want? Can't you mind your own business? If you're capable, go ahead and empty the warehouse. It has nothing to do with me, all right?" Despite struggling fiercely, Kingston's hand remained unmoving on Jetty's shoulder. "Do you think I'm joking with you? I never joke with idiots like you." Kingston's fingers tightened, and a crisp sound of bones cracking came from Jetty's shoulder blade. Jetty winced in pain, screaming wildly, "Damn it! How long have you been in the Alchemist's Guild? Daring to show off before me? Go to hell." Feeling intense pain in his shoulder, as if his entire arm was about to become useless, Jetty angrily struck Kingston with the palm. The green flame in his palm blazed like a torch, sweeping towards Kingston. Vaughn Bamboo Spirit Fire? Among friend Yuan. Be careful. Cedric saw Jetty unleash his lifebound Spirit Fire and rushed to warn Kingston. As a renowned blue-robed alchemist, Jetty's Spirit Fire was incredibly powerful, easily melting copper and iron like boiling soup. Being hit by it at close range, even a 9th-rank Spirit Martial Realm person would risk death. Cedric feared something happening to Kingston, feeling uneasy about facing Deegan. Vaughn was about to intervene when he heard Jetty's agonized scream. His black hair was ignited by his own green flame, causing him to roll on the ground while clutching his head. Before Kingston was a circular golden aura shield, which completely deflected Jetty's Vaughn Bamboo Spirit Fire back at him. Playing with fire before Kingston, even deities from the divine realm would hesitate. Jetty's few decades-old lifebound Spirit Fire was far too weak to warrant Kingston using the flame-devouring technique to counterattack. A mere aura shield formed by the 9 Revolutions golden body art repelled his attack entirely. Bang! Kingston stepped forward, pressing Jetty's head into the ground. The impact extinguished the flames atop Jetty's bald head. Stepping on Jetty's mouth, Kingston applied slight pressure, grinding him beneath his foot. "Do you seriously think you have the right to demand proof from me? My decision to refine mystic pills is merely to prove to the guild that I have priority in using mystic herbs. Disabling your cultivation and expelling you from the sect is simply because you annoy me. I decided to teach you a lesson." With another heavy stomp, Jetty's head slammed into the floor, nearly splitting under Kingston's overpowering force. Looking down at Jetty from above, Kingston regarded him as an ant, saying indifferently, "Regardless of whether you bet or not, you'll die either kneeling or lying down." Jetty had no power to retaliate, utterly dominated by Kingston. This scene left the onlookers drenched in cold sweat, never imagining that the alchemist Kingston possessed such formidable martial strength. The Danhua Hall disciples felt bitter resentment, thinking how stupid it was to provoke Kingston. Vaughn fought the Von Navenly sword sect and subdued the Southern Pacification Mansion, proving his unparalleled strength in real combat. Was he someone Jetty and Adolf Ling could provoke? Thud. Kingston's words sent chills down Adolf Ling and Clarence's spines. Remembering how they had deliberately harassed Kingston, their legs turned to jelly, and they fell to their knees before Kingston. "Senior brother Yuan, I was blinded by foolishness. I don't know why I said those things. I'm despicable and deserve death. Please senior brother Yuan to lift your hand and give us a chance to atone. Please, please." Adolf Ling and Clarence repeatedly prostrated themselves before Kingston. Their heads banging the floor filled the hall with rhythmic thuds. "Enough. Elmo VE beaten him and saved face. There's no need to go to extremes." At this moment, an Esteban's angry voice rang out from outside the hall. A Xuanwu realm aura rushed toward Kingston like thundering horses. Chapter 116. Humiliation. The newcomer immediately unleashed a palm strike enhanced by mystic power. From the stance, it was clear that even if he wasn't aiming to kill Kingston, he intended to embarrass him publicly. Kingston could see through the other party's ulterior motives at once. Isaiah surged wildly within Kingston's 2 broad martial meridians, and his skin instantly shimmered with a golden glow. Deploying the 3rd level of the 9-fold golden body art, Kingston stood calmly, his expression cold. The moment his mental force locked onto the mystic energy blast, he fiercely punched forward with 50 layers of overlapping force condensed into his fists. Boom! Golden light scattered everywhere as mystic energy dispersed. Kingston remained composed, standing firmly on his feet without sustaining any harm from the mystic-empowered palm strike. Amidst the turbulent air currents, a white-haired Esteban dressed in white gradually emerged. This man was at the second level of the Xuanwu realm. His white robe was distinctly styled compared to Cedric's, appearing smoother and more luxurious, signifying a higher status than the branch Estebans. Barrett, save me. Jetty, who had been stepped on by Kingston, lifted his head with difficulty towards the Esteban. Upon recognizing the man's face, he struggled frantically with overwhelming excitement. Even in the entire Von Avenly Moon Kingdom, green-robed alchemists were highly respected figures. With Jetty's reputation, it was inconceivable that he wouldn't have powerful backing. The old man before them was precisely his master. Seeing the sudden appearance of this Esteban, Cedric's expression changed too, and he bowed respectfully. Greetings, Maximilian Duan. I didn't expect you to visit our branch today. This white-haired Esteban was named Baxter, an Esteban from the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild. Not only did his position surpass that of a branch Esteban, but his strength also outshone Cedric by a tier. However, after bowing, Cedric sternly warned him, Maximilian Duan, as an Esteban, if you randomly attack guild disciples, it might tarnish your reputation. Baxter responded with a cold snort, staring at the hand that clashed with Kingston's fist. Vaughn said gravely, Maximilian I, I'm merely disciplining a disciple on behalf of the sect. I don't intend to kill him. Otherwise, why wouldn't I use even an elementary mystic martial technique? Vaughn then glared sharply at Kingston, speaking harshly. As a guild disciple, you must abide by the rules. Green-robed alchemists can only use mystic drug fragments. This is a rule set by the headquarters. If you have objections, you should address them officially. Violating this privately is a serious offense. Kingston dismissed his words, smiling insincerely and mocked rudely. Elmore and Esteban from the headquarters. How did you find out so quickly about what I did in the branch? Elmore lackeys are quite efficient in reporting. From the time of violating the rules until beating up Jetty, it hadn't even been a short while. Certainly not enough for the news to reach headquarters unless someone was closely monitoring it, ready to inform you at the slightest hint. Couldn't the branch handle its own matters? Before the branch Estebans could render their judgment, an Esteban from headquarters arrived hastily, fully aware of the circumstances. Who would believe it wasn't intentional targeting? Baxter seemed struck by Kingston's remark, his lips twitching slightly. His gaze grew more severe as he stared at Kingston, saying coldly, regardless of headquarters or branches, the guild's rules cannot be violated. If fairness isn't upheld, how can our guild hold its ground in the martial world? Turning to Cedric, he scolded, this rogue disrespects the guild rules, breaks them first, and injures fellow disciples later. As a branch Esteban, why haven't you enforced justice? If branch Estebans all act like you, showing favoritism and sycophancy, wouldn't our guild become a laughingstock? Tell me, will it take my report to the chairman for you to enforce justice? Maximilian would turn crimson with embarrassment, but couldn't retort since he genuinely wanted to help Kingston avoid punishment. At that moment, a black shadow flew swiftly into the hall from outside, moving so fast that it was hard to track. Crash! The black shadow slammed directly into the back of Maximilian Duan's head, causing him to stumble and stagger forward unsteadily. It burst open with a loud crackling sound, filling the hall with a delightful aroma of wine. The black shadow turned out to be a gourd filled with fine liquor that hit him on the head. Senior Vaughn. Recognizing the wine scent, Cedric knew who had acted. Though unseen, he was certain it was none other than Kingston's master, the black-robed alchemist, Deegan. Thousand Mountain Wave stacking. Dazed from the gourd strike, Baxter saw a flash of determination in Kingston's eyes. Capitalizing on the opportunity, Kingston channeled his chi into his fists. Fueled by 10 layers of stacked force, Kingston unleashed rapid punches like spinning wheels, producing the sound of waves crashing against cliffs. Within seconds, his fierce punch landed squarely on Baxter's chest. Struck on the back of the head by Deegan's gourd, Baxter was dazed and barely conscious. Before he could recover, his chest absorbed a series of rapid punches from Kingston. Though Kingston had only used 10 layers of force, the robust physique from the third level of the ninefold golden body art made his consecutive strikes overwhelmingly powerful. After a round of intense punches, Baxter's chest was stained red with blood, his ribs completely shattered. Weak and bleeding, he collapsed beside the counter, gasping weakly, stripped of his earlier vigor. Maximilian Cedric, the Alchemy Hall disciples, Jetty, and the onlookers were all dumbfounded. An Esteban from the guild's headquarters, so revered, had been beaten into submission by Kingston and his master without uttering a word. Everyone wondered, did these Estebans have no sense of dignity? Even if Kingston's master was a black-robed alchemist, couldn't they at least show some respect for a fellow Esteban? Despite this, Kingston didn't care. Vaughn stomped Jetty deeper into the ground, glanced coldly beyond the hall, and declared solemnly, watch closely, both you and your lapdog. See how the rules that bind ordinary people are broken by a genius. With those words, a powerful wave of mental force erupted from his mind, surging toward a lavish tower opposite the Alchemy Hall. On the second floor, the clerk held a nightglow cup, leisurely enjoying the drama unfolding in the Alchemy Hall. Both Jetty and his master Baxter were working under his command, carrying out covert instructions against Kingston. Just as he marveled at Baxter's thrashing, a fierce mental force swept into the room, aimed directly at him. The nightglow cup shattered into powder in his hand, the wine mixed with shards splattering across his face. What was supposed to be a spectator sport ended with the clerk being provocatively doused in wine. His already unappealing features twisted further into ugliness. Elmore Highness, this scoundrel is disrespectful. Let us capture him and pulverize his bones. His subordinates exclaimed in fury, rushing to open the door. But the clerk clenched his teeth, slamming his hand on the table angrily. No need. This is the domain of the Alchemist Guild, not under royal jurisdiction. Acting here would put us at a disadvantage and risk losing opportunities to buy elixirs. The Sacred Ground's legacy is paramount. We mustn't alienate the Alchemist Guild now. I will repay today's humiliation 1,000-fold when the Sacred Ground's legacy opens, he vowed, then crushed the remaining shards of the cup beneath his heel. Turning around, he left with his men, disappearing into the distance. Having provoked the clerk without eliciting a reaction, Kingston secretly smiled, then strolled over to the counter with unhurried steps. Tapping his hand on the counter surface, he said coolly, If you don't want more Estebans from headquarters to get involved, quickly give me a set of mystic drugs. No amount of explanation beats seeing is believing. At these words, Cedric was taken aback, inwardly amazed. Could it be that this young man isn't just bluffing? Could he really be capable of refining shin pills? Note, the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks as in the provided text. Chapter 117. The Divine. The green-robed alchemist was challenging himself to refine an essence pill in the alchemy fire hall. Tyak, a monumental event, quickly spread like wildfire within the alchemist guild. Everyone knew that green-robed alchemists were only capable of refining spirit pills. Even if someone got lucky and managed to produce 1 or 2 essence pills, the odds were pitifully low, with a success rate of merely once or twice out of 1,000 attempts. A refinement method entirely based on luck couldn't be called alchemizing at all. Therefore, even if some green-robed alchemists managed to create essence pills, they wouldn't be recognized as having reached the level of black-robed alchemists. After all, evaluating an alchemist's skill hinged on their success rate. It would be impossible for those who relied purely on luck to become black-robed alchemists. True black-robed alchemists might not achieve success every time they refined essence pills, but for pills below 5th grade essence quality, they had to succeed 8 times out of 10 to meet the minimum threshold for black-robed alchemists. Taking up just one set of ingredients and having only one chance, like Kingston's challenge, demonstrated an extreme confidence in his alchemical skills. Tayax's would naturally make him famous worldwide and rocket him to the top overnight. But failure carried severe consequences. Just violating the guild rules was enough to bring serious punishment upon him, not to mention the charges of assaulting fellow members and Estebans. In summary, this alchemy challenge could only end in success for him. Have you heard? Senior brother Kingston is going to attempt refining an essence pill in the alchemy fire hall. I wonder if Senior Vaughn has imparted him any unique secret techniques? Did you hear right? Actually refining an essence pill? No matter how talented he is, it's impossible for him to master essence pill refinement so quickly. Does his soul-bound pill fire have such great power? What's so strange about that? Geniuses have always been in a different league from us ordinary people. There's no way we can understand what geniuses do. We should hurry over to the alchemy fire hall and secure a good spot. The news spread from the guild branch, 1 person to 10, 10 to 100, until it engulfed the entire Brocade City within a day. Not only did everyone from the guild branch crowd around the alchemy fire hall entrance, martial experts in Brocade City also rushed to witness this historic moment. Due to the overwhelming number of spectators, the guild branch had to issue temporary restrictions, strictly limiting the number of outsiders allowed in. Anyone unknown, low-ranking, or morally questionable was prohibited from entering the guild branch during these days while Kingston was refining pills. Many were left outside the guild doors, sighing and lamenting their bad luck, unable to witness the birth of legend. Why did they say this? Because Kingston was attempting to refine an essence pill. If he succeeded, wouldn't the known number of black-robed alchemists in Tianhua Kingdom increase from 5 to 6? With only a single-digit number of black-robed alchemists in the entire kingdom, adding even one more was earth-shattering news. Anyone fortunate enough to witness this could boast about it for the rest of their lives. This stirring news naturally alarmed the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild. Several senior Estebans from headquarters set aside their work, hurriedly arriving at the branch through a teleportation array, determined to witness everything firsthand. Outside the alchemy fire hall, there were throngs of people packed tightly together. Inside, it was similarly crowded and chaotic. Baxter and Barrett Jetty sat despondently against the wall, wrapped in thick bandages, anxiously awaiting the results. They refused to believe that Kingston could refine essence pills. However, given that Deegan went as far as to confront the Estebans to help Kingston, it was evident that he held Kingston in high regard. Perhaps he had taught Kingston the techniques for refining essence pills? As an Esteban at the headquarters, Baxter had an abysmal success rate when refining essence pills. While his level was higher than that of a green-robed alchemist, compared to true black-robed alchemists, it was as though one was from heaven and the other from earth. His failure rate for first-grade essence pills was a staggering 90%, making it impossible for him to impart practical techniques for refining essence pills. The less he understood something, the more uneasy and restless he felt inside. When Jetty asked Baxter whether Kingston could succeed in refining pills, Baxter could only vaguely avoid giving a definite answer. Seeing his state, Adolf Ling and Clarence, who had been tricked into helping by Jetty, could only weep bitterly. They thought that lending a voice to the situation wouldn't cause much trouble. It neither risked their lives nor cost them money. Assisting in a few words could build rapport with Jetty, and perhaps even curry favor with the fourth prince. What was there to lose? Who would have thought the situation would escalate to such a grave extent, costing them their cultivation and decades of dedication? Before retreating to seclusion, Kingston told Cedric that they could escape if they wished. The guild need not intervene. If he saw any of them after emerging, he would wipe out their clans. No one dared to dismiss Kingston's words lightly. This wasn't just idle boasting. The Yinmin family, the Long family, the town South Manor. All these were stark realities, grim precedents that they could not ignore. Given Kingston's firm character, saying that he would wipe out their clans meant he definitely would. To avoid involving their families, they had to take responsibility for their actions. However, the feeling of their fates being controlled by another was unbearably agonizing. Jetty and company became increasingly restless as time passed, each second a torment. Days turned into a week, then 3, then 5, the clock ticking closer to the anticipated completion date of the essence pill. As the estimated time of Kingston's emergence neared, not only did Jetty and company grow anxious, the spectators became antsy too. This is already 10 days. Why hasn't anything happened? Could he have failed and be afraid to come out? You have no clue. 10 days is nothing. Precious essence pills require months, sometimes several, to refine. Brother Yuan is only at 5th level spiritual realm, much lower than the normal level for essence pill refinement challenges. Slower refinement speed isn't surprising. Months? Are your times worthless? If he fails, won't you die from embarrassment? That's exactly it. That's why our alchemists are respected by all. Elmo think why do we earn such admiration? It's because we can accomplish the impossible. Amidst the buzzing crowd, the guild Estebans also discussed among themselves. Naturally, some believed Kingston had failed and simply dared not show up. Maximilian Adolf Chungwang from headquarters listened to various opinions before shaking his head solemnly. Let's wait a bit longer. Essence pills aren't easy to refine. Even checking via array formation doesn't have to be rushed. If we disturb his rhythm and cause failure, whose fault will it be counted as? Whose fault it is doesn't matter. Our guild needs exceptional alchemical talent. Everyone must be patient and continue waiting. Without my order, no one is to disturb him. Teadenly, a gale swept through the hall. At the end of the corridor, the tightly closed alchemy room opened its gaping maw like a tautai, consuming the surrounding essence. Essence energy swirled into powerful gusts around the alchemy fire hall, converging toward Kingston's secluded room. The heavens move. This is a sign that an essence pill is about to be completed. No, not just an essence pill, but an extraordinary precious one. In just 10 days. Thank the heavens for blessing our guild with such an extraordinary genius. Maximilian Adolf Chungwang rose from his seat, eyes wide with excitement, gazing down the hallway. Is he about to emerge? Is he really about to emerge? It has to succeed. Witnessing the birth of a black-robed alchemist is worth bragging about for a lifetime. Simultaneously, the crowds inside and outside the alchemy fire hall erupted in excitement, straining to see the first glimpse of Kingston's emergence. Roar. Note: in translating, I've maintained the tone, style, and paragraph structure of the original text, ensuring the story remains coherent and fluent in English. A deafening dragon's roar burst through the tightly closed door, instantly releasing a fragrant white mist from the alchemy room that enveloped the entire corridor, obscuring everything so thoroughly that one could not see their hand in front of their face. A shadow darted through the mist, shooting straight toward Maximilian Adolf Chungwang. Adolf Chungwang reacted swiftly, reaching out and grabbing the shadow. Lowering his head to look, he found it was an exquisitely crafted medicine bottle. The next moment, Adolf Chungwang's expression changed abruptly as he exclaimed in shock, "This wait, it's more than just one pill. A genius, truly a once-in-a-millennium prodigy." Upon hearing this, the Estebans were overjoyed. They exchanged excited glances and gathered around Maximilian Adolf, eager to examine the bottle. Their hearts raced with anticipation as they urged, "Maximilian Adolf, quickly pour out the pills and see if they are essence pills." The Estebans' excitement mirrored the crowd's. Like a roaring tide, they shouted in amazement. Vaughn succeeded? Did he successfully refine an essence pill? It's done. That Esteban called him a prodigy, so he must have succeeded. Wow, my life has come full circle. I witnessed the birth of a black-robed alchemist with my own eyes. Oh God, am I dreaming? At this moment, steady footsteps echoed through the swirling white mist in the corridor. Kingston's figure appeared like a celestial being, faintly visible in the mist. His tone was calm and composed as he said, Adon did not fail his mission. 10 essence Von herbs refined into this humble creation. A mere Teopreme Kuan spirit pill is hardly worthy of mention. If the Estebans do not mind, please accept these. What? The Teopreme Kuan spirit pill? The one ranked at the bottom of the Alchemy Von Haven list? Adolf Chungwang stared at Kingston, his voice hoarse with shock. It wasn't that he was making a fuss. Kingston's achievement was simply too astonishing, too overwhelming. Kingston's words hit the crowd like a thunderclap, turning their jubilant celebration into a deathly silence. Refining an essence pill successfully was already a rare miracle, but Kingston had actually refined a listed essence pill from the Alchemy Von Haven list. Could such an achievement still be described using terms like genius or prodigy? No. There was only one word in the world that could describe Kingston at this moment: divine. Note: the translation retains the original tone and style, ensuring the story remains coherent and fluent in English. Hashtag Chapter 118. Status source. The Alchemist Guild's Von Haven and Earth rankings are public knowledge throughout the entire martial arts world. The Von Haven ranking features transcendent pills, while the Earth ranking lists spirit pills. Whether one is a disciple of the Alchemist Guild or not, everyone can freely access these rankings. This is one way the guild gives back to the Tianyue Kingdom's martial arts community. After all, the guild occupies most of the kingdom's cultivation resources. Without providing some tangible benefits to the martial artists, it would have already faced an uprising long ago. While the pill formulas are made public, apart from the Alchemist Guild, virtually no one else can actually refine the pills listed on the rankings. The reason is simple. Without the materials and skills, having the formula means nothing. Therefore, in the eyes of the martial arts world, the Von Haven and Earth rankings are just flashy gimmicks, their main value being to assess the skill levels of alchemists. Kingston had successfully refined a transcendent pill from the Von Haven ranking, and not just one but an entire bottle. No matter how shocking the result was, Kingston's skill level as equivalent to a black robe alchemist could no longer be doubted. Even senior members of the Alchemist Guild's headquarters could only refine a few pills from the Von Haven ranking. Under such pressure-free conditions, Kingston refined an entire bottle of Teopreme Kunling pills at once. His pill refining skills were enough to make even most senior guild members ashamed. Maximilian Adolf Chungwang's hands trembled as he opened the jar, and instantly a dense medicinal fragrance filled the air. The aroma of the Von Haven rank transcendent pill spread for 100 meters around. Those with lower realms felt an immediate surge of spiritual insight upon inhaling it, and previously stagnant bottlenecks began to loosen. Even experts in the spiritual martial realm felt profound enlightenment, as if the medicinal fragrance broke through bodily constraints. Their internal energy flowed more freely, improving their cultivation efficiency by 20%. Indeed worthy of being a Von Haven rank spirit pill. Just smelling it makes you feel like you're about to break through. If you take one, wouldn't you advance immediately? Don't be silly, those are transcendent pills. Only those at the profound martial realm or above can take them without side effects. Anyone below that realm might die from internal explosion just from tasting it. Transcendent pills, truly transcendent pills. A 16-year-old alchemist who can refine transcendent pills. Such a genius hasn't existed in the history of the martial arts world. The Alchemist Guild has really found a treasure. Spectators watched Maximilian Adolf Chungwang holding the jar, envying him. Meanwhile, the Alchemist Guild's Estebans were beaming with joy, because Kingston said he would give this bottle to them. These Von Haven rank transcendent pills, priceless and impossible to buy, were now being given away so easily. The Estebans couldn't help but grin widely. Technically, only black robe alchemists can refine Von Haven rank transcendent pills. And since they come to the guild for benefits, not to work tirelessly, they wouldn't spend days or months refining pills here. For pills they aren't interested in, they won't waste time even if provided with materials. As spectators noted, refining transcendent pills takes 3 to 5 months. Would black robe alchemists spend valuable time doing this for free? Of course not. Even if someone offered rich rewards, it's unlikely they could get a black robe alchemist to refine pills for the guild Estebans, let alone waste time. That's why alchemists hold such high status. They are incredibly rare. The higher the realm of the user, the rarer the corresponding pills. Even if each Esteban only got one pill from this bottle, it would save them decades of hard cultivation. How could they not be happy? Maximilian Adolf Chungwang smelled the jar before quickly sealing it, fearing the loss of medicinal properties. Vaughn smiled at Kingston. Nephew Ewan, your pill refinement skills are unparalleled. We can't match your expertise. And Esteban beside him chuckled. Nephew Ewan, with such skills, it's only a matter of time before you become a black robe alchemist. Perhaps we should call you Senior Ewan. In the martial arts world, respect depends primarily on strength, not age. Kingston, despite being 16 and much younger than these Estebans, was considered a senior due to his skills. Seeing the respect, Kingston remained humble. Vaughn smiled and bowed. Thank you. I will leave my application to you. But first, I need large quantities of profound-grade materials. Can this jar prove my qualification to use them? Despite knowing Kingston's eventual higher status, he still showed great respect, which pleased the Estebans immensely. Maximilian Adolf Chungwang smiled and bowed in return. Senior Yuan, our resources prioritize black robe alchemists. Since you've proven your strength, you're welcome to use the profound-grade materials freely. Another Esteban hesitated. Senior Yuan, you know the Sacred Land legacy is approaching. The profound-grade materials allocated are for refining spirit pills. If you take them all... Interrupting, Maximilian Adolf Chungwang said sternly, profound-grade materials should be used for transcendent pills. Due to incompetent disciples, the guild must downgrade their use. If there are no profound-grade materials, green robe alchemists can't refine spirit pills. What good are they then? Everyone looked at Jetty, and his group huddled in fear. These incompetents had twisted facts, accusing Kingston of taking all the materials and disrupting the preparations for the Sacred Land legacy. They insisted that spirit pills needed profound-grade materials when ordinary spirit-grade materials would suffice, a clear inversion of the truth. Maximilian Adolf Chungwang scowled. Blind fools nearly ruining a prodigy of our order. Remove these useless ones, and strip their cultivation. Expel them immediately. Jetty and his companions trembled, pleading frantically, Maximilian, spare us. Barrett, please beg for us. Senior brother Ewan, show mercy. Baxter was too fearful to help. The old man turned his head away, nudging Jetty off his legs. Translation completed based on the guidelines provided. The paragraph structure, tone, and style have been preserved as closely as possible to the original text. The punishment hall's enforcers had long been waiting, turning a deaf ear to Jetty and his companions' pleas for mercy. They immediately set upon them with sticks, beating them until they were bloodied and cowering, trying to protect their heads. Then, groups of 3 or 5 guards dragged each of the 3 away from the alchemy fire hall at a swift pace. Kingston watched as the trio was hauled out, slowly retracting his cold gaze. Just as he was about to ask for the profound-grade materials, he noticed a token hanging from his waist glowing brightly. Lowering his head to look, his eyes instantly filled with hopeful anticipation. A message from Miss Taya? Could it be that there's news about Miaozhu? Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as in the original text. Chapter 119. Overseas Holy Land. Kingston picked up the token and began to probe it with utmost concentration. Tayaddenly, a gust of wind blew past him, and Deegan's tipsy figure appeared beside Kingston in the blink of an eye. Everyone present was startled. Maximilians from both the headquarters and branches, disciples of the guild, and outsiders alike prostrated themselves hastily, shouting, Greetings, Senior Vaughn. Deegan ignored the kneeling crowd. Staggering unsteadily, he wobbled over to the counter and pounded on it, saying, Bring out all the mystic medicines immediately. Be quick about it. Upon hearing this, the Danhua Hall disciples moved swiftly, taking no time to hesitate as they retrieved a storage ring from behind the counter and respectfully handed it to Deegan. Black-robed alchemists had the privilege to use any resources within the guild freely, and if Deegan were to demand them, even the guild president would have no choice but to agree. Deegan did not do so earlier, merely giving Kingston the opportunity to prove himself. Kingston's displayed alchemy skills already met the minimum requirement for a black-robed alchemist. Even without Deegan's support, the Danhua Hall wouldn't dare refuse Kingston's request to collect mystic medicines. Deegan had noticed the commotion here long ago but trusted Kingston's abilities and thus didn't interfere, allowing Kingston to legitimately use the Alchemist Guild's resources. Deegan picked up the storage ring and casually tossed it to Kingston, asking anxiously, Anders, any news? Ultimately, he felt guilty for failing to protect Yuan Miaoyu, despite making countless amends to Kingston. He could never forgive himself for his lapse. Kingston finished probing the message sent by Iana and said with a furrowed brow, There are results, but we need to discuss the details at Che Raphael's residence. Feeling dejected, Deegan took a deep swig from his wine gourd and turned to Adolf Chungwang. Do you have a teleportation array disc? I need to borrow it. Adolf Chungwang dared not refuse, hurriedly retrieving a circular disc from his storage bag and politely offering it with both hands. Senior Vaughn, please. Without hesitation, Deegan snatched the disc, tossed it above their heads, and a silvery light curtain descended below it. Then he pulled Kingston into the light curtain, activating the disc with a burst of mystical energy. With a hum, everything around them blurred instantly. After a dizzying moment, they found themselves within a golden, magnificent array. A major teleportation array under the jurisdiction of the Alchemist Guild. Senior Vaughn, what brings you here? Is there anything I can assist you with? Outside the array, a nervous disciple responsible for its operation greeted them. Deegan grabbed the floating disc from the air and tossed it to the disciple, saying indifferently, Return this to Adolf Chungwang. Elmarie dismissed. Vaughn led Kingston out of the array hall and explained while looking at the bustling street ahead. This is Lingxiao City where Che Raphael resides. Let's go. Kingston nodded, letting Deegan transform into a whirlwind carrying him forward. After passing through several broad avenues, they finally arrived at Che Raphael's mansion. Without waiting for notification, Deegan barged in with Kingston. Apparently informed beforehand, the guard saw Kingston and immediately stepped aside, clearing the path. Soon, Che Raphael's steward learned of their arrival and rushed out to welcome them. Seeing Deegan present, the steward's pupils dilated as he bowed. I did not know Senior Vaughn was here. Please forgive my rudeness. I will inform His Highness immediately. Please wait a moment. Deegan burped, waving his hand irritably. Cut the formalities. Where is Bronson? We'll find him ourselves. The steward smiled bitterly and bowed again. His Highness is tending to Director Taya in the back garden. I'll lead you there now. Without further ado, Deegan dashed toward the back garden with Kingston. In the courtyard, they saw Iana resting on a lounge chair, pale-faced, having discarded her veil. Vaughn, weak state evoked pity. She looked as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. Senior Vaughn, Brother Ewan, Vaughn the wind rush. Che Raphael stood up to greet them. Seeing Iana in such condition, Kingston hesitated before asking, What happened to Miss Taya? Is it related to the observation array? Knowing others sacrificed so much for his sister's sake, it would be inhumane to disregard Iana's well-being. Che Raphael sighed, shaking his head gravely. We've located your sister, but with your current strength, you cannot reach that place yet. Kingston, sensing the gravity from his expression, frowned and asked, explain. Che Raphael glanced at Deegan helplessly, saying, it's the Overseas Holy Land. Have you heard of it, Senior Vaughn? At this, Deegan's face darkened, sipping wine gloomily. Without a Von Avenly martial realm, you can't think about going there. Puzzled, Kingston looked between them. Overseas Holy Land, indeed sounded beyond Tianhua Kingdom, but why couldn't one enter without Von Avenly martial realm strength? Noticing his confusion, Che Raphael sighed. Gillis ago, the 5 divine emperors waged a devastating war in the divine realm. The battle's aftermath tore apart countless dimensions, affecting our world too. The Overseas Holy Land originally connected with Tianhua Kingdom, but after the cataclysmic war, it was severed, separated by a massive chasm filled with terrifying spatial rifts. Even those in the Von Avenly martial realm can't guarantee safe passage across the chasm. Forget about anyone weaker. Kingston's expression grew increasingly grim, realizing how intricately his actions were intertwined with finding his sister. During his confrontation with the 4 divine emperors, they unleashed all their power. In the eyes of gods, mortal worlds were mere ants. Their battles spared nothing. Never did he imagine the consequences of that battle would impede his search for his sister. Spatial rifts were indeed insurmountable by mortals. Even those at higher realms like Venerable Warrior, Emperor Warrior, or Imperial Warrior might struggle against the ravages of spatial rifts. Chapter 120, Cannot Escape Punishment. Although Kingston retained the memories from his previous life, and space rifts were trivial to him back when he was a god emperor, that perspective had been from a godly standpoint. Now, he lacked both strength and treasures. Those once insignificant space rifts had now become insurmountable obstacles. Grimacing, Kingston clenched his fists tightly as he turned to look at Iana, asking with concern, why has Miss Taya turned out like this? Was it due to excessive consumption of energy while setting up the Sky Observation Grand Array? The Harvey sighed lightly and shook his head, saying, setting up such a grand array indeed consumes a lot of mental energy, but the reason for Pavilion Bear at Taya's weakened state is different. She spared no effort, sacrificing her own lifespan to tap into the power of the dragon veins, forcibly triggering celestial changes. She based it on the Sky Observation Grand Array and cast a Galactic Protection Array from afar over your younger sister. With galactic power acting as a shield, she should be safe until its energy depletes. Normally, the Galactic Protection Array can protect your sister for a year, but there are array masters among the bandits, making the array's effectiveness uncertain. The Harvey reached out, picked up a crystal ball containing starlight from the table, and handed it to Kingston. The light within the ball was as clear and bright as the moon. This light represented the status of the Galactic Protection Array. As long as the light didn't extinguish, the array wouldn't fail. Kingston put away the crystal ball, gratitude appearing in his eyes. Vaughn gave a respectful bow to Iana. Thank you for your efforts, Miss Taya. If you manage to save my sister, I will repay your kindness tenfold. Iana weakly opened her eyes and shook her head slightly. Lord, please don't be too formal. For aiding the Divination Pavilion, I should fully repay you. However, without the Dragon Veins support, I alone would not have been able to cast the Galactic Protection Array. She spoke to repay Kingston for subduing the Volnal pressing pagoda and acknowledged the Harvey's contribution. Kingston knew she didn't want to take all the credit. Turning back, he prepared to ask what the Harvey desired but suddenly heard a deep, mournful wail coming from a distance. The cry sounded muffled as if someone had covered their mouth, emitting only a low, repressed sound. Upon hearing the wailing, the Harvey's expression turned awkward. Vaughn forced a bitter smile, bowing to Kingston. It's Uncle King and Brother Che's toxicity flaring up again. It's happening more frequently these days. At this rate, they probably won't last 2 more days. I know your sister's safety hasn't been fully secured, and it's difficult to ask you to let them go, but please, show mercy and spare their lives. By pleading for the Geordie and his son, the Harvey didn't mention his contributions regarding the Dragon Vein assistance. Clearly, he knew using such leverage would backfire. The Harvey understood Kingston recognized his efforts without needing to speak of them. Currently, Kingston's sister had been located, but they still couldn't rescue her. Even if Kingston refused to detoxify the Geordie and his son, the Harvey could say nothing. Kingston directed his mental energy toward the source of the wailing. In a nearby bedroom, the Geordie and his son lay bound tightly on the bed. Their hands and feet were tied with white cloth, and their mouths gagged with sturdy strips, leaving only their eyes free to move. Despite being bound, they showed signs of intense pain, rolling and writhing on the bed, their veins bulging like worms. When the toxin flared up, blood seeped through every pore, and fist-sized blisters appeared sporadically, rupturing with an unbearable stench. Unearthly screams erupted from their throats, like dying beasts struggling with their final breath. If they weren't restrained, they might bite off their tongues or tear their flesh to shreds with their fingers. Medical officials from the Geordie's residence and imperial physicians from the Harvey's palace had spent days researching the deadly venom from the Golden Silkworm King, yet found no cure. They even used anesthesia and martial techniques to induce sleep. But during attacks, the Geordie and his son would wake up immediately regardless of how deeply they slept, the pain worsening after waking. After multiple attempts, the physicians were left helpless, resorting to binding them to prevent self-harm. Seeing all this, Kingston retracted his mental energy with a cold expression. Turning around, he saw the Harvey kneeling, begging him to spare the Geordie and his son. My sister is still suffering at the hands of kidnappers, yet you ask me to show mercy to the masterminds? Kingston glared at the Harvey, his anger unmitigated by news of his sister's location. A space rift separated him from his sister. Knowing her whereabouts offered little comfort if he could only watch her be killed by the bandits. How absurd to think these culprits dared expect leniency. The Harvey knew his request troubled Kingston but persisted. Brother Ewan, I can mobilize all available array masters to decipher the remains of the bandits' teleportation array. Our National Treasure House also holds numerous array books that might provide clues. Kingston remained silent, watching him until the agonized cries faded. Then, in a cold voice he said, death may be excused, but punishment cannot be escaped. Kingston's goal wasn't to exterminate the royal family but to find his sister. Since the Harvey promised this, he decided to tentatively trust him. Investigating the teleportation array offered a slim chance but a possibility nonetheless. As for the Geordie and his son, did he really need poison to end their lives? Letting them live now only granted them a few more days. Vaughn could recapture and torment them anytime. Terrorized, the Harvey was about to thank Kingston when he summoned the Golden Silkworm King and fired 2 drops of toxic saliva toward the Geordie and his son. 2 soft splashes echoed as the saliva penetrated their bodies. The father and son, previously stabilizing after enduring the pain, suddenly screamed in agony. The current pain seemed worse, shockingly snapping the